My name is Lin Xia, and my life has taken a strange and unsettling turn. I found myself staring blankly at a ghostly reflection in the mirror, my hand twisting through damp, dark hair. I don't look like myself anymore. Instead, I'm a short, plump woman with a gloomy face, perpetually wet hair, and oversized glasses that cover half my face. Around me, 5 mischievous ghosts, like entities called Pippy spirits, mock me relentlessly. They laugh and taunt me with cruel names like Fat Myrtle and Ugly Myrtle, pelting me with insults and even moldy peanuts. Even though the peanuts don't hurt, the humiliation stings. 3 days ago, everything changed. Back in my original world, I had just reached the foundational stage of cultivation, discovering a long, lost treasure, a decayed, bronze, stained balance scale. In an era where spiritual energy was almost non-existent, even a broken treasure like this was invaluable. But as I was repairing the scale, a sudden disaster struck. A golden, purple lightning bolt hit me during a freak storm. When I woke up, I was in this unfamiliar world, no longer human, and trapped in this strange body. The Pippy spirits won't leave me alone, so I escaped to the 6th floor of the castle, where I've been staying. Inside a luxurious room with golden faucets and a shimmering bathtub, I try to clean myself, even though this ghostly body doesn't get dirty. While there, I notice a mark on my wrist, the scale's design, perfectly etched into my skin. It's not just a mark, it's the treasure itself, now fused with me. The scale, called the Scales of Destiny, has a mysterious power that might be my only way out of this situation. Later, I retreat to a quieter room to focus. The Compass of Fate, a mystical tool tied to my divination skills, begins to stir in my mind. It reveals fragments of this world's secrets. I am in Hogwarts. The body I inhabit is that of Moaning Myrtle, and I must uncover the truth about her death and take revenge to escape. The vision shows me a basilisk, a massive serpent with deadly eyes that killed Myrtle. Only by defeating it can I fulfill her wish. Tomorrow is Christmas, and most students are leaving the castle. Tonight is my chance to act. I have until sunrise to solve this mystery, confront the basilisk, and free myself from this cursed existence. I won't waste any more time. I return to the bathroom where Myrtle died. On the side of a faucet, there was a carving of a small snake, the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. I don't speak Parseltongue, but I've seen enough through the Compass of Fate to mimic the sound. The Pippy spirits found me again, taunting as always. They're exhausting, but I've learned how to deal with them. I hinted at a fun target, a giant snake they could prank. Their interest sparked immediately, and soon they were off, preparing their mischief. I suggested they bring bricks and live roosters, knowing the snake's weakness. When they returned with their supplies, I mimicked Parseltongue to open the chamber. The faucet glowed, revealing a passage. We slid down into a dark, slimy tunnel and eventually reached the chamber's depths. There, we saw the giant snake's shed skin and its massive, slumbering form. The Pippy spirits wasted no time, hurling bricks and disgusting concoctions at the snake. It woke slowly, its enormous body coiling around a stone pillar, clearly agitated. The roosters crowing filled the chamber, and the snake visibly trembled, its greatest fear. The spirit's relentless mischief wore it down, and I seized the moment to act. Speaking Parseltongue, I commanded the snake to stay coiled. To my surprise, it responded, mistaking me for a descendant of Salazar Slytherin. The rooster's cries weakened it further, and I knew this was my chance. I called out to Myrtle's soul within me, offering her a choice: stay trapped as a ghost, suffering endlessly, or face her murderer in a final act of vengeance. She screamed in fury and rushed out of my body, a white light charging straight at the snake. As Myrtle and the snake clashed, I stepped back and activated the Scales of Destiny. The moment had arrived. The rusted bronze scales appeared before me, intricate with carvings of ancient rituals and offerings. Even though parts were corroded and broken, its aura was undeniable. The souls of the Basilisk, Myrtle, the Pippy spirits, and even the roosters were pulled onto the scales. The basilisk's massive soul resisted fiercely, roaring in rage, but it was no match for the scales of destiny. Myrtle, filled with hatred, demanded revenge, while the others panicked, their screams trapped within the scales. As the balance shifted, the basilisk's side sank, but I flipped the scales with its special ability. The left side, with Myrtle and the others, gained the slightest edge. The basilisk's soul shattered, and its body crumbled into nothingness. Victory came at a cost. The scales consumed the energy of all souls involved, and as the basilisk vanished, so did Myrtle, the Pippy spirits, and the roosters. Before fading, Myrtle smiled, a genuine, radiant smile, and mouthed her thanks. I stood there, watching her dissolve, conflicted but resolute. The scales didn't stop there. They absorbed the sacrifices and returned power to me. Overwhelming energy coursed through my ghostly form. But I didn't let it consume me. As the mist cleared, 3 items emerged from the scales: the basilisk's fangs, a vibrant bracelet resembling a rooster's tail, and a golden bead. The bead felt warm, safe, and inviting. I let it envelop my fragile soul, shielding me from the castle's oppressive forces. With my work in the Chamber of Secrets done, I sealed it shut, taking the bead with me. As I floated away, my journey was interrupted by a Gryffindor student rushing into the bathroom, desperate to catch his train. He never noticed the golden bead slipping into his suitcase. Soon, he boarded the Hogwarts Express, leaving the castle behind. Hidden within the bead, I waited. My compass of fate spun, pointing to paths for my future. Each route offered a chance at reincarnation, but they varied in risk and reward. As the train headed toward Derbyshire, sunlight hit the suitcase, making the golden bead glimmer faintly. My next steps were uncertain, but I was ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. I chose the best fate from the divination, the rare upper sign, which promises great fortune and smooth success. It was an obvious choice. Why settle for less when the best option was right there? Hidden inside the golden bead, I listened to the students on the train chatter nervously about Voldemort, the dark wizard of this world. He sounded like the ultimate villain, and while defeating his followers might connect me more to this world, I knew better than to take unnecessary risks in my weakened, ghostly state. The train ride was chaotic. Students messed up their spells, spilled ink everywhere, and caused a lively commotion. In the middle of this, a sudden gust of wind blew the golden bead, my hiding place, out of a window and into an unknown destination. I was carried along, unsure of where fate would take me next. Years passed, and I learned more about this magical world. Voldemort's rise and fall shook everything, leaving a lasting impact. Meanwhile, my story continued quietly. Born anew in this world as Lin Xia, my second life began under extraordinary circumstances. My parents were powerful Eastern sorcerers who gave me a name combining both their surnames. From birth, I carried the power of my previous life, sealed memories, the compass of fate, and the scales of destiny hidden within me. At 11, on my birthday, my memories fully awakened, along with the scales of destiny. The realization was overwhelming. I was living a second life in a world vastly different from my last. My childhood friend, Draco Malfoy, often visited to practice spells, but his antics were as much a nuisance as they were amusing. Then it happened. A letter from Hogwarts, delivered by an owl tapping at my window. My new journey was about to begin, and this time, I carried the wisdom of 2 lifetimes and the tools of destiny to face whatever challenges awaited me. When I got my Hogwarts acceptance letter, I wasn't surprised. My magic outbursts every year made it inevitable. Draco, of course, was more excited than I was, loudly declaring that if Hogwarts hadn't sent me a letter, he'd personally write a complaint. My parents, calm as ever, decided we'd shop for my supplies that afternoon. The letter detailed the school's requirements, from uniforms to textbooks. As I read, the compass of fate in my mind spun and stopped at a vision. I saw a striped cat with markings like glasses. The cat transformed into a stern-looking woman in a black cloak with square glasses. She was holding a colorful bag and introducing herself at a muggle's door, likely Professor McGonagall. Draco's enthusiasm brought me back to the present. He bragged about how he could last 10 moves against me in practice duels. His mother, Narcissa, shot him down as usual, but I knew she was secretly proud of him. After all, my training as an Eastern sorcerer gave me unnatural strength, and every year, my magical surges could destroy entire beaches. Draco's progress was impressive, given what he was up against. That afternoon, my parents, Draco, and I took the car, yes, a Muggle Rolls-Royce, to the Malfoy Manor before heading to Diagon Alley via Flow Network. Shopping for Hogwarts supplies was a whirlwind. In Madame Malkin's robe shop, I noticed Draco already lobbying for special customizations to his robes, convinced he'd be in Slytherin. Across the street, Ollivanders had a sign for summer job openings catching my eye. We also met a quiet, bespectacled boy with messy black hair, Harry Potter. Draco's tactless questions quickly turned the conversation awkward, especially his disdain for Hufflepuff. I had to step in, reminding him his coins wouldn't cover special orders and mentioning casually that I'd end up in Hufflepuff. Draco's stunned silence was amusing, and even Harry seemed to find him less annoying after that. While our parents indulged in ice cream nearby, we continued exploring. I couldn't help but feel that my second life was starting to take shape. With my sealed memories unlocked and my family by my side, I was ready for whatever Hogwarts and destiny had in store. The Malfoy family held a secret meeting. Narcissa had noticed that her son was a little depressed and absent-minded after returning from Diagon Alley, but she did not ask. As Charlie said, "Narcissa, we should have our own space, and so should the children. They are far better than we thought." When Xiali asked a tutor to come to Lin Xia's home to teach her Muggle elementary school courses, she was surprised and felt that this was unaristocratic. But Charlie insisted, "Muggle-happy education is interesting and helps children understand the world. If you go to a class, you will change your mind." Finally, after a week of classes, Narcissa completely changed her mind and asked her son to follow suit, and later she joined in herself. As it turned out, Charlie was far more far-sighted than her. So much of her training of Draco was copied from the Lin family. This time, Narcissa decided to let her son think independently and then ask him the reason for his unhappiness in a few days. She thought to herself, what an open-minded mother she is. But unexpectedly, after this indulgence, the next day, Draco stood in front of her with a firm expression and said in a solemn oath, "Mother, I want to study in Hufflepuff." Narcissa was horrified. She thought her son must have been under the control of the Imperious curse. Before she fainted, she used magic to send a message to Lucius, telling him to hurry back to the manor because their son was crazy. The atmosphere in the huge family living room was extremely solemn. Lucius said seriously, "Draco, you've saddened your mother." Draco had the same gray eyes as his father, and he lowered his head apologetically. "I'm sorry." Lucius's face was very pale, as if he hadn't seen the sun for a long time. He raised his pointed chin and faced his son. Although he was not mean, he was still arrogant. "Give me a reason. You wouldn't make this decision for no reason." Narcissa was lying on the sofa with her back to them, her body shaking slowly, obviously crying sadly. Draco hesitated and whispered, "Father, Lin Xia said she would choose Hufflepuff, and I want to follow her." When Draco was in the 4th grade of elementary school, Lucius believed that he was mentally mature and started the air course for him. The air course would take 8 years, but Lucius believed his son would be able to complete it in 4 years, given his inherited excellent talent. "Father, you said that if you can't become a strong person, then you must follow the strong. It's not shameful to be dependent on others. It's for the greater good." Lucius narrowed his eyes slightly, and he would verify the information revealed by his son. "Follow Lin Xia?" Thinking of the 2 warlocks with the power of an oriental dragon, Lucius had to admit that making friends with them was the best investment he had made in the past 20 years. As for Voldemort's investment, it was a complete failure. Lucius said calmly, "This is your choice. I will not interfere. I have to warn you that if you are a strong person, you can also gain greater benefits." Narcissa's sobbing stopped silently, and she took out a tissue to wipe her tears. If she had known that her son would follow Lin Xia, she would not have cried. She was a person who admired the strong very much, and Lin Xia's family had the capital to do so. Lin Xia didn't know Draco's decision, and even if she knew, she wouldn't care. Ever since my memory was completely unlocked, the compass of fate in my mind has been turning more and more frequently. Although what she learned from Fuchi was all past history, it did not prevent her from drawing a conclusion. Gryffindor students were too reckless and rude, Slytherin was too calculating, Ravenclaw was easy to win over as long as they were smarter than them, and Hufflepuff students got along the most harmoniously. Moreover, she saw from the destiny compass that the Hufflepuff common room was the warmest and sunniest. Who wouldn't like an environment that was like a garden greenhouse? At the same time, she also took a fancy to the Hufflepuff network. Although everyone thinks that Hufflepuff is mediocre, it cannot be denied that 50% of the wizards in the British wizarding world come from Hufflepuff. This academy treats everyone equally and never picks and chooses students. However, when they were students, only a few were smart and talented, while most were mediocre. A person's life is very long. Many students who are not very good in school actually make a name for themselves after graduation. Ollivander's wand shop welcomed a special job seeker. Ollivander looked at the letter of introduction, then looked at the little guest in front of him, and asked doubtfully, "You really want to work? You are so young. Do your parents agree?" Just yesterday, the little customer almost bought a wand from his shop, but for some reason, she ended up leaving, which made Ollivander a little sad. He had never seen a little wizard who was so compatible with that wand. Lin Xia nodded. "Mr. Ollivander, my parents have made it very clear in the letter of introduction. They support me to work and earn a living." Ollivander: "Well, I'm just a little surprised that your parents are so generous." "Oh, this is not a criticism, but a compliment to them for being open-minded." Lin Xia's eyes curved slightly, revealing two sweet dimples. "I often feel lucky for this." As soon as Ollivander saw her smile, he immediately said, "Little wizard, you're accepted." That day, Lin Xia rubbed her muscles that were a little stiff from smiling and finally understood why Ollivander had chosen her so quickly. "It's shameful to act cute. I didn't expect that there would be a day when she would have to make a living by relying on her looks." After working in Ollivander's wand shop for a week, Lin Xia has finished reading all the books in the shop, and she has also understood most of the valuable book basic wand-making principles. When she returned to the manor at night, she would tinker with her wand in her studio. Unicorn hair, dragon nerves, and phoenix feathers. These three materials are extremely expensive and rare. Ollivander is so stingy. Where do they get the supplies from? Lin Xia wrote down the material of the wand core she wanted to use, and also wrote down the new materials that she felt could be added in. The material of the magic wand is easy to find. It is not as precious as the wand core. The trees that can be inhabited by the botruckle all have the extraordinary property of affinity with magic. She used her saved pocket money to pre-order a batch of wand materials, choosing the cheapest trees, which cost about 1/10 of her small treasury. These cheap wood materials would never appear in wand shops because Ollivander thought they were not up to standard, but they were just right for her to practice on. After writing and drawing, scribbling and revising, Lin Xia finally put down her pen and began to experiment one by one. The automatic production tools in the studio are models discarded by the Malfoy family. Draco had heard her asking where she could buy automation equipment, so he secretly ran to the warehouse of his own factory and stole a set for her. The first solution failed to merge. The second plan collapsed and cracked. Half an hour later, all 10 carefully thought-out plans failed. Lin Xia felt that she should drink a glass of black currant sparkling water to calm down. The reason why she was interested in wand making was that she felt it had great prospects. In the early days, wizards relied too much on wands, and the wands would be detected by the Ministry of Magic to see what magic was used, so there was no privacy. Many wizards who want to evade detection often buy a second wand. Wands are in high demand on the black market, and good wands can fetch high prices. As far as she knew, the Malfoy family had several wands, but only one was recorded by the Ministry of Magic. My parents' wands were brought from the East and are not under the monitoring of the Ministry of Magic. But the real reason she had time to study was because she had a lot of free time. The little wizard's magic power will only stabilize after she reaches adulthood at the age of 18, and the Nine Heavens' mysterious Yang secret record that she practices can only be practiced after adulthood. After coming to this world, her martial arts techniques also changed accordingly. She could start practicing at the age of 10, but it was just to lay the foundation. 1 hour of practice every day was enough for her. In the food stage, cultivation is not important, food supplements are important. As for her magical talent, it will automatically deepen as her practice progresses, without the need for deliberate training. This is the benefit of her skills, or her bloodline. Does it have to be the fur of a rare magical creature to be used as a wand core? Is there something more popular that can be mass-produced? Lin Xia pondered. In this world, the more compatible an item is with magic, the more powerful it is. Trying to find an item that is compatible with magic, but not rare, is like looking for a new material. Perhaps she could try the synthetic route and defeat magic with science? Suddenly, the destiny compass in Lin Xia's mind moved slightly, stopped at the divination column, and the word magic wand emerged. You are trying to figure out how to make a magic wand. You got inspiration and found 3 solutions preferred. You have discovered the characteristics of the devil's vine. Use the fiber of the devil's vine as the core of the wand and combine it with fir wood. The wand will have a strong bonus to binding magic, but will be very weak to fire magic. This wand will be a great help to those who hide in the dark, and they will target you because of it. Selected. You find that the weeds that can be found everywhere in the magic world can be used as wand cores. Combined with the pine wood that can be found everywhere, it can become a good conductive wand that can be compatible with anyone. Its power is only 20% weaker than a custom-made one. This wand makes you famous and gets nominated for Merlin's Outstanding Teenager Award, but it may violate the wand regulations. The Ministry of Magic requires you to add tracking methods to the wand you make. After some special settings, the wand can bypass the supervision. Next choice. You discovered the special effect of Magic Magnet, which can form a magical magnetic field and resonate with magic. You created a new method of making magic wands. The combination of magnetic iron and magic magnet can be compatible with magic, but due to its low conduction efficiency, it can only exert half of its true power. This wand is the best choice for civilian wizards. The material is cheap, but the disadvantage is that it is too heavy. The new wand-making method has gained you some attention. Lin Xia made a decision quickly. Only children make choices, but adults want them all. From a safety perspective, she can first throw out the worst-case option and then gradually transition to the middle and best options. In the wand shop, Ollivander stared at Lin Xia in amazement. She was just taking a big bite of ice cream with a spoon. This was already the 5th ice cream she had eaten. Are you okay? How can you fit so much ice cream in your small stomach? Today is August 15th. Lin Xia asked her boss to increase benefits on the grounds that they could celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival in the East. Otherwise, she would take a paid leave. Ollivander shook his head and refused. Dear little wizard, the shop is short-staffed and needs your help, but I can treat you to something to eat. Go get whatever you want, I will pay for it. I wish you a happy holiday. These words became the beginning of Ollivander's nightmare. She was different from the other employee. She would not receive any commission for selling magic wands through her introduction, so after Lin Xia finished looking at the books in the store, she sat at the cashier counter and slacked off openly. Ollivander didn't say anything about it. Instead, he thought that this was the nature of the little wizard. If she continued to be so diligent, it would make him feel like she was exploiting child labor. So Ollivander didn't see that from morning to afternoon, Lin Xia sat in front of the cashier counter and never stopped talking. Lin Xia looked at him innocently while eating, with chocolate, raspberry, and chopped nut sauce on her cheeks. She put down her spoon and said, "Mr. Ollivander, you told me to get whatever I wanted." Ollivander saw the 5 ice cream bowls and reminded her in return, "Little wizard, I'm just worried about your health." Lin Xia explained, "Don't worry, I just eat more." While there were no customers in the store, Lin Xia rushed to the leaky cauldron. The bar was very dark and simple, with a bar counter and a few tables in the shadow of the corner, looking shabby and old. But Lin Xia knew that bars during the day were different from bars at night. "Hey, kid, the bar is not suitable for a little kid like you. Where are your parents?" The sturdy boss Tom bent down and asked, his scarred face looking a little ferocious. Lin Xia. "Uncle, I want to order 2 of the store's 10 classic signature dishes. Please help me deliver them to Ollivander's wand shop." "Okay, kid. Go back quickly." Tom knew Lin Xia, this soft cub who worked in Ollivander's store and had captured the hearts of many cub lovers. Ollivander is such a black-hearted businessman. He actually let such a cute cub work for him. Tom wanted to reach out and touch her, but was afraid of scaring her, so he handed her a screaming candy mouse. Lin Xia thanked him politely. When we returned to the store, we just arrived with customers, adults, and little wizards. "Good afternoon, Mr. Weasley." Ollivander chattered. 11 inches. Made of cedar, right? This is a very strong and tough wand, with extraordinary loyalty. "Ms. Molly, long time no see. You are still as cheerful as ever. Your question is..." Molly interrupted Ollivander's small talk. "Ollivander, we need to buy a wand for Ron, the youngest son in the family, and we also need to purchase other items. We need to act quickly." "I'm happy to serve you." Ollivander's large, light-colored eyes looked like 2 shining crescent moons in the dim shop. He moved closer to Ron, his nose almost touching Ron's face. Ron was so nervous that he dared not breathe, and his hair stood on end. "I see the desire deep in your heart." "Oh. Interesting. You are suitable for unicorn tail hair." Ms. Molly's face changed slightly. She held Ron, who was stretching out his hand to measure his arm, and said hurriedly, "Wait, we have something urgent to do, so we have to leave first." Lin Xia looked up, and the destiny compass in her mind suddenly started to turn and stopped at the Fuchi column, with frames of images flashing by. A tattered old wand. Out of control. Accidents in class. Disruptive. A hindrance. A huge nuisance. Combining all the clips, it seems that the boy caused many accidents in the magic class with his broken wand, some of which affected her class. When the Weasleys reached the door, Lin Xia suddenly spoke up. "Mr. Ollivander, the store is so busy. Do you want to hire one more person?" Ms. Molly looked in the direction of the voice and saw a cute-looking black-haired girl. Ollivander refused without a second thought. "For my small shop, hiring 2 employees is enough." As one of the 3 largest wand makers in Europe, Ollivander's wands are very famous in Europe. The price he sold to Hogwarts students was just the cost price. Lin Xia had seen him sell it to other adult wizards, and they would charge hundreds of times the price. Ultimately, they are just stingy, otherwise they wouldn't hire part-time workers. Lin Xia smiled and said, "Mr. Ollivander, I'm sorry to tell you that I have to go home in a few days. My parents still have a lot of things to tell me." A sly look flashed across her bright eyes.
"So I thought about it.
In order to save you time in training new employees, why not hire someone to do employee training before I leave? I will leave when he can deal with customers skillfully, so as not to delay your business." Lin Xia pointed at Ron, who looked confused. "Sir, I think this boy is good. He is hardworking, honest, and simple." Ollivander looked at Ron with a critical eye. Arthur, the head of the family, understood something and said, "My little son does housework at home." The Weasley family was not poor in terms of dress. Arthur worked in the Ministry of Magic and was highly valued by Dumbledore. But he was reckless and spoke too bluntly, which offended too many people. Unlike others, he could not make money and could only receive the basic salary from the Ministry of Magic. There are 9 people in the family, and they have to spend money on food and drink. The money they saved only increased their original poverty of 1 galleon to 10 galleons. Ron had to buy a lot of things before school started, not just the wand. Molly originally wanted to wait until he bought the other things before thinking of a solution. Receiving Arthur's eye warning, Molly took the other children away quickly, leaving behind the dazed and nervous Ron. Ron's mind went blank. He didn't know where to put his hands and feet, and he almost fell off the stool he was sitting on. The wand shop welcomed a new customer. Ollivander and another employee went to greet them, while Ron stayed at the cashier counter with Lin Xia. The owner of the leaky cauldron personally delivered the goods to the door, but Lin Xia quickly stopped him outside the door. She skillfully used the levitation spell to take over the pile of things and whispered to the owner, "Uncle, Mr. Ollivander will settle the bills at the end of the month." Tom bent down to look at her, winked at her comically, and whispered back, "Little girl, I'll give you 2 extra bottles of blackcurrant sparkling water." "You're welcome." Lin Xia's eyes lit up, and she suddenly felt that it was okay to act cute. She returned with a large bag full of food and generously shared it with Ron. The leaky cauldron sells wine, but its 10 classic signature dishes are all desserts. The bar will not openly promote wines with special effects. The sweet aroma of the food made Ron mechanically feed himself piece by piece until he was full. Only then did he feel alive again. He looked at Lin Xia with eyes full of gratitude. This girl must be the reincarnation of the Savior, the angel sent by God to save him. Then, he found the empty box next to Lin Xia, which was 3 times more than his, and she picked up a piece of strawberry cake and continued to eat without changing her expression.
Ron.
Oh, it seems the angel is a big eater. Lin Xia finished all the desserts at the leaky cauldron. It seemed very slow, but it actually only took 20 minutes. She waved her hand and said, "Clean up." All the garbage was wrapped in bags. Lin Xia snapped her fingers skillfully, Wingardium Leviosa, and the heavy bags floated up. She ran outside to throw away the garbage. Ron stared at her display of skill in amazement. What a great magical talent, and she didn't even need a wand. After destroying the evidence, Lin Xia finally had time to introduce the wand shop to the new employees. The job is simple. When Mr. Ollivander is not available to serve customers, you will arrange seats for new customers and let them wait for a while. During this time, you can tell them the history of Ollivander's wand shop. Ron pointed at the huge introduction at the door in confusion. "Isn't it all written there?" Lin Xia, "I know, but it's more ceremonial to say it out loud. You have to give customers a sense of mystery and solemnity. This is a shop that opened in 382 BC. The Ollivander family has been making wands for generations. Don't you think this introduction is very profound?" Ron shrugged, okay. Although he didn't understand it, it didn't stop him from writing it down. "Most of the time, you stay at the cash register, giving change to customers," Lin Xia continued. Change? Ron stuttered. He suddenly became very nervous, and his face turned pale. "What if I gave the wrong change? Do I have to pay for it? I don't have that much money." "Don't be nervous. I asked my boss for a calculator. It will automatically tell you the amount when you check out." Ron was no longer nervous, especially after he personally went to the post to find the money. He held his head high and looked very imposing. Lin Xia handed him another note, which stated what he should do and say when customers came in and waited, and also told him not to forget to say welcome back next time when customers left. You have to memorize it fluently within 2 days to pass this recruitment. Ron felt dizzy when he saw a large paragraph of text and said in horror, "I can't do it. It's too difficult." Lin Xia looked at him calmly. "You must do it." Ron's face flushed red, and he wanted to explain, but Lin Xia said, "Ron, do you still want your own wand?" Ron's throat suddenly became choked. Lin Xia said calmly, "You may not understand why your parents kept you here, but I can see that they hope you can buy your own wand by working. Ron, you have a big family, and your parents have their own problems. I can see that your brothers all work outside to earn money. Besides, it's not shameful to work and study. I learned a lot from working, and I also earned a dozen extra gold galleons. I don't have to worry about running out of money while studying." Ron lowered his head in silence, his eyes moist and red, and he clenched the note tightly. After a few more seconds, he recited silently. Business was especially good at night, and even with Ron's help, Lin Xia was still forced to work overtime. Ollivander felt extremely sorry about this. It was his fault that people could not go home for the reunion dinner during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Lin Xia smiled indifferently. "Sir, I have to go eat something later. You can just treat me." Ollivander generously said, "Eat as much as you want. The same goes for other employees. Eat as much as you want. It will be charged to my account. Ron was so busy that he laughed happily when he heard this. To be honest, the food in the store was comparable to what he had at home during the Chinese New Year. He suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with working. At one point in the journey, Lin Xia carried her small leather bag and went to the store warehouse. She asked Ron to help her, and she would bring him some delicious food when she came back. Ron nodded frantically, signaling with his eyes that it was all right, and was so busy that he didn't even have time to reply. The dragon's nerve, which was as big as a palm, looked like the tendon of some kind of meat. It was very fresh and a soft ball before any special treatment. She broke it into 2 halves easily. Half was put back on the shelf, and the other half was placed in the newly opened crucible. Lin Xia circled her palm around the crucible several times and whispered, "Clear water is like a spring." A ball of magic water immediately appeared in the crucible, but it was a little, so Lin Xia recited it several times. Then she took a candle from her little leather bag, placed it under the crucible, put her hand close to the candle, rubbed her thumb and forefinger together, and whispered, "The flame is blazing." A weak flame started, but Lin Xia felt that the fire was not strong enough, so she put another candle in and said the flame is blazing again. The magical talent that the Bait Realm gave her allowed her to easily recite spells with the corresponding hand gestures, but the power was a little weak and was limited to a few magic spells that could be expressed with hand gestures. But for Lin Xia, it was enough. She then took out 2 boxes of medicine powder from her small leather bag, one containing ginseng, poria, atractylodes, and licorice, and the other containing rehmannia, white peony, angelica, and ligusticum. The medicinal materials in the powder can be made into bashen soup, which is used to replenish qi and blood. After all the powder from the 2 bottles was poured in, the clear water in the crucible turned into a black mass, emitting an indescribable smell. Lin Xia remained calm and took out a box of medicine powder from her small leather bag. It contained astragalus and cinnamon. She combined it with the previous 8 herbs and called it the 10-ingredient tonic soup. The smell in the crucible became stronger. When the potion boiled to its peak, Lin Xia took out a small piece of hotpot base from her small leather bag and threw it down. The strong smell of medicine was immediately suppressed, and the spicy smell broke into the nasal cavity domineeringly. The hotpot base was made by her parents after she told them her request, and the whole family loves the taste. The fire dragon's nerves were stirred up by the boiling water, and it was floating up and down. Lin Xia was still not satisfied, so she took out a few small slices of fat beef, tripe, mutton rolls, beef rolls, and fish fillets from her small leather bag. Finally, she took out a stack of sauces and sprinkled a handful of minced garlic and chopped green onions. Lin Xia's hands were still rummaging in her small leather bag, trying to find something to stuff in, but she had no choice but to give up. This crucible is too small. The meat rolls were boiling in the crucible. Lin Xia counted the seconds accurately and started eating as soon as the time came. The first thing you eat is naturally the dragon's nerve, the most important and top-grade delicacy, which you may not be able to buy even if you want to. As for the taste, Lin Xia smacked her lips and didn't think it was delicious. The main reason was that it was not cooked enough. If you want to cook a dragon's nerves, ordinary flames are obviously not enough. Some dragons are naturally fire-resistant and cannot be dealt with by ordinary flames. She processed it this way just to make it seem less disgusting than eating it raw, and she could just swallow it with the seasoning. Then there are tripe, fatty beef, and mutton rolls. The first level of Nine Heaven's mysterious young secret record started to operate spontaneously, digesting the supplements she swallowed. Lin Xia felt that her blood was heating up, and a warm current slowly flowed from her stomach to her whole body. She calmed herself down and began to practice Ba Duanjin, transforming the supplements she had taken into bait bit by bit so that they could be more easily absorbed by the body. The previous experience in cultivation came in handy. He ignored the difficult dragon tendons for the time being and slowly absorbed the other supplements before grinding the medicinal power of the dragon tendons bit by bit. The skin, which had turned red due to the scalding blood, slowly returned to its original state under the guidance of the Nine Heavens' mysterious young secret record. Lin Xia took out a wet wipe from her small leather bag and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She couldn't tell for a moment whether it was caused by the spiciness or the heat from practicing. In no time, she finished her hot pot. The remaining soup was still effective and could not be wasted, but she couldn't continue eating it now because she had been away for a while. Lin Xia turned off the fire in the crucible and put everything into a small leather bag. The small leather bag was expanded by her parents using the traceless extension spell, and it was now the size of a 300 square meter room, half of which she used as a private kitchenette. Before leaving, Lin Xia seemed to remember something. She took out the crucible again, took out a small bottle of reagent tube from her small leather bag, poured some soup into it, and put the cork in.
Perfect.
The warehouse was opened, and she waved her hand, like a conductor conducting a grand concert. Clean it up. The smell of the hot pot disappeared instantly, leaving only the smell of the original ingredients. After returning to the store, I was busy for another hour before the number of customers gradually decreased. Seeing that Lin Xia came back very late, her family came to Diagon Alley to find her in person and met Ron's family at the door of the store. The two families didn't want to affect their children's work, so they sat down in the cold drink shop and chatted. Lin Xia didn't know how their conversation went. She only knew that when her parents picked her up after get-off work, Uncle Arthur was already praising Lin Rue. "You are a great Eastern sorcerer. Apart from Dumbledore, I have never seen anyone as knowledgeable as you." Lin Xia thought. Uncle Arthur might have forgotten that there is another person named Grindelwald who has a close relationship with Dumbledore, is equally knowledgeable and talented, and is also the first Dark Lord. The compass of fate turned from time to time, and she was forced to see a lot of gossip. Before leaving, Lin Xia stuffed a bottle of reagent into Ron's hand and whispered, "Remember to swallow all the good stuff I brought you. If you can't handle it, drink more water and don't spit it out." Lin Rue and Xiaoli noticed their daughter's little action and also saw the bottle of reagent. A faint smile flashed across their lips, and they shook their heads pretending not to see it. Back at the manor, Draco, who had gone to pick her up, looked depressed. He felt that he was no longer Lin Xia's best friend. She gave a gift to Weasley's youngest son, but not to herself. If he hadn't been studying the air course, he would have gone to work with Lin Xia. But he was soon coaxed by Lin Xia, because after returning home, Lin Xia gave him 3 bottles of reagents, which he drank in one gulp. Draco had eaten the hot pot at Lin Xia's house, and he could accept the shabu-shabu pot, but he was a fan of the clear soup pot. The last time he had hot pot was when it was snowing, so Draco forgot for a moment how similar the color of the red oil hot pot soup was to the color of this bottle of reagent. "Mom, my mouth is about to spit fire. Give me some water." Same night, different place, different time, they were all doing the same thing. Ron went to work with a sausage-like mouth the next day. He got angry when he saw Lin Xia, but he didn't dare to question her loudly. He could only turn away in silence. Lin Xia conjured up 2 cooling candies like a magic trick and handed them to him. "Take one. This is a cooling candy specially made by my mother to reduce swelling. You don't want to meet clients in this state, do you?" "Ron." He ate the cooling candy depressedly and kept silent. Lin Xia clicked her tongue, took out a piece of chilled watermelon from her small leather bag, and started to eat it. "Stingy guy, you will have no time to thank me later. I specially added tonic to the reagent, which can greatly improve your physical fitness and make your magic stronger." Ron looked over curiously and muttered, "Is it really that effective? Also, what are you eating?" The weather was hot, the wand shop had just opened, and the cooling equipment had not been turned on yet. Lin Xia took out a piece of watermelon from her small leather bag and handed it to Ron. "It was at home, and I stole it." She is always willing to share delicious food with her friends. Ron enviously said, "Your family is really wealthy. It feels like you have everything." Lin Xia, "This is a fruit from the Muggle world, very common, and can be bought for 1 canute. Ron, you actually have a lot of things too, so there's no need to envy others. As for the changes in your body, you can feel them if you calm down and feel them carefully. 2 days later, Lin Xia quit her part-time job at Ollivanders, received 15 gold galleons, and also got an extra wand of her own. The Thestral Tail Feathers, made of beech, 13 inches, a very extraordinary wand. Ollivander looked at Lin Xia, his light-colored pupils like a full moon hanging high in the sky. The power of the Thestrals can only be seen by those who have seen the dead. The wizarding world once believed that they were the creatures closest to death. Some people even said that they were created by the god of death. He kept talking, stroking the wand box with his hand, reluctant to let it go. Using it as a staff core is the most erratic. It may be very strong or very weak, and the beech material accentuates its characteristics. Only wizards with superior intelligence than their peers can control it. People with narrow minds and bigotry will never be able to unleash its true power. Lin Xia took the wand nonchalantly. Someone once offered 10,000 gold galleons to buy this wand, but I could tell at a glance that he was not the owner of the wand, so I refused. Lin Xia coughed lightly and carefully put the wand into the wand box. Ollivander suddenly said, "Lin Xia, I know you want another wand, but at this stage, this wand is more suitable for you." It wasn't surprising that he saw through Lin Xia's thoughts. After all, she often touched the magic wand while working to see if she could use metaphysics to deepen the connection. Well, the wand core is made of the horn of a long-horned water snake, made of black walnut, 14 inches, and it is unusual. It has a keen intuition and strong insight, and it will warn the owner when encountering danger. It is a very powerful and extraordinary wand. Ollivander shook his head and said nervously, "Oh, snake horn, snake horn. I remember a great wizard also used snake horns to make wands. That was Salazar Slytherin, who used the horn of a basilisk. The basilisk is such a magical creature. I heard that it's also the favorite pet of the god of death. Isn't it magical?" he asked. Lin Xia's heart trembled slightly, and she whispered back, "But that's not suitable for me." Ollivander smiled and stroked the little wizard's head gently. "You know, there are many things in the world that can avoid risks. I hope you are on the right path." Looking at Lin Xia's leaving back, Ollivander suddenly had an inexplicable premonition. He seemed to see a new crescent moon rising slowly. "Dear Mr. Ollivander, hello. How are you these days? By the time you receive this letter, I should have arrived at Hogwarts or be on my way there. My heart is extremely excited when I enter the new college. I often think of your teachings. Stay humble, maintain your passion, and stay on the right path. By the way, I forgot to tell you that on the Mid-Autumn Festival on August 15th, I was overwhelmed with homesickness and ordered many delicious foods to worship the bright moon. Only a small part of them went into my stomach. I believe you can understand my homesickness. In a foreign country, my hometown is what I care most about. Their bills will be sent to you for signature at the end of the month. In case you don't understand, I would like to explain this to you. The students will always remember your generosity. Also, I regret to tell you that the dragon nerves in your inventory were accidentally boiled by me in boiling water and ingested by mistake. But it doesn't matter. I only took half by mistake. The other half is still on the shelf. My family has helped me solve the problem of the conflict between my body and the overflowing magic power. So, sir, you don't need to worry about my health. Finally, I still want to say one thing. You are the most generous boss and the most generous teacher. Wish you good health and make a fortune, student/staff. Lin Xia, August 31st enclosed. Report on my discovery that the magic magnet can form a magic magnetic field and resonate with magic. A separate note accompanying the report. I may have discovered a completely new way to make magic wands, but I still need to perfect it and need your help. Sir, may we both be on the right track. On August 31st, the permanent staff felt that Mr. Ollivander was acting strangely. First he laughed helplessly, then he loudly rebuked and cursed, and finally he stared at a report with a serious expression, muttering, "This is really a novel discovery, perhaps a great discovery. Mom, there are so many people here." On the train platform, Draco looked around curiously with the heart of a child. He had never been to a place with so many people before. Narcissa said, "Most of the people here are muggles, and this station is a very popular one among muggles." Child, I should take you to Muggle markets more often. That's what we call crowded markets. Although it's not elegant to be crowded with people, we can stand in a safe and open place to watch. Okay, here we are. The wall between the 9th and 10th floors. This is a magical wall. A Muggle shielding spell has been set on it. Muggles can't get in. Xiali handed Lin Xia a small brown deerskin bag with a cute little bear pendant hanging on it. Xiao Xia, you must be sensible and obedient after entering the academy. If you want to do bad things, Xiali paused, and Lin Rue held his wife in one hand and his daughter in the other, and surrounded them as they passed through the magic wall. Then we must cover our traces. Xiali personally sent Lin Xia onto the train, and only when the train started moving and the Crimson Steam train could no longer be seen did Xiali and Lin Rue leave. Lucius and Narcissa wanted to leave early, but when they thought of the Eastern Sorcerer, who was far more powerful than them standing on the platform and watching the children leave, they decided not to leave. We can't compete in terms of ability, but we can't compete in terms of the education of our children, right? Even if we can't compete, can't we still follow their example? On the train, Lin Xia turned around to look for a seat only after she lost sight of her parents. Relying on the reputation of the Malfoy family, Draco politely asked the people in a box to leave, and did not forget to give each of them 1 gold galleon as compensation. Lin Xia did not reject the privileged class, who would have trouble with money. However, Lin Xia also reminded Draco, if someone is unwilling to give up their position, don't force them. There will always be someone who will give up their position. Since taking Muggle courses and air courses, Draco has put away his outward pride, but he still has the pride of the Malfoy family in his bones. Draco smiled noncommittally and said in a boastful tone, Lin Xia, no one can refuse the Malfoy family, except the strong who don't need anyone to rely on. Lin Xia looked thoughtfully at Harry Potter, the boy who survived the disaster with a lightning scar on his forehead, who was surrounded by the crowd outside. They had seen him in the robe shop before. Draco, you're wrong, like him. She pointed at Harry outside. He never relied on the ancient Potter family, since he defeated you-know-who. Draco stiffened his stretched neck and stopped talking. Draco was a little unconvinced and glared at Lin Xia in frustration. She was always hitting him. Well, he admitted that Harry Potter had extraordinary talents and could even defeat the terrifying mysterious man, but he was just chosen by the mysterious man. I believe that if the mysterious person chooses him, he can do better than Harry as a baby, and the Malfoy family will bet all their glory on him. Lin Xia slowly took out the frozen mung bean soup from her small leather bag, drank it with a big straw, and waved her fist leisurely. Draco, if you disagree with what I'm saying, we can solve this another way. Draco's expression became serious. He sat up straight and took out a book from his bag to read. Lin Xia always used punch to subdue people when dealing with him. In the past, he thought that fighting was ungentlemanly, but after being beaten so many times, he just wanted to say, as long as I can win, any means will do. For example, what posture should he use to protect his face from being beaten? There was a knock on the door of the box, and then the door was pushed open. Is anyone here? A little boy with dark brown hair and a freckled nose walked in. When Ron saw Lin Xia, his eyes lit up. Lin Xia, you are also going to Hogwarts, that's great. There are 3 major schools in Europe. Lin Xia has distinctive black hair and has Oriental ancestry. As soon as Ron got to know her, she resigned from the wand shop and left without Ron having time to ask her where she was going to school. Lin Xia raised her head and smiled at him gently. Ron, it's nice to see you again. She noticed the wand in his hand. It seems that you already have your own wand. The disaster scene she saw in the Destiny Compass should never happen again. Ron nodded, his face flushed with excitement, and he couldn't wait to share his experience working in the wand shop with her. Suddenly, he heard a light cough and realized that there was another person in the box. There was a boy with platinum blonde hair who was reading a book with his head down. He covered his mouth with his hand and coughed from time to time. He was very focused. Ron noticed the book in his hand. The cover was a tilted cylindrical tower. It was strange that it didn't collapse even though it was so tilted. There was a person standing on the top of the tall tower and throwing a ball down. On the green grass ground, a group of people cheered for the ball. This cover is so weird. It seems like they are performing some mysterious and strange ritual. Ron looked at Lin Xia again and found that Lin Xia was also holding a book in her hand. The cover of the book was a symbol of a circle wrapped around two triangles and various lines he couldn't understand, straight, twisted, or tilted, forming mysterious and regular symbols. Another weird and incomprehensible book. Ron suddenly remembered that he'd been forced to memorize a long passage of text. He even memorized it in his dreams and was dominated by the fear of the densely packed text. He immediately changed the topic and said, "Lin Xia, I have friends waiting for me in another box. I'll go there first and then talk to them in the college when I have time. I should be sorted into Gryffindor." He puffed out his chest with pride. "Our whole family are brave lions." Lin Xia nodded and said, "Okay, Ron, I should be assigned to Hufflepuff. The badger and the lion have always been friends."
And Ron.
She looked at him, waving his wand with disapproval. "The wand is our companion. You should take good care of it. What if you accidentally break it?" Ron put his wand back into the bag inside his clothes awkwardly and went to study at Hogwarts. He was very happy and put on his uniform early. After Ron left, Lin Xia looked at Draco again. He still had his head down reading, but his hand was no longer covering his mouth. Lin Xia shook her head and continued to read her geometry. Ron met his twin brother and was taken to a box by his brother. He found that the person sitting inside was the famous Harry Potter. When they got a little familiar with each other, Ron mentioned the box they had just walked into. He said in an extremely surprised, exaggerated, and incomprehensible tone, "I hate dealing with books the most, but those two people were holding a thick book in their hands. This is terrible. I would suffocate if I stayed in that environment." I couldn't help talking. Harry said, "Maybe they love reading and have good academic performance. When I was studying in a Muggle school, I had to read every day. Have you seen my glasses? The doctor said that I am nearsighted because I stayed up late to read books, but my grades are not good." There was a loud clacking noise in the corridor, and a smiling woman with dimples pushed open the door of the box and asked, "Honey, do you want to buy some food?" Harry hadn't eaten anything in the morning, so he jumped up to check. Ron took out a gold galleon from his pocket and said generously, "What do you want to eat? I'll treat you." Harry bought some of each, including BB multi-flavor beans, super bubblegum, chocolate frog, pumpkin pie, cauldron cake. Oh, he also saw peanuts, melon seeds, and sparkling water. In the corners of the cart, there were a few bottles of Diagon Ma with suspicious objects floating in them. Drunkard peanuts, cha-cha melon seeds, and blackcurrant sparkling water? Harry read the words on the packaging and found it a bit difficult to understand. What are these? They don't move at all. They seem a bit ordinary. The salesperson said with a smile, "This is a snack from East. There are hundreds of students from the East enrolling this year, and this is specially prepared for them." Ron said happily, "Yes, the Lin Xia I know has Oriental ancestry." He made a point of taking all the Oriental snacks, which, including Harry's, cost him 15 sickles and 12 nuts. Ron really thought highly of his Oriental friend, Harry thought. Harry ate his food while listening to Ron's tortuous story of hiding the gold coin. "I went to work at Ollivander's wand shop and got my own wand and 10 gold galleons. Lin Xia left a letter for me before she resigned. By the way, I replaced her position. She quit her job and trained me to be a clerk before leaving. Lin Xia told me to save more money, and it would be best to store it in several places in case of emergency, so I stored my gold galleons in several places." Ron said angrily, "My mother took away all the gold galleons in my piggy bank, saying that they were used to supplement the family income. The one I put in the drawer also disappeared inexplicably. I suspect it was taken away by my twin brothers. They always like to play pranks." Harry asked in confusion, "What about the money you took out now?" Ron ate a BB every flavor bean and said with disgust, "Oh my god, this tastes like stinky socks." He quickly drank a few sips of water and replied, "I put the other gold galleons in my socks and shoes. No one took them away." Harry looked at the food in his hand in silence, feeling as if it had taken on flavor. He eventually finished most of the food and gave all the pictures that came with the chocolate frog to Ron, including the two that Ron wanted, of Agrippa and Portolomeo. In a private room several meters away, Lin Xia looked curiously at the oriental food sold on the cart and bought them all. The salesperson smiled and added a bunch of goods to the box, and Lin Xia bought out all the oriental food again. This went on for 3 times. When the salesman's grin was about to break, Lin Xia finally stopped and said with a lingering feeling, "We have to save some for the other little Eastern wizards. I think they will need it too." The salesperson praised, "You are such a kind little wizard." As soon as the salesman left, a toad jumped into the box. As soon as the toad's eyes met Lin Xia's, it immediately stopped moving and just squatted there. A boy was crying out from outside, sobbing, "Toad, who's seen my toad?" There seemed to be a few other people helping to search, their voices intertwined, and the whole train seemed to be searching for the toad. Draco looked at the toad squatting on the ground pretending to be dead with a strange expression.
Could this toad be?
The next second, he saw Lin Xiaowei on the opposite side raised his head, slowly stretched out the index finger of his right hand, and pressed it against his neck. The voice is like a loud bell. Invisible magical power gathered, and the spell was successfully recited, but its power was not great, just enough for people passing by outside the box to hear it. "The toad is here with me." Neville came running in, stumbling, tripping over his robes and falling to the ground, crushing the toad beneath him. "Oh, my toad." Neville quickly turned over, holding the toad in his palm and observing it carefully. "Fortunately, it's okay." "Thank you for finding my toad," he said gratefully. Draco shook his head and raised his chin modestly. "It wasn't me who found it, it was Lin Xia who found it." Lin Xia smiled and said, "It's not me who found it. It jumped in by itself." She lowered her head and rummaged through her small leather bag, pulling out a delicate little silver cage. "If your toad likes to run around, you can put it in there. Once you get more familiar with it, it won't run around anymore." Neville took the cage carefully and stammered, "Thank you. I'll pay for it. It's not worth much, just consider it as a gift from me to you." "Neville, have you found your toad?" A girl with thick brown hair and a pair of big front teeth walked in. Her tone sounded somewhat arrogant and contemptuous. After seeing Lin Xia, especially after discovering the book she had put aside, the girl's eyes lit up and she said, "Which school did you study in before? The cover of this book looks a lot like the geometric figures I learned in math class before." She finished her words in one breath. "Lin Xia, did you find Neville's toad?" Ron and Harry, who were helping to look for it, walked into the box and saw Neville carefully putting the toad into the cage. Lin Xia repeated what she had said before. "My name is Hermione Granger. I have attended primary school. Unlike other young wizards, I have never had any school education. I believe we will have a lot of common topics." Hermione took the initiative to extend her hand. Ever since arriving at the Hogwarts Express, she found that these little wizards were very different from her. They were not proactive in learning and could not understand what she said. Then she found out that none of them went to primary school, which was incredible. Can they add, subtract, multiply, and divide? Can they think logically? Do they understand the principles of magic? Not to mention how steam engines work, the conversion rates of heat and electricity, and the speed of light. Lin Xia politely shook hands with Hermione. "Thank you. My name is Lin Xia. Do you want to read with me?" Hermione was somewhat tempted, but she felt that she couldn't abandon her new friend, so she said regretfully, "When we get to Hogwarts, I'll find you to read books with me." Ron also quickly said, "Lin Xia, I'll come and play with you when we get to Hogwarts." Lin Xia said happily, "Okay, it's a deal." After this group of people left, Lin Xia looked at Draco thoughtfully. She noticed that as Harry approached, Draco brushed his hands over his wizard robes and tried to stand up. Although Draco appeared to disapprove of Harry Potter, it was undeniable that he somewhat admired him and wanted to gain his attention. After all, he was the magical boy who defeated Voldemort when he was still a baby. Lin Xia reminded him, "Draco, judging from the people around Harry, he likes to get along with ordinary people. If you are too high profile, it may cause him to be disgusted." Draco was touched by her thoughts. He was a little embarrassed at first, and then said in frustration, Then how should I chat with him? Lin Xia said casually. That's easy. Let's start with the snacks we like to eat. She turned her head to look at the sky outside the window. The sky gradually darkened. The destiny compass in her mind suddenly turned slightly and stopped at the dream interpretation column. Lin Xia suddenly felt sleepy, leaned back in her seat, and closed her eyes. Draco thought for a long time, raised his head and wanted to say something, but saw that she had fallen asleep, so he took out a small blanket from his school bag and covered her with it. He muttered, "You can fall asleep like this. You really aren't nervous at all." This was a slightly dark place, as if it was in a basement, filled with densely packed materials and many candles floating in the air. Come on, how many people chose independent branch this year? A big bearded man walked out of the shadows. There are a total of 1,800 students enrolled, 800 of whom are from outside. 200 local students choose to be separated by themselves, and 2/3 of them are muggles. 500 students from other places choose to be separated by themselves, and their family backgrounds are not yet determined. The elf sitting on the seat raised his head, with his eyes wide open. He was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, had sparse hair, big ears, and a pair of pure gold earrings that looked very cool. He was wearing a suit. That means there are a total of 700 people who choose to branch out on their own. It will take some time to find out if there are any outliers infiltrating. The big guy muttered. The elf pushed up his glasses and said, "Within a month, all the information must be collected and submitted. Headmaster Dumbledore will personally review it." The big bearded man said vaguely, "Next time, you must apply for a raise. The investigation work is getting harder and harder. Some families are still in the faraway Arctic." The elf said seriously, "The disaster that the mysterious man brought to the wizarding world is too serious. The wizarding world is becoming faster and faster. These are all new bloods. We have to be careful.
Go to work quickly.
If you delay for a second, I won't give you a single galleon." The scene gradually became blurred. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and someone came into the basement again. The wind blew away the pen that was pressing on the documents, and the files were instantly flipped with a rustling sound. The moment Lin Xia's consciousness was withdrawn, she saw a page of student information. Mikkel Bain. Lin Xia, wake up. We're about to arrive at Hogwarts. Draco shook Lin Xia and shouted in her ear. Lin Xia woke up from her sleep and rubbed her sleepy eyes with her hand. It was already dark outside the window. Under the deep purple sky, there were mountains and woods, and the train was slowing down. The train finally stopped, and the little wizards pushed and shoved towards the door and went down to the platform. The thick night fog and cold air made many children shiver. "First years, welcome to Hogwarts." A loud voice sounded, and Hagrid, who had the blood of a giant, waved his pink umbrella. Then, bunches of colorful fireworks shot into the air, forming 4 patterns respectively. The mighty and majestic red lion landed and roared. A sinister green giant snake coiled and made a sound. A majestic soaring blue eagle broke into the crowd. The tall and handsome yellow badger sprinkled the stars. Wow! The little wizards were all dumbfounded and extremely excited. They were no longer sleepy. In an instant, a little wizard shouted excitedly, "Hogwarts, Hogwarts." Lin Xia was pushed forward by the crowd. Draco held her hand tightly and said to her excitedly, "My father never told me that Hogwarts is so great." Lin Xia rolled her eyes slightly. "It's already this time, and you're still thinking about your father." Amid the cheers of the crowd, a whisper reached her ears. "No, that's impossible. This is totally different from what's written in the book." Lin Xia did not look for the voice. She had a feeling that she would soon meet the owner of the voice. But he said it was different from what was written in the book. Lin Xia's face was excited, but she was thinking in her heart, could it be a book of prophecies? The divination she learned in her previous life could not be used in this world, and it was all transformed into a compass in her mind, but she knew that there was divination in this world, called prophecy. "Come on, follow me. First-year students, follow the tall seniors, don't get separated, watch your steps, don't fall." Hagrid shouted. The young wizards followed the tall Hagrid and, with the help of their seniors, kept moving forward. They soon came to the ground covered with red, green, blue, and yellow ribbons. Hagrid said, "Freshmen, watch my movements." Since Hogwarts is quite far away, the Academy has specially laid a fast slide to help you get there quickly. You just need to stand on the ribbon, and it will automatically take you forward. Hagrid stood on the red ribbon with a lion printed on it. The little pink umbrella tapped the ground, and the ribbon rolled forward automatically, taking him to the other side at a very fast speed. Then Hagrid jumped onto another ribbon. In the blink of an eye, he was far away from the little wizards. The little wizards said "Oh" and swarmed forward onto the ribbon. Lin Xia stood on the ribbon of Badger College, and then she tried the ribbons of all the colleges. It felt like she was playing on a rolling slide. With the help of the fast slide, the towering castle in the distance becomes closer and closer. The castle is as tall as the clouds, with towering spires and windows flickering under the starry sky, exuding a mysterious and solemn atmosphere. All the little wizards gathered on the grass in front of the castle. Looking up, the castle seemed to tower over their heads. A little wizard approached Hagrid and asked curiously, "Professor, I heard that there are many trees in front of Hogwarts. When night falls, the shadows of the trees make it difficult to see the road, and we will pass by a black lake called the Black Lake." Hagrid said embarrassedly, "Child, I am not a teacher. I am just your guide. You can call me Hagrid. You are right, Hogwarts was like this 10 years ago. But after Dumbledore came to power, he paused. Speaking of Dumbledore, he was a great wizard and issued many reform policies that were very helpful to the school, including the reform of the Black Lake for the safety of young wizards. I don't know if the Black Lake heard our decision, but one night, it moved to the back of Hogwarts, next to the Forbidden Forest. Hogwarts is very spiritual. It is not just a school, but also a powerful fortress. You must not provoke it." Hagrid threatened them a few times just to get them to paint less on the walls. It was awful that he had to clean up the marks every year. Lin Xia took a look at the little wizard who asked the question and recognized him as the owner of the Whisper. They followed Hagrid up a flight of stone steps and gathered in front of a huge oak door. The door then opened, revealing a foyer that was large enough to accommodate several courts. There were blazing torches all around the stone walls. The ceiling was so high that you could hardly see the top, and there was a luxurious marble staircase in front. The castle was even bigger and larger than I had imagined. A tall, dark-haired witch in emerald green robes stood at the door, looking at the young wizards with a serious expression. The little wizard was still making noise and screaming, but after being glanced at by the witch, he immediately fell silent. After the witch handed over to Hagrid, she led the little wizard forward and came to a place with several doors. There was a buzzing sound coming from the door on the right, and someone was communicating inside, but the witch took the freshmen to a spacious empty room at the other end of the hall. After all the young wizards entered the empty house, the witch said, "Welcome to Hogwarts. You can call me Professor McGonagall. The opening banquet is about to begin, but before that, you must first determine which college you will enter. Sorting is a very important ceremony. The names of the 4 colleges are Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. Each college has a glorious history and has trained many outstanding wizards." The lengthy introduction did not dampen the spirits of the young wizards, but made them even more excited. Lin Xia felt a little hungry, so she took out a bag of chia melon seeds from her small leather bag. It would be even better if she could have a small stool to sit on. Professor McGonagall changed the subject and said, "Now, you have 2 choices. You can go through the sorting ceremony to decide which house you want to go to, or you can go to whichever house you want." A young wizard bravely asked, "Is there any difference between these 2 ways of sorting?" Professor McGonagall, "Essentially, there is no difference. No matter which college you come from, you are all students of Hogwarts. The former is determined by the sorting hat, and the latter is your choice according to your heart. What if you decide to go to that college, but find out you were assigned to the wrong college?" asked another little wizard. Professor McGonagall raised her head slightly and said seriously, "The school has considered this. We will give you 1 month to change your mind. Only students who choose independent sorting will have the opportunity to change their mind." Remember, you only have one chance. She emphasized again, if you can't make a decision, then follow your heart. In a few minutes, your separation will be carried out in front of all the teachers and students of the school. Draco's expression changed slightly, and he said with interest, Lin Xia, how about we choose the autonomous sorting house? He was originally worried about what to do if the sorting hat insisted on sorting him into Slytherin. If it chose self-sorting, he could go to Hufflepuff. Lin Xia thought of the content in the dream interpretation and shook her head. No, Draco. My heart tells me that I want the ancient sorting hat to choose the college for me. There must be something wrong with the autonomous branch, otherwise they wouldn't have sent people to investigate. The 4 words aliens infiltrating made her alert. Draco wanted to say something, but Lin Xia said, Draco, you come from an ancient family and should follow the more ancient sorting ceremony. Okay. Draco hesitated for a while, unable to think of any reason to refute, so he could only agree. A few minutes later, under the guidance of Professor McGonagall, the young wizards lined up in 2 rows, left the room, and walked through another door to the luxurious hall. The little wizards opened their mouths in amazement, and even Draco couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. His manner was no match at all. Thousands of candles floated above the auditorium. Looking up, they could see the stars shining, as if they had come to an open-air auditorium and the sorting ceremony was being held under the twinkling stars. The seniors and seniors sat at 4 long tables. The tables were very wide and huge, with distinctive color marks. Each table was equipped with sparkling gold plates and tall wine glasses. Some seniors raised their glasses and smiled at them, and some even cheered, clapped, and whistled at them. Welcome to Hogwarts. The little wizards were infected by this emotion and couldn't help but jump up and down with excitement. Professor McGonagall took the new students to the middle, gently placed a 4-corner stool, and then put down a pointed wizard hat. The hat was patched, worn, and dirty. Draco showed a disgusted expression, but saw Lin Xia staring at the hat with burning eyes. Don't you think it's very interesting? Lin Xia said with a smile, I have a feeling that it is eager to be recognized by others. The hat seemed to have some strange magic. Everyone in the auditorium was staring at it, and everyone was silent. Then the hat twisted and a wide slit opened down the middle, like a mouth, and it began to sing, You may not think I'm pretty, but don't judge a person by his appearance. If you can find a prettier hat than mine, I will eat myself. Any thoughts hidden in your mind cannot escape the sorting hat's sharp eyes. Put it on and try it. I will tell you which house you should be sorted into. You may belong to Gryffindor, where there is bravery buried deep in the heart. Their courage, and chivalry make Gryffindor outstanding. You may belong to Hufflepuff, where the people are honest and loyal. Hufflepuff students are perseverant and honest, and are not afraid of hard work. If you are smart, you may enter the wise Ravenclaw, where those wise and knowledgeable people will always meet their peers. Maybe you'll go to Slytherin and make some real friends there. But those who are cunning and sinister will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Lin Xia listened with great interest. Suddenly, the destiny compass in her mind started to turn and stopped at the fortune-seeking column. This time, Lin Xia actually saw the signature, but it was the fortune. You are being disturbed by the nursery rhymes and are being guided to bring out your deepest desires and implement them according to the words of the nursery rhymes. Lucky sign. You need to cast a block ears and block deafness spell on yourself to avoid the interference of the sorting hat. Keep thinking about your integrity, loyalty, and fearlessness of hard work. Do not respond to anything the sorting hat says, and you'll be sorted into Hufflepuff. Worst sign. Without any defensive measures, you face your own heart. The sorting hat will see your ambition. Although it cannot see through the abnormality in your soul, it thinks you are a Slytherin more than the loyal and hard-working Hufflepuff. You will be sorted into Slytherin and then fall into Dumbledore's sight. There are only 2 draws, but the results are very different. From this point of view, entering Slytherin will definitely be under strict surveillance. Lin Xia silently touched her ears with her hands, rubbing them vigorously as if they were itchy, and whispered quickly, Close your ears and block your ears. Close your ears and block your ears. Close your ears and block your ears. She had recited it so many times that she could no longer hear the voices of the people around her. All she could hear was a noisy sound like the rustling of snowflakes. She didn't turn around to look at the long table. If she remembered correctly, the teachers of the college were sitting behind the long table. Dumbledore was the headmaster of the school and should be there too. But she had never noticed this person before. This was impossible. How could the principal's aura be so weak? This is enough to show that he is reducing his presence and secretly observing everyone. Lin Xia pulled Draco, who was watching the show curiously. When Draco saw her expression, he was stunned and leaned his head over in panic. Lin Xia, is your body? Lin Xia couldn't hear what he said clearly, so she could only stare at his mouth. Draco, listen to me, I'm fine. I had a nosebleed before because I ate too much. She had eaten dragon tendons before, and even with the help of the Nine Heavens' mysterious young secret records to help her digest it, she still had to lie in bed at home for 7 days and had a nosebleed for 7 days. Where's the ring your father gave you? I believe Uncle Lucius also wants the Malfoy family to witness the magical moment of sorting. She had seen Draco's ring. It was a protective ring that Lucius had spent a lot of money to commission her father to make. It could not only protect the body but also prevent various mental attacks and suggestions. You're right. Draco listened to Lin Xia very much. After all, she was an authority he had gained since childhood. He took out a ring engraved with a dragon head from his pocket and put it on. Lin Xia calmly looked away and looked at the crowd again. She watched the little wizards crying and laughing, and she started crying and laughing too. Professor McGonagall shouted, Lin Xia. Draco excitedly pulled Lin Xia and pushed her out. It's your turn. She stumbled out of the line and put on her hat, which just covered her eyes. Lin Xia simply closed her eyes and recalled her previous impulse to volunteer in the Muggle community, helping grandmas and grandpas cross the road, picking up trash under the scorching sun, and guiding lost people. The sound of the sorting hat came from far away, clicking, and she couldn't hear it clearly. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out of nowhere in her mind. Hufflepuff.
Oh.
The Hufflepuff table cheered loudly, and the fat friar ghost waved at her happily. Lin Xia happily ran to the Hufflepuff table and joined the delicious feast. There is no need for too much communication. Working hard is the mainstream of Hufflepuffs. Soon after, Draco also put on the sorting hat. He looked a little nervous and kept repeating, Hufflepuff, Hufflepuff, Hufflepuff. Hey, kid, even though your scent is mostly masked, I still smell Slytherin. Draco said fiercely, shut up, I'm going to Hufflepuff. Haha, a Slytherin wants to go to Hufflepuff. That's the funniest joke I've heard this year. The sorting hat sneered. Draco, why can't I go to Hufflepuff? I volunteered in the Muggle community, helped old ladies cross the road, pointed people on the way, and worked on farms. Stop, stop, stop. You do have these memories. So that's how it is. You and that little Hufflepuff girl were childhood sweethearts, but her heart is much purer than yours. The sorting hat babbled, but I still think you're a Slytherin. No. Malfoy suddenly thought of what Lin Xia had said before the sorting hat longed for recognition from others. You are the smart and wise sorting hat. You will definitely choose me to the house I want to go to, right? When I came here, I heard that some people wanted to choose independent sorting. I feel that they don't understand your greatness at all. Everyone should choose the sorting hat instead of the independent sorting. Boy, you are quite amazing. You actually saw through the essence of my awesomeness. The sorting hat twisted his head with satisfaction. But I think you are still. Draco said, I will convince those who want to choose their own house to choose you, using all my strength. The sorting hat immediately changed its tone. Let me see. Let me think about it carefully. Although you have the ambition of Slytherin and the pursuit of power, deep in your heart, you also have the integrity and kindness of Hufflepuff. Well, since you want to go here so much, then Lin Xia clapped loudly, and the little badgers also clapped happily. Only Slytherin, Lanfender, and Ravenclaw were silent and looked at each other. Slytherin snakes. Am I seeing things? That platinum blonde hair. Isn't that Malfoy's heir? He didn't come to Slytherin. Gryffindor lions. A wizard family that believes in ancient pure blood will go to Hufflepuff one day. He won't turn all the honest badgers into ambitious people, right? This is definitely a conspiracy. Ravenclaw's eagles, the heir of a pure blood family, actually went to Hufflepuff. Does this indicate that Hufflepuff is about to rise? It is an opponent worth watching. As for Hufflepuff, don't they know that Draco is a pure blood family? Of course it is impossible. Before the Sorting Hat tested him, Professor McGonagall called him by his full name, Draco Malfoy. But that doesn't matter. The important thing is that he came to Hufflepuff House, and from then on everyone was happy to work. Draco ran to the Hufflepuff table, applauded the kind little badgers, and took a piece of delicious cake. He was taking a course for heirs of his family and knew that integrity was very important, so after being sorted into Hufflepuff, he immediately returned to the queue and boasted about the Sorting Hat. Lin Xia followed his figure and saw the little wizard who had been talking to Hagrid before, the owner of the Whisper. He looked at Draco in great shock, his face pale, and muttered to himself. Lin Xia understood a little bit of his lip reading. He seemed to be saying, "This is impossible. How could this happen? He should go to Slytherin." "Hey, everyone listen to me. I have an idea." Draco mixed in with the freshman team and raised his voice. "I promise that if those who originally wanted to choose self-sorting are willing to choose the Sorting Hat, I will encourage them with a silver sickle. For no other reason. I just want you to feel the magic of the Sorting Hat." This time, more than 100 students who had chosen to be sorted into their own houses changed sides and chose the Sorting Hat. Professor McGonagall glanced at Draco a few times, her expression serious and stiff, but she did not stop his behavior. Draco spent a total of 9 gold galleons and persuaded a total of 119 young wizards to rebel. After experiencing the magic of the Sorting Hat, the little wizards turned into tap water and told other friends who had not yet been sorted that it was worth a try, indirectly inciting a group of people to rebel. After an hour, the lengthy sorting finally ended. Originally, the time could have been longer, but later it was the turn of the children who had chosen their own branch to come on stage and explain the reasons for choosing that branch. The children were all very nervous and left the stage after saying just a few words, so the show ended abruptly. Among them, the Gryffindor students were the most excited because Harry Potter came to their college. The Gryffindor seniors shouted, "We have Potter! We have Potter!" Ding dong! Dumbledore tapped the glass goblet with a silver spoon. The sound echoed throughout the hall, attracting everyone's attention. The closing your ears and blocking your hearing strategy gradually lost its effect on Lin Xia. She could vaguely hear the sounds from the outside world and looked up. Dumbledore was tall and thin, with silver hair and beard long enough to be tucked into his belt. He was wearing a long robe and had a pair of bright blue eyes behind his half-moon glasses. His nose was very long but a little crooked. "Welcome everyone to Hogwarts to start a new school year. Before the banquet begins, I would like to say a few words, which are, the banquet had just officially begun, but the food never stopped. Nearly 2,000 freshmen had no idea how long they would have to wait, and some hungry seniors were already starting their 3rd round of meals. At the long Hufflepuff table, the fat monk picked up his wine glass and walked among the students, toasting with them in joy. Finally, the fat monk sat next to Lin Xia and said, "I don't know why, but I feel a familiar aura from you, which makes me want to get close to you." Lin Xia said with a smile, "Maybe I was born a Hufflepuff." The fat monk laughed heartily. Salute to the kind and upright Hufflepuff. Lin Xia discovered that the food in Hogwarts was not real food, but food transformed by magic. Magic power can be shaped into everything, and eating magical food is essentially absorbing magic power. Food is an exception to Gamp's basic law of transfiguration. Nothing can be turned into food, but there is one strange exception. It is rumored that Hufflepuff's golden cup can produce food endlessly, but perhaps the law of transfiguration is not involved. At the same time, as soon as Lin Xia entered Hogwarts, she discovered that the castle was full of magic power, so full and expanded that a breath of magic power poured in with every breath. This place is not only suitable for the growth of young wizards, but also for the further study of adult wizards. She concluded in her mind that she couldn't mess with the college professors. With such a rich infusion of magic power, who knows how powerful these professors are? After dinner, the young wizards, led by their prefects, returned to their respective common rooms. Gryffindor's common room is on the 8th floor, with its own Gryffindor tower. Slytherin's common room is on the basement floor. Ravenclaw's common room is in Ravenclaw Tower, and Hufflepuff's common room is on the 2nd floor, sharing a corridor with the kitchen. But the class leader led the little wizard away, all walking in the same direction, out of the auditorium and walking to the right. After walking for about 10 minutes, the little wizard saw a series of transparent magic elevators flashing different starlight colors. The Hufflepuff class leader was called Blue. He introduced it to the curious Badgers. This is one of Dumbledore's great inventions. It is said that it borrowed the idea of Muggles' the magic elevator. Each college has its own magic elevator, which is distinguished by color, and there are 3 public elevators. Children, don't worry about being late for class. It only takes 1 minute for you to reach the corresponding floor of the classroom. Now, I will teach you how to use it. A young wizard said, I heard that Hogwarts is most famous for its movable staircase. Is it gone now? That's a good question. Are you McElbane? Replied the young wizard. That's right, it's a pity that I can't add points. Otherwise, I would definitely say 1 point for Gryffindor. The Gryffindor prefect said with a smile. The movable staircase is too naughty. Not only the freshmen, but also many senior students will be late for class because of the change of stairs. 10 years ago, there was a serious accident where freshmen were trapped in the same place for 3 days by the movable staircase. That's when Headmaster Dumbledore decided to invent the magic elevator to make it easier for us to go to and from get out of class. Of course, if you want to explore the fun of the movable staircase, you can do so on weekends. On weekends, the magic elevator is not open, so you can only use the movable staircase so that we will not forget the tradition of Hogwarts. Lin Xia took a look at the boy and found out that he was McElbane. But she remembered that he was sorted by the Sorting Hat, so why was his file also being investigated? Does he have the ability to predict the future? Lin Xia thought thoughtfully. The Hufflepuff common room is on the 2nd floor, very close, but it has 3 exclusive elevators with flashing yellow stars, while other colleges only have 2. Hufflepuff is also the house with the largest number of students in the school. Take this year's freshman enrollment as an example. It has accounted for half of the students based on its strength. Each magic elevator can accommodate 50 students, which is still spacious enough. Lin Xia believes that if they are willing to squeeze in, accommodating 100 students will not be a problem. When you walk through this corridor, you will first see the kitchen. There are a lot of house elves working hard in the kitchen, preparing food for all the people in Hogwarts.
Stop.
Blue stopped and pointed to the barrels piled against the stone wall to the right. Right here, you have to count 2 rows up from the bottom, find the middle barrel, and tap it to the rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff, just like I did. Lin Xia watched curiously. This is our Hufflepuff common room, shared by 7 grades. We have divided up separate areas for each grade, but you don't have to be too restrained. The seniors welcome you to run around at any time. Prefect Blue winked at the freshmen and spoke in a friendly manner. Lin Xia walked in and came to a very warm lounge. On the wood fireplace was a portrait of Helga Hufflepuff, the founder of the house. She was smiling and raising a small golden cup with 2 handles to toast the students. The wall is decorated with picture frames of several dancing badgers, which look very cute. Looking around, you'll see low ceilings, honey-colored wooden tables and chairs, yellow and black decorations, and colorful magical plants. Lin Xia walked through the cacti that waved hello to her, and through the ivy and ferns that seemed to hang from the ceiling, gently brushing her cheeks. There are also many round windows here, through which you can see the twinkling starry sky outside. Lin Xia came to one of the windows, looked down, her eyes flashing slightly. From the window, she could see the lawn and the main entrance of Hogwarts. She noticed that there were quite a few tall adult wizards coming in and out of the Hogwarts entrance hall. She kept this scene in mind and followed the group to the dormitory behind the lounge. There are 9 doors in total, each with a board hanging on it with the words 1st grade, 2nd grade, 7th grade written in crooked handwriting. Blue reminded, You'd better remember the appearance of the grade door. These characters are very naughty. They often visit the door. Often, junior students walk into the senior dormitory and are confused by them.
Wow.
Pushing open the door to the first grade, the little wizard opened his eyes wide in amazement. It was as if they had walked into a dense forest. Countless plants grew wildly in the forest, and small animals lived on the trees. Some heard the noise, hid behind the trees, and curiously poked their heads out to look at them. The only regret is that there is no starry sky here. Blue said proudly, "Our Hufflepuff bedrooms are better than any other colleges. The boys' area is on the left, and the girls' area is on the right. Don't try to fish in troubled waters. There are barriers here to distinguish genders. You are free to choose how you want to live, and if you like to live in a building, you can live in the building and make friends. If you want to experience wild camping, you can also live in a treehouse, which is a favorite place for badgers. You can live alone. Just write your name on the tree." Blue clapped his hands. "All right, freshmen, go pick your rooms and go to sleep quickly. Just a friendly reminder, you will have your first class tomorrow afternoon. As for the content of the course, I will not reveal it to you directly, but you can look for it in the forest. We have placed some gifts for you in the forest. By the way, please remember that large pets are not allowed here." The freshmen cheered and rushed into the forest. Everything here was so magical. Draco pulled Lin Xia and said eagerly, "I want to live alone. I want to transform my tree house into a Slytherin style and raise a snake as a pet." Lin Xia rejected it mercilessly. "No, Draco. You need to live in a group and learn how to behave from your roommates. Otherwise, next time you see Harry, will you still want to know him?" She said seriously, "I usually won't interfere with your decision, but when you decide to join Hufflepuff, don't forget the loyal, honest, and hardworking nature of badgers. We are hardworking Hufflepuffs. If you can't understand, I suggest you write to your father as soon as possible and ask him to change your college as a school director." Draco hung his head and said nothing. Lin Xia went to the girls' dormitory. As for her, she would definitely live alone in the treehouse. She needs a more private space to practice. The forest was huge, but the property was easy to spot. Right at the edge of the entrance, the tall dormitory buildings made her feel like she was back in modern society. Turning around and looking into the distance, the trees seemed to be copied from the same mold, and some students had already found the tree house they wanted. Lin Xia walked towards the tree and was about to look for it when the compass of fate in his mind started to turn slightly and stopped at the physiognomy column. She was a little surprised. Physiognomy can also be used to look at trees? The next moment, in Lin Xia's eyes, those trees were covered with mists of different colors, mostly white mist, occasionally yellow mist, green mist, and purple mist. Trees with white air are ordinary trees. Trees with yellow air are better than ordinary trees. Trees with green air are not suitable for living, and trees with purple air are high-quality tree houses. Lin Xia was about to walk towards a tree with purple air, which was a bit far away. When passing by the tree, he saw a flash of gold in the corner of his eye. She immediately turned her head to look, but at this time, the ability brought by physiognomy disappeared. Lin Xia followed the direction in his memory, walked to a place, and opened the trees in that area one by one. Soon, she found the tree house that emitted golden air, which was very easy to identify. This tree house is very exquisite. Unlike ordinary tree houses, which are very simple, the living room, kitchen, bedroom, here are all very exquisite, like a small duplex villa. Lin Xia thought, judging from the layout of the house alone, it can be called a fine product, but it is far from reaching the golden extraordinary quality. This tree house must have other unusual features. After making sure the bedding was clean, Lin Xia got into position and started practicing Ba Duanjin. Ancient martial arts can stimulate the potential of the human body. Her parents believed that this was a method of bodybuilding brought by her ancestral bloodline, so they also followed her to practice. It turns out that boxing is not only good for health, but also very effective against enemies. The secret record of the Nine Heavens' mysterious yang started to operate spontaneously, with the energy concentrated in the stomach, gradually wearing down the dragon tendons in the stomach. The power of the dragon tendons flowed throughout the body along with the exercises, and the blood gradually began to heat up, become hot, and boil. Under Lin Xia's control, the power of the dragon tendons was pushed to every corner of the body with the help of blood circulation, and dissipated silently in the tendons and veins. The main purpose of the food realm is to strengthen the foundation and lay a solid foundation. The first level of Nine Heavens' mysterious Yang's secret record does not have any lethal moves. However, the improvement in her physical qualities brought about by the technique also accelerated her wizarding qualities. Her original wizarding aptitude, after the many magical outbursts brought about by her training, was already better than that of an ordinary little wizard. After being beaten by the power of dragon tendons recently, and having eaten a lot of magic food today after she practiced, the food turned into surging magic power and rushed into her body. With the accumulation of magic power, she released it the next morning. Lin Xia's biological clock automatically woke her up. She took out several suitcases from her small bag and used magic with her wand for the first time. Clean up spell. Her wand circled gracefully in the air, circling the things and places she needed to clean up. A magical force swept over, and Lin Xia quickly felt the power of this magic. Although it only covered a small area, the entire treehouse was almost shaking under the influence of the magic. The suitcase opens automatically, and items jump out one by one and are stored according to the owner's usage habits. Lin Xia frowned. Naturally, reciting a spell with a wand would be stronger than the one without using a wand. She was not yet at the point where she did not need a signal amplifier. But, obviously, the small breakthrough in the bait realm has slightly improved her wizard qualifications, resulting in her inability to use her power finely and accurately, and a lot of energy has been wasted. She had intended to use only a small portion of her magic power, but this time she drew out a third of her total magic power. Lin Xia looked at the clock that had been automatically hung up. It was 6:30 in the morning. She changed into the Hufflepuff uniform that the prefect had handed out last night and decided to go out for a morning run, practicing her magical fine-tuning in her own way. Lin Xia's method is very simple. The best way to become familiar with magic is to exhaust it and then let it recover slowly, deepening the control over the magic as it recovers bit by bit. The first time she ran, she didn't use a wand, but waved her hands in the air, sending out dozens of cleanup spells in succession until she ran out of magic power. As she slowly recovered, she began to squeeze out the recovered magic power, adjusting the intensity bit by bit. When she ran it the second time, the new magical delicate operation had been memorized by her body again. At this time, Lin Xia ran to a deeper place. Suddenly, she stopped and found a yellow and black gift box on the grass. Lin Xia looked around, and there was only the chirping of birds around. They were standing on the branches, their black bean-like eyes looking at her curiously and tilting their heads. She squatted down, opened the gift box, and suddenly realized, so this is the gift the prefect mentioned? The gift box contains the Hufflepuff class schedule and a large box of feed, which is magical feed that cats, dogs, birds, badgers, etc. love to eat. There was also a small note in the box. Lin Xia picked it up and read, "The magic feed has been added with some ingredients. It may attract other magical creatures. I wish you good luck." Lin Xia thought that this might be a little prank by a senior schoolmate. If she really wanted to play a prank on someone, she wouldn't have written down the label instructions in advance. It just so happened that she was also curious about what magical creatures there were in this forest. Lin Xia simply scattered the feed while running, and at the same time used the magic wand to clean up the area continuously. She felt that after she cleaned herself up, the air around her seemed to be fresher, but she didn't know if it was her illusion. After running for about half an hour, she began to return to the tree house, with a large number of magical creatures following her. Among them, there was one magical creature that was particularly domineering. It was a little white cat. It must be the first to follow her and eat the first bite of food she sprinkles, and other creatures must obediently follow it to pick up the leftovers. If a creature tries to pass over it, its fur will stand on end, it will get into a fighting stance, swing its ferocious meow fists, and let out an angry, roaring meow. What a domineering little white cat. Lin Xia admired in her heart. It turned out that all cats have fighting bloodlines, no matter they are big cats or kittens. By the time she returned to the treehouse, she was fully familiar with the powers of her changed wizarding abilities. Lin Xia stood at the door and thought for a while, then knocked on the wooden door with her wand, and the magic mark appeared. She waved her wand and wrote Golden Wooden House, Resident. Lin Xia, after she opened the door, a white figure nimbly leaped past her from behind, jumped into the wooden house, hopped onto the sofa in a few jumps, scratched its ears with its hind paws, and called to her softly. Meow. Lin Xia shook her head. Little guy, I am not suitable to raise you. She didn't lie. This time when she came to Hogwarts, she didn't bring any pets. She only brought an owl to deliver letters, which was usually kept in the Eagle Tower. The wizarding world has too many magical means to monitor a person, including pets. She has too many secrets, and is not suitable for keeping pets. The kitten seemed to understand what she said, and meowed at her a few times in a baby voice. Its clear blue eyes seemed to say, I'm very good. Lin Xia sighed, not daring to move, fearing that she would be unable to resist petting the cat and then not be able to stop. Suddenly, the mark of the scales of fate on her wrist became slightly hot and looming. Lin Xia lowered her eyes and sensed in her mind that the scales of destiny had a second function. No, to be precise, it was a derivative version of the first function. The greatest function of the scales of destiny is sacrifice. She can gain power from the sacrifice. If the sacrifice is strong enough, she can also condense related strange objects. As for the ability to defeat the strong with the weak and turn defeat into victory, that is her ability, and it may also be an ability that only the Lord of Libra possesses, but it is not a function of the balance of destiny. At present, her reversal ability has not yet appeared, so she has to operate carefully in the wizarding world. Moreover, the reversal ability is not omnipotent. If the gap is too large, the reversal will still fail. Now, the balance of destiny has developed a second function, which is divided into complete sacrifice, soul sacrifice, and energy sacrifice, based on sacrifice. She used Myrtle's soul to kill the Basilisk, which was a complete sacrifice, and the Basilisk finally died completely. At the same time, Lin Xia also sensed that if the sacrificial object did not resist, she could freely control the intensity of the sacrifice and gain insight into the mysteries of the sacrifice, including its soul. A thoughtful look flashed across her eyes. She looked at the little white cat and suddenly smiled. It seems that you are a very special magical creature. This is the first time that the balance of fate has moved in her body since all her memories were awakened, and it's all for a cat? Lin Xia walked over, scratched the little white cat's chin, and looked into its deep blue eyes. Her amber eyes seemed to reflect a golden lake, in which a giant serpent monster was swimming peacefully. Relax your mind. Don't resist. Open your heart. The next moment, a rusty bronze scale appeared in front of Lin Xia. The little white cat's soul was pulled out of its body and placed on the right end of the scale, while she stood on the left end of the scale. The little white cat swung upwards quickly, but did not seem panicked. It looked at Lin Xia quietly.
Soul sacrifice.
As this thought flashed through Lin Xia's mind, she felt the little white cat's soul opening up to her. Deep in its soul, there is a very weak, almost invisible cat that keeps changing between black and white. Lin Xia controlled the strength of the sacrifice, imprinted his own breath into its soul, and terminated the sacrifice. The scales of fate slowly dissipated, and Lin Xia noticed that the bronze rust on the scales seemed to have faded a little. The little white cat lay listlessly on the sofa, with its ears drooping dully. Lin Xia held it in her arms, and the Nine Heavens' mysterious young secret record on her body started to operate spontaneously, transferring some of the energy to the little white cat, which immediately became energetic. She tried again with magic power. The little white cat was also able to absorb magic power, but it obviously preferred the energy of Nine Heavens' mysterious young secret records. Perhaps because it was related to her aura, it easily accepted this energy. Knock knock. A gray-brown mottled skylark, holding a letter in its beak, knocked on her wooden window. Lin Xia opened the letter and read it. Draco invited her to go to the common room to preview the book together. Lin Xia replied with pleasure, fed the remaining magic feed to Skylark, changed her clothes, and went to the lounge, followed closely by the little white cat. Viewed during the day, the Hufflepuff common room looks even more beautiful. The soft golden sunlight shines down. The green plants hanging in the air are covered with a layer of glittering mist, and the floating dust turns into crystals, like twinkling stars. After Draco received the reply from Lark, he kept looking towards the entrance. His roommates seemed very calm and divided the breakfast leisurely. "This tastes good," said the fat roommate. "I like this flavor better." The slightly thin roommate pointed at another dessert. "Draco, what about you?" asked the two roommates. Draco thought for a while. "Perhaps we can try Oriental food stinky tofu? This is a good idea, but don't eat stinky tofu in the morning or spicy hot pot, snail noodles, or other heavy-tasting foods." Lin Xia walked over and sat next to Draco, picked up a piece of cream strawberry cake, and fed another piece to the little white cat. The thing that Hufflepuff's common room has the most, besides green plants, is food. Just a few steps away from the common room, you can go to the kitchen to place an order. House elves are happy to serve Hufflepuff students. It is said that this is related to the founder, Ms. Helga Hufflepuff, who adopted the elves and provided them with a livelihood to save them from being slaughtered. Draco looked at the little white cat sitting on the sofa curiously and asked, "Lin Xia, didn't you bring your pet with you?" Lin Xia nodded. "I didn't have one before, but I have one now. I found a gift when I was running this morning. There was food in it. The food attracted this cat, and I decided to keep it as a pet." The little white cat was an elegant female cat. Lin Xia patted its head and said, "I originally wanted to name you Black and White Evil, but after thinking about it, I feel that it is not very elegant. It would be better to call you Fairy White." The little white cat meowed a few times, stuck out its tongue, and licked Lin Xia's palm, and was very satisfied with the name. Draco said regretfully, "We also found the presents and placed them on the bed in the dormitory, but unfortunately the magic feed only attracted birds. But the bird is pretty. It's fun to listen to them sing," his roommates said in unison. Draco felt a little overwhelmed. Why could these two people fall asleep to the sound of birds singing while he was suffering from insomnia? He looked at Lin Xia, hoping to hear another answer from her, but Lin Xia agreed. "I think birds are cute, too." Draco. Seeing that he had dark circles under his eyes, Lin Xia couldn't help laughing. She handed him a few brain-stimulating mints and reminded him, "Draco, you know how to use magic at home, but you forget it at school. If you feel that the environment is not good, then work hard to create a good environment and make good use of the magic you have learned."
Draco thought about it.
They all spent the morning studying their textbooks, during which time more and more little wizards joined them. At first, the little wizard was attracted by the wonderful aroma of food. In addition to the common foods that everyone has eaten, such as fried chicken, roast duck, and cream cake, there are also many novel Oriental foods: fried spring rolls, pancakes, steamed buns, steamed bread, deep-fried dough sticks, preserved egg, and lean meat porridge. Lin Xia is still unable to use the art of transformation skillfully, mainly because he has not learned it systematically. No matter how talented you are, it is impossible to be able to turn an object into a long table just by practicing a few times. Seeing that more and more young wizards were coming, she simply asked Draco to find a senior and asked him to conjure up a long table. The senior Draco found was called Cedric Diggory. After hearing Draco's request, he was happy to help. He went to the first-year lounge and turned a chair into a long table. He also conjured up many containers for food and sorted the food into different categories. He also turned the green plants found everywhere into small chairs with yellow and black badger patterns on the backs of the chairs, which had a very good texture. The little wizards were amazed. Cedric shrugged. "Little badgers, every senior is happy to help. If you need anything, just come to us." "What if the seniors can't do it?" a little wizard asked boldly. Cedric laughed. "Then they'll find someone who can do it. Hufflepuffs are the most united." Lin Xia went to the kitchen specifically to communicate with the house elves and taught them how to make milk tea, fruit tea, lemon tea, and sparkling water with different flavors, as well as how to brew green tea and black tea to make them more fragrant. The elves at Hogwarts were so moved that they cried and vowed to serve Hufflepuff well, because Hufflepuff students are the best. With the addition of tea, the lounge is like a grand tea party. Lin Xia drank milk tea while flipping through a book on herbology. There is nothing more enjoyable than reading a book that does not require complicated calculations in a pleasant atmosphere. Not long after Senior Cedric left, he called another group of seniors over. He found that this class of badgers were very studious, and they even held books in their hands while eating and playing, so he asked his friends to come over to help guide them. In fact, only Draco and Lin Xia were holding books, but Lin Xia ordered more and more delicious food, which made Draco's roommate feel embarrassed. He couldn't just eat, so he followed her example and picked up the book to read. The little wizard who was attracted by the delicious food was infected by the atmosphere of reading among these people and also started to read while eating. So much so that the little wizards who joined later all had a book in their hands. The seniors originally thought that Cedric was talking nonsense until they saw the scene, and they deeply felt that there was hope for this year's college cup. So he acted like a teacher and went around among the little wizards, answering their questions. "Senior, I feel like I'm clumsy with my hands. What if I mix the potion wrong?" "It's okay. There is an adequate supply of medicinal materials for class, especially for lower grade potions classes. If you make a mistake, just reconfigure it immediately. Don't panic. As long as you follow the steps in the book, the success rate of the potion is very high." "Senior, when can I create such a beautiful long table?" "It only takes a little talent and many days of hard work. People with magic have talent, but they lack hardworking people." What the students didn't know was that Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Sprout began their routine inspections on the first day of term for the new students. This was one of the measures after Dumbledore's reform 10 years ago, requiring professors to be more responsible for the needs of students in their departments. The Gryffindor common room was as noisy as ever, with the energetic little lions making a mess. Dumbledore wiped his half-moon glasses with a handkerchief and said with great nostalgia, "Every year, apart from the opening banquet, this is the day I look forward to most. Seeing these lively and lovely children always reminds me of my youth." Snape said expressionlessly, "Headmaster, your youth is different from theirs. No other student can be as outstanding as you." The subtext is, how do you empathize with ordinary students? Dumbledore put his glasses back on and said kindly, "Snape, every student has unlimited possibilities." When they arrived at the Slytherin common room, the snakes seemed much more reserved and elegant. Although I can't help being excited, I still do some superficial work. However, some children arrogantly revealed their ambitions and said loudly, "I am the heir of Slytherin, and I will lead Slytherin to glory." Snape commented, "Very Slytherin style." When we arrived at the Ravenclaw common room, the students were relatively quiet, with a hint of nervousness in their silence. Everyone took out their books to read, fearing that they would be outdone by other colleges. Even so, we can still see the students' thirst for knowledge, and this motivation will always support them to move forward. Professor Flitwick nodded. They are both excellent Ravenclaws. Finally, they arrived at the Hufflepuff common room. As soon as they walked in, they saw a shocking scene. The little badgers gathered together, drinking tea and discussing knowledge. The ordinary Hufflepuff lounge seemed to have become solemn and elegant, and the fragrance of knowledge was everywhere. Professor Sprout was stunned and listened carefully to make sure that her students were indeed discussing knowledge. "The spell on this jinx is very interesting. It reminds me of lemon yellow cake. I want to know what the slugs in the slug curse taste like and how they taste when roasted. Maybe I should try this spell-chanting position first, although it makes me look a bit like a cook." Professor Sprout had a strange look on his face. Although they were discussing knowledge, it seemed that something was wrong with the discussion. But no matter what, the little badgers were still discussing. Senior students mixed in and answered the freshmen's questions. Everyone helped each other and loved each other like a family. Among them, some little badgers have shown excellent wizarding qualities. No wand is needed. You can create magical resonance with just your hands. Dumbledore praised, "The little wizard's magic power is not stable. When excited, it is easy to cause magic resonance, and his words will come true." I didn't expect to see this on the first day of school, and I saw many more. The key is that their emotions were very stable. Snape looked deeply at Draco, who was casting spells. He was also trying to cast spells without a wand, and with the help of the magic that was everywhere, he soon succeeded. This child who was supposed to go to Slytherin ended up in Hufflepuff. Did he change Hufflepuff? Snape suddenly felt a little heartbroken. Such an outstanding talent should have been in Slytherin. Professor Flitwick was also amazed. Stable emotions are a more powerful force. Compared to the loss of control caused by emotional excitement, it is more difficult to stably control the vibration of magic power and magic factors in the air and recite spells. Professor McGonagall saw two students trying to practice the transfiguration spell, practicing on the badger figurine on the table, trying to make the badger change its expression. But they didn't use magic wands. One of the girls with black hair made Badger's expression change a little. Professor McGonagall wanted to show up immediately, find the girl's wand, hand it to her, and tell her seriously to try again. Maybe she would succeed. She could tell at a glance that this was a student with a high talent for transfiguration. Professor Sprout laughed and concluded, "They are all united and friendly Hufflepuffs." After the professors left, Lin Xia suddenly raised her head and looked towards the door. "Draco, do you feel anything?" Draco was still struggling with transfiguration, but this time he finally remembered that he had a wand and didn't need to cast spells with his hands like Lin Xia. "No, what's wrong?" he asked. Lin Xia looked at the ring in Draco's hand and did not give any warning. She shook her head and said, "It's okay. Maybe I sensed it wrongly." Hufflepuff's first class of the afternoon was flying. There were other classes taking flying lessons on the large lawn, so Madam took the little wizards to an empty corner. Because accidents are prone to occur in flying classes, every class is attended by a school doctor, a paramedic, and a teacher, for a total of 3 people. Madam first taught them how to recite and perform the flying spell, and asked them not to hold their wands but to recite and perform it after themselves first. She corrected the posture problems of each little wizard with her fingers, and only allowed them to use their wands after making sure they were all right. Madam asked, "Is there anyone who would like to come up and demonstrate?" "It's okay if it's wrong, child." Draco took the lead. "I'll do it." "Madam." "Excellent." 10 points to Hufflepuff. Draco pointed his wand at the broom. "Come here, broom." And the broom flew instantly into his open hand. Madam nodded. "Very good. Hufflepuff gets another 10 points. Now, everyone can try it. Please remember, don't ride them. It's very dangerous." Lin Xia succeeded on her first try. It was not difficult for her at all. Draco was a big Quidditch fan. He owned a flying broom at a very young age, and he even gave her several of them. She prefers Muggle cars to broomsticks, but Quidditch matches are still very interesting to watch. It feels like you are risking your life, and it is very thrilling. Suddenly, the little Slytherin wizard couldn't bear it anymore and got on the flying broom. He didn't know where he pressed the button, but the broom took the little wizard to a high place like crazy. "Help! Help!" Madam displayed an agility that was inconsistent with her body size. Jumping and rolling, here comes the broom. The flying broom flew out and landed in her palm. She turned over swiftly, rode on the flying broom, and soared into the sky like a rocket, and immediately grabbed the little wizard's broom. "Keep calm. Control the broom to fly down. Don't be nervous." The whole set of movements was smooth and flowing, as if they had been rehearsed beforehand.
Wow.
The little wizards cheered and applauded. It was a very swift and excellent rescue. Madame Huichi also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. But then problems arose one after another. Not only did the wizards in Slytherin cause trouble, but the wizards in Badger House were no less troublesome. The 3 adult wizards were so busy rescuing people that they were dizzy.
Oh my God.
There was a little wizard who just held the broom in his hand. The broom suddenly flew upwards in response to the stress, scaring the little wizard and making him scream. She just held the broom lightly, without holding it tightly, and her body had already left the broom and was falling down. The other 3 wizards were rescuing other little wizards and did not notice the situation here. Draco subconsciously got on the flying broom and tried to catch the girl. His flying skills were pretty good, but he usually just flew for fun and had no professional training at all. Draco flew quite fast and brushed past the girl. Some little wizards have already covered their eyes with their hands, unable to bear to watch this scene. Suddenly, a steady, powerful, orderly, and clear voice sounded. Wingardium Leviosa. The little wizard, who was originally falling rapidly, slowed down and slowly floated up. Mrs. Only then realized what was happening here and covered her mouth in shock. Oh my God, how did this little wizard fly into the sky? Lin Xia never stopped the output of Wingardium Leviosa. Her wand emitted a white light, connecting with the little wizard. Under her control, the little wizard slowly landed on the ground, safe and sound. Pa, pa, pa. A round of heavy applause rang out, and the little wizards from Hufflepuff and Slytherin gave the honor to Lin Xia without hesitation. There is nothing magical about controlling a flying broom. Some young wizards are born with a natural talent for flying and can get the hang of it after trying a few times. However, using the levitation spell to save the person and slowly lower him down is not easy. The little Hufflepuff wizard whispered to the little Slytherin wizard, "She's too powerful." I used the levitation charm, but at most the feathers fluttered slightly. The little Slytherin wizard twitched his mouth and said in disbelief, "You can use the levitation spell?" No, this was not the spell that he would learn in the charms class in a few days. He had read the book and tried to practice it, but to no avail. The little Hufflepuff wizard looked at him strangely. "Yeah, don't you know how to do it? Then you can seek help from seniors. They will be happy to answer your questions." The young Slytherin wizard was speechless. Kind-hearted seniors? Oh, maybe they didn't go to the same Hogwarts? Madame hurried forward to observe the little witch's physical condition. "It's a good thing you're okay, kid." She stroked the little witch's hair. "Otherwise, I don't know how to explain to your parents." Madame said angrily, "I have already mentioned to the school that we need to replace the brooms, but they've been using them thinking they can still be used. Now, many of them have problems." Draco flew down from the sky, landed on the lawn, and hurried to explain to Madame. Madame waved her hand and said, "I know you want to save your classmates, but this is too difficult for a little wizard. Hufflepuff cares for classmates and is proactive in rescue efforts, so 10 more points." She looked at Lin Xia and said loudly, with satisfaction. The Hufflepuff little wizards cheered again. This flying lesson made Hufflepuff the center of attention. There were other classes having classes on the lawn. All of them were Hufflepuff and Slytherin students. Lin Xia's superb levitation technique left a deep impression on many people. In addition, Draco's heroic figure riding a flying broom has also been imprinted in the hearts of many girls. In just one afternoon, Lin Xia and Draco's fame swept through Hufflepuff and Slytherin. One person tells 10 people tell 100 people, 100 people tell 1,000 people. Originally, it was just a sentence: "The 2 little wizards from Hufflepuff are very powerful," but as the word spread, it became 2 geniuses from Hufflepuff. Not only that, because the little wizards from Hufflepuff are not wary of the little wizards from other colleges, they say whatever they want. The young wizards in Slytherin spread rumors. From Hufflepuff seniors are very enthusiastic, to Hufflepuff people are very smart, and then to the little wizards of Hufflepuff are so smart that the teacher gives them special lessons. The rumor quickly spread among the little wizards. By the next day, little wizards from other academies knew that there were many geniuses in this Hufflepuff class. The next morning, they had a potions class. Hufflepuff and Gryffindor had this class together, and it was everyone's first time taking potions. Even though the potions class was held in the underground classroom, it was even colder than the main building of the castle. The glass jars placed along the wall were filled with animal specimens, which made people shiver at the sight of them. But compared to the boring knowledge indoctrination, the little wizard is obviously more interested in potions, a course that requires hands-on practice. Lin Xia. Ron waved his hands happily in the classroom and greeted Lin Xia, who had just walked in. Lin Xia walked over and saw that his face was rosy and he was obviously enjoying college life. She joked, "It seems like you're having a good time." Ron smiled sheepishly. He liked Hogwarts very much. Here, he had endless food to eat, and the rooms were spacious with plenty of private space. Most importantly, everything about Hogwarts is just magical. Lin Xia seemed to have thought of something and said, "Ron, I wonder if you have collected any information about work-study programs. I plan to work at Hogwarts on weekends." Ron shook his head hurriedly. "I don't want to work. I want to enjoy life more." "Okay, you can ask me if you need anything later." Draco interrupted, "Lin Xia, we should find a seat and sit down." Sitting next to Ron were Harry and Hermione, as well as Mikkel Bane, whom Lin Xia was secretly following. Next to Mikkel, there were 2 empty seats. Although Draco wanted to talk to Harry and sit in the 2 empty seats, his family pride would not allow him to lower his posture. As for Mikkel, he was not familiar with Lin Xia and even less familiar with Draco. Harry didn't say anything, so he would not take the initiative to say anything. Hermione raised her chin slightly. "Lin Xia, if you don't mind, you can sit next to us." Ron nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, just sit here with us." He subconsciously felt that Lin Xia was very good at hands-on practice and might be able to help him in class. As soon as Lin Xia and Draco sat down, Professor Snape walked into the classroom. Different from Madame S' teaching style, the first thing Professor Snape did in class was to pick up the roster and take attendance. He first quickly called out the Hufflepuff students, then began to call out the Gryffindor students, and suddenly stopped when he called out Harry's name. "Oh, yes," he said slowly, "Harry Potter. This is our new arrival, a very famous one." The field suddenly became silent, and no student spoke. After a brief silence, Snape continued to call the roll. His eyes were very dark, very similar to Hagrid's, but without Hagrid's warmth. They were like 2 cold, empty, dark tunnels. "You are here to learn the precise science and exacting craft of potion preparation." He spoke softly, just above a whisper, but everyone could hear what he said clearly. Professor Snape has the power to keep order in the classroom without any effort. Since there's no silly waving of wands here, many of you won't believe this is magic, he concluded firmly. "I don't expect you to truly appreciate the beauty of the white smoke and fragrance coming out of the simmering cauldron. You don't really understand the magical power of the liquid flowing into people's veins to make people fascinated and confused." His voice seemed to be bewitching. "I can teach you how to improve your reputation, create glory, and even prevent death, but there must be one condition," Snape said sarcastically. "That is, you are not the kind of fools I often meet." Lin Xia followed his gaze and found that he was staring at Harry with a scorching gaze, as if he was about to fire at him. Snape was not distracted by Michael's sudden bold remarks. He still pointed the gun at Harry.
"Potter."
Snape stared at him. "If I add powdered narcissus root to an infusion of wormwood, what will I get?" Harry was stunned for a moment and answered uncertainly, "Professor, I think it is the water of life and death. It can be made into a very powerful sleeping potion." As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Mikkel. "Last night, until before going to bed, my roommate Mikkel kept reciting these knowledge points, and he also listened to them many times." Snape said expressionlessly, "Why hesitate? There is no hesitation in the world of potions. If you hesitate for even a second when adding ingredients, the whole potion will be ruined and Gryffindor will lose 1 point. Potter, if I asked you to find me a bezoar, where would you go?" Harry answered firmly this time. "Bezoar is a kind of stone taken from the stomach of a cow. It has a strong detoxifying effect." "What is the difference between Aconitum naviculatum and Aconitum damicornis?" "They are all the same plant, collectively known as Aconitum." Professor Snape stared at him closely, like a hawk that had spotted its prey, and would not give an inch. "What is the pus of the bobwa tuber used to treat, and what is its color and smell?" Hermione and Mikkel, who were beside Harry, raised their hands high, almost unable to resist standing up. When Snape asked questions, they kept their hands raised. They still knew the answer to this question. Harry was stunned for a moment and answered honestly, "I don't know, Professor." He whispered, "But I think Hermione and Mikkel know the answer. Maybe you can ask them?" Snape snorted coldly and glanced at the others gloomily like a venomous snake. Do you understand? Why don't you write all this down? The young wizard immediately took notes in a panic. The sound of a quill rubbing against paper was heard, and Professor Snape turned around and walked away. Potter, because you talked back to your teacher, Gryffindor was deducted 1 point. After the theoretical knowledge, let's get hands-on. Professor Snape divided the young wizards into groups of 2, seemingly based on his mood, but if you look closely, you will find that one calm student leads another impetuous student. Lin Xia was assigned to a group with Neville, the little boy who was looking for toads on the train. Lin Xia asked him, "Is your toad okay?" Neville was a little flattered and stammered back, "Very good, I was afraid it would run away, so I kept it in a cage." "Thank you for the cage." Lin Xia said casually, "I think disobedient pets should be replaced in time. Maybe it's not suitable for you." Neville said hesitantly, "But my grandma bought it for me." Lin Xia shook her head. "Is what the elders do always correct? At home, I even teach my parents how to wash vegetables and cook." Neville fell into deep thought. He was still too young to understand what Lin Xia meant, but he felt that what Lin Xia said made sense. Their first potions class was to create a simple potion to treat scabies. Snape dragged his long black cloak and walked around behind the students, which was very annoying, especially the Gryffindor students. Gryffindor was deducted 2 points for no reason, and Harry did not get any extra points for answering correctly. The astute little wizard had a hunch that the potions professor didn't like them, so he was restrained when doing the experiments. On the other hand, the Hufflepuff students in the same group seemed much calmer. They seemed unaware of Professor Snape's unkindness and followed the steps in the textbook step by step, rigorously and attentively. Neville, add 2g of dried nettle. Don't look around and pay attention. A feather pen and paper floated up beside Lin Xia, automatically recording the value she said. Neville quickly took 2g of dried nettles, and when the value on the scale was correct, he put the dried nettles aside and went to get the fangs to crush the snake. "Neville." Lin Xia's voice came, causing Neville to pause. She said slowly, "Don't worry, look at the book. What should we do when we go to get the fangs of the crushing snake?" Neville said subconsciously, "Put on special gloves." A trace of annoyance flashed across his face, and he muttered, "I memorized it, but I suddenly forgot it." Lin Xia nodded. "It's okay, practice makes perfect. Now go get the gloves and try the 2 fangs first." Under her guidance, Neville quickly got the hang of it. Although his movements were clumsy and he was basically the only one moving, his speed in making potions slowly brought him ahead of the main group. "Idiot! Do you want to poison yourself? Who told you to touch the fangs without wearing anything? Go wash your hands. Are you steaming slugs? You can't even tell a dry nettle from a slug. Is Gryffindor's brain just muscle? And you even took the first step of lighting the crucible wrong. I thought anyone could at least light the crucible after reading the book." Snape activated the serpent's roar and attacked the students indiscriminately. Hufflepuff students are better off. At most they are described as neither meritorious nor demerit, mediocre and incompetent. Gryffindor students are basically hopeless idiots. Snape stopped in front of Draco and stared at him quietly. The students around him couldn't help but look over. Draco's movements were very standard and his expression was very focused. He didn't seem like a novice in potion making, but rather a master with a lot of experience. This is indeed the case. His father Lucius is an expert in making potions, and he would usually exchange letters with Snape about potions. Lin Xia's introduction to potions started with Draco. Snape said calmly, "Use the steaming method to deal with the slug with tentacles. I don't ask you to be as perfect as him, but at least don't be timid when dealing with it. You are the controllers of the potion, not afraid of it." Suddenly, there was a loud hissing sound and a thick, acidic green smoke billowed out of the dungeon. It was coming from a bottle of potion. The owners of the potion, Ron and Seamus from Gryffindor, were frantically trying to cover the mouth of the crucible with the lid, hoping to suppress the thick smoke. "Idiot! Take your hands off the stove. You must have left the pot off the fire before you put the porcupine quills in. The fumes are poisonous." Ron was so frightened that his hands trembled. Just as the lid was about to hit the crucible, a clear spell suddenly rang out. Wingardium Leviosa. It was Lin Xia who took action. She used a levitation spell to lift the lid so that the suspicious liquid in the cauldron would not splash out. She quickly walked to Ron's side and took out a tube of sulfur ointment from her pocket.
Try applying it.
Ron's neck and arms were already covered in red, swollen scabies, the result of prolonged exposure to the smoke. He immediately squeezed out the yellow paste and applied it on his arm. It felt cool and had a smell of rotten eggs. Snape looked at Lin Xia from head to toe with a critical eye. He remembered that Lin Xia was one of the few students in Hufflepuff who could cast spells without a wand. Lin Xia. He pronounced her name accurately and asked in an arrogant and sarcastic voice, "What medicine did you give him?" Although scabies is very common, using the wrong medicine will make the condition worse. I don't want him to go to class with an ugly swelling on his head. It's an ointment made of sulfur, Professor. Lin Xia replied calmly. Snape deadpanned, sulfur. Acidic, warm, and poisonous. The sun was shining brightly at noon, and Lin Xia didn't want to sleep, so she asked the lark to send a message to Draco, and they read together in the common room. Draco happily went there and brought his 2 foodie roommates with him. His roommates, one named Teray and the other named Robin, picked up their textbooks to prepare for the afternoon class, while Draco and Lin Xia were reading extracurricular tutoring books. There is no shortage of smart people in the wizarding world. After graduation, some students feel that some of the Hogwarts teaching materials are too obscure and difficult to understand, so tutorial books are published to help young wizards deepen their understanding. Lin Xia was reading a tutorial book on spells, and Draco was reading a tutorial book on potion processing. She leisurely turned a page of paper, and the pages with the scent of ink made a crisp rustling sound. The white fairy fell asleep on her legs, occasionally shaking her cat ears. Isn't this good? A precise experimental machine means there will be no mistakes. This is much better than a warrior who challenges the professor's authority. Lin Xia asked jokingly, or does Mr. Draco prefer the title of warrior? Draco was struck by what he was thinking. He turned his head and snorted heavily. Warrior sounds very tasteless. Just experiment with the machine. While they were reading, the Gryffindor common room was particularly lively. Mikkel pestered Ron and asked him about Lin Xia and Draco. Ron said irritably, I only know that Lin Xia's family is not well off, so she works in a wand shop. As for her relationship with Draco, how would I know? I don't know why a pure-blood family like Malfoy would go to Hufflepuff instead of Slytherin. Don't ask me. If you are so curious about Malfoy, why don't you ask him? I think he is quite polite. Mikkel was speechless after being choked by Ron. He didn't like Ron's personality when he read the book before, and he still thinks it's bad now. Hermione picked up the sulfur ointment and began to look at it, with a gleam of curiosity in her eyes. I checked the scabies ointment and found no sulfur at all. But the professor said that sulfur can disinfect and kill bacteria. This is amazing. How can she have such a magical ointment? Ron said proudly, this must be a little gadget that Lin Xia brought from the East. She likes to tinker with things that taste weird. He also bought a lot of Oriental snacks and had to find time to give them to Lin Xia. Harry said, Draco and Lin Xia seem to have a very good relationship, which is a bit beyond my expectation. The impression Draco gave me that, how should I put it, a little arrogant. Ron had never met Draco, but because of Lin Xia, he didn't have any opinion about Draco. His family is a pure-blood family, so it's normal for them to be arrogant. Those families look down on others, but I can guarantee that Lin Xia will never do that. Hermione's eyes sparkled. When are you going to find Lin Xia? I'll go with you. I want to discuss sulfur with her. Ron hesitated. How about at night? In the afternoon, I had the charms class. Compared with senior students, the freshmen's curriculum was very relaxed. They had 2 classes a day, occasionally 3, and sometimes only 1. The charms class was taught by an unusually small wizard, Professor Flitwick. During class, he had to stand on a pile of books to reach the desk. Like Professor Snape, he took out the roll call and started to call the name. Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws attended this class together. The first spell that Professor Flitwick taught the little wizard in this class was the levitation spell Wingardium Leviosa. He said, seriously, don't forget the subtle wrist movements we have been training. Swing and flick. Remember, swing and flick. It's also very important to pronounce the spell correctly. If anyone pronounces the F as an S, you will find yourself lying on the floor with a wild bull standing on your chest. The little wizards all have poor control, and even after a lot of practice, only a few of them can actually do it. The young Ravenclaw wizards were devastated and felt that the Hufflepuff wizards were smarter than them. Otherwise, why are the majority of that small number of people Hufflepuff students? In the Charms class, Lin Xia and Draco were not the only ones who performed well. Other young wizards from Hufflepuff also successfully performed the levitation spell, all thanks to the good teaching of their seniors yesterday. However, Lin Xia and Draco are still very popular. The spell was also successful, but their levitation spell was different from that of other little wizards. The little wizard could only make feathers flutter gently, but these two people were able to make books, desks, and other objects float. Not to mention Lin Xia, she used the levitation spell to help the little wizard out of trouble twice. Well done. Professor Flitwick clapped his hands and shouted, the little Hufflepuff wizard performed very well. Plus 30 points for Hufflepuff. The Badgers danced with joy and were excited about learning the spells. A Ravenclaw student, due to nervousness, mispronounced a word and actually summoned a giant bison. There was a commotion among the students, who dodged in panic. Lin Xia did not move. She could feel that Professor Flitwick was very powerful and capable enough to resolve this crisis. Instead, it was Draco beside her who took the lead in rescuing people, and the spell he chose was Stupefy. A red light with a stun ray came out of his wand and shot at the bison. The bison simply staggered in place for a moment and continued charging forward. The spell was used correctly, but due to the little wizard's magic, the power was too weak. Fainted. A slightly sharp voice came from the side, and the red light from the tip of Professor Flitwick's wand became thicker and shot at the bison. The next second, the bison fell to the ground. Professor Flitwick comforted the students with a few words and gave Hufflepuff another 10 points. It's only been 2 days since school started, and Hufflepuff is already well ahead in the House Cup. This made the seniors even more enthusiastic. No matter how busy they were with their studies, they would still take turns to come to the Little Wizard's Lounge in the evening to tutor them. Hufflepuff's tutoring is also very interesting. They never force the little wizards to learn something, but instead ask them what they are interested in. If you are not interested in anything, you can eat something first, watch how others play, or try it yourself. It's not too late to get tutoring once you've determined the direction you're interested in. Lin Xia also attended tutoring in the lounge at night, but it was tutoring on Transfiguration. Cedric has a high level of attainment in Transfiguration and is happy to guide Lin Xia and Draco, who insists on learning from Lin Xia. Transfiguration is a very profound spell. In addition to the normal Transfiguration spell, there are also Conversion spell, Summoning spell, Vanishing spell, Animagus, Human Transfiguration, Apparition, Summoning, Stone Pillar Deployment. Cedric demonstrated as he spoke. I personally think that Transfiguration is also a versatile magic. Almost all spells can be countered with Transfiguration. Draco said, in the afternoon's Charms class, someone summoned a bison. Cedric raised his eyebrows. He pronounced the wrong syllables. The levitation spell can easily be pronounced as the buffalo summoning spell. If it were me, I would use a Transfiguration spell on the bison and turn it into an immovable stool like this. He tapped the flying birds with his wand, and a stool with wings appeared before him. Cedric didn't use the full transformation, so the bird turned into a flying stool. You see, Transfiguration makes other creatures much less dangerous. Lin Xia was very interested in Transfiguration and continued to transform the badger figurine. This time she took out her magic wand and easily changed the expression of the figurine. Now she planned to change the appearance of the figurine. The public lounges of the 4 major colleges are not interconnected, and only people from the college know the specific locations and related passwords. They first seek help from the ghost, nearly headless Nick, but Nick doesn't know where the Hufflepuff common room is. So they went to ask the fat lady in the portrait again. The fat lady shook her head. Child, no matter how much you praise me, I don't know where their lounge is. That place is always filled with the sweet smell of cream. Mikkel kept hinting, why don't we go to the kitchen on the second floor? The aroma of cream is the strongest there. Maybe their lounge is there? Ron said without thinking. No way. Who would put the lounge so close to the kitchen? He looked at Harry, who nodded in agreement. I think so. Mikkel tried several times to take them to the second floor, but was brought back every time by Ron. Suddenly, they saw a teacher in the corridor. It was their defense against the dark arts professor, Professor Quirrell. He had a big purple scarf wrapped around his head, which made him look funny and weird. If you got closer, you could even smell the odor of someone who hadn't taken a shower in days. It was very recognizable. They wanted to ask Quirrell, but found that Quirrell was in a hurry, as if something big had happened, so they followed him unconsciously. After 2 hours of transfiguration instruction, Lin Xia was already able to change the posture of the badger figurine from happily running to gracefully playing the saxophone. But some of the details of the figure are still blurry, just like the crudely made pirated copies sold outside. Cedric commented, once you have refined all the details, your transfiguration can move on to the next round. Remember, transfiguration is not about creating something out of nothing, but about creating a complete shape in your mind. The clearer the figurine is in your mind, the more complete your transfiguration will be. Sometimes I think transfiguration is like a puzzle. You need to put it into the pattern you want, instead of caring about what it originally looked like. He finally reminded, except for food, it is not covered by any law of transformation. A thoughtful look flashed across Lin Xia's eyes, and suddenly, she had an inspiration. Transfiguration cannot turn things into food, but it can turn them into living creatures that resemble food. If you cast such a transfiguration on yourself, can you quickly escape from the battlefield? But this is very difficult. After all, the energy in a wizard's body is very different from that of ordinary objects, but it can be included in the research direction. Even if she couldn't use it on herself, Lin Xia glanced at the white fairy lying lazily beside her and thought she could use it on other things. Draco was still struggling with transfiguration. He was trying to transform an ordinary badge into the Hufflepuff emblem. The color had changed, but the pattern in the middle remained unchanged. Lin Xia said something to him and returned to the golden wooden house to start today's practice. She specially packed a lot of food in a small bag and digested the magic while eating. After eating all the food, she practiced the 9 Heavens mysterious Yang secret record. Under her promotion, the food quickly turned into magic power, and then through the practice, it was converted into a special energy, which was slowly distributed to various parts of the body. After being assimilated by the wizarding world, the secret records of the 9 Heavens and mysterious Yang is very different from the practice she had in her previous life. In the past, she cultivated the power of Xian Yang through her exercises, but what she cultivated now was more like a kind of magic power containing special powers. The magic in the wizarding world has many attributes, such as the 4 major schools of Hogwarts, which are wind, fire, water, and earth elements. She also has many complex magical properties in her body, including the power of sacrifices brought by the scales of fate, the magical properties of different foods eaten, and the absorption of wind, fire, water, and earth scattered everywhere by the 4 major colleges. But under the guidance of the 9 Heavens mysterious Yang secret records, all of this was gently transformed into the same special attribute, serving as nourishment to temper the foundation of her life. Suddenly, Lin Xia had a flash of inspiration, and her body froze slightly. If she sacrificed the 9 Heavens mysterious Yang secret records, would she be able to gain insight into the secrets of the martial arts, or even change the martial arts at any time to guide her own practice? There are 5 levels of cultivation realms in 9 Heavens mysterious Yang secret records, namely, Food Realm, Foundation Building Realm, Mysterious Classic Realm, Health Preservation Realm, and Secret Cultivation Realm. The ones that can significantly enhance the combat power are the Bait Realm, the Foundation Establishment Realm, and the Secret Cultivation Realm. The mysterious code realm and the health preservation realm focus on the spirit, while the other strengthens the foundation and cultivates the strength. The combat power is more of an auxiliary enhancement rather than a direct increase. Just do it when you think of it. Lin Xia sat cross-legged on the bed, with the 5 fingers of her palms pointing up, her body in a strange entwining posture, and she was running the technique with all her strength. The balance of fate. A bronze scale appeared in front of Lin Xia. She used her mental thoughts to outline the 9 Heavens Xianyang's secret record and stuffed all the insights from practicing the skill in the previous life into it. An invisible book outlined by spiritual power was placed on the right end of the scale of fate, and she took a step forward and stood materially on the left end of the scale of fate. The balance began to swing violently, then slowed down until it stopped. Lin Xia's eyelids twitched slightly. Wow, she was only slightly heavier than the 9 Heavens Mysterious Yang's secret record. At this moment, her state was different from the previous state when she sacrificed the little white cat. The little white cat is no ordinary creature. It has been branded with the mark of her soul and has become a part of her strength. Plus, her body is getting stronger every day, and her knowledge and experience are becoming richer and richer. Every day, she becomes stronger than before. Even so, when weighed on the scales of fate, it was only slightly heavier than the martial arts. If she had not obtained the little white cat, she might not even be as important as the martial arts. From this we can see that there is still a lot to be explored in the secret records of the 9 Heavens and the mysterious Yang. Lin Xia no longer hesitated and chose to sacrifice himself completely. Her body seemed to be quickly peeled off by some force, and her bones were pulled out one by one. The intense pain made Lin Xia almost faint. She gritted her teeth and forced herself to muster a bit of energy. The secret record of the 9 Heavens Mysterious Yang was originally the perception of her spirit, and she would not resist the sacrifice at all. At this point, all the secrets of this technique were revealed to her. A vast amount of knowledge came to her. Lin Xia discovered that it contained not only the insights from the 9 Heavens Mysterious Yang's secret records, but also the insights from other family skills she had read in her previous life, as well as the skills of the enemies she had encountered in her previous life. No wonder it was so heavy. She packed all the insights related to cultivation into it. She could only select the knowledge of the bait realm to study. Past cultivation experience, the blockages felt when practicing the skills, the changes in wizard qualifications brought about by the improvement of cultivation, the absorption of various magical properties. After gaining insight into all the mysteries of the first level of the 9 Heavens Mysterious Yang's secret records, she mixed all of them together and developed a completely new practice method based on the direction of practice she wanted. In the bait state, one uses one's body as bait, tempering the energy of all parties and feeding it back to oneself. There seemed to be a raging fire burning in her eyes. Her mind was working rapidly, sparks of inspiration constantly collided, and her whole body seemed to be placed in boiling water. It is better to turn yourself into a furnace, ignite all the energy coming from the outside, and turn it into an endless supply of firewood. Higher, faster, stronger absorption. After the sacrifice, Lin Xia felt exhausted and lay limply on the bed with sweat on his forehead. The slightest movement caused a pain, as if the muscles and veins in my body were being torn apart. But Lin Xia laughed happily. It was a laugh of freedom and joy, as if she had parted from the clouds and mist and jumped out of the cage. Her amber eyes were sparkling, and her whole body suddenly felt itchy. She reached out her hand and felt dandruff. Most of her hair had fallen out, but new hair was growing. The new technique ran through her body, allowing her to quickly transform herself, and the remaining dragon tendons in her stomach provided her with a constant supply of new energy. This technique was created by her and was customized for herself. It is more powerful than the original 9 Heavens Mysterious Yang's secret record and can better enhance her own foundation. Lin Xia had a hunch that the moment she was promoted from the bait-eating realm to the foundation-building realm, her wizard qualifications would be pushed to a very high level. She took a shower in a hurry and had no time to observe the changes in her body. She felt very sleepy and fell asleep immediately. The destiny compass in my mind started to spin slowly, but it stopped at the dream interpretation column. Lin Xia suddenly had a dream. In her dream, she saw Mikhail Bain lying on a bed with red curtains, with his head lowered, writing in his diary with a focused expression. When Lin Xia saw the words written by Mikhail, she was stunned. Aren't these Chinese characters? Could it be that Mikhail also has Oriental ancestry? Today I followed Ron to find Malfoy and Lin Xia. Lin Xia is a character who has never appeared in the books, so it is worth noting. However, Hogwarts is very different from the books. The number of students alone has increased several times, so it is not surprising that there will be people I don't know. The key point is to observe Malfoy. His fate has been completely changed. Why did he go to Hufflepuff instead of Slytherin? There must be a major change here. While searching for the Hufflepuff common room, the three protagonists discovered that something was wrong with Professor Quirrell. He was always talking to himself, and there seemed to be a ghost following him. Professor Quirrell is a time bomb. Who would have thought that there is a dark lord behind his head? This hidden danger needs to be eliminated as soon as possible. I am too weak now. Let alone Quirrell. I can't even beat the troll. Should I tell Dumbledore? No. Dumbledore can use legilimency. What if he reads my memory as a time traveler? I should remind Harry more often. After all, he is the destined protagonist. The picture gradually became dim, and Lin Xia caught a last glimpse of the words written by Mikhail in the diary gradually fading and slowly disappearing. Lin Xia. Good morning. The Hufflepuff common room was filled with sweet smells, and the little wizards greeted Lin Xia happily, showing their love and friendliness towards her. This is related to the fact that Lin Xia contributed many Oriental dessert recipes. The little wizard feels that his stomach is about to be captured by Oriental desserts. How come there are so many wonderful cooking methods in the world? In addition to salt, soy sauce, salad, and butter, there are also vinegar, peppercorns, chili peppers, chopped green onions, and other wonderful condiments. A little wizard was eating spicy strips, one by one, crunchy, and giving a thumbs up to his friends. It's so addictive, so satisfying. Lin Xia first went to the kitchen and ordered breakfast for today. Xylongbeo, soup dumplings, pan-fried dumplings, golden cakes, and a few plates of steamed pork ribs and chicken feet. Thank you all. The house elf of Hogwarts was moved to tears again. Ms. Lin Xia told me thank you. I must work hard. Ms. Lin Xia is the best Hufflepuff. It is our honor to serve Miss Lin Xia. There is no such thing as food waste in Hogwarts. All the food in the castle is converted from magic power. If it is not finished, it will disappear and turn into magic power. However, many students believe that there is an endless supply of food in the kitchen because there is Hufflepuff's gold cup. Lin Xia packed breakfast and brought it back to the lounge. When she set it out, Draco, Teray, and Robin also came over. Draco was stunned for a moment and asked doubtfully, Lin Xia, have you become a little different? Lin Xia asked with interest, for example. When she woke up this morning, she found that the changes in herself were not big, just minor details. Her skin became better, but she looked the same. If you are not familiar with it, you may not be able to tell it apart. Sure enough, when they arrived at the common room, none of the young wizards said that she had changed a lot, but Draco noticed it instead. Draco frowned and said uncertainly, You seem to have become more beautiful, but that's not right. You were already very beautiful. Lin Xia shook her head. My appearance has not changed. Draco muttered, She just became more beautiful. To put it in an idiom, it should be called radiant and dazzling. After breakfast, there was still some time before class, so Lin Xia started to make itinerary arrangements. Draco saw this and started making a schedule as well. He also developed the habit of making plans when he was studying Muggle courses. He sighed in his heart. He originally thought that coming to Hogwarts to study would not require him to study like the Muggles. But now it seems that as long as Lin Xia is there, there is no way he will stop. Anyone from the Malfoy family must be no worse than any genius. Draco asked Teray and Robin about their plans for today. Teray and Robin looked at each other and shook their heads blankly. Draco extended an invitation enthusiastically. If you don't have any plans, why not join us? Teray and Robin nodded and said, Okay, it's just playing together, no big deal. Hufflepuff had 2 classes in the morning. One was Transfiguration, which they had just started, and the second was Potions, which they had already taken. I took both classes with Gryffindor. Lin Xia discovered that Hufflepuff and Gryffindor had many classes scheduled together, while Slytherin was scheduled together with Ravenclaw. She couldn't help wondering, was it the school's deliberate arrangement, or was there another reason? With the magic elevator, the little wizard had never been late. Lin Xia deliberately wore a plaid hairpin and a tie with an English plaid pattern. The plaid was yellow and black, with red lines interspersed in between. Walking into the Transfiguration classroom, there sat an elegant tabby cat on the podium with black lines around its eyes. Lin Xia was very interested in Transfiguration and sat in the front row. Draco followed closely behind her, and he also brought Teray and Robin along. Sitting in the front row means that you can't be absent-minded, can't do little tricks, can't be dazed. But what does that matter? The little Hufflepuff wizards said they were very calm. They are not stupid. They know that they may not be able to do it, but they still choose to sit down and accompany their friends. Knowing that something is impossible but still doing it, this is the courage that is unique to Hufflepuff. There was a match on each table. Lin Xia, who had already reviewed the content of the Transfiguration class, began to struggle with the matches and transform them into needles. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but the movement of the wand by her wrist became smoother and the magic power flowed smoothly, just like a high-speed motor that was oiled and ran even faster. Robin and Teray beside her gasped, and the little wizard from Gryffindor looked at her in disbelief. In just a few seconds, the match on Lin Xia's desk turned into a shining silver needle. Draco was still struggling with the match. He knew that his talent was not as good as Lin Xia's, who was a monster that inherited the blood of the Eastern Dragon. But his father told him that concentration is a magical power that can turn mediocre people into geniuses and make geniuses even more geniuses. As for monsters, oh, why should humans compare themselves with monsters that are beyond their scope? 5 minutes later, Draco also successfully turned the match into a silver needle. This needle was much bigger and thicker than Lin Xia's, and not as good-looking, but it was still a needle. Applause, applause. The young Hufflepuff wizard applauded the two without hesitation, which made the Gryffindor people couldn't help but follow suit and applaud. Mikkel didn't applaud and whispered, "Hufflepuff gets extra points again. They always try to be in the spotlight." As the children applauded, the tabby cat sitting elegantly on the podium suddenly stood up and jumped to the ground. As soon as it landed, the tabby cat turned into a woman in a black cloak and an elegant black hat. It was Professor McGonagall. The little wizard recognized Professor McGonagall, the serious-looking witch who sorted them. Professor McGonagall nodded slightly to Lin Xia and Draco. 10 points for Hufflepuff. This is a very good transfiguration. She looked at the other little wizards. Her voice was not loud, but it had a kind of awe-inspiring magic. Transfiguration will be practiced throughout your entire learning career. It is a very sophisticated spell and a profound magical skill. No wizard dares to call himself a master of transfiguration. Professor McGonagall paused. It can turn dead things into living things, and living things into dead things. It is the source of energy conversion. You will gain insight into the mysteries of magic, deprive living things of their souls, and at the same time, give souls to dead things. She gracefully extended her wand and tapped the podium. After a while, a cute little pig appeared in front of everyone, jumping around as if it was a real pig. Every student touched the piglet out of curiosity, and it finally staggered back to its original place and turned into a podium again. "This is amazing!" Ron exclaimed, grabbing Mikkel's arm tightly. "Harry, I want to learn transfiguration." Harry nodded in fascination. "Magic is really amazing." Mikkel rolled his eyes. "Ron, you got the wrong guy." Ron quickly let go of his hand. "Sorry, I was too excited." The students were all very excited, but the extremely high difficulty of learning transfiguration still stumped many young wizards. After the class, only a few Hufflepuff students made the end of the match slightly sharper. Of the Gryffindors, only Hermione could do it, and Professor McGonagall added 1 point to each of the 2 houses. "Professor, I have something to ask you." After class, Lin Xia did not leave the classroom immediately, but walked up to Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall looked at her plaid hairpin and plaid tie, and her expression eased slightly. Lin Xia, you have a good talent for transfiguration. Don't worry too much. Professor McGonagall thought that Lin Xia was asking her how to improve her transfiguration skills. Lin Xia shook her head and expressed her previous thoughts. I want to know if this inspiration can be realized. Mag pondered for a moment and said, when I use transfiguration, I mostly turn dead things into living things and let them follow a set program. It is far from giving them a soul. However, it is much more difficult to turn a living thing into a dead thing or into another kind of living thing than into a dead thing. This involves human mental issues. Except for the animagus who can retain consciousness during transformation, directly performing transfiguration on a living thing will transform the brain as well. For example, if a person is transformed into a pig, his brain will also become a pig's brain, and he will lose his human sanity. At the same time, this transformation is very uncomfortable for living things. Besides, if the transfiguration curse is not removed, the person will most likely remain a pig, and even he himself will think that he is a pig. Professor McGonagall said seriously, Lin Xia, your idea is very dangerous. It is not something you can try now. Lin Xia nodded and replied obediently, Teacher, I just have an idea. My transformation skills are far from strong enough, so I won't try it easily. Professor McGonagall's tone softened a bit. If you have any questions about transfiguration, feel free to ask me. My office is nearby.
Thank you, teacher.
A hint of joy flashed across Lin Xia's eyes, and her amber pupils were like sparkling gems. You're welcome. Cedric mentioned to me yesterday that there is a genius with a great talent for transfiguration in their academy, and there are several other students with equally good talents. Although Professor McGonagall is the head of Gryffindor, she is strict, treats all students equally, and appreciates diligent children. She also liked the talented and hardworking Hufflepuff. As she was about to be late, Lin Xia walked into the underground potion classroom. Professor Snape stood on the podium with a cold look in his eyes, like a snake king looking at the restless little snakes. Draco helped Lin Xia save a seat, and this time they sat with Harry. When Lin Xia sat down, Draco was already talking to Harry, asking him what snacks he liked. Lin Xia thought to herself, finally, I have made some progress. Let's continue making the scabies potion, and hopefully you won't give me another bad case like last time. Professor Snape's cold and eerie voice sounded, and he suddenly looked at Lin Xia like a snake king baring his teeth. After all, you won't have another warrior friend. Lin Xia. No need to, Professor. I really don't want to be a warrior. Perhaps Snape's intimidation worked. Although the little wizards were very reserved in this class, they were very careful and rarely made mistakes. Even if he made a mistake, Snape could make up for it, although for this the little wizard had to endure a scolding. Lin Xia is still partnering with Neville. Under her guidance, Neville has already made a bottle of scabies potion. There are still a lot of materials left, so Lin Xia encourages Neville to make another bottle independently. At the same time, she also smoothly made a bottle of scabies potion. There were some flashes of inspiration in it, but she didn't catch them, which made her a little irritated. Lin Xia suddenly realized that in the golden wooden house, she seemed to have a lot of inspiration. Moreover, she felt very tired every time she practiced, but would be full of energy the next day. Perhaps the golden wooden house had the function of restoring fatigue. Lin Xia took out sulfur from her small leather bag and unconsciously put it into the boiling crucible. At this step, she should have put in 4 horn slugs. Lin Xia. Professor Snape's voice suddenly came from behind. Potion making is a rigorous process. Have you ever considered that being distracted during making the potion might cause an accident? You actually forgot the steps and wanted to add sulfur to it. This is not something a top student would do. Lin Xia came back to her senses, quickly withdrew her hand and apologized. I'm sorry, Professor. I suddenly thought of whether sulfur could be added to the scabies potion, so I tried it. Oh. Our great Ms. Lin Xia actually wants to change a simple and elementary potion like the scabies potion. Perhaps she forgot one thing. The more elementary it is, the more classic it is. Professor Snape said bluntly, If you use your imagination to accurately control the dosage of potions, I believe your potion skills will improve by leaps and bounds. Professor. Lin Xia looked at him calmly. Sulfur added to water will make the water suspension acidic, which can neutralize the alkali produced by the addition of porcupine quills and can be used as a neutralizing agent. At the same time, sulfur is often processed into a suspension for pest control and production. It is safe for humans and animals and is not likely to cause damage to crops, so I think sulfur could be added to scabies medicine. She smiled slightly, and there was a sense of confidence and calmness in her still clear and tender voice. I'm not questioning the combination of classic potions. I just want to explore more possibilities. Snape's ink-black pupils met her gaze, and in a trance, he seemed to see a girl with green eyes, looking at him with the same bright and confident look. How did you know about the medicinal properties of sulfur? A medical book that specifically talks about Chinese medicine. Professor Snape turned around and ignored her, instead firing at the other little wizards. Have you finished making the scabies potion? Instead of looking at others, you might as well look at what your own cauldron has become. He paused and said casually, Lin Xia, come to my office at noon. The first round of recommendations cannot be opened because I have not read enough. I hope that all the big guys can give me a chance and read enough these days, especially on Tuesday and Wednesday, which are very, very important. After class, the Hufflepuff students looked at Lin Xia with concern, fearing that Lin Xia would be eaten by the poisonous snake like Potions Professor. Draco said, I'll go with you. My father has a good relationship with Professor Snape. For my father's sake, he won't do anything to you. Ron agreed. Lin Xia, let Draco go with you. Hermione was speechless. We should go together. We can't let Lin Xia face the professor alone. Ron remembered Snape's look and shook his head in fear. Draco has connections. He won't be scolded. We can't go. We will definitely be punished. Draco gave Ron a look that said you're very sensible. Harry couldn't get a word in, but he felt that they should go together. However, he also felt that his relationship with Lin Xia had not yet reached the point where they could share weal and woe. I kind of want to go, but I also kind of don't want to go. It's too complicated. Lin Xia raised her hand and called for a stop. I know you are worried about me, but don't worry, he is a professor at the school, and he won't do anything to me. She smiled with her eyes slightly curved, sly and smart. Besides, I don't think it's a bad thing for him to ask me to come over. Have you forgotten that I talked back to him, but he didn't deduct my points? This reason convinced everyone else, except Draco, who continued to follow her and chatter after lunch. Lin Xia looked at Teray and Robin. Teray and Robin looked at each other, lifted Draco up and walked away. Lin Xia, wait for me. I will definitely come to rescue you. Lin Xia, if it doesn't work, call my father's name. Lin Xia. Perhaps she should remind Draco not to read too many novels. If someone didn't know, they would think she was going to face a dragon. Professor Snape's office is in the basement, not far from the potions classroom. When Lin Xia walked in, she found the room very dim. There were hundreds of glass bottles on the shelves, and sticky animal and plant specimens were floating in colorful potions. Snape was with his head lowered, concentrating on making the potion. He poured 3 bottles of green liquid into the crucible, and Lin Xia seemed to smell a faint scent of grass. He put 2 bundles of grass-like plants in, stirred them 3 times clockwise, and then waved the magic wand. Although no spell was recited, Lin Xia could feel magical power flowing in the crucible. After doing all this, Professor Snape raised his head and looked at Lin Xia and said in an arrogant tone, "This is prepared for an incompetent person who is not capable of holding the position he is in. Your weight is worth knowing the name of the potion Polyjuice Potion." Lin Xia thought for a few seconds and said, "Polyjuice Potion, a potion that can transform the drinker into someone else's appearance. This potion is very advanced and very complicated to make. It is divided into 2 stages, and the entire production process takes a month." Snape nodded slightly. "Your theoretical knowledge is very good." Lin Xia smiled. "Draco's theory is better than mine, and he loves potions. But his talent is not as great as yours," Snape said pointedly. As a master of potions, Snape had an extraordinary eye. After only 2 classes, he had figured out many young wizards. Draco has a great talent for potions and can control the dosage very precisely. He will be an excellent potion maker in the future. However, Lin Xia has a beast-like intuition about the combination of potion types, and she is more suited to creation than making them step by step. In his eyes, Lin Xia already has the potential to be a master of potions. Professor Snape extended an invitation to Lin Xia. When I was communicating with Lucius through letters, he often mentioned you to me, saying that you have unique insights into Eastern magic plants. Are you interested in joining my laboratory? If it were any other professor, Lin Xia would feel that they appreciated her talent. But when it came to Snape, why did it seem weird the more she thought about it? Could it be that he was trying to trick her into working for nothing? Lin Xia said cautiously, "Professor, I need to think about it. I just enrolled and don't know the school's study situation or whether the academic pressure is great. In addition, what can I get by joining your laboratory?" She didn't ask what Snape would get. That was his laboratory, not her laboratory. The medicine created in his laboratory inherently bears his name. If she could create some innovative or improved potion, it would not only help her but also enhance Snape's reputation. The greater the fame, the more people will flock to you, and the price of the potions you make will also increase. Snape drawled, a very reasonable request. A Slytherin never refuses a fair deal. He handed Lin Xia a piece of paper, which was filled with what she needed to do to join his laboratory and the benefits she could get. Lin Xia just took a quick look at it, put it in his pocket, and left. This was not the place for research. After returning to the golden wooden house, there was still some time to rest, so Lin Xia took out the note and checked it. That power one. You can get a certain amount of magic plants every month to practice making potions. 2. You will be guided at any time if you encounter difficulties in making potions. 3. You can use the laboratory channel to purchase rare magic plants. Obligation 1. You need to make a certain amount of potions according to my requirements every month. 2. The topic was initiated by me. 3. The lost share is determined by me. Lin Xia stopped reading after seeing this. She stretched out her knuckles and tapped the table lightly, making a dull thumping sound. Although the benefits are obvious, I can also buy potions from Uncle Lucius, which are not necessarily much more expensive than here. Once you join, the constraints are too obvious. Isn't this obviously exchanging guidance for free work? The most important thing is, it's not specified how the profits from the potion I made will be distributed. Could it be that he wants to keep it all for himself? Lin Xia shook her head. It was a standard indenture. Putting the note away, she took the time to rest, wanting to test the capabilities of the golden cabin. After sleeping for about 20 minutes, Lin Xia was awakened by the magic alarm clock and found that she was full of energy, just like when she woke up in the morning. Her eyes lit up slightly. This wooden house really had the special effect of relieving fatigue. Gold means extraordinary. The golden wooden house is probably more than just a place to recover from fatigue and enhance inspiration. I will find time to investigate it another day. There was a herbology class in the afternoon, and Lin Xia, Draco, and his roommates arrived at the greenhouse on time. The herbology classes are held in the greenhouse outside Hogwarts. They are divided into the first greenhouse, the second greenhouse, the third greenhouse, etc. according to the grade. Professor Sprout walked in wearing a gray suit, a pair of dragon skin gloves, and a few weeds mixed in the cuffs, looking like a simple farmer. She said happily, "Welcome to the herbal medicine class. You will study this course until the 5th grade. Now, take out your copy of thousands of magical herbs and fungi. Let's first learn about the medicinal properties of herbs. Rather than teaching you theoretical knowledge, I would rather let you discover the properties of herbs yourself. For example, the dill grass has a very powerful healing effect in the wizarding world. The dill essence extracted from it can almost heal cuts, lacerations, and other external injuries immediately, without leaving scars." Professor Sprout said as he took the little wizard to observe the white, fresh grass. It took less than a minute, just a few seconds, and the flying insect seemed to be unharmed by the broken wings and flew up again. It was like witnessing a miracle. Professor Sprout said, "See, this is the power of difficile. As long as you get help in time, you can get your broken limbs back. The little wizard stared at the scene with wide eyes, and Lin Xia was no exception. Although she had been exposed to potions and herbology at an early age because of the Malfoy family, every time she saw the magical plant Didney, she would sigh at the creator's preference for it. After class, Lin Xia packed up and prepared to leave, but Professor Sprout stopped her and said, "Lin Xia, come to my office." A Slytherin student looked at him curiously and suddenly said sarcastically, "Wow, Lin Xia, who is so smart and outstanding, is actually being sought out by the professor. Did she commit some crime?" Another companion echoed exaggeratedly. She was approached by the professor twice. Professor Snape and Professor Sprout approached her at the same time. It must be bad news. It looks like Lin Xia is going to have a hard time, huh? Draco glared at them and quickly pulled out his wand and pointed it at them. "Shut up, you bunch of bugs." Slytherin students are always arrogant because of their excellent family background. They didn't know Lin Xia's background. They only knew that she was of Oriental descent, which meant she was not a noble in the wizarding world. Seeing that Lin Xia has been in the spotlight these days, some little wizards are a little jealous. Draco is also very outstanding, but his family is powerful. If you can't mock Draco, can't you mock Lin Xia? Draco. Lin Xia grabbed Draco's wand and said disapprovingly, "Don't be impulsive. You shouldn't point your wand at your classmates. According to school rules, students who fight privately will be severely punished." Draco glared at the Slytherin students and said, "What are you looking at? Do you really want to fight me? Get out of here now." Those students' faces turned red. They wanted to say something but were afraid of angering Draco. The speed at which he had pulled out his wand just now was no joke. They were all pulled away by Slytherin students. Lin Xia looked at Draco. "I know you can't stand them, and I can't stand them either." "Then you still," Draco said indignantly. "But we can choose to solve it in another way." There was a hint of meaning in her eyes, a way that complies with the rules and at least won't leave any handle. Draco thought about it. Lin Xia patted his shoulder and said, "Leave this matter to me. Professor Sprout's office is near the greenhouse. Her office is very different from other professors, as it is a vegetable garden. It is said that this is Professor Sprout's newly moved office. Because some herbs kept disappearing inexplicably from her medicine garden, she decided to catch the thief herself." As she walked into the vegetable garden, the destiny compass in Lin Xia's mind moved slightly and turned to the Fuchi column, and frames of images flashed through her mind.
Snape.
Slughorn, the vegetable thief, suspected it was caused by a magical creature. Snape agreed to check. He was stealing the food openly. Lin Xia had a strange look on her face. It was clearly man-made, but it was portrayed as a magical creature causing harm. From stealing medicinal herbs secretly to openly asking Professor Sprout for materials under the pretext of investigating the matter. It's really unheard of for two potions professors to take advantage of people to this extent. Lin Xia looked at Professor Sprout eagerly. She was willing to do this job, but she didn't know if the dear professor was willing to give her this opportunity. Professor Sprout smiled and poured her a glass of water. "Sit down. Don't be nervous. I'll just chat with you. Do you know Cedric? He is the best student in Hufflepuff in the past 10 years. He speaks highly of you." Lin Xia took a sip of the water and found that it tasted like grapes, icy and cool, very suitable for drinking in summer.
"Dean, I know Senior Cedric.
I consult him about transfiguration every night." Professor Sprout's expression became a little serious. "Then I'll tell you directly. I heard that Snape kept you after class because you talked back to him in class. Did he punish you?" "Child, how did he punish you? If it was too harsh, I will negotiate with him. Hufflepuff will not let any student suffer injustice." "You were right in class. It was that gloomy old man who was too fussy," said Professor Sprout indignantly. Lin Xia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that a little wizard had gone to the dean to complain, and she was standing up for her. This is not surprising. After all, everyone can see that Professor Snape is difficult to get along with. Lin Xia shook her head. "That's not the case, Dean." She explained the whole story, and Professor Sprout breathed a sigh of relief. "So, it's this matter. I thought the old man was so petty that he would keep nitpicking over a student." She asked, "What about you? Do you want to go to his lab?" Lin Xia hesitated and shook her head. I just started school. I think it's too early to get involved in these things. I still want to enjoy college life. Professor Sprout agreed and said, your idea is good. You are still too young to be exposed to experiments frequently. This will seriously squeeze out your entertainment life. Although Snape is a fussy person and always told me that the loss of medicinal materials was too great and asked me to reimburse him more, his ability to make potions is indeed very strong. However, Professor Sprout changed the subject. Since he thinks you have a talent for potions, then I'm afraid your talent is very outstanding. It would be a bit of a waste to really ignore it. She winked at Lin Xia and said, why don't you come to my medicine garden? Just come and help me on Saturday morning, and I can share some of the herbs in the garden with you. By the way, I heard that you were looking for a part-time job. Helping me here can be considered as part of the part-time job. You can get an extra galleon every week. Lin Xia said without hesitation, Professor, I work in your medicine garden. Evenly distributing the medicinal materials meant that Professor Sprout would not interfere with her potion making, but would only help her provide some raw materials. Combined with the footage seen through the spirit writing, there is no doubt that Professor Sprout is a very easy-to-talk-to person. As the dean of his own college, Lin Xia must be concerned about his family. Professor Sprout extended his hand to her and said with a smile, it's a pleasure to work with you, Lin Xia. If you make a new type of potion, remember to sell it to me first. Lin Xia readily extended her hand. Although I don't know if I can succeed, if I do succeed, the professor will definitely be the first to know. Time flies, and the little wizard is about to usher in his first weekend at Hogwarts. On Friday night, under Michael's overt and covert guidance, Harry and his two friends came to the kitchen on the second floor. Ron quickly found Lin Xia. She was very conspicuous, and there were many little wizards around her, practicing spells together. Ron was a little scared for a moment. How could he smell the scent of a top student from Hufflepuff? This was too scary. Didn't they go out to play during the holidays?
Ron.
Draco was the first to notice him and greeted him. Only then did Lin Xia look up. On the table, the badger figurine was jumping back and forth unsteadily. Mikkel glanced at it, and the figure seemed like it would fall apart in the next second. Where did he buy it? The quality was so poor. Ron walked over and took out the things in the backpack one by one. I saw a lot of Oriental snacks at the station before, so I bought some and came here. Thank you for teaching me the job carefully before. Lin Xia was a little surprised and gladly accepted Ron's gift. Although her original intention was not to let Ron have frequent disasters in class, she accidentally gained Ron's friendship, which was also quite good. Are you going out to play? Lin Xia asked curiously when she saw them getting ready. Hermione replied, we plan to go find Professor Quirrell. I don't understand some of his defense against the dark arts class, so I want to ask him for details. Lin Xia frowned. It's already evening. Will Professor Quirrell be in Hogwarts? Mikkel then said, yes, we made an appointment with the professor in advance. Knowing that there was something wrong with Chi Luo, he still wanted to move forward. It was obvious that this person had bad intentions. Lin Xia thought to herself and replied, good luck to you. Mikkel stared at Lin Xia and suddenly said, why don't you and Draco come over and learn some defense against the dark arts? Lin Xia thought of something, and a look of disgust flashed across her face. Professor Quirrell. Forget it. My defense against the dark arts professor is not him, but another teacher. I think she teaches pretty well. Draco also shook his head, his expression of disgust even more intense. No. As soon as I got close to Professor Quirrell, I felt that he hadn't taken a bath for a long time. I suspected that there were lice hidden in the turban he was wearing. This made Hermione hesitate. Mikkel said quickly, we have already made an appointment with the professor. If we stand him up, it might leave a bad impression. Let's hurry over. Harry thought so too and said, let's go check it out first. Lin Xia heard Hermione suggest making an appointment with another defense against magic professor next time as they walked. On Friday night, the young wizard was not very enthusiastic about studying. In addition, the seniors went to Hogsmeade Village to play, so Lin Xia returned to the golden wooden house early. This time she packed up a lot of food again. The food at Hogwarts is all made of magic. No matter how much an ordinary little wizard eats, after digesting what can be digested, the excess magic will be excreted. But she is different. Through the Nine Heavens' mysterious young secret records, the furnace, she can digest and absorb as much of the magic power as possible. With the time she spent practicing every day, her bait-eating realm improved little by little. Lin Xia had a feeling that it would take about another month to steadily break through the second hurdle. If you can obtain rare treasures like Dragon's Nerve and top-level delicacies during this period, the speed of clearing the level will be even faster. Lin Xia felt a little regretful. Unfortunately, no matter how many letters she wrote, Mr. Ollivander refused to sponsor the half-piece of Dragon Nerve as the fund for her to develop a new type of wand. Lin Xia stood in the living room, posing in a strange posture, her skin hot and red, and the scales of fate on her wrist glowed faintly. She turned her body into a furnace. The surging magic power seemed to be placed in boiling water, transforming into power in her body. Lin Xia's body was like a big pot, with the lid tightly pressed down to prevent the captured magic power from escaping. Suddenly, her face changed slightly, and she felt a thick magical power floating in the wooden house. After practicing the furnace technique, she became particularly sensitive to changes in magic in the outside world. She had deliberately observed whether there were any places in Hogwarts with strong magic. If possible, she would go there to practice and speed up the progress of breaking through the barriers. The kitchen has the most magic by far, followed by the classrooms. The lounge has some magic, but it's too noisy. As a result, the golden wooden house where she lives now also has such a high concentration of magic power. The magic contained in the golden wooden house is almost the same as that in the kitchen, and far exceeds that in the classroom. Lin Xia's eyes lit up. It was indeed a golden wooden house. Obviously, this wooden house had the effect of automatically gathering magic power. This is a natural place for practicing martial arts. After an hour of practice, Lin Xia finished his practice and checked around the wooden house. Nothing was found. Lin Xia was a little puzzled. That ball of magic power is so thick, even if I absorb a part of it, most of it is still left outside. Where did all that magic power go? She shook her head and looked at the floor plan of the cabin, planning to build another laboratory. Whether it is research on wand making or potion development, a laboratory is needed. Why not modify the bedroom and free up half of the space for a laboratory? Lin Xia thought about it for a while, but still felt that it was not possible. The sleeping place is too close to the laboratory. What if I make a mistake while making potions and the laboratory explodes and spreads to the bedroom? It would be great if I could create a laboratory out of thin air. Lin Xia sighed. She wondered if a student could occupy 2 tree houses, one for living and the other for experiments. But this is not a good idea. What if someone breaks into the cabin where the experiment is being conducted? The things in a laboratory are extraordinary, so confidentiality must be maintained first. At this moment, she felt the powerful hidden magic power reappear, and Lin Xia immediately looked up. A black vortex appeared out of nowhere in the center of the living room. It then grew larger and larger and turned into the shape of a door. It was a yellow and black door with a badger pattern on it. The badger was wearing a wizard's hat and holding a magic wand, casting a spell on a golden cup. Lin Xia was stunned for a moment, and a thought flashed through her mind. Could the tree house she lived in be the one where the founder of Hufflepuff once lived? If so, it would make sense why there was such an extraordinary tree house here. Lin Xia observed for a long time and even stretched out his wand to poke the door, but there was no response. After thinking it over, she took out the bear pendant, practiced the furnace technique, and pushed open the wooden door with full alertness. With a creaky sound, the wooden door slowly opened. Lin Xia was shocked when she saw the scene inside. She, it seems, really did get a laboratory. The laboratory is very plain and empty inside. It is not very large, just the size of the living room of a wooden house. Lin Xia walked in and didn't find any dust. She only felt that there was a lot of magic power accumulated inside, almost in liquefied form, so the air was very humid. If a small magic generator is placed here, it can definitely generate electricity for hundreds of years. Lin Xia also observed that the free magic power from the outside world was continuously moving towards this laboratory, forming a small magic tornado. A light bulb flashed in her mind, and she suddenly had an idea. She coughed a few times and asked tentatively, "Conjure up a clean table?" The next second, a clean and tidy table appeared out of thin air. Lin Xia raised a smile and pointed everywhere like a musician conducting a large symphony. Chairs, crucibles, reagents, beakers. As she finished speaking, things were transformed by magic one by one. It was amazing. She didn't know what she was thinking of. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she suppressed her excitement and said, "Conjure up some dragon nerves." After many experiments, Lin Xia found that all that could be produced in the laboratory were ordinary items, and magic power could not be transformed into items related to magic. A laboratory can only be a laboratory. It is impossible to turn it into another place to hide things, cook, etc. But this also made Lin Xia very satisfied. The magic power in the laboratory is much stronger than that in the outside world, and it is completely confidential. In the future, she can not only do experiments here but also practice, which makes her more efficient. The only downside is that it's not big enough. But as long as she doesn't pile all the materials here, it won't matter. After laying out the tools for studying the magic wand one by one and making some utensils needed for mixing potions, Lin Xia left the laboratory. Everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. I'll go work for Professor Sproul tomorrow and bring some magic plants over so I can start the experiment. When she was making the scabies potion, she always felt that sulfur could be integrated with the scabies potion, but she lacked specific experiments. As for the method of making a new type of wand, she had already prepared a draft of it, waiting to reveal it bit by bit when communicating with Ollivander through letters, so as to serve as evidence for the Ministry of Magic's subsequent investigation. When I fell asleep at night, the destiny compass in my mind moved slightly, but it stopped at the dream interpretation column. Lin Xia came to a dark and damp place, like an underground dungeon. There were only a few people around, and each of them wore a heavy hat to cover their face. A tall, dark-skinned woman appeared in front of her. She stretched out her wand and knocked on the window, uttered a spell, and a bottle of potion automatically appeared in the window. Lin Xia saw her quickly drink the potion and turned into another woman in the blink of an eye. This must be a compound potion. The scene changed, and the woman had come to a snow-white building that stood tall above the surrounding shops. Next to the smooth and shiny bronze door stood an elf, wearing a scarlet uniform inlaid with gold and a pair of pure gold monocles. The woman walked in, and the goblin bowed slightly to her. After passing the bronze gate, a second door appeared, but this door was silver and was covered with warnings. The woman, wearing someone else's face, passed through the second door again. The scene suddenly became wider. It was a living room covered with marble. Hundreds of fairies were sitting on a row of high stools. Some were weighing coins with a copper scale, some were examining gems with an eyepiece, and some were recording information in an account book. There are countless doors in the hall. Some are opened on the ground, some are suspended in the air, and some are opened on the ground. People come and go around, which is dazzling. The woman walked towards one of the doors calmly. The scene changed again, and the woman had arrived at a secret vault in a car. Suddenly, Lin Xia's heart tightened. She actually saw Hufflepuff's gold cup in the secret vault. The reason why she was so sure was that the woman deliberately picked up the gold cup and looked at it for a long time, then held it to her face with an infatuated look and kissed the gold cup. This cup is exactly the same as the golden cup she saw in the portrait. The scene changed again, and the woman appeared in another secret room, as if she wanted to take something, but she disturbed the sleeping fire dragon. Amid a fierce dragon roar, the woman fled quickly, and the last thing Lin Xia saw was the gate gradually moving away. 713 Underground Vault. The vision suddenly became dark. I don't know if it's because the bonus brought by the new skill furnace is too great, which makes the destiny compass become active. Lin Xia then had a second dream. This dream was very familiar to her because the place where the dream was set was Hogwarts. She also knew the person who appeared in the dream, another defense against the dark arts professor Quirrell. Quirrell sat in the office. His expression suddenly became painful, and he begged, "Master, please don't torture me. I will do as you command." She banged her head against the table and cried so hard that her nose was running. "Chilla, my most loyal servant, it's time for you to devote everything to me. The night after tomorrow, I want you to go to the Forbidden Forest. I need to drink unicorn blood to restore my strength." Chi Luo banged his head in pain and accidentally knocked off a corner of his scarf. Lin Xia saw a strange, sunken and blurry human eye. As soon as she saw those eyes, a strong desire to obtain them surged in her heart. Every part of her body was craving for it, sacrificing it. Lin Xia suddenly woke up and lowered her head to look at the scales of fate on her wrist. As I touched it, the tattoo felt slightly warm. Considering that the rust on the scales of fate had faded after 2 sacrifices, Lin Xia had a hunch that the human face behind Chi Luo's head would be of great use to the scales of fate. The scales of fate and the compass of destiny are closely related to her, and they always remind her. In the wizarding world, dreams are a mysterious power. There are precognitive dreams, warning dreams, and divination dreams. The former is hard to say, but the latter is. Lin Xia was not sure. A dream of sending wealth? She thought for a moment, took out a piece of parchment, and drew a quick sketch of the tall dark-skinned witch and wrote a few words. Lestrange's vault. She always felt that this woman looked familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere. The next day, early in the morning, although she had 2 dreams last night, Lin Xia had a good sleep quality. The golden wooden house also had the function of relieving fatigue, so she woke up full of energy the next day. She ran around the outside of Hogwarts Castle, pulling Draco along with her, and Draco pulled his roommate along with him. His roommate thought running laps was a cool thing to do, so he pulled other Hufflepuff students over. Soon, many of the early rising Hufflepuffs were being pulled out to play. As they jogged leisurely, they discussed what to have for breakfast in the morning. Lin Xia's physical fitness is better than before. She ran 3 laps while Draco only ran 1 lap. Even so, Draco is still the fastest runner among the young wizards. He panted and said, "Lin Xia, can the inheritance of an Eastern warlock make your physical fitness so terrifying? I think you should be assigned to Gryffindor. You are as strong as a lion." Lin Xia smiled and said, "Draco, if you want to learn, I can teach you, but you need to swear an oath not to tell anyone else." Draco was somewhat tempted. He had also learned some fighting skills and could barely fight against ordinary adults. But compared with Lin Xia, he could only be severely beaten. Is it really possible? Isn't it said that the inheritance of the Eastern warlock can only be passed on to those of the same bloodline? Lin Xia shook her head. Some of them are not needed, and the cultivation method is very selective. Not everyone is suitable for cultivation. You can consider it. In her previous life, she had read all the secret manuals of martial arts in her family, so it was not difficult for her to choose one that was suitable for Draco. The skills are precious, but it depends on where they are used. As Draco is one of her own, the stronger he is, the more helpful he will be to her. Lin Xia never thought that he could make a name for himself in the wizarding world on his own. The wizarding world is too mysterious, even for wizards who have lived for centuries. She wants to climb to the highest peak in this life to see the scenery that she had not seen in her previous life. Professor Spraugh's work in the herb garden was not heavy, but Lin Xia was forced to attend a whole morning of classes, which were all advanced knowledge on how to handle herbs. Lin Xia had already learned the basics of general herbology at Malfoy Manor. After the professor knew her and Draco's progress, he taught her more advanced knowledge.
There is no other way.
If they don't learn more, they will just be here to be mascots, and we can only watch helplessly. In Professor Spraugh's medicine garden, only a small part of them are intermediate-level magic plants. Most of them are high-level magic plants, and there are no low-level ones. As for Draco, since he couldn't leave school on weekends and didn't have to study the air course for the time being, he had plenty of time, so he came here to work with Lin Xia. Draco was also very experienced. When he was a child, he could not compare with Lin Xia, so he worked hard to learn, thinking that he could slap her in the face later. The result was, I was only slapped in the face even more and never surpassed others. So Draco changed his method and kept up with Lin Xia's pace. Although he still couldn't beat her, he could barely keep up with Lin Xia's strength. Only after they have learned the advanced knowledge and passed Professor Sproul's assessment can they officially take up their posts and help her deal with the demonic plants. Professor Sproul is worthy of being their dean. He treats his family well. Even though they didn't do any work today, he still asked them to take some intermediate-level herbs back. Lin Xia took a look at it. Although it was not a herbal medicine with health-enhancing effects, it was better than nothing, so she took a big handful. At noon, they first went to the castle to eat. Suddenly, a flock of owls flew in through the high windows and dropped envelopes and newspapers on the dining table. Lin Xia subscribes to the Daily Prophet every day to learn about current affairs. Gringotts was robbed. There was a sudden cry of surprise from the students. Isn't Gringotts the safest bank in the world? Why was it robbed? Lin Xia looked down and saw the fairies' movements appear in the newspaper. The goblins claimed that nothing was lost in the stolen secret vault and decided to replace the old dragon in Gringotts and send people to the Muggle world to learn their security system. Draco also saw the news and cursed, "We are wizards. Is it useful to learn the security system of the Muggle world? No matter how powerful the password is, it can be cracked with a decryption spell. These goblins are so lame. I doubt whether my property can be well kept in Gringotts." The wizarding world generally looks down on the Muggle world because magic is too convenient and many things can be accomplished with magic. Even if Lin Xia studied knowledge from the Muggle world, he was only exercising his logical thinking. Lin Xia thought of the woman in the dream who easily broke through Gringotts' verification system and couldn't help asking, "Draco, why is there only one bank in the British wizarding world, and it's run by goblins? Don't any wizards want to run it?" Draco said without thinking, "Goblins are good at keeping money. They love money. They are a neutral third party. I would rather let goblins keep money than wizards." Lin Xia shook her head. "You also said that they love money, so how can you guarantee that the goblins don't covet your property?" Draco hesitated and was speechless for a moment. He was instilled with the idea that the Goblin Bank was very safe from birth, and he never thought that the day would come when it would be robbed. In Lin Xia's opinion, the magic world does not have a complete monetary system, and no one knows how to deal with the increase and sale of gold galleons every year. If it weren't for the fact that the wizarding communities around the world are interconnected yet independent of each other, there would be no intention to start a currency war. Otherwise, the monetary system of the British wizarding world would be easily defeated. Lin Xia said, "Draco, we have an old saying in the East, which goes, 'Those who are not of our race must have different hearts.' The goblins' values of right and wrong may be very different from ours. I think we should first figure out the core of the goblin and then decide whether it is better to put the property in a bank." It was like her little treasury, which she always wore on her body. The bank doesn't give her any interest, so why should she put it in the bank? Next, Lin Xia ran to the library to look up information, and Draco decided to stay in the common room to practice transfiguration. The only known library in Hogwarts is on the 5th floor. Perhaps there are other libraries around, but Lin Xia doesn't know. She thought of the adult wizards coming in and out of the Hogwarts gates on the first day of school, and a thoughtful look flashed across her eyes. "I always feel that Hogwarts hides many secrets, and as a student, what I can know is just the tip of the iceberg. The magic elevator is not open on weekends, and many little wizards are curious to experience the movable stairs." Lin Xia just walked up a staircase, but the next second the staircase turned into a corridor and connected to another place. Lin Xia was speechless. She didn't really want to go over there. She had just reached the 4th floor, and if she followed the movable staircase, she would return to the 2nd floor. She waited there for half an hour, but the stairs did not show any sign of moving. The little wizards who chose to go down gradually came to the 4th floor and faced Lin Xia 2 meters away. Lin Xia gave them a wry smile. They were from Gryffindor. "Lin Xia, why don't you go down? We've all come up here," suggested the petite girl. Lin Xia was about to say something when suddenly the stairs she was standing on shook violently and actually broke away from the stairs in front of her. The little wizard cried out in surprise, and Lin Xia was caught off guard and could only grab the handrail of the stairs tightly. As a result, the next second, the stair tread began to move and actually ran to another place. Lin Xia's body was hanging on the handrail of the stairs, with her feet hanging in the air. "Oh my god, Lin Xia, are you okay? What spell should we use to save you now?" The little witches were in a panic and called for help. Lin Xia exercises regularly and has a good physique, so she has no problem being hung for a while, let alone for a long time. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I have a solution." Lin Xia planned to use Wingardium Leviosa on herself, and at worst, she could just float down slowly. However, the next second, the movable staircase changed again. The stairs above were connected to her floor, the tread under her feet ran back, and Lin Xia stood on the stairs again. As soon as she stood firm, she ran as fast as she could. After waiting for so long, she finally reached the movable staircase on the 5th floor. The final destination of this staircase is the 5th floor, which leads to an unfamiliar classroom. Lin Xia opened the door and walked in. Suddenly, she stopped and found that this was an abandoned classroom. There are many tables and chairs placed against the wall, and under the sunlight, you can see that they are covered with dust. There was an upside-down wastebasket not far away, facing the door where she was. At the same time, Lin Xia also noticed something that didn't seem to belong here. This is a very impressive mirror. It reached the ceiling, with an ornate golden frame and 2 claw-shaped feet underneath. On the top of the mirror, there was a line of words engraved, Eris Stella Erlu Iat Ubi Kafru Iadin Vohis. Lin Xia waved the magic wand in her hand, and a line of light golden fonts that looked the same as the top text floated in the air. The scale of fate on Lin Xia's wrist felt slightly hot, and she dropped her sleeves calmly. There is no doubt that this is a strange object, and the scales of fate will only react to it if they want to devour it. But at the same time, this is an obvious trap. First of all, you must never act rashly. Lin Xia slowed down her breathing and calmed the slightly agitated scales of fate. The tattoo stayed hot for a while before gradually returning to calm. Her right hand gently stroked across her left wrist, and the tattoo of the scales of fate instantly disappeared. Lin Xia looked around carefully, stepped back step by step, and planned to leave this strange, abandoned classroom. The destiny compass in my mind slowly turned at this moment, but stopped at the divination column. A mysterious message came into Lin Xia's mind. He paused and immediately started divination. She thought to herself, stay or leave. Above the destiny compass, a light green tortoise-shell phantom exploded, revealing patterns of various shapes. Lin Xia looked at the patterns for a while. In her previous life, the thing she learned best among the 5 metaphysical arts was divination. Naturally, such a small matter as looking at the divination results was not difficult for her. If you withdraw, nothing will happen, but you will miss some opportunities. If you stay, good things will happen that will benefit you in the future. Lin Xia looked at the tall and magnificent mirror again. She had already made up her mind and walked over. It is impossible to offer a sacrifice. A gorgeous mirror suddenly appeared in an abandoned empty classroom. It is very weird just thinking about it. Lin Xia is more inclined to believe that this mirror was placed here by someone on purpose. No matter whether that person was a student or a professor, he must have already arranged a use for the mirror. But the tortoise-shell hexagram shows that the benefits can be obtained from this mirror, so there is only one way to get close to it: touch it. When Lin Xia walked over, she found that the mirror was empty and there was no reflection of her. When she walked closer and her hand was about to touch the mirror, suddenly, Lin Xia's eyes widened. She almost couldn't control her screaming, and her heart was beating like a drum, pounding wildly. She not only saw herself in the mirror, but also saw a bunch of people behind her. And those people were all people she knew in her previous life. There are her parents, her brothers and sisters, and other members of the family. Everyone stood together happily, looking at her with a smile, a gentle warmth in their eyes. This included her past life self, who was looking at her with a smile on his face. Lin Xia was breathing rapidly, her fists clenched, her eyes fixed on the mirror. Her feet seemed to have taken root, and she couldn't move even a step. There is another world in the mirror, and all the warm, beautiful desires hidden in her heart emerge one by one. Lin Xia unconsciously reached out and touched the mirror. The cold touch awakened her mind, reminding her that these were just illusory reflections. Lin Xia looked deeply at everyone in the mirror. A trace of disappointment flashed across her eyes. There was no going back. There's no going back to the past. She took a few deep breaths. Was this the desire that had been hidden deep in her heart? Even though she has wonderful parents and a happy family in this world, she still misses the warm family members in her previous life. Finally, Lin Xia slowly turned around. A carefree and indifferent smile flashed across the corner of her mouth. Those who left me yesterday cannot be kept. The past has drifted away with the wind, and what she wants to focus on is the present, rather than dwelling on the old times that can no longer be returned to. Lin Xia left without looking back, as if an invisible burden had been lifted from her heart, and her steps seemed to be much lighter than before. She had a vague feeling that if she practiced now, the time it would take to break through the barrier would probably be pushed forward. Leaving the classroom from another door, Lin Xia came to the corridor on the 5th floor and found the library after some twists and turns. She first looked for books on Herbology and found a complete set of grade textbooks, so Lin Xia took the 2nd grade Herbology textbook. Afterwards, she went to the Magical Creatures section and picked up a copy of the illustrated book of Magical Creatures. Lin Xia quickly found the description of unicorn in the picture book. The unicorn is a precious, pure, beautiful, and fragile creature. Its blood can prolong a person's life, even if that person is dying. Because unicorns are extremely fragile, killing one is extremely cruel. It is an unforgivable crime, and God will curse the person who kills the unicorn. He must pay a heavy price for it. From the moment its blood touches a person's lips, that person will have a half-dead life, constantly weak. Only someone who has nothing but wants everything would commit such a heinous crime. Lin Xia pondered. Voldemort wanted to drink the unicorn's blood, undoubtedly to prolong his life, but he could not be unaware of the disadvantages of the curse. Unless he has a way to circumvent the curse. For example, something that can fully restore a person's energy and mana. Lin Xia slowly turned the page, and there was a rustling sound. There are many quick-acting potions in the wizarding world that can restore energy, but can ordinary potions alone really offset the damage caused by the curse? With this doubt in mind, she planned to ask Professor Snape during her next potions class. When the time comes, bring Draco along and ask him to say a few more words. My father must know this. I believe Professor Snape will generously explain it to you. Mikkel paced in front of Harry on Sunday, looking anxious. Harry, you said you had a headache before. What about today? Harry shook his head. It doesn't hurt anymore. Mikkel looked down at his notebook for a while, then made up his mind and said, Harry, are you, Hermione, and Ron planning to go to Hagrid's hut today? Ron opened his eyes slightly. How did you know? The next second, he covered his mouth, looked like he was in trouble, and looked at Harry awkwardly. Mikkel said nonchalantly, I know you guys are talking too loudly, and I'm not surprised. He looked at Harry. Harry, I also want to see what Hagrid's hut looks like. I'll go with you. Harry looked at Ron first, and Ron shrugged helplessly at him. Harry said, then come together. Night slowly falls. In Hagrid's hut, Mikkel swallowed a mouthful of rock cake with difficulty and felt like his teeth were about to be knocked out. The cabin had only one room. Hams and pheasants were hung on the ceiling, and water was boiling in a copper kettle in the brazier. There was a big bed in the corner, with a quilt made of scraps of cloth on it. Who would have thought that the blanket that this poor man casually took out from under the bed was made of unicorn hair? After Hagrid finished speaking to Harry, he looked out the window at the sky and clapped his hands. Kids, it's getting late now. I'll take you back. Harry shook his head. Hagrid, we can go back by ourselves. Hagrid had picked up the oil lamp and stood up. The black hound Fong wagged its tail excitedly and climbed onto Harry with its front legs, soaking a large area of his robes with saliva. He said with a smile, I am worried about the little wizard leaving so late. As they walked out of the cabin, they suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves. Harry and the others turned around and saw a centaur slowly walking from the darkness into the light. The centaur said seriously, "Hagrid, we found a wounded unicorn deep in the forest. Its wound was cast with an evil spell, and it keeps bleeding. We can't stop it and need your help." Hagrid said seriously, "I'll send a message to the professors at Hogwarts right now." When Harry and the others returned, they were still discussing the injury of the unicorn. Harry said, "Maybe someone wanted to hunt a unicorn and accidentally hurt it. I remember that unicorn hair is very valuable." Hermione shook her head. "If you want to hunt unicorns, there is no need to use dark magic." The centaur said that the bleeding of unicorns cannot be stopped. Harry said uncertainly, "Maybe the man just wanted the unicorn and didn't care whether it was dead or alive." Ron couldn't nod his head anymore.
He felt that both of them made sense.
Mikkel suddenly spoke up. "That person doesn't care whether the unicorn is dead or alive. He just wants the unicorn's blood." The trio looked over and Mikkel's hands unconsciously clenched, and he said calmly, "I have read a book about magical creatures before, and there is a record of unicorns in it. The book says that unicorn blood can extend a person's life, even if that person is already dying." But he changed the subject. "Unicorns are extremely pure and fragile creatures. Anyone who drinks the blood of a unicorn will be cursed and will become half-dead, becoming weaker every moment." Mikkel confirmed. "And did you notice that the centaur said that the unicorn's blood keeps flowing and cannot be stopped? This proves that the man only wants the unicorn's blood." Harry asked in confusion, "What about the curse?" Hermione's eyes flickered, and she thought quickly, "Unless that person has a power that can counter the curse, such as an item that can continuously restore energy." The more Ron listened, the more confused he became. Does this really exist in the world? Harry suddenly remembered that Hagrid had taken him to the Gringotts vault, and that Hagrid had taken something with him. At noon, the newspaper reported that Gringotts had been robbed. His intuition told him that the vault where Hagrid took things was stolen. Maybe Hagrid knows what that thing is, and someone is looking for what Hagrid took. Hermione frowned. "Harry, you said that Dumbledore asked Hagrid to take it away." Harry, "So Dumbledore also knows about this thing, and now someone wants it to break the curse brought by the unicorn's blood. If we find out who wants that thing, we can find out who hurt the unicorn." Mikkel made the final decision and said, "But there is too little evidence right now. Not to mention Dumbledore. Even Hagrid may not believe what we say." Hermione, "So, we have to first find out what the item is that can resist the curse. As long as we have evidence, we can let the headmaster and Hagrid take more precautions." Suddenly, Yaya, who had been leading the way, started barking wildly. Everyone looked over but saw nothing, and Yaya quickly calmed down. Quirrell wrapped his scarf tightly and quickly walked through the corridors of Hogwarts, with a voice in his mind constantly cursing. "A dog dares to bark at me. You should cast an Avada Kedavra curse on it," Quirrell said in panic. "Master, there is Harry Potter and several little wizards there." "Keo, you are questioning me." Quirrell covered his head in pain. "No, Master, please don't torture me, I didn't. Quirrell, I have never been afraid of Harry Potter. I will be resurrected soon, and he is my first stepping stone." Quirrell gasped in pain, his cheeks twisted a little. If he hadn't gone to that forest. The movable staircase under his feet suddenly changed direction, and Quirrell stepped on empty air and fell into a corridor on the 4th floor. He cursed angrily. Movable stairs are outdated things, and should be scrapped forever. Quirrell passed through a hall where many young wizards were active, and the students all looked at Professor Quirrell, who was walking quickly. There is a shortcut on the 4th floor that leads to the Gryffindor common room, as well as a secret passage leading to Honeyduck's candy shop in Hogsmeade. On the 4th floor, on the right side of the corridor, there is a locked door at the end. On the first night of school, it was designated as a restricted area by Headmaster Dumbledore. But this did not scare the students. No matter whether they were senior students or junior students, they all explored this restricted area intentionally or unintentionally. So on weekends, the 4th floor is a very popular check-in spot on campus. The only regret is that the locked door cannot be unlocked using the unlocking spell Allaho Open. Quirrell didn't know that when he was hurriedly moving through the crowd, some little wizards seemed to sense something, with a flash of red light in their eyes, and they involuntarily changed their pace and followed quietly. He was going to the 7th floor of the office of another potions professor in Hogwarts Slughorn to get the polyjuice potion. If this was not Voldemort's request, Quirrell guaranteed that he would never deal with these black-hearted potion masters. Just one bottle of polyjuice potion costs 50 gold galleons. If it wasn't inconvenient for him to go outside to collect it, he would never have been taken advantage of. As soon as I reached the 7th floor through the movable staircase, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. There was not a single student on this floor. However, Professor Quirrell's face changed slightly. He turned his head to look at the movable staircase and heard footsteps. The next second, little wizards appeared in front of him one after another. Unlike their usual appearance, these little wizards' eyes had a hint of red light, and they looked at Quirrell expressionlessly. Quirrell's face looked a little ugly. Alien. How come there are things possessed by aliens in Hogwarts? He didn't know much about the aliens. He only knew that they were something his master had somehow created 10 years ago, and that even his master couldn't control them. Normally, the aliens are lurking, no different from ordinary wizards, but at certain moments, these aliens will suddenly take action, hinder something or a certain behavior, and become enemies with some wizards. However, what is strange is that when the aliens complete something, the wizards will faint. When they woke up again, they had no memory of what they had done, and their bodies were fine. This symptom was diagnosed by the St. Germain group as alien possession amnesia syndrome. No one knows whether they are possessed by an alien. Aliens have no entity, but exist as an illusory chi. It may only take a breath to be infected by the alien scent. At present, the eyes of wizards who are possessed and controlled by aliens will be obviously red. Each of the young wizards walked towards Quirrell, who drew his wand and quickly chanted an anti-interference charm. An invisible barrier covers the 5th floor, blocking out all the sound generated by that floor. There were very few senior wizards following Quirrell, and most of them were juniors who had not learned many spells and were easily solved. However, those little wizards seemed to be controlled by aliens. As they fell, they all drew out their wands in unison. Flashing rays of light condensed from the tips of their wands, condensing but not emitting, constantly drawing magic power from the little wizard's body. A trace of horror flashed across Quirrell's face as he recognized the spell, the Howling Curse. This is a counter-spell specifically designed to break the anti-interference spell. It is a super-large spell used as an alarm system. Once an intruder breaks in, a sharp whistle will be heard. The condensed magic power is too strong. The anti-interference spell will definitely be broken. Quirrell only had time to bend down and protect his scarf that was about to be swept away by the whistling sound waves. At the same time when the anti-interference spell was broken, he fired at all the little wizards, fall unconscious. A loud shriek was heard throughout Hogwarts, and the little wizards on other floors couldn't help but look up or down towards where the sound came from. Only the little wizard in the common room was protected by a super-large protective spell and heard nothing. Chi Luo hurriedly left the 7th floor and walked to the 3rd floor. His office was on the 3rd floor, and he had to leave the scene as soon as possible. At this moment, the movable stairs seemed to be assisting him, and the road was extremely smooth. Just as I was about to reach the 3rd floor, I suddenly saw a cat squatting at the entrance of the stairs. It was a skinny, dark gray cat named Mrs. Norris, with eyes bulging like light bulbs, just like its owner Filch. When Quirrell saw it, his heart skipped a beat. The cat often patrolled the corridors alone, and if a foul was committed in front of it, even if a toe was out of line, it would run quickly to find Filch. In less than 2 minutes Filch would come running over, panting. Quirrell calmed himself and shook his head, pointing his wand at Mrs. Norris and forced a smile. I am a professor, not a student. He didn't want to attack a cat. This cat was not scary, but the scary thing was the squib Filch. He would definitely make a big fuss over a dead cat. If Dumbledore was asked to investigate, his whereabouts would most likely be exposed. Quirrell slowly passed by Mrs. Norris and was about to reach the 3rd floor, but the next second, a cat's shrill scream rang out. Coral staggered, and the sound seemed to be no weaker than the howling. "Stupid cat. You made me do this." Coral turned quickly and pointed his wand at it, but soon he heard a burst of dense footsteps. The sound was heavy, far from that of students.
Meow.
Mrs. Norris's hair stood up, and she continued to scream miserably. Coral didn't dare to do anything, but quickly ran up to the 4th floor and rushed into the nearest room. "You idiot, you can't even deal with a cat. You are not worthy of being a Death Eater. If you were not my most loyal servant, I would never choose you." Just after resolving the crisis, a strange hissing sound came from the back of Coral's head. "Master, those who came here are definitely wizards. I can't handle them all. They are too strong." "Idiot, what are you still standing there for? Get out of this room right now." The cat must have seen you. If he didn't still need Coral's body, he would have wanted to use Avada Kedavra on Coral right now. Meow. Another shrill scream was heard. Coral's heart tightened, and he turned around to look. Coral didn't even know what the cat that attacked him looked like. He just remembered that it had orange fur. "Get the cat off your head, you idiot." The cat's sharp claws scratched the back of his head fiercely, and soon broke through the protection of the scarf, almost tearing the scarf. "Go down, go down." Coral frantically waved his hands to cover his scarf, but the cat's claws dug into his palms was too painful, so he quickly put his hands down. The cat quickly scratched the scarf to the ground. Without even looking at the back of Coral's head, it bit the scarf and ran towards the door. "No, come back." Coral drew out his wand, and suddenly his head felt dizzy and painful, and he couldn't remember what spell to cast for a moment. By the time he remembered, the fat cat had already run away.
Idiot. Idiot.
Hurry up and use Transfiguration to conjure up a scarf. Do you want to go out like this? On the 7th floor of Hogwarts, the professors looked at a large number of students who had fainted with serious expressions. They summoned the prefects and asked them to identify each of them one by one. Professor McGonagall said seriously, "These are students who came in through autonomous sorting. The sorting hat cannot detect any abnormalities in them." Snape snorted coldly. "It's useless. Even if we use the sorting hat to screen them out, as long as they are in contact with these students for a long time, other normal students will also accept the alien aura. In my opinion, these students should not be admitted." Professor Flitwick disagreed. They didn't do anything wrong, did they? And when the alien aura didn't erupt, they didn't know they were aliens. Even when the alien aura erupted, they didn't do anything bad. Professor Sprout sighed and said, "I hope that there will be quick progress at St. Goman. If things continue like this, problems will easily arise." When the professors were about to adjourn the meeting, Professor Quirrell came hurriedly, covering his face with his scarf. Professor Snape said coldly, "Professor Quirrell, I'm afraid your speed is not enough to even escape. I'm really curious about how you avoided the ferocious beasts in the forest before." On the other side, in an abandoned classroom on the 5th floor, the orange-yellow cat just came to the door, and it opened automatically. The cat walked in and jumped into Lin Xia's arms. Lin Xia put the scarf in its mouth into her small leather bag and gently stroked its fur with her hand. "Daisies, sweet cream, and sunshine. Turn this big fat cat back to his original color." Meow, the chubby orange cat slowly wagged its tail and licked her hand with its rough tongue. Its fur gradually became brighter and whiter. Lin Xia's amber eyes met its gaze. A hint of smile flashed across her face, and she extended her hand. "Fairy bye. You did a good job." The white fairy tilted her head, put away her sharp nails, and patted her hands with her soft pads. Lin Xia quickly left the abandoned classroom. This place with a magical mirror was not necessarily safe. Back in the golden wooden house, Lin Xia summoned the scales of fate. A rusty bronze scale appeared in front of Lin Xia. The rust seems to have faded a little, but it's not very noticeable. Lin Xia had a feeling that when she was practicing, the balance of destiny also absorbed some magical power and slowly recovered itself, but this method was too slow. She was looking forward to what new functions the scales of fate would have when the rust disappeared. Sacrifice. Coral's scarf slowly floated up and placed on the right end of the scale of fate. Lin Xia was about to stand on the right end. At this time, the little white cat jumped up and stood on the right end of the scale. Fairy Bai is now completely different from the past. With her hidden bloodline and the power fed back by Lin Xia through the soul imprint, she looks more majestic and spiritual. It sat gracefully on the scale, licking its pink paws slowly and leisurely, looking extremely relaxed. The scales of fate swung rapidly, rising and falling in a moment. The right end of the white fairy's scarf dropped heavily, lifting up the left end. The scarf shattered and disappeared in an instant, and every bit of power was fed back to Lin Xia, and then fed back to Fairy Bai through Lin Xia, and both sides benefited. But that's not all. The scales of fate shook, spewing out bursts of black mist. Lin Xia picked up the diamond, which reflected a glimmer of light. The information about this rare item flashed through her mind, and she was a little surprised. Memory Diamond, as the name suggests, is a rare item that stores memories. The effect is not as strong as the pensive, but it is also rare. As for the pensive, I'm sorry to say that not everyone can afford it. Most wizards will automatically forget memories that are not so vivid. Except for some extremely powerful wizards, they have too much experience and forgetting any part of it would be a loss, so they need a meditation bowl. The meditation bowl can also help deepen memory. The memories stored in the meditation bowl can be vividly displayed, making people feel as if they are actually there. Lin Xia shook her head. It's a pity that this memory diamond is too small and can only store limited memories. I don't have a special container to trigger the memory. Through the scales of fate, she vaguely knew the use of memory diamonds. She had to collect a certain number of the same memory diamonds before a memory would be automatically triggered. It seems that Voldemort still needs to fleece himself. Lin Xia was very curious. Even though Voldemort had become such a horrible state, the memories still stored in his mind must be very precious. On Monday, the first day of school, news that a group of students had fainted over the weekend had spread to all grades. Several Hufflepuff first years also fainted. A little wizard speculated. They all suffered from the same disease, so they fainted at the same time. There must be a brand new virus spreading in Hogwarts. No, I think they are more like they are under a curse that will make them fall asleep at a certain time. You said this, check your conscience, do you believe it? The curse will not only make them fall asleep at the same time, but also make them fall asleep in the same place? Why do I feel like they are puppets? Are they being controlled by someone? The young wizards accidentally guessed the truth of the matter. Suddenly, there was a panic in the school and the amulets sold extremely well. Many young wizards were worried about their own safety, and they spent their gold galleons generously to buy a talisman and always kept it in their pockets. Some are hung directly on the wrist, and the amulet appears and disappears when walking, which is quite cool. There are no shops in Hogwarts, and all food is provided by the school. As for other items, you can write to your parents and have them sent to them by owls. But there are many shops in Hogsmeade Village near the school, and many students like to go there on weekends. Some smart ones took advantage of the spread of this disturbing news and went to Hogsmeade Village through the school's secret passage early in the morning and bought a large number of amulets. I go to my fellow villagers to buy goods and then return to school to sell them to them. Buy low and sell high, making a ton of money from the difference. Ron, I want to buy a few more amulets. Can you ask your twin brother to give me the goods in advance? Draco looked at Ron and asked. It was another potions class, with Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors attending together. Lin Xia and Draco arrived at the classroom early and unexpectedly discovered that the Gryffindor quartet, who always liked to arrive late, arrived earlier than them. Hermione believed that there was a potion in the world that could instantly restore all energy and vitality, but they just didn't know it. Not knowing does not mean nothing exists, so she actively pulled everyone to arrive at the potions classroom early to see if she could find any clues from the collection of books at the back of the classroom. What disappointed Hermione was that all the books in the classroom were related to human and animal anatomy. Lin Xia was quietly reviewing the textbook. Draco was sitting next to Ron and couldn't help but ask. He had already bought 2 amulets and gave one to Lin Xia, but he felt that one was not safe enough. Hundreds of little wizards fainting in the same place at the same time was too scary. He wanted to buy a few more and carry them with him, but he had money. Unfortunately, the amulet is so popular that it has been sold out long ago. If you want one, you can only make a reservation. Ron was stunned. His eyes widened as he asked back, "You said, can my brother get the goods?" Draco asked curiously. "Yes, your twin brother is the biggest supplier, don't you know?" Ron said in disbelief, "I don't know. They said they were worried about me, so they gave me the Patronus charm they bought. I only need to give them 3 gold galleons, which is all I have." Lin Xia raised her head and looked at Ron curiously. 3 gold galleons, but Draco bought 2 gold galleons from them. Hermione added, "You all overpaid. They're selling it outside the girls' dormitory for only 1 gold galleon." Several people looked at each other, not knowing whether to be angry that the twins were sold at different prices by different people, or to feel sorry for their own brother being slaughtered so harshly by his own people. Ron's face was filled with shame, embarrassment, sadness, all kinds of emotions mixed together, like a palette filled with paste. Snape's voice suddenly sounded from behind. "Everyone, let's take a look at the great and famous Harry Potter, his friends, and a few little brats from Hufflepuff." He glanced at them coldly. "It's time for class, but they are still chatting as if no one is around. They don't take the professor seriously at all. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff will each be deducted 10 points. Gryffindor students were already immune to it, and they hadn't received a single extra point in potions since the start of the term. As for Hufflepuff, to be honest, they are not as eager for the house cup as other houses. I'm happy about the extra points, but deductions? It doesn't seem that sad." This class continues to make scabies potion, which is the final lesson. In the next class, they will learn how to mix new potions. Lin Xia was still in the same group with Neville. With her timely reminder, Neville once again completed the preparation of the scabies potion and regained some confidence in himself. Neville thought, he has some talent for potions. As for Lin Xia, she finished making the scabies potion in just a few minutes, combining the remaining medicinal materials with sulfur to try a new combination. She had tried several times in the laboratory in the Golden Wooden House, but still lacked a little inspiration. At this point, she could only use the most stupid method, taking the amount of sulfur added as a variable and conducting experiments again and again until she found the optimal solution. It's like a blind cat catching a dead mouse, just trying her luck. Snape passed by Lin Xia repeatedly and wanted to say something several times, but was forced back by the bottle of perfect, impeccable scabies potion that Lin Xia placed on the table. After finally getting through the potions class, the students fled like birds, with most of them gone. Those who had not left were also packing up their things quickly and rushing to leave. Only Lin Xia and others remained where they were. Snape looked down at Lin Xia with a blank expression on his face and said slowly, "It's very difficult for a potion to break a curse. As for restoring energy, that's what all energy potions should do, unless you bought a low-quality product." Lin Xia thought for a moment and asked, "What if the curse is related to preventing energy recovery? Will the energy potion work?" Snape said calmly, "No. The potion can only restore energy, but the curse is something on the spiritual level, even on the soul level. The two do not work in the same place." Lin Xia: "So, is there such a magical item that can both restore energy and resolve curses?" Snape said arrogantly, "Lin Xia, you are just a student. What you need to do is study hard instead of turning into a curious baby like another student. Knowing too much is useless to you now. Or do you want to show off among a bunch of fools with your seemingly profound but actually shallow knowledge?" Snape's words were merciless, and Hermione's expression instantly turned ugly. But Lin Xia remained unmoved. She just looked at him calmly with her amber eyes and smiled slightly. "Professor, I didn't mean that. I'm just doing what I should do. As a student, it's normal to have a strong desire for knowledge, isn't it?" Her eyes were clear and bright, and Snape seemed to see a tranquil golden lake in them. His thoughts were a little dazed, but he came back to his senses in an instant and said coldly, "There is a magical alchemical item that can solve the curse problem."
Why?
Lin Xia continued to ask, "Is it because of that alchemical item, which is specifically used to remove curses?" Professor Snape turned around, his tone cold. "Lin Xia, sometimes I really doubt your status as an excellent student. You are even dumber than some muggles I have ever met. Alchemical items cannot remove curses. If you want to remove a curse, you must either find a counter curse or use another powerful item to suppress the curse and make it ineffective. Snape had already left. Lin Xia still had questions to ask, but had to give up regretfully. Turning around, Mikkel looked at her in shock, his face pale. Lin Xia, how do you know this? Lin Xia looked at him in confusion. What? Mikkel stared at her intently. Why would you ask such a question? Curse, item that restores energy. Lin Xia said, this is the test question Professor Sprout gave us. She gave us this question last weekend and asked us to find it ourselves. She looked at Draco. Draco had grown up with her, and the two of them had a tacit understanding. Draco raised his head slightly and said with a proud and reserved look, yes, this is the homework Professor Sprout gave us. Mikkel breathed a sigh of relief. He could just ask the professor about this kind of thing sometime. There was no need for them to lie to him. Draco and Lin Xia looked at each other, then looked away. There was one more thing Draco didn't say. Although this was a question set by Professor Sprout, it was not raised by the professor himself. Instead, Lin Xia went to the professor to ask on Sunday. The professor couldn't think of the answer at the moment, so he threw the question back to them and asked them to find the answer themselves. At night, Draco and Lin Xia were studying together in the common room. Draco stretched out his wand and waved it. Prevent eavesdropping. An invisible barrier surrounded the two people, preventing their voices from being heard, and when people outside looked over, they could not see their mouths moving. Draco asked seriously, when Mikkel heard the question you asked today, his expression was very strange. Why was he like that? He subconsciously thought that Lin Xia knew everything. Lin Xia thought for a while and said slowly, Draco, do you believe in prophecy? I thought those were all scams. Lin Xia shook her head. If it was really a lie, the you-know-who wouldn't have attacked Harry when he was still a baby, and he wouldn't have been defeated by a baby in the end. She changed the subject. I suspect that Mikkel also has the ability to predict, and he can predict very detailed things. Draco frowned. What he predicted has something to do with us. Lin Xia shook her head again. On the contrary, it should have nothing to do with us. So, he was so shocked and asked me why I said that. In his prophecy, we should know nothing. Draco's tone was certain. You know his prophecy. Lin Xia nodded gently. This is about my ability. Draco didn't ask any more questions. In addition to being a wizard, Lin Xia was also a sorcerer who inherited the magical bloodline of the Eastern Dragon. He heard from his father that many abilities of a sorcerer are hidden in their blood and do not require cultivation. The abilities will be revealed when they reach a certain age. Innately powerful, but also very difficult to break through. When it comes to issues of personal ability, even with the best of friends, it is best to keep it confidential. Another weekend is here. All the senior students rushed to Hogsmeade to stock up on amulets, and the inflated prices were quickly brought down. The Weasley twins no longer do this business that does not make money but only makes a name for themselves. Not only the first-year students, but students from other grades also began to wear amulets, with each person wearing 3 or 4. The peace of mind brought by the talisman made the little wizard no longer nervous, and the castle was filled with laughter again. This has caused great harm to some people. In the office, Quirrell looked listless and pale. I smell a disgusting, nauseating Patronus charm. Quirrell, destroy all the talismans they're wearing. Voldemort was not having a good time, and as the person being parasitized, he was not having a good time either. Quirrell shed tears of remorse and banged his head on the ground. I'm sorry, Master. I can't do it. I can't do it. Voldemort's voice was hoarse, like some kind of bewitching muttering. Oh, Quirrell, my most loyal servant, I can grant you the power of immortality as long as you obey me. The expression on Quirrell's face gradually became fanatical, and a hint of madness flashed across his eyes. Go ahead and destroy those amulets. You don't want these things to affect my recovery, do you? Quirrell murmured. Yes, Master, I will obey your orders. In the golden wooden house, Lin Xia was studying how to make a magic wand. The Destiny Compass provides 3 options for making a staff, and the option below is related to the magic magnetic field formed by the magic magnet. The magnetic field can resonate with the free magic power in the air, allowing people to exert their magic power stably. Lin Xia named this magic wand Magnetic Magic Wand. The Destiny Compass only provides ideas, and the specific production method still needs Lin Xia to figure out. Even so, she saved a lot of time doing experiments. After staying in the Golden Wooden House for a long time, Lin Xia discovered another ability of the Wooden House, which is concentration. She found that doing research in the cabin allowed her to concentrate much more physically and mentally than outside. So far, she has figured out 4 abilities of the Wooden House: gathering magic, concentrating the mind, recovering from fatigue, and flashing spiritual light. In the laboratory, the iron was not polished separately. Once it came into contact with the magic magnet, the magnetic force between the two was enough to make several adult wizards unable to pull it out even if they used tug-of-war. Suddenly, Lin Xia's mind had a flash of inspiration, and her eyes lit up.
I'm stupid.
Why must such a large piece of iron be attracted to the magic magnet? I can grind the iron into iron powder, which will make it even more indestructible. She immediately started tinkering with it, and the automatic production machine started humming. Half an hour later, Lin Xia took off her goggles and looked at her palm with some excitement. Hello. How are you these days? I am very happy to share with you that my new method of making a wand, which I named the Magnetic Wand, has made a breakthrough. I guarantee that at this rate, the magnetic wand will be able to appear in the world within 2 months, but before that, I need your help. Mr. Ollivander, I would like to ask you to be a witness to this invention, which, although not a groundbreaking one, is enough to add to the history of wands. If possible, I would like to apply to you for the dragon's nerve as funding. The delicious top-notch delicacies can inspire my inspiration for making magic wands. I don't know if you have ever heard of an old Eastern saying, food is the first necessity of the people. Only if you eat well and get enough sleep can you have more spirit to work hard and strive for success. Eating is the primary productive force. I sincerely hope that you can give me the remaining half of the dragon's nerve to promote the new development of the magnetic wand. Wish you good health and make a fortune, student/staff. Lin Xia, September 15th. Attached to the letter, the latest observations on the magnetic wand, the 100th experiment report, and the final issues that need to be resolved, such as the difficulty of attachment and the unclear phenomenon of magic resonance. A separate note was attached to the report. I am getting closer and closer to the manifestation of the magnetic magic wand. My heart is pounding every day, and I am more determined than the day before, but I am still a little short of a flash of inspiration. The dragon's nerves can give me the last spark of inspiration. I urgently need your help, sir. May we both be on the right path. The permanent employees of Ollivander's wand shop felt that Mr. Ollivander was a little strange today. He received another strange letter. He laughed and got angry at the letter, and finally, he was so angry that he jumped up and down. But strangely, Mr. Ollivander finally walked into the storeroom, took out a small box, quickly wrote a letter, and called an owl to take the letter away. When Ollivander wrote the letter, he looked a little excited, but not angry at all. This made the resident employees think that it might be one of Ollivander's grandchildren who wrote to him. Otherwise, how could his mental outlook be so rich? Hogwarts, in the Golden House. Lin Xia practiced 9 Heaven's mysterious yang records, the furnace, almost twisting his body into a pretzel shape. The powerful magic power rushed into the furnace and was transformed into a new kind of power that flowed throughout his body. If you look closely, you'll notice that her skin has changed a bit. The originally slightly fair skin began to become low-key and introverted, transforming from external brilliance to internal precipitation with a faint jade-like warm color. There are 2 major levels in the food realm. The first is the skin refining level, and the second is the flesh refining level. It is divided into 3 small realms. Before Lin Xia switched to practicing the furnace method, he had already broken through 1/3 of the realms. After changing to the furnace method, although his cultivation did not regress, his foundation in the food realm was broadened a lot. Originally, after breaking through the 3 key points and carrying out preliminary skin and flesh refining, one can begin to prepare for the advancement to foundation building. But now the entire system of exercises has changed. It is divided into 3 levels of skin refining and 3 levels of flesh refining, a total of 6 levels. Lin Xia was now in the second stage of skin refining, and the color of her skin had begun to change. Once her skin refining is complete, her skin color will stabilize. An hour later, Lin Xia stopped practicing the technique, looked down at his complexion, and had a thoughtful look in his eyes. In her previous life, she had cultivated this skin color when she reached the highest level of the bait-eating realm. As a result, she only reached the second small level in this life. She didn't know what changes would happen to her skin after the skin refining transformation was completed. But no matter what, I think it will not deviate from the range of normal people's skin color. After all, what she practiced was not some cult technique, but an orthodox Eastern health-preserving technique. Although after her modifications, it seemed to be getting further and further away from health-preserving. It's another school day, and the first grade schedule has changed. Some professors were out for business, and after adjustments from all parties, the first-year Hufflepuff Defense Against the Dark Arts class was moved to Tuesday. This class was taken together with Ravenclaw. The Ravenclaw Eagles seemed a little excited. They had taken this class with Gryffindor before, and their teacher was Professor Quirrell. Come with excitement and leave with disappointment. After just one class, the little Eagles firmly believed that Professor Quirrell was a fake. However, regardless of the content of the study, it was still quite fun to listen to Professor Quirrell telling stories about his adventures in the wild forests of Eastern Europe. But this requires ignoring the strange smell of garlic wrapped under his purple scarf and his pale face, as if he had been drained of his essence by a vampire. Lin Xia took out the Guide to Self-Defense Against Black Magic, which did not talk much about defensive black magic spells, but more about emergency treatment methods, as well as letting them understand black magic and popularizing some magical creatures with dark attributes. On the podium, Professor Odie Havertz waved his wand while reading out the knowledge in the textbook. Image spell. An image appeared in front of the little wizard. It was a vampire. Everyone looked carefully. The strongest and weakest parts of vampires are their fangs. The rest of their parts are no different from ordinary magical creatures. Because the fatal flaw is too obvious, it is weaker than other magical creatures. Many people hunt vampires and take advantage of the vampire's instinctive reaction of thirsting for blood. Especially when faced with blood with powerful energy, they often lose their minds. But faced with magical creatures that are several times larger than them, they can only hide. This image reduced the little wizard's fear a lot, and the vampire didn't look so scary anymore. Lin Xia lowered her head and flipped through the book, and suddenly came across werewolf. Werewolves, giants, boggarts, and other creatures that once served the mysterious man are classified as dangerous, dark magic creatures. However, this book simply introduces that werewolves will transform on the night of the full moon and cannot control the urge to bite people. Anyone bitten by them will also become a werewolf. Note: extremely dangerous. Please stay away if you see it. In the textbooks, werewolves are far more dangerous than vampires, and their combat power is also more powerful. After the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, the Ravenclaw Eagles gave unanimous positive reviews, saying that after listening to Professor Odie's class, they no longer wanted to listen to Professor Quirrell's class. The anxious little eagle has already asked the Badgers for the notes from the previous classes. I really hope we will always be taught by Professor Odie. I don't want to see Professor Quirrell anymore. There was a Ravenclaw student sitting opposite Lin Xia, and she couldn't stop complaining. Lin Xia asked curiously, "Didn't Professor Quirrell say this?" She replied, "Not only does he not say these things, he doesn't even want to read from the textbook. He always tells his own story, but it's the same thing over and over again." Others added, "I heard that it's even worse recently. Professor Quirrell will ask people to stand up and answer questions. If they can't answer, they will be punished and their amulets will be confiscated. But he never explains the answers to those questions in class, and they're not something you learn in the first grade. I suspect he will resell the confiscated amulet." What a black-hearted professor. Hogwarts is very quiet during the day. Almost all students are in class. Only when you pass by the classrooms in the corridor can you hear bursts of talking. In the somewhat empty castle, Quirrell walked stealthily on the 4th floor. On the 4th floor there is a corridor filled with suits of armor, and inside that there is a trophy room. Quirrell passed by from time to time, not daring to look at the trophies, shields, medals, and statues shining with silver or gold, feeling a little guilty. Voldemort was scratched on the face by a cat, which he considered a great humiliation, and ordered Quirrell to catch the ignorant cat. Quirrell secretly investigated last week and found that there were no students with orange cats, so it was most likely a professor's pet. This made him dare not go looking for the cat in a high-profile manner. He just waited at the place where he met the cat, hoping to solve the problem quietly in private. Coincidentally, there was an area on the 4th floor designated as a restricted area by Dumbledore. Voldemort was very interested in the restricted area and didn't care about Quirrell's aimless search on the 4th floor. Suddenly, Quirrell stopped and saw a dark gray cat. It was Mrs. Norris. It is very thin, which makes its eyes bulge out. When it looks at you quietly, it is as if someone is staring at you. The corner of Quirrell's mouth twitched as he saw the protective amulet worn around Mrs. Norris's neck, as well as the peace-guarding amulet and the howling amulet that sounded like a small trumpet. Filch is absolutely insane. Filch has taken it very seriously ever since he heard Mrs. Norris's shrill scream, but didn't catch anything. In addition, it was its scream that attracted other students and made them discover something unusual on the 7th floor. So when Filch helped Mrs. Norris apply for various defensive charms, the college approved them generously. I'm afraid that no other student in Hogwarts is as safe as this cat. Quirrell didn't dare to provoke it, and when he saw it, he would remember the pain of being scratched by the big orange cat. Professor Quirrell. Professor McGonagall walked over from not far away, her back straight and her face serious, standing in front of Quirrell. She was half a head taller than Quirrell. She asked inquiringly, "Why are you on the 4th floor?" "Award, trophy display room. I want to see who won the awards. I want to tell their stories in class." Quirrell was very nervous and answered haltingly. Professor McGonagall said sternly, "Professor Quirrell, many students have told me that your defense against the dark arts class is terrible. If you continue like this, you may not be able to pass the college's midterm assessment. You are a professor hired by Hogwarts, and you have a lot of experience wandering in the forests of Eastern Europe. You are familiar with vampires, werewolves, and resurrected zombies. Hogwarts hopes that you can use your rich experience to broaden students' horizons and help them learn more emergency response methods, rather than asking you to come and tell useless stories." McGonagall paused. "I have no intention of judging anyone's teaching methods, but I hope you can make changes this week. Otherwise, you may have to go to the principal's office next week." Promoted by Dumbledore, McGonagall became the deputy headmaster of Hogwarts 5 years ago. Dumbledore was also the Minister of Magic and did not have much time to deal with school affairs, so most of them were handled by McGonagall. It would be more accurate to say that Quirrell was invited by McGonagall to teach rather than being hired by Dumbledore. After hearing the students' feedback, McGonagall couldn't understand why such an experienced wizard was such a bad teacher. Quirrell swallowed hard and nervously grabbed the scarf on his head. This time he changed the scarf to black, which made his face look even paler. Okay, Professor McGonagall." Before leaving, Professor McGonagall glanced at Mrs. Norris, who was not far away. Mrs. Norris watched her quietly. When Professor Quirrell's trembling stopped, the 4th floor was empty, even the cat was gone. Noon, a pleasant eating time. The food of the 4 colleges has undergone distinct changes. Gryffindor, Slytherin, and Ravenclaw are okay. They are all traditional British food, accompanied by various snacks and cakes, and occasionally some dark dishes developed by the kitchen. But there are big changes on Hufflepuff's food table. At a glance, Oriental food occupies half of the table. Almost every little badger held a cup of milk tea in his hand, eating and drinking at the same time. The combination of fresh milk and fragrant black tea or green tea brings a novel taste and touch, plus the bottle that is convenient to hold in your hand, with the characteristics of the Badger Courtyard painted on it. A Q-version badger wearing a yellow and black uniform, holding a knife and fork, devouring the delicious food. Students from the other 3 colleges craned their necks to see what was in the bottle. Gryffindor was the first to accept Oriental cuisine. The Weasley twins ran to the kitchen and asked the house elf to bring some food from the Badger yard and to inquire about the contents of the bottle. The chaos and noise from the outside world cannot affect the Badger's good mood for eating. Especially Lin Xia. Her appetite was equivalent to that of several students, yet she didn't eat like a wolf. Her dining etiquette was impeccable, but her stomach was like a bottomless pit. The other Badgers were all impressed by her appetite. If they had to pick a king of eating among the Badgers, Lin Xia would definitely be elected unanimously. Fairy Bai jumped a few times and landed on Lin Xia's legs. She stretched lazily and then lay down. Lin Xia lowered her head and stroked its head gently, with several images flashing through her mind: Professor McGonagall's conversation with Quirrell, and Quirrell's furtive exploration of the fourth floor. The images are like those of an old TV with a bad signal, and the screen could turn white at any time. The sound was also vague, like someone talking in their sleep, mumbling indistinctly. She gently scratched the White Fairy's chin, and the White Fairy squinted her eyes comfortably. After sacrificing Quirrell's scarf, her cultivation level only increased a little, and her biggest gain was Voldemort's memory crystal. The little white cat is different. It has become smarter. From then on, Lin Xia could vaguely feel Fairy Bai's thoughts. After a few days of exploration, the White Fairy was able to simply convey some messages or images to her. It's just that because it's a cat, its perspective and ideas are very different from those of humans, so it needs more training in this area. However, Lin Xia thought that once Fairy Bai became smarter, these problems would be easily solved. Lin Xia fed Bai Xianzi a piece of sorry, her hand running from its head to the tip of its tail, and whispered, "Well done." Hua la la, many owls flew in from the window, and a copy of the Daily Prophet was thrown on Lin Xia's dining table. The Daily Prophet is still pursuing the Gringotts theft incident. It is not easy to get this big news, so the newspaper will not give up and continue to follow up. No matter how much money Gringotts offers, it won't work. Suddenly, another letter was thrown on the table, along with a small box. Lin Xia picked up the envelope and was stunned. A letter from Ollivander? She had been in Hogwarts for half a month. Every 2 or 3 days, she would write a letter to Ollivander to report on the research progress of the magnetic wand, but she had never received any reply. Dear Lin Xia, hello. How is your college life these days? I am very happy that you share with me the joy of the great progress of the magnetic wand. I like this name very much, and I have foreseen its future. Even though everyone will have one once it is completed, I still think that the name Magnetic Wand is a sincere compliment to the new wand. It is the most unique wand. I am very pleased that you are studying the production method of the new wand while carrying out your busy studies. But please don't forget that you are still young, and there are many wonderful scenery waiting for you. I read the records of your research on the magic wand. Oh, I have to say, this way of recording is really good. I decided to use this format next time I make a magic wand. Also, after careful consideration, I decided to send you Dragon's Nerve, but this is not a grant. Please remember, this is not a grant. I just couldn't bear to see the magnetic wand stuck at the last step, so I hope that, as you said, the Dragon's Nerves can help you in your research. This is just one friend helping another friend within his ability. You don't need to repay anything or any favor. Just think of it as picking up a piece of Dragon's Nerve on the road. Your talent for wand making is the best I have ever seen except for myself. If possible, I hope to witness the birth of a new type of wand within a month. Believe me, I can't wait to party. I hope the Great Arrow is coming, and I hope we are all on the right path. I wish you academic progress and good health. Boss/friend, Garrick Ollivander. September 15th. Lin Xia looked at the signature several times, and the date on it made her eyelids twitch slightly. The Wizarding World's owl postmen were so efficient. Not only did it take 3 days to deliver a letter, she was even more surprised that Ollivander actually gave her the half piece of Dragon's Nerve. Although she kept writing letters with the intention of grabbing the remaining half, more importantly, she wanted Ollivander to be a witness. This proved that she had a talent for wand making, and all kinds of records could be produced at any time, allowing others to investigate as they pleased. After all, this is not a one-time deal, There are two other more powerful wands waiting for her to develop. Ollivander was much more anxious than she thought. Not only did he send the dragon's nerve, he also used an owl to post it. Wasn't he worried that someone would intercept it? You know, the magical creatures in the wizarding world who work part-time as postmen have a high rate of lost items. Lin Xia's eyes flickered slightly. Perhaps the dragon's nerves were not worth much to Ollivander? Lin Xia had the best delicacies in hand, so she decided to eat them that night without delay. The crisp sound of knocking on the glass echoed throughout the banquet hall, and all the students looked up. The professors from the 4 colleges all came out, with Professor McGonagall walking in front with a letter in her hand. Regarding the incident last week where a student on the 7th floor fainted for no apparent reason. After the announcement was read, the 4 professors left the banquet hall, and the atmosphere in the venue suddenly exploded. It turns out that those people were all put under a hypnotic spell together, so they fell asleep together. Isn't it forbidden to bring large magical items to Hogwarts? How could such a powerful item not be checked? It is probably placed in an isolation box. As long as it is not opened, who knows what is inside? I still think it's a bit far-fetched. Are we hypnotizing those people to go to the 7th floor, just to let them sleep? Is there a possibility that someone was about to do something and was discovered by the professors, so he ran away quickly? There was a lot of discussion. Lin Xia listened for a while and found that no little wizard questioned the authenticity of the announcement. She looked up at the seniors. All of them had serious and solemn expressions. "Harry, what is this?" An owl arrived late, holding a huge broom in its mouth. It was obvious that it was flying with great effort and finally landed in front of Harry. Harry was also surprised and opened the envelope first. This turned out to be the flying broom given by Professor McGonagall, Nimbus 2000. Harry handed it to Ron, who exclaimed enviously, "I've never even touched a Nimbus 2000. Mickle, who was standing by, heard this and looked at Harry and Ron, feeling somewhat moved by the inseparable bond between the trio. Since arriving at Hogwarts, he had tried his best to get into Harry's dormitory, becoming his roommate and even his deskmate, chatting with him, eating with him, and helping him with homework. But in Harry's heart, Ron is his best friend. On the other side, Draco withdrew his gaze and whispered to Lin Xia, "I recognize the appearance of that broom. This is definitely the latest flying broomstick Nimbus 2000. A hint of envy flashed across his eyes, as he was still using the old model. Lin Xia also took a look. She knew what the Lightwell 2000 looked like. Draco, a loyal Quidditch fan, often recommends this broom to her, saying how smooth the lines are, how smooth the power system is, and how the emergency stop test only takes 0.05 seconds. She really couldn't tell whether the thing that was wrapped so tightly that it wasn't even in the shape of a broom was a flying broom or the Nimbus 2000 model. Lin Xia said, "I will make hot pot tonight. You can come and eat with me, and then practice after eating, and I will guide you from the side." Draco thought of the taste of hot pot and nodded expectantly. He can also make hot pot, but he can't make it taste like Lin Xia's. Even though Lin Xia gave him the sauce, he still felt that it wasn't as delicious as Lin Xia's. Lin Xia definitely inherited the cooking skills from the extraordinary Oriental cuisine. In the afternoon, we had a transformation class. Not long after Lin Xia entered the classroom, the destiny compass, which had been silent for a while, started to turn slightly, but stopped at the Fuchi column. Text messages emerged in her mind. Being warned by Professor McGonagall. Quirrell made a change. He had to change his scarf to every class. At 4 p.m., the old scarf was locked in the office. Lin Xia. Draco asked doubtfully, "You were distracted just now. What were you thinking about?" Lin Xia came back to her senses and said, "I was thinking about what recipe to use for hot pot tonight." Draco's eyes lit up. "Have you thought about it?" Lin Xia nodded and said meaningfully, "I've thought about it. Let's add Sichuan peppercorns to the spicy pot and make mushroom soup in a clear pot. Maybe we can add one more dish." At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Quirrell took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and walked into the classroom ready to go. You have to obey Voldemort's orders, but you can't quit your job. He didn't want it, but Voldemort had always wanted to be the professor of defense against the dark arts. He wanted to be a parasite on him and continue to be the professor to satisfy his desire. For the sake of teaching evaluation, he had to be more serious. After receiving the message from the Destiny Compass, Lin Xia conveyed the information to Fairy through the soul breath imprint. 3rd floor. Quirrell's office. Go with Loris. Attract Filch. Open the office door. Take the scarf. Be safe. After conveying the general idea, Lin Xia stopped communicating with Fairy and focused on the Transfiguration class. Even if she wanted to know what was happening with Fairy she couldn't do it. Currently, she is the only one who can transmit messages one way, and the White Fairy can only let her know its thoughts through touch. On the 3rd floor, in front of Quirrell's office, an orange cat, emitting a fresh fragrance, was squatting in front of the door. Its fur looked a little stiff, and the cat was licking its paws slowly, meowing from time to time. Soon, Mrs. Loris, who had dark gray hair, was attracted by the cat's meow and looked at it quietly. Meow. The two cats confronted each other for a long time. Mrs. Norris was the first to look away and looked towards Quirrell's office.
Meow.
The big orange cat suddenly let out a shrill scream. Mrs. Loris was startled. Her hair stood up, and the cat's body moved back half a step. Meow. The two cats screamed shrilly together. In less than a minute, the administrator Filch came over grunting and panting. The first time he saw the big orange cat, he looked extremely alert, as if the orange cat was going to lead Mrs. Norris astray. Fortunately, the two cats didn't seem to be very close, so Filch felt a little relieved. The cat was still meowing at the door. Filch looked up, frowning. He took out a bunch of keys he carried with him and searched through them one by one until he found the key to Quirrell's office. His voice was extremely hoarse. Anyone who does not abide by the school rules will be punished, whether they are students or professors. Filch seemed to trust Mrs. Norris's judgment very much. Even though he had no connection with Professor Quirrell, he just thought there was something wrong with Quirrell. He is the administrator of Hogwarts, responsible for maintaining order in the school, preventing students from loitering outside, wandering around at night, violating school rules, etc. He also manages all the port keys to Hogwarts. Filch was confident that no one knew better than him how many secret passages and hidden tunnels there were in Hogwarts. Go, my dear darling, and find out what you think is wrong. Filch grinned at Mrs. Norris, his yellowed teeth highlighting his skinny appearance, which was a bit creepy. After Filch and Mrs. Norris entered the office, the orange cat followed them in with light steps. It glanced around the room and soon found a locked box with a familiar smell inside. The orange cat bared its teeth and barked at the box. Lolisai jumped over immediately. It seemed that she had discovered something. Her hair stood up again, and she also started to scream miserably. Filch moved closer to the box, his dry hair falling on it, as if he was trying to see what was inside through the tiny holes in the box. However, it is futile no matter how hard you try. Filch took out the bunch of keys again, jingling them non-stop, and finally found a key that was shining golden. The golden key sparkled as it was waved, and a special kind of magic flowed. With a ding sound, the key was inserted into the hole very smoothly.
Click.
The box was opened. Filch looked down. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, and he said excitedly, "It turns out that Professor Quirrell has a hobby of stealing things. There are so many talismans, some of which even have students' names written on them. That's so interesting. It's been a long time since a professor stole students' belongings in Hogwarts." Filch was about to take out the amulet when a black and white snake suddenly jumped out from the depths of the box. The snake opened its mouth and bit Filch's hand directly. Filch didn't react at all and stood there stupidly. Mrs. Norris's hair stood up all over her body, and she meowed miserably again. At this moment, the orange cat pressed the flying snake back with all his might. Just a little bit, just a little bit. The black and white snake was about to bite Filch's mouth. Filch fell to the ground, his heart beating rapidly and his body stiff.
Meow.
The orange cat stretched out its claws and pressed the snake's vital point fiercely. The black and white snake kept rolling and twisting, its mouth wide open. Its two venomous tongues and sharp fangs couldn't even reach the orange cat's front paws. Snake, there is a snake, No, it's Quirrell. Quirrell wants to hurt me. He wants to kill me, Filch said in a daze. After a while, the snake seemed tired and stopped struggling. The orange cat turned around and looked at the box. In a corner of the box, there were more than a dozen scarves, all of similar styles. The scarves that Quirrell had worn were easy to identify, because that was the stinkiest one. The orange cat turned around and looked at Filch and Mrs. Norris. Both the man and the cat seemed to be frightened silly. One fell to the ground and couldn't stand up, and the other could only meow. A hint of disappointment flashed across the orange cat's face in a human-like way, as if he was disappointed in someone who was unable to make good use of his resources. Its front paws loosened slightly, and the snake lying on the ground pretending to be dead began to swim quickly and rushed out of Quirrell's office. Snake. The snake ran away, Filch said after a long while. At this time, the orange cat had already picked up one of the scarves and jumped around with its fat and nimble body and quickly left the office. Filch murmured, The cat is gone too. It's a good cat. It's saved my life. After class, Lin Xia declined Hermione's invitation to go to the library to read together and returned to the golden wooden house immediately. Hotpot is more lively when there are more people, but the hotpot with her special ingredients is extraordinary. The Gryffindor trio, no, to be more precise, the Gryffindor Four had not yet reached the point where they could share top-notch delicacies with her. In the cabin, the white fairy has returned and Quirrell's scarf is on the table, while it is soaking wet in the bathtub. The white fairy doesn't like water, but compared to the feeling of wet and sticky hair, it hates the feeling of stiff hair even more. It doesn't look like its own hair at all. Lin Xia went to check on it first, and found that the orange dye on its body had almost fallen off and it was swimming around in the bathtub. This made Lin Xia feel like raising a few fish in the bathtub. Seeing Lin Xia coming back, Fairy Bai jumped out of the bathtub and was about to shake her hair. Lin Xia hugged it at this time and waved her hand forward. Clean it up. After a while, the water stains on the white fairy's body disappeared, and her hair became fluffy and shiny. Lin Xia tapped its nose lightly and said, Try to be smarter. Maybe you can cast spells yourself. In the afternoon, she conveyed information to the white fairy through the soul imprint. But after all, without her around, many disguises could not be completed with magic, and she could only use the most stupid method. Fortunately, everything went well. But this won't work forever, Lin Xia thought. Maybe she could buy some magic props for Fairy Bai to use in an emergency. Lin Xia picked up Fairy Bai and came to the living room, her eyes fixed on Qi Luo's old scarf. The scale of fate on my wrist felt slightly hot, without the same strong desire to absorb as before. Compared with the previous old scarf, this old scarf is not much tainted with Voldemort scent. Lin Xia summoned the scales of fate, placed Quirrell's old scarf on the left end of the scale, and the little white cat stood on the right end of the scale with ease and familiarity. The balance spun rapidly, with the right end falling and the left end rising, and soon it froze into a diagonal line. Sacrifice. This thought flashed through Lin Xia's mind, and within a few seconds, the scarf quickly broke apart, disintegrated piece by piece, and dissipated between heaven and earth. A tiny, imperceptible amount of power was fed back to her, but the effect was not very obvious, and it probably had the effect of 2 days of training. Lin Xia seemed to have noticed something and looked at the little white cat that jumped out of the scale. It shook its body, stretched slowly, flicked its tail gently, and lowered its head to lick its paws. The hair on its body seems to have become more lustrous, like silk. Lin Xia observed it for a while, then picked it up and stroked it. Well, it feels better. The balance shook for a while, as if it wanted to spit out mist, but it finally stopped and did not proceed to the next step. Lin Xia received feedback from the scales of fate in her mind, and her eyes were thoughtful. Sure enough, if I want to make the aura of the scarf into a magical item, the energy is still not enough? But this is not a bad thing. At least it allowed her to discover another function of the scales of fate, that is to store the energy of the sacrifice. Unfortunately, she didn't have many special items and couldn't test how much energy the scales of fate could store. Lin Xia just didn't believe it. If one scarf wasn't enough, then wouldn't 2 scarves be enough? At worst, I can go for 3. A large pot is divided into 2 parts, designed in the shape of a Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. On one side is a pot of boiling hot Sichuan pepper soup, and on the other side is a pot of mellow and fresh mushroom soup. Produced by Lin Xia, with rich ingredients. It's spicy enough and fresh enough. The seasoning packets have been prepared and stored in a small leather bag. When you want to eat hot pot, just take them out and put them in boiling water. Draco watched enviously from the side, and always felt that Lin Xia's posture of putting the side dishes into the pot was as rigorous and precise as making potions. He has a little talent for food. The Golden House was in the girls' dormitory and Draco couldn't go in, so Lin Xia held the party in the common room. In addition to the lounge, the public lounge also has small private rooms for conversation. Generally speaking, the privacy in the private room is good, and you can't hear the conversation of people inside if you stand outside. But under the overbearing fragrance, this bit of privacy is a bit insufficient. Many wizards who were talking in the private room smelled the scent of hot pot at the same time. They sneezed and exclaimed what a nice smell it smelled. This is definitely the smell of delicious Oriental food. I've smelled this smell on spicy noodles before. So they are eating giant spicy strips? Oh my god, is this the level of spiciness a human can handle? How about we pause for a moment? I'm a little hungry. Let's go to the dining room to eat something. After putting the side dishes in, Lin Xia took out the small box sent by Ollivander, opened it, and was stunned. Unlike the expected half a dragon's nerve, this is clearly a complete dragon's nerve. In addition, Ollivander also performed special treatment to remove the jelly and meridians attached to the nerves, leaving only intact tendons. At the same time, he also divided the muscles into several small pieces. Lin Xia counted them and found that there were 10 small pieces in total. Perhaps it was because she had repeatedly and blatantly asked in her letters that she wanted to eat this top-notch delicacy as a tonic, so Ollivander processed the dragon's nerves to make it easier to eat. This is exactly what Lin Xia wants. Lin Xia had a guess. Was it because Ollivander only needed these things to make a wand, after removing the gelatinous substance and meridians and giving her a complete piece without hesitation? She was thinking about something, but she was not slow to move. She threw one of the pieces into the pepper pot. Draco had already started to eat the mushroom soup. He counted the time it took for the beef to be put into the pot, and quickly took the beef out of the pot while cooking it until it was cooked and still tasted fresh. Don't even order the sauce, just eat it. The salty and fresh taste of the beef, as well as the unique aroma and taste of the fat inside, made Draco lower his head and eat voraciously without even having time to speak. This taste. After blanching several slices of beef to satisfy his craving, Draco asked curiously, "What did you put in there just now?" Lin Xia stared at the dragon's nerve, which was tumbling in the boiling water in the pepper pot. Its color quickly changed, tinged with a faint green hue. She thought about it, picked up the green slice of meat, and put it into her mouth to chew without adding any sauce. The texture is chewy, a bit like biting into a piece of tough beef tendon. But once it entered my throat, it quickly dissolved, and then a warm feeling rose in my stomach. The warmth quickly spread throughout the body, and soon the whole body became warm. Lin Xia's eyes lit up, as if she was savoring the taste of the dragon tendon, and she replied slowly, "That's the dragon's nerve." Draco nodded. "Dragon nerves? What dragon nerves?" His eyes widened in disbelief. "You actually eat dragon meat? Doesn't the blood of the Eastern dragon reject eating dragon meat? Eating the same kind to strengthen oneself. Is this some kind of powerful secret technique?" Seeing Draco's expression, Lin Xia knew that he must be wrong. She shook her head and said, "Why can't I eat it? This is a tonic, a top-notch delicacy. I just have a little power from the blood of the Easter dragon, but it doesn't mean I'm really a dragon." Draco smiled sheepishly and then asked jealously, "Can I eat it?" The dragon's nerves and the flesh of the giant dragon look very nutritious. The last time, he took the red potion that Lin Xia gave him. Although it was so spicy that it choked his throat, it must be said that the huge magic power in the potion almost caused him to have a magic riot. In the end, his father used some means to suppress his loss of control and prevent him from losing consciousness. Since then, Draco could more or less feel that his physical condition had changed a little. For example, when riding a flying broom, his maximum speed has become faster, and the emergency stops and turns that test his nerve reaction ability are also faster than before. Lin Xia both shook her head and nodded. You can't eat the whole piece, but you can drink some soup. She didn't know what she was thinking of and smiled with interest. How much power of the dragon tendon you can absorb depends on how many mouthfuls of Sichuan pepper soup you can drink. Draco gasped. He hadn't even started drinking yet, but his teeth were aching and his stomach was churning. Half an hour later, the two were full and satisfied. Draco drank 3 mouthfuls of the peppercorn soup like a brave man cutting off his own arm, and then quickly swallowed some cooling candy. Only then did he feel that his mouth had not exploded. The technique Draco was taught to practice was another famous technique in the family, the secret record of the Purple Gold Mysterious Gang. The 9 Heavens Mysterious Yang secret record is for the clan leader's successor to practice, while the Purple Gold Mysterious Gang secret record is for the successor's left and right arms to practice. These 2 techniques are both very famous outside. The secret record of the 9 Heavens Mysterious Yang is grand and majestic in use, and focuses on maintaining health and increasing lifespan. The secret record of the Purple Gold Mysterious Gang is an offensive martial art. Each realm is very powerful. Compared with other martial arts, it is relatively easy to learn quickly, but it is easy to cause physical damage and hinder one's lifespan. But that is only in the last days. In the end times, natural treasures are cut off, and there is no mysterious energy. Practicing martial arts is equivalent to squeezing out one's own potential, and supplements can't keep up at all. In the wizarding world, Lin Xia is confident that Draco's body will not be harmed. The instruction was over when Draco was able to perform the exercise independently. Because practicing martial arts will cause some strangeness in oneself and will also affect some emotions, Lin Xia suggested that Draco should find a secluded place to practice alone. I practice in a tree house. If you can't find a good place, you can also find a tree house in the dormitory forest. She changed the subject and said, but I don't recommend you to move out of the dormitory. You still need to temper your temper. You need to interact more with people of your age and see what the outside world is like. Draco's face turned red, and his whole body felt hot during the practice, as if a basin of boiling water had been poured over him. He nodded, but in his heart he was thinking, if all people of his age are like Lin Xia, then he should not get in touch with them, because sooner or later they will be so depressed that he will become autistic. Lin Xia put all the remaining Sichuan pepper soup base into small bottles of reagents. The dragon tendon power remaining in the soup was too weak to be of any use to her, but it was still very useful to someone like Draco who had just started practicing. It's up to you. Drink 1 bottle when you practice. If you can handle it, drink 2 or 3 bottles. Come back to me when you're done. Lin Xia threw dozens of bottles of potion to Draco. Draco's mouth twitched slightly, and he made a friendly negotiation. Lin Xia, can you put the dragon's nerves into the mushroom soup pot next time? Lin Xia glanced at him, guessed what he was thinking, and shook her head with amusement. It's not that I don't want to put it in a clear pot, but putting it in a spicy pot is more conducive to cultivation. Spiciness can stimulate the body. As long as you can accept it, it is a very effective stimulation. Draco grumbled in his heart, but he felt that it was put into the spicy pot because Lin Xia liked to eat spicy hot pot. Back in the golden wooden house, Lin Xia began his daily practice. After eating the dragon's nerves, she used the properties of the furnace to lock all the effects in her stomach, preventing them from evaporating and flowing out. Now, he was practicing the technique with all his strength, activating the crucible of 9 Heavens' Mysterious Yang secret record. Lin Xia completely let go of his stomach's ability to digest and absorb, and traces of dragon tendon power flowed through his blood, dissipating into every corner of his body.
Bang, bang, bang.
The heart beats again and again, steadily and powerfully, leading to a positive circulation of blood. The energy is once again tempered and beaten, and then absorbed by all parts of the body. The effect of a small piece of dragon tendon power is just right. She can absorb it all, without wasting a single bit. When Lin Xia closed her eyes to practice, she did not notice that while she was concentrating on practicing, the magic power in the laboratory was quickly gathering above her head like a small tornado. Magic power poured into her body continuously, and with the help of the power of dragon tendons, Lin Xia suddenly felt her skin itchy again. But this feeling came and went quickly, and after a few minutes, there was no more abnormality in the body. An hour later, Lin Xia finished his practice, opened his eyes, and let out a long breath. The water in her body evaporated too quickly during the practice, and her throat became extremely dry. She quickly took a big gulp of water to relieve the itch in her throat, and rubbed her skin with her hands. I didn't rub off a layer of skin, but I did rub off a layer of dust. The skin was also more resilient than before. He pressed the dagger hard, leaving a red mark on the skin, which healed quickly. The second level of skin refining was broken through. It would have taken a month, but with the help of magic power, sacrifices, and dragon tendons, another level was broken through in just 2 weeks. Lin Xia took a quick shower and fell into a deep sleep on the bed. When reading about breakthroughs in novels, the protagonists are all in high spirits, unlike her, who has to concentrate highly every time she practices and is very tired. If you are not careful, you may go astray. The previous version of Nine Heaven's mysterious young secret records was not so exaggerated and had a certain degree of tolerance. However, this version of the Crucible has become more powerful while also increasing the difficulty. When I fell asleep, the famous compass in my mind started turning again, but it stopped at the dream interpretation column. This place is very narrow, only 2 people can walk side by side. The alley is deep and long, with twists and turns. Lin Xia saw a lot of dark wizard equipment skulls, movable statues with broken legs and arms, bottles of eyeball wine. The wizards coming and going were all wrapped tightly and looked difficult to deal with. Although this alley also sells a lot of things, its atmosphere is completely different from Diagon Alley. It is a bit like the dark side of the wizarding world. She saw Coral walk into a shop whose facade was decorated with a sheep's head. The shop was filled with all kinds of strange bone and ivory carvings. Coral talked to the store manager for a while, and the store manager left and led a giant monster out. The store manager handed Coral a few bottles of medicine. This is a potion that can make the troll fall asleep. This is a potion that can control the troll, and there is also a potion that can prevent it from losing control and make it die quickly. I suggest you equip the troll with a big stick. This will enhance his fighting power. Shi Luo's face was small, and the scarf wrapped around his head looked particularly large. He said in a muffled voice, "No, I'm ready." The store manager shrugged and expressed regret that the other deal was not completed. When Coral was about to leave, the store manager said, "We also recycle the organs of giant monsters. If you kill it, you can reuse it for a second time." Coral led the dazed troll away. Some wizards around looked over, but when they saw the troll, they looked away. Lin Xia also heard a dark wizard comment, "It's trash." It was tortured to the point of being unconscious. Its fighting power has been severely reduced. It's useless to rob it. She followed Coral, and suddenly her eyes flickered as she saw a secret passage leading to Hogwarts. Coral passed through this secret passage and put the dull troll into Hogwarts. The next day, Lin Xia woke up and recalled the contents of her dream last night. She inexplicably thought of the diary written by Mikkel Bain that she had once peeked into. He had guessed long ago that the troll would appear, so he should even know the exact time when the troll would appear. Lin Xia made a judgment. When seeing the giant monster, the scale of fate on Lin Xia's wrist felt slightly hot. There was no doubt that this was a pretty good sacrifice. The dark wizard in that alley was picky, but it was just right for Lin Xia right now. A hint of thought flashed across her eyes. She needed to make some careful plans on how to get rid of the troll. Before rushing to class, Lin Xia hurriedly wrote a letter, gave it to the postman owl, and sent it to Ollivander's wand shop. This is a transfiguration lesson. Lin Xia discovered that the class schedule had changed a lot recently, and the fixed college classes that took place together at the beginning of the school year no longer existed. Previously, Hufflepuff had attended the Transfiguration class with Gryffindor, but today they had the class with Gryffindor and Slytherin. The number of students in the class has not changed, but the number of students from some colleges has decreased, while the number of students from other colleges has increased. With such a course arrangement, Lin Xia had reason to suspect that Hogwarts had recruited some more teachers. Perhaps the next time, students from the 4 major colleges will take the class together. Professor McGonagall is very strict with her students, and restless students from the Lion House will always be criticized, but this does not mean that Slytherin will not make mistakes. Slytherin students generally come from well-off families and are exposed to magic at an early age, which makes them a little arrogant. They do not perform spellcasting movements in a standard way and do not pay attention in class. As soon as the class started today, Professor McGonagall asked everyone to continue casting a spell on the matchstick to turn it into a silver needle. The Slytherins didn't like ordinary matchsticks, so they brought their own customized luxury matchsticks and played and laughed with each other using the matches. Lin Xia noticed that the people who had laughed at her before were also among them. Lin Xia lowered her head and waved her wand, and the next second, she stood there in a daze. She had never felt the trajectory of the flow of magic power so clearly before. She even had a hunch that she could control the output of magic power. All the delicate operations she thought were before seemed useless after she knew the trajectory of the flow of magic power. Lin Xia is confident that she can beat the two of them now. Subconsciously, Lin Xia waved again at the matchstick that had turned into a silver needle. The silver needle twisted again in front of her and turned into a paper clip. Then it twisted again and turned into a square needle. It twisted again and turned into a silver clip, a big clip. Finally, it transformed into a silver leaf bookmark. Draco, Teray, and Robin were sitting next to her, and in front of her were Harry and others. Hermione heard obvious gasps coming from the back seat. She turned around and couldn't help but widen her eyes and gasp. Harry and Ron heard the noise and turned to look, again showing the same gasping expressions. They knew that Lin Xia was very powerful, but seeing her perform transfiguration in person was even more shocking than they had imagined. They saw the leaf bookmark slowly stand up and begin to dance left and right, then transform again while dancing, twisting, and winding into a badger model. It was a big badger holding a saxophone, and next to it was a small badger holding a violin. The two badgers gradually transformed from silver to other colors, becoming more and more realistic. Ron suddenly grabbed Harry's arm and said in amazement, "Is that badger moving? I think I saw it moving." Harry nodded quickly. "They are moving. Their hands are moving." Draco reminded them, "Keep your voice down. Lin Xia hasn't completed the final transformation yet." The corners of Ron's mouth twitched, and there was a flash of despair in his eyes of being crushed by a top student. Were they sure they were taking the same transfiguration class? Turning a matchstick into a badger figurine was already amazing, but Lin Xia wanted to. Lin Xia wanted to make the badger move vividly. She input more and more magic power, and her hands waved unconsciously. She didn't know why she made this move. She just felt that doing so would be more conducive to her magic output. Finally, when her magic power was about to be drained out, Lin Xia stopped waving her wand. In front of her, 2 small badgers jumped off the table, ran to the podium, and played a piece of music.
Wow.
The students opened their mouths wide and made the same expression as Ron. This is so shocking. Professor McGonagall was also quite excited watching the scene. She had only seen a student with such a talent for transfiguration more than a decade ago. Due to Lin Xia's lack of magic power, the 2 badgers stopped playing only half of the music and turned into 2 matches on the podium. Professor McGonagall said seriously, "Everyone keep practicing. It's difficult to get started with transfiguration, but once you get the hang of it, you'll all be able to do it like Lin Xia." The professor said this without any guilt. She looked at Lin Xia, her expression softened, and nodded. "You have already mastered transfiguration. You don't need to take the final exam this semester. I will exempt you from the exam and give you a full score. Hufflepuff plus 30 points. Oh yeah." The little badgers cheered, and when there was nothing to hit, they clapped their hands on the table. The Slytherin students standing by were extremely envious and jealous, and wanted to pour cold water on them, but no one dared to speak up. Ask yourself, they can't even turn a matchstick into a silver needle, let alone a badger that can play music? The class is still going on. Lin Xia's magic power was completely used up, and he concentrated and calmed down to slowly recover his magic power. After she stopped using magic, her perception of magic power was not as sharp, but perhaps because she remembered some of the remaining magic power tracks, Lin Xia knew where the magic power was the strongest in the classroom. She stood up on her own initiative and walked to the back of the classroom, holding the Transfiguration textbook in her hand as a preview. After standing for about 20 minutes, Lin Xia felt that the magic power in his body had recovered by half, and he sat back in his seat. She had taken out a few silver needles from her small purse in advance, and when she passed by the Slytherin group, she carelessly dropped the silver needles in her hand on the ground. He pulled out his wand and tapped his back lightly without even looking. The magic power in the body surged out and fell on the silver needle. The silver needle seemed to have grown legs and quickly slipped behind the buttocks of several Slytherin students. Stab hard.
Ouch.
X3, who stabbed my ace. The 3 Slytherin students immediately jumped up and roared angrily at the others. Is it you? One of the students pointed at the Gryffindor student. The Gryffindor student sneered. Look at what's behind you. The Slytherin students looked down, and their faces turned pale and blue. Under their buttocks sat a matchstick that was specially customized for them. The Gryffindor lions laughed loudly. Haha, they were actually pricked by their own matchsticks. It seems that customized things are not easy to use. Draco heard the noise, looked up, recognized the 3 furious men. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he turned to look at Lin Xia. Lin Xia happened to look over and blinked at him. After class, Hermione asked Lin Xia to go to the library to read together. Lin Xia readily agreed and brought Draco along, and Draco brought his roommates along. In the library, Hermione asked Lin Xia quietly, "Have you found an alchemical item that can restore energy and vitality?" Mikkel on the opposite side paused while packing his books and pricked up his ears. Lin Xia shook her head. No. Mainly because I don't have any information on alchemy, and I can't find any knowledge about it in the library. Hermione sighed. I'm stuck here too. Alchemy is a profound and magical art. There is no public information to learn alchemy. It is said that alchemy only accepts the ancient teaching method of master-apprentice. If you want to learn alchemy, you must first find a teacher. I heard that alchemy is divided into ancient alchemy and modern alchemy. Ancient alchemy is the most mysterious and profound, while modern alchemy is better, but it is not within the reach of ordinary people. Hermione and Lin Xia shared the news with each other, which she had learned indirectly. Compared to Hermione, Lin Xia can be said to have made no progress. Lin Xia thought for a moment and gave the direction of inspiration. Alchemy is undoubtedly great, and it also appears in every aspect of our lives. For example, the magic elevator in the school and the magic carpet outside the school should all be alchemical creations that use some alchemical knowledge. Perhaps we can start our investigation from this direction. Hermione murmured, Yeah, that's a great idea. Lin Xia, are you free this weekend? How about we go to the library together to research information? Hermione mustered up the courage to make an invitation. Lin Xia nodded. As long as it's not Saturday morning, I have time for the rest of the time. Draco interrupted, Take me with you. I want to learn too. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, and her smile grew even brighter. Well, you're welcome to come over. Mikkel listened in silence, frowned slightly, and glanced at Harry and Ron. Hermione, Lin Xia, and Draco formed a study group. Things were going further and further wrong. But when Mikkel really decided to replace Hermione and become the think tank of the trio, he found that being a think tank was not so easy. Not only does it require extraordinary wisdom, courage, and insight, but it also requires both parties to see eye to eye. Mikkel realized once again that Hogwarts was really no longer the Hogwarts he saw in the books. No one could tell him why Malfoy, who regarded Harry as his lifelong enemy, could talk and laugh with Harry and shake his hand during flying lessons. Early the next morning, Hufflepuff had flying lessons with Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. After several lessons of training, the little wizards are now able to ride broomsticks. And because the school replaced its brooms with new ones, the safety factor went up dramatically. Madam no longer had to worry about the little wizards flying around and getting into accidents, leading to delayed rescue. The batch of brooms introduced by the school were specially used as teaching aids. A separate agreement was signed with the Flying Broom Company to add control spells to these brooms. Madam could make all the broomsticks fly at any time if she wanted, or stop them immediately. In this class, if a little wizard flies too fast and loses control, Madam will stop the broomstick from flying. She asked the little wizard to hold the broom and stay quietly in the sky, and then she would fly over to rescue him. Seeing this, Lin Xia couldn't help but feel relieved. Honestly, she didn't want to be an extra rescuer in the classroom. Everyone knew that she was good at using the levitation spell, and if Madam couldn't save the person, she would definitely call on her to take over. Lin Xia privately thought that it was not impossible for her to be the top, but she was not the class monitor, nor the grade monitor, and she was just a cute newbie, so you have to pay more. It's not too much to add a rescuer quota to the work-study program. Harry, let's play pick up beans. Draco grabbed a handful of beans from somewhere and shouted at Harry. Harry controlled the broom, flew over, and stopped in front of Draco. His operation was precise, and his emergency stop was excellent. He asked curiously, "What is this and how do I play it?" Draco, it was a little game I played with Lin Xia in the manor. I used a levitation spell to suspend the beans, and then removed the levitation spell in an instant, letting the beans fall freely. The moment the beans fall, we fly up to the sky together and quickly catch the falling beans. Whoever catches more will win. Harry's eyes lit up. He felt that this game was extremely interesting. He looked towards Madam hesitantly and asked quietly, "Will the teacher let us play like this?" Draco said nonchalantly, "We both flew well. The professor won't mind. Didn't you see that she hasn't even glanced at us since she started teaching?" This is true. In order to make teaching easier, Madam divided the students into two groups. There is a group that has trained well, so let them go to the grass on the right side. The other group was not flying very well, so they went to the grass on the left. She focused on following the little wizard on the left. Harry was eager to try and said, "Okay, let's play." Draco called Lin Xia and asked her to use a levitation spell to raise the beans. The higher the better, so that they would have more time to find the beans. Draco made a request. It would be best if the bean could stay in the air for more than 30 seconds. This involves some knowledge of physics. The beans they use are very light, less than 0.01 g each, and usually fall from a high altitude without hurting anyone. But if they have to stay in the air for 30 seconds, Lin Xia really cannot guarantee that these beans are not lethal. Hermione volunteered, "I know how to do this physics problem. I'll calculate the height for you." Lin Xia shook her head. "Don't bother. Don't forget. We have magic. Besides, you can't say for sure whether you can catch the beans falling from such a high place." She thought about it, then stretched out her wand and tapped the beans lightly. After a while, these beans grew small wings similar to those of dragonflies. Under the witness of everyone, all the beans flew up. Ron opened his mouth in astonishment. "Oh my God, can transfiguration be used like this? Beans can actually fly." After all the beans flew up into the sky and scattered, Lin Xia said, "I'll count to 10, and you go and catch them. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As soon as the words fell, Draco and Harry rushed upwards like arrows from a bow to catch the flying beans. Lin Xia's transformation skills cannot be used flexibly yet. These beans just imitate dragonflies in flying. They won't turn or escape, so it's not difficult to catch them. After a few minutes, Harry and Draco both caught the bean dragonfly. Draco caught 10, and Harry caught 8. The two had a lot of fun, and soon started the second round of competition. When the class was over, the two played 3 rounds. In the third round, Harry's score surpassed Draco for the first time, and he caught 1 more than him. Draco seemed a little discouraged, and felt that his talent on the broomstick was not that high. Hermione comforted him. "It's normal for you to lose to Harry. His talent for flying is inherited from his family. Harry was stunned. This was the first time he heard the statement. Family inheritance? Hermione said, "Yes, there is a trophy display room on the 4th floor. Haven't you ever been there? I saw it when I passed by once." One of the winners of the trophy was James Potter, who once represented Gryffindor and won the school Quidditch championship and was named the best seeker. A gleam flashed across Harry's eyes. "Hermione, can you take me there?" Of course. After the flying class was over, everyone had nothing to do, so Lin Xia, Draco, and others followed along. There are many trophies and medals in the trophy display room, including not only gold medals, but also silver and bronze medals. The golden, silver, and bronze light inside almost blinded their eyes. The trophy display room does not need lights. The sparkle from the medals themselves is enough to make the room sparkle. With Hermione's guidance, everyone saw a trophy with the name James Potter engraved on it. Harry carefully stroked the trophy, with a look of admiration and respect in his eyes. It turned out that his father was so outstanding. Draco whispered to Lin Xia, "I suddenly feel that losing to Harry Potter is not such a painful thing. Although it may be a bit exaggerated, I still have my parents." Lin Xia nodded calmly. "Draco, our parents love us very much." She noticed that when Harry was looking at the medal carefully, Bain, who was standing in front of him, kept turning his head and looking in her direction from time to time. Lin Xia's eyes occasionally met Michael's. nodded at her and looked away calmly. Lin Xia couldn't help but look at Draco beside her. A thoughtful look flashed across her eyes. Michael wasn't looking at her, but at Draco beside her. Back in the Hufflepuff common room, Lin Xia continued to learn Transfiguration under Cedric's guidance, and so did Draco, who didn't want to fall too far behind Lin Xia. After the tutoring, Lin Xia told Draco not to forget to set aside an hour every day to practice, and to ask her anytime if he encountered anything he didn't understand. Draco was stunned for a moment, and habitually cast an anti-eavesdropping spell before replying. "Is it related to his prophecy?" Lin Xia thought of his diary and nodded. In his prediction, "Your destiny has changed seriously. Didn't you notice that he has always cared about you?" Draco shook his head. "I didn't notice. There are too many people observing me every day. I can't keep up with all the eyes." Lin Xia. "I almost forgot that this guy is also a handsome boy with a slicked back hair, comparable to Chow Yun-Fat. What about you? Isn't you included in his prophecy?" Draco felt very strange. In his eyes, Lin Xia was much better than him. Lin Xia shook her head. "I didn't appear in his prediction. Anyway, you better be careful." It was not until Quirrell was about to attend the defense against the dark arts class the next day that he discovered something strange in the box. His box had been opened. Quirrell counted carefully and found that his master snake was missing and one of his scarves was missing. Apart from that, there was no financial loss. Qi Luo's body trembled, and he banged his head against the table, his voice intermittent. "Master, someone stole your snake and my scarf. Will we be discovered?" His face was very pale, his voice was trembling, and his expression was full of regret. He shouldn't have put the box in this place. He should have put it in a safer place. "Escape. Master, we will escape from Hogwarts now." "Idiot." A hoarse hissing sound came from behind my head. "If you had found anything, you would have been caught long ago. What else is missing?" Quirrell glanced at the contents of the box. The amulet was at the top, so he didn't look through it. Voldemort didn't like the talisman. He was possessed by Voldemort and also hated the talisman. Quirrell whispered, "No, Master. Find a snake first. I can use it." Voldemort gave the order forcefully. He asked Quirrell to get this black and white patterned Guya snake. It took him half a month to arrive. It was originally used for self-defense. If Quirrell were to reveal his tracks, he could still possess the snake. Quirrell has been getting stupider recently. Voldemort values the snake more and more. When the snake grows up a little bit, he will change its body. On the other hand, Lin Xia's herbology class is going well. Professor Sprout mentioned this during his lecture. On the edge of the Forbidden Forest, there are occasionally white fresh grass and other magical fungi growing. In the past, some little wizards liked to stroll there and pick some fungi to sell to me. Ron's eyes lit up and he asked curiously, Professor, can mushrooms be sold for money? Professor Sprout raised his eyebrows slightly. Of course, the soup made from magical mushrooms is very delicious. It can promote the absorption of magic, and it can also relieve the pain caused by healing. St. Goman has it for external use. But St. Goman wants a lot, and you little wizards picked too little. In addition to mushrooms, if you can pick some white fresh grass, the price will be higher. A good white fresh grass can be sold for 5 silver sickles. However, many young wizards cannot distinguish the types of mushrooms and accidentally pick poisonous mushrooms. As a result, they are poisoned and stay in the hospital for several days. So, if you want to pick them, you must be careful. Professor Sprout said seriously. After class, Ron couldn't wait to ask Lin Xia, do you want to go to the edge of the Forbidden Forest and pick mushrooms or white fresh grass together? Hermione questioned, Ron, we don't know much about the types of mushrooms. What if you pick poisonous mushrooms? Ron, I saw the professor said that many young wizards went there to pick them. That place should be relatively safe. Otherwise, the professor wouldn't have said that. Harry felt that Ron was right. There was no need for the professor to harm the young wizard. Besides, the edge of the Forbidden Forest was not the Forbidden Forest. As long as they didn't go in, the danger should not be high. Harry said, Hagrid's cabin is also on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Why don't we go ask Hagrid first, and then go pick mushrooms? Ron nodded hurriedly. Mikkel immediately joined in. Okay, I'll go too. Shall we go in the evening? Ron shook his head. There's no time to lose. Let's go at noon. What if other little wizards go at night? If we go early, we might be able to pick something. Mikkel suddenly turned to look at Draco and took the initiative to invite him. Malfoy, do you want to come with us? You haven't been to Hagrid's hut. It's fun there. At this moment, the destiny compass in Lin Xia's mind suddenly turned and stopped at the divination column. A mysterious message came into Lin Xia's mind. She lowered her eyes slightly and immediately began to divine. She thought to herself, go or not. A light green tortoiseshell phantom jumped out and quickly cracked, revealing dense, bursting lines. The result was too obvious. Lin Xia knew it was a bad omen at a glance. In the past, bad things happened and people got hurt. Stay. The sea is calm. TSK. Only a fool would follow him. Draco was somewhat tempted. He didn't want to pick mushrooms, as the Malfoy family had never lacked money. He just wanted to play with Harry. Lin Xia said, I won't go. I need to review the content of the afternoon spells class at noon. Hermione was very competitive and followed suit. I won't go either. I'll stay and prepare for the exam. Draco thought of Lin Xia's reminder last night and refused. I have to go to preview too. Ron looked a little embarrassed, as it seemed like they were uneducated. But he changed his mind and decided that since he was a newbie anyway, it would make no difference whether he prepared in advance or not. What's more, after a whole morning of classes, he really couldn't concentrate on reading at noon. At noon, when having lunch in the Great Hall, Lin Xia looked specifically at the Gryffindor table. As expected, Harry, Ron, and Mikkel were not there. Hermione hesitated for a moment, then walked up to Lin Xia and asked, Can I eat with you? Lin Xia smiled and said, Of course, everyone is welcome at Little Badger. She was somewhat aware of Hermione's awkward situation. Some of Hufflepuff's courses overlap with Gryffindor's, and Hermione's behavior is not Gryffindor at all. She had heard other classmates say that Hermione should go to Ravenclaw. No, not even Ravenclaw was as eager to win as she was. She wanted to answer all the professor's questions in class. But she felt okay. If Hermione were in Hufflepuff, the Badgers would probably be very happy for her to be active. Hualala, a group of owls flew in, and a newspaper and a letter were thrown in front of Lin Xia. Let's look at the newspaper first. The Gringotts theft is still dominating the headlines, which indirectly means that nothing major has happened in the wizarding world. I opened the letter and found it was a reply from Ollivander. Dear Lin Xia, hello. How is your college life these days? I am so excited that I almost want to send you a screaming letter. You are really awesome. This is definitely a great invention in the wizarding world. I strongly request that you send me a magnetic wand. I can't wait to try out the new wand. You may not know what a feat you have accomplished. You have turned wands into wholesale, no longer exclusive custom-made high-end items. You have enriched the choices of wizards.
Let me think about it.
You have to hold a press conference in Hogwarts to announce your invention to everyone. Oh, by the way, before that, you must first publish a paper and get recognition from a professional journal.
Some are happy, and some are sad.
Quirrell began to wander around the various floors of Hogwarts, from the first floor to the second floor, from the second floor to the third floor, from the third floor to the fourth floor. Even the students noticed that Quirrell was looking for something, but when they asked him, he would stammer, "This is just a daily patrol." The Weasley twins were very interested in the defense against the dark arts professor. Some said that there was something wrapped in his thick scarf, perhaps a treasure given by a prince of a small country. But the twins speculated that Professor Quirrell wore a scarf perhaps to hide the fact that he was bald. When this rumor spread, students passing by couldn't help but look at Quirrell, especially his head wrapped in a scarf. Quirrell's feeling of uneasiness grew even stronger. It wasn't just because he couldn't find the gooey snake, but the way these students looked at him was not right. In his mind, Voldemort kept cursing and telling him to look more in dark and secluded corners. "Professor Quirrell." A serious voice came from behind him. At this time, Quirrell came to the fourth floor and was wandering in front of the trophy display room. Quirrell shuddered violently and turned to look at Professor McGonagall. "Hello, Professor McGonagall." Professor McGonagall said solemnly, "Our teaching committee received a report from Administrator Filch saying that you secretly stole the students' talismans. Is this true?" Chi Luo denied it without thinking. "No, I didn't. He only punished students by making them take off their amulets during class and picked up amulets dropped by students on the road, but he never stole any." Professor McGonagall looked disappointed. "Administrator Filch handed over evidence that you stole the amulet, saying that you had a box with hundreds of amulets hidden inside. How are you going to explain that?" Chi Luo's face flushed red. "Those were all picked up by me. I have a use for them. I picked it up. Is it useful?" Professor McGonagall's expression was cold. "Then, why did you destroy those useful talismans?" Professor Quirrell's heart skipped a beat. This is. McGonagall no longer wanted to listen to his explanation and said indifferently, "It's no use for you to talk to me. Now come with me to the academic committee and explain it to the other professors." The news that Professor Quirrell was put in detention spread throughout Hogwarts like a whirlwind. The reason was that the defense against the dark arts class that was supposed to be taught by Professor Quirrell in the afternoon was replaced by another professor. A young wizard asked the substitute professor where Professor Quirrell had gone, and the substitute professor bluntly said that he was in detention. It seems that Quirrell's popularity in Hogwarts is not very good. This is the first time I've heard of a professor being put in detention. What did Quirrell do that angered the world? Draco asked curiously. Lin Xia also wanted to know, so she gave Draco a tip. Draco's eyes lit up and he quickly left his seat, only to return with 10 minutes left in class. He spent a silver sickle to buy information that was said to be reliable. "I found out." The Weasley twins said that it was the Administrator Filch who reported Quirrell. The reason for the report was that Quirrell stole the students' talismans. As soon as these words were spoken, the students who gathered around were in an uproar. No wonder the amulets I bought always disappear for no reason. It turns out that Professor Quirrell stole them. I heard that he likes to punish students who wear amulets during class and confiscates their amulets if they can't answer the questions. Why did he steal the amulet? He must be trying to resell the stolen amulet to us, this black-hearted professor. The two seniors were very caring, and after the afternoon spells class, the seniors came over personally and told Draco about the latest developments. Professor Quirrell was released again, on the grounds that he proved that he did not steal. The amulets were all picked up from the ground and confiscated from the classroom. There were hundreds of them. Despite this, the little wizard was still very uneasy. They were worried that their amulets would be taken away by Professor Quirrell for various reasons. Although Chi Luo didn't sell it, he was a ruthless destroyer. George said, "The school should be able to deal with it. You don't have to worry." Oliver nodded and said, "We have received some news, but it is not yet certain."
There should be an announcement tonight.
That evening, During dinner in the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall tapped her glass, causing all the students to look over. She solemnly announced the school's latest regulations. The school will open a grocery store to supply students with a batch of amulets. If students want to buy other things, they can leave a message and the grocery store will purchase the goods based on the situation. Once this rule came out, the business of reselling amulets in Hogsmeade Village was completely ruined. At the same time, Professor McGonagall also solemnly stated that the conduct of all teachers would be assessed, and any behavior of stealing or harming students' property would be warned. According to school regulations, Professor Quirrell has been given a serious warning. If it happens a second time, he will be expelled. At the same time, the school will set up a submission mailbox where you can submit anonymously and expose the professor's bad behavior. Children, I encourage and support you to speak the truth. After announcing the news, she later said, the school will launch a campaign to clean up poisonous insects and snakes in the near future. Everyone should take good care of their pets to avoid being cleaned up by the school. The young wizards were visibly relieved. Lin Xia was about to look away when she suddenly caught sight of Snape standing in the audience. The compass of destiny in my mind slowly turned, but it stopped at the music column which had never appeared before. Lin Xia was slightly stunned. She actually heard Professor Snape's thoughts. That disgusting, bug-like Quirrell wasn't kicked out of school, and he didn't steal. It was really filthy. I also had to deal with his scarf, which was soaked by his crying during the interrogation. Professor McGonagall asked me to go to his office and get him a new scarf. That old, dirty scarf. Touching it would be a stain on my hands. I should have destroyed it right there, and then instead of throwing it away at the dump. Lin Xia returned to the Hufflepuff common room, found a map of Hogwarts, and checked where the garbage dump was. A lark flew in from outside and landed on Draco's shoulder. Draco opened the note on the bird's leg and was stunned. Lin Xia, Harry, and the others are injured and have missed classes for the whole afternoon. They are lying in the infirmary. Lin Xia frowned. Could it be that they went to explore the edge of the Forbidden Forest at noon and got injured? Draco nodded. Yes, it is said that they encountered the Devil Vine. If Hermione hadn't been smart enough to remember that the book said that lumos could be used to drive away the devil vines, they would have been trapped for a long time. It is said that Ron and Harry's legs were broken. At noon they returned to their respective common rooms to prepare for class, but unexpectedly Hermione ended up going to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Lin Xia looked down and found that the infirmary was not far from the garbage dump, so she said, "Let's go visit them together." She specially brought the White Fairy out and went to the garbage dump before going to the infirmary. The evening at Hogwarts was very quiet. School rules do not allow students to go out at night, but as long as they return to the dormitory before 9 o'clock, it does not count as going out at night. When Lin Xia and Draco left the castle gate, they met the administrator Filch. Filch was thin and slightly hunched, standing silently at the door like a statue. It was not yet dark, but he was already holding an oil lamp in his hand. He glanced sharply at every little wizard coming and going in and out of the castle, and the little wizards passing by subconsciously tensed their bodies. Draco and Lin Xia were the outliers. They were much more relaxed than the other little wizards who passed by. Filch soon noticed the two happy-looking little wizards and planned to stop them and check whether they were carrying any prohibited items in order to establish his own authority. Suddenly, he paused and saw the little white cat in Lin Xia's arms. Oh, the color of that cat is very similar to Mrs. Norris, but Mrs. Norris is much more gorgeous than that cat. Out of some cat-loving heart, Filch decided not to cause trouble for the two students. After Draco left the castle, he casually cast an anti-eavesdropping spell and then whispered to Lin Xia, "Why do I feel like there was something wrong with the way Filch looked at us just now?" Lin Xia didn't comment. It seems so, but he didn't come to cause trouble for us, did he? Draco thought about it and agreed. There were so many staff members at Hogwarts, and they couldn't love everyone. As he walked, he found that something was wrong with the road. Lin Xia, this road we are going to is not the infirmary, right? Draco said uncertainly. Yes, I have to go to the garbage dump near the infirmary to look for something.
You can keep watch for me.
Lin Xia said calmly. Draco suddenly realized, no wonder you suddenly want to come over to visit your classmates. In my impression, you are not the kind of person who cares so much about your classmates. Lin Xia also smiled. She had never thought of hiding it from Draco. She came out this time just to ask him to cover for her. It is always better for two people to act than for one person. Soon, the two came to a smelly garbage dump. Before they entered, Draco and Lin Xia couldn't stand the smell and cast a head-bubbing spell on themselves, and their heads were wrapped in a fish tank. This spell allows people to breathe underwater and also blocks out unpleasant odors from the outside world. Fairy Bai showed a disgusted expression in a very human way, but still jumped out of Lin Xia's arms and nimbly jumped over the garbage. Its sense of taste is more developed than that of humans, and stench has a greater impact on it. If it hadn't experienced 3 rounds of feeding from the scales of fate, which made its physical fitness better, it probably wouldn't be able to move freely in the garbage dump like it can now. The white fairy quickly recognized the smell of coral scarf, which was very smelly, but had a strange appeal to it. Fortunately, Snape did not throw the scarf too far, and just threw it at the edge of the garbage dump. Lin Xia and Draco had not walked in for long when the white fairy stopped and quickly took out a scarf. Lin Xia took the scarf and put it in her small leather bag. Draco frowned and asked, "Isn't this Professor Coral's scarf?" Lin Xia did not hide it from him. "The scarf he used is useful to me. While he is still teaching, I want to get a few more." Draco said without thinking, "Okay, just let me know if you need my help." After walking out of the garbage dump, Fairy Bai huddled beside Lin Xia, looking somewhat listless. Lin Xia used the cleanup spray on it several times, then on herself a few times, and finally sprayed some grape-scented perfume on it, and only then did she feel that the smell on her body had dissipated a little. Draco sprayed some lemon mint perfume on himself. As an elegant young gentleman, spraying some men's perfume was a sign of respect for the guests. The two followed the map and found the infirmary. Before they entered, they heard the Gryffindor 4 quarreling inside. Hermione said loudly, "You shouldn't have gone to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. You didn't even read the book Hagrid gave you." Ron shouted, "We've already picked a lot of mushrooms. If we hadn't suddenly encountered the Devil's Vine, who knows there would be such a thing on the edge of the Forbidden Forest." Harry nodded in agreement. Hermione said angrily, "You two with broken bones are not allowed to talk." She looked at McElbane and said angrily, "You should persuade them a little and pull them out quickly if something goes wrong." Mickle choked. "Hermione, I also stepped into the Devilvine's trap. How can I pull them out?" "You can use Lumos, or you can remind me that's Devil's Ivy." Mikkel was speechless. She really thought that everyone had her precise casting performance. Can he cast the luminescent spell whenever he wants? You have to know that he has never used this spell once. Only heard of it. Knock, knock, knock. There were 3 knocks on the door. Lin Xia and Draco opened the door and went in after hearing the reply. When Hermione saw Lin Xia, her tense expression relaxed. She opened her mouth to say something, but finally closed it in discouragement. Lin Xia handed them a bouquet of flowers and said, "I heard that you were in the hospital. Draco and I came to see you. Are you all right?" Ron lowered his head, somewhat afraid to look at Lin Xia, and Hermione did not speak either. The scene was a little awkward for a moment. Harry had to speak up. "Thank you. Madame Pomfrey said we are fine, and just need a night's rest." Hermione nodded quickly, starting from when she found the 3 missing after lunch. "I went over to Hagrid, and he said they'd been gone for a while, and I caught up with them from behind just in time to see them trapped in a place. If Mickle hadn't reminded me that it was the Devil's Vine, I might have been trapped there too. The more we struggled, the tighter the Devil's Vine tied us." Lin Xia asked curiously, "Devil's Vine, if I remember correctly. This plant can only grow in a semi-shaded environment, and it is best not to expose it to direct sunlight in summer. How could it appear on the edge of the Forbidden Forest? Devil's Ivy is more likely to appear in swampy environments." Hermione shook her head. "I don't know. Maybe we can ask the professor." Mikkel immediately said, "No, We can't let the professor know that we found the devil vine." Everyone else couldn't help but look over. Mikkel was a little nervous, sweating on his forehead, but he was determined not to tell the professor. Although his reason was lame, it was convincing. If we pick the devil vine and sell it to the professor, we can earn a lot of gold galleons. It's a good magical plant. When Ron heard this reason, he immediately changed sides, and Harry followed Ron indifferently. As for Lin Xia and Draco, they did not express any opinions, as they were not the ones who discovered the devil vine. Lin Xia returned to the golden wooden house, summoned the scales of fate, and performed a sacrifice. In order to successfully capture the troll, she had to arm herself as best as possible. The little white cat stood calmly on the right end of the scale of fate. After several sacrifices, it had become calm and orderly. The scarf on the left end of the scale rose rapidly, and the right end represented by the little white cat immediately fell. The judgment was soon over, and the sacrifice began. The scarf collapsed bit by bit under some indescribable force, and Lin Xia felt the power of the scales of fate feeding back to her. It's similar to the feedback from the last sacrifice, with 2 or 3 more days of training effect. After all, Quirrell had worn the scarf for too short a time, so it didn't have much of Voldemort's scent on it. The white fairy jumped down from the scale and licked her fur slowly. It didn't change at all after the sacrifice, but Lin Xia felt that its eyes were brighter. Lin Xia picked up the memory crystal and took out the other one as well. The 2 memory crystals placed side by side seemed to produce some attraction, but the effect was not obvious. Lin Xia's eyes were deep, and her knuckles tapped lightly on the wooden table. After thinking it over, she decided to seek help from outside the venue. Hogwarts was too safe. She practiced all day long and had no idea how good she was, let alone whether she could deal with the troll alone. When in doubt, consult the parents. By the way, she can also let them share the joy of her upcoming publication of professional papers and future press conferences. After writing the letter, Lin Xia began his daily practice and planned to mail the letter tomorrow. The last small piece of dragon's nerve had been almost digested, so Lin Xia didn't hesitate and took out another piece of dragon's nerve, boiled it with boiling water, and then took it. Lin Xia added a few slices of devil pepper to the remaining boiling water and poured it into medicine bottles. She didn't lie to Draco. Eating more spicy food would help in practicing martial arts, so everyone in her family could eat spicy food. Lin Xia looked at the 5 full bottles of potion and couldn't help but sigh that Draco was so lucky. When she first started practicing, her family was simply unable to provide her with such a sufficient supply of medicines. It is also through practicing martial arts that one can digest and absorb the dragon's nerves. If it were someone else, they would definitely overnourish themselves and become too weak to receive the nourishment. The next morning, we had History of Magic class. This course is very special and is the only one taught by a ghost professor. It is rumored that Professor Binns fell asleep in front of the fireplace in the staff lounge and turned into a ghost when he went to class the next day, but he himself did not seem to be aware of it. Judging from the appearance of the ghost, Professor Binns was already very old when he was alive and had the habit of talking non-stop in a monotonous voice. Fortunately, the History of Magic class did not require a very passionate tone. Students were scribbling notes in the classroom, and some were openly absent. Unless the discussion is too loud, Professor Binns will usually ignore you. For example, Lin Xia, who seemed to be taking notes seriously, was actually writing a paper quickly with an automatic feather pen. Ollivander was in a hurry and sent an owl every day. I don't know who it was, but he wrote to her every day telling her not to worry. Lin Xia had no choice but to perform secretly in class. Draco was drowsy in class. He glanced at Lin Xia out of the corner of his eye and found that she was taking notes seriously. He had to straighten his back and force himself to cheer up. After nearly closing his eyes 3 times, Draco couldn't stand it anymore, so he turned to Lin Xia and said, "I'll borrow your notes after class. I'll take a nap first." Draco didn't get a response because Lin Xia was too serious about writing. He leaned over to look, and his eyes widened. Oh my God, what on earth are these densely packed words? Why can't he understand anything? The sleepiness that was entangled in his mind disappeared instantly, and the incomprehensible words made him shudder invisibly. The inspiration for the magnetic wand, the principle of magnetism and iron attracting each other. There is a lot of room for development. Any object that can generate magnetism can be used for experiments. The explanation of how iron powder can expand the contact surface of magic magnets. The words were written quickly and soon covered the entire paper. Lin Xia turned to a new page. Magnetic wand testing instructions. Wizard's personal test reports Ollivander. After 200 tests, it can exert about 0.5 times the effect of the exclusive wand. It is universal and can be used by all wizards. Gregorovich. After 200 tests, it is universal and applicable. This model does not select wizards, but it is not as powerful as a customized wand and can only exert about 50% of its effect. Lin Xia turned another page, and the automatic feather pen jumped into the ink bottle, rotating and tumbling left and right, absorbing the rich ink, and then jumped out to continue writing the paper. Experimental report on magnetic wand. The first study. It was discovered that the magnetic field generated by the magic magnet can make the chaotic magic power orderly. The 300th research. Grinding iron into iron powder can stabilize the magic magnetic field and the magic power, making it more stable in output. Boom! The melodious bell for the end of get out of class rang. Lin Xia breathed a sigh of relief, rubbed his slightly stiff neck, and the automatic feather pen automatically jumped into the pencil case and rolled left and right. She turned to look at Draco and met his dull gaze. Lin Xia. Draco, perhaps you should explain to me what a magnetic wand is? He knew that Lin Xia was secretly researching magic wands, and he had stolen the automatic wand-making equipment from the warehouse of his family factory. But how long had she only been researching, and she really came up with a completely new method of making sticks? Draco was secretly delighted when he gave Lin Xia the equipment, hoping that Lin Xia would become obsessed with wand making and become less active in practicing, giving him some opportunities to catch up. Thinking about it now, he realized how naive his previous thoughts were. No, why only invite one media? We must invite more, including the popular ones. You have discovered a new method of making magic wands that can be mass-produced. At lunch in the Great Hall, Draco actually stood up for her. Ever since he knew about Lin Xia's research, he had seriously asked for a plan that Mr. Ollivander had made for her, and felt deeply that it was not worthy of her invention. Draco said seriously, Lin Xia, let the Malfoy family handle this matter. Lin Xia choked and remained speechless for a few moments. She sighed and poked the mashed potatoes on her plate with her spoon. No, I want to keep it low-key. Draco didn't understand. Why? It's a great invention. Lin Xia asked back, do you really think it's great? Draco was silent for a moment, then said stubbornly, even if it's not great, it's definitely a very convenient invention. Lin Xia put down the spoon and finally took her eyes off the mashed potatoes and looked at Draco. That's why I asked Mr. Ollivander to keep a low profile. I don't want too many people to know that the magnetic wand was invented by me. Now it was Draco's turn to be confused. He thought Ollivander had arranged it poorly, but it turned out that Lin Xia had asked him to keep a low profile. Lin Xia's expression became serious. Let me ask you, once a universal and convenient wand is released, what will happen to the status of a custom-made wand? Draco thought about it and vaguely understood Lin Xia's idea. The Malfoy family air course was not taken in vain. Scarcity makes things valuable. In the past, there were no universal wands, so everyone could only go to the wand shop to find the one that suited them. Now there are more convenient universal wands, which are cheaper and will only affect the performance of some wizards. Poor families will definitely choose magnetic wands, and at the same time, the price of customized wands will also rise accordingly. So you're afraid that some wizard who wants a custom wand will resent you for driving up the market price? Lin Xia shook her head first, then nodded. It's not jealousy, but it has raised the price of exclusive magic wand production after all. But a universal magic wand is so convenient and has so many positive effects that I don't want to keep it in my hands. Draco said disapprovingly. Lin Xia, if you can't afford a custom-made wand, you will never be able to afford it. And if you can afford it, you can still afford it with a few dozen more galleons. You worry too much. Lin Xia thought for a moment and said, just think of it as me wanting to keep a low profile. The two people have different values. There is nothing to discuss. However, the reality does not seem to allow Lin Xia to keep a low profile. While she was having dinner, she was visited by Professor McGonagall herself. Professor McGonagall came to the auditorium in person. You should know that professors usually don't eat in the auditorium because they are afraid that students will feel uncomfortable. The Gryffindor students cringed, thinking the professor was coming to criticize them for being too noisy during their meal. Who would have thought that Professor McGonagall would pass by Gryffindor and come to Hufflepuff? Lin Xia. Lin Xia looked up blankly. Professor, what do you want to talk to me about? Professor McGonagall, come to my office after dinner. I have something to tell you. Oh, by the way, Professor Sprout is also in my office. She just said this calmly and left, but Lin Xia didn't dare to let the professor wait, so she stood up hurriedly and followed her. As soon as Lin Xia and Professor McGonagall left, the young wizards from other colleges started discussing. The Slytherin table was the loudest, with several young wizards saying loudly, Lin Xia must have done something wrong. That's why the professor always calls on her. Someone whispered back, but after Lin Xia was approached by Professor Snape, she was not deducted any points. After Lin Xia was found by Professor Sprout, it seems that he also introduced her to a good work-study job, and she got some benefits. The three Slytherin students were so angry that their faces turned red. This time, she will definitely get into trouble. Draco glared at the group of people, and this time he didn't point his wand at them, but at the dishes in front of them. Oolong out of the cave. There's a snake. A snake suddenly appeared in the bowls of the three people. It was a small snake, not poisonous, and it kept twisting and rolling on the dining table. The three Slytherin students immediately fell to the ground in fright. By this time, Draco had put away his wand and quickly left the scene. Hermione frowned at this. Professor Sprout was also in Professor McGonagall's office, and both of them looked at Lin Xia seriously. This made Lin Xia a little confused, as she didn't seem to have done anything that violated school rules. Could it be that the two professors had discovered her slacking off in the history of magic? Professor Sprout was the first to ask Lin Xia, you have developed a new method for making wands. Why didn't you tell me? Professor McGonagall nodded and said, yes, it's a good thing Ollivander sent me a letter to remind me. Otherwise, I would have forgotten to apply for the outstanding student grant for you. In Dumbledore's absence, she, as the deputy headmaster, was in charge of the administration of Hogwarts. Students' applications to become outstanding students needed to be approved by her. Lin Xia was confused. Isn't there no scholarship for first-year students? Professor McGonagall shook her head. It's not that there are no first-year students, but the requirements for obtaining one are more stringent than those for other years. But at the same time, if you can apply for an outstanding student scholarship in your first year, that scholarship can be combined with scholarships for other years, but professors generally don't mention first-year scholarships because the conditions are too difficult to meet. Professor Sprout told Lin Xia about Hogwarts system for outstanding students. Starting from the second grade, the division of outstanding students becomes obvious. As the grades go up, it becomes easier to distinguish between talented students and non-talented students. But it's different in the first grade. Everyone has just started learning magic and is standing at the same starting line. Even if some little wizards are excellent in every subject, that level of excellence is too superficial. It only takes a summer or winter break to catch up. Therefore, if a young wizard wants to become an outstanding student and receive a scholarship in the first grade, he must prove his extraordinary talents that are different from other young wizards. Lin Xia developed a new magic wand in her first grade. If she can't be an excellent student, then who can be an excellent student? Professor McGonagall's stern face showed a hint of smile. Lin Xia, it's been a long time since Hogwarts has seen a talented young wizard in the first grade. Originally, if outsiders wanted to use Hogwarts to hold a press conference, they had to go through many procedures, and usually only outstanding alumni or excellent students could use it. Wait until your paper is published, and then submit your application. The school won't hold you back in this regard. By the way, I suggest you spread this news to give other young wizards a boost. Less than a month after the school started, Professor McGonagall was already fed up with the little wizard's laziness. Lin Xia thought for a moment and replied, "Let the school arrange everything." Of course, she wanted to keep a low profile, but the school had already offered her benefits, and it would be hard to justify not cooperating. And she believed that the two professors would not harm her. However, after Lin Xia left the office, she waited in the corridor for Professor Sprout to come out and told her about her concerns. For example, would he be too prominent and cause other wizards to envy him? Professor Sprout shook his head and said affirmatively, "Don't worry, Hogwarts is the safest place. Nothing will happen to you in Hogwarts. As for things outside, Hogwarts will take care of them all for you." She reassured Lin Xia, "If you are really worried, the school can come forward and say that you figured it out through research on campus and received guidance from some teachers." She didn't know what she was thinking of and said meaningfully, "Lin Xia, if you have any extraordinary talents, just use them. Hogwarts will support you. Now is the best time in the wizarding world." Lin Xia's eyes moved. "Teacher, did something happen in the outside world?" Professor Sprout refused to say anything more and only said, "The more talent you demonstrate, the more the school will value you." In the evening, students from the 4 major colleges take astronomy classes together. This was a large class, with thousands of people on the top of the Hogwarts Tower, observing the sky with telescopes and learning the names of the stars and the orbits of the planets. They had astronomy classes 3 times a week, with Professor Sinistra as their teacher. A professor who likes to carry a star pendant around with her, she makes no secret of her love for astronomy and astrology. It is said that she often regretted that she had no talent for divination, so she would always hang out with the divination teacher, hoping to learn some prophetic magic. Lin Xia. Hermione found her in the crowd. Fortunately, Hufflepuff students didn't like to run around, so they huddled together too obviously. Of course, Hermione felt that the Hufflepuffs were more eye-catching because each of them was holding a drink cup with a Q-version badger painted on it. She asked worriedly, "You were called away by Professor McGonagall at noon. Did something happen? Can I help you?" During the afternoon class, the badgers had asked her the same question in turn, and Lin Xia explained it patiently over and over again, and this time was no exception. "Don't worry, it's a good thing that the professor is looking for me. You will know in a few days." Lin Xia smiled and blinked at her. Lin Xia asked Draco about the excellent students, but he didn't know, so she asked the know-it-all lady in front of her. "Hermione, do you know what an honor student is?" Hermione said without thinking, "Of course I know. It's mentioned in a history of the school." She quickly recited the names of many outstanding students and also stated some of Hogwarts' criteria for selecting outstanding students, but they were not complete. Lin Xia noticed that Hermione repeated the word extraordinary talent several times. "So, what exactly is extraordinary talent?" she asked. Hermione was a little stuck for a moment. After a long while, Hermione replied uncertainly, "Excellent and extraordinary talent. Is it an ability that far exceeds that of people of the same age?" Lin Xia asked, "How do you judge outstanding abilities?" Hermione was stunned and lost in thought, muttering to herself, "Yeah, how is this determined? It's not mentioned in a school history. Is it based on grades?" No, I remember that some outstanding students didn't have outstanding grades, but they often made achievements in other fields." Lin Xia's eyes moved slightly, and she asked, "For example?" Hermione said without thinking, "Duke Rio. His grades in school are very poor. He flies low in every subject and barely passes, but he was rated as an outstanding student in the 3rd grade because he developed a new safety system for flying brooms. Before he figured it out, the mortality rate of flying broomsticks was as high as 30%. His safety system reduced the mortality rate to 10%. Werner Richard, his grades in other classes were average, but he had outstanding talent in transfiguration. He completed animagus in his 2nd grade, broke the school record, and was named an outstanding student in his 2nd grade. Bentley Leghen, he was rated as an outstanding student in the 5th grade with perfect grades in every subject. He is a recognized model student in Hogwarts. He has been excellent in every subject since the 1st grade, without any shortcomings. Lin Xia gradually figured out and said, "So, when it comes to extraordinary talent, what matters more is the ability to create. It is too slow for a student who has had good grades since the first grade to be rated as an excellent student in the 5th grade." Hermione nodded first, then suddenly thought of the honor records of some outstanding students and quickly shook her head. Not all of them. There are quite a few who have obtained the title of outstanding students early on due to their outstanding combat abilities. She quickly said a few names, all of which were unfamiliar to Lin Xia. Lin Xia suddenly felt that Hermione might also have extraordinary talents, such as photographic memory. Lin Xia expressed her thoughts, which made Hermione laugh. She laughed so hard that she couldn't stand up straight and was a little out of breath. After a long pause, she said calmly, "Lin Xia, you are the first person in school who said that I have talent. They only say that I love to show off, that I look down on others because of my intelligence, and that I am arrogant and conceited. Only you are the first person to recognize me." Lin Xia thought about it, took out 2 grape-flavored bubble gums from her small leather bag, and handed them to her. "Hermione, I don't think being expressive is a bad thing, nor is being smart. There are always some problems that need people to step up and solve them." Hermione stared at the candy in her palm, her eyes a little red, and she lowered her head without saying a word. Lin Xia didn't say anything, letting her calm down, and the two of them simply took the astronomy class together. Draco seemed to have noticed something and did not come over to disturb them. At the same time, Quirrell was in his office, feeling a little uncomfortable. He didn't dare leave the office because as soon as he went out, he could feel that he was being watched. He tightly grasped the scarf wrapped around his head. Although he had wrapped it tightly, he was always afraid that the scarf would fall off and that he would be seen through by those shrewd professors. A cold hissing sound came from behind him, and Quirrell shuddered violently, with goosebumps all over his skin. "Chilua, my most loyal servant, you must go and retrieve the gua snake." Quirrell cried until his eyes were blurred with tears and his white snot flowed out. He said devoutly and sadly, "Master, no, I can't go out. Snape is keeping a close eye on me unless you reveal my identity to him. Master, Hogwarts is too hostile to me. I must have more allies. And that squib Filch, he secretly rummaged through the Master's things when we were away, and he was the one who let the goose snake escape." A hint of hatred flashed in Quirrell's eyes. "Master, we have to get rid of the squib. Otherwise he will keep staring at me. Idiot, you are so helpless because of a squib. Next time you see him, give him an Avada Kedavra." Quirrell trembled, staggered to the ground, and knelt down. "Yes, Master." He shared a body with Voldemort and was always under his influence. The stronger Voldemort's emotions became, and the more determined his attitude became, the weaker his self-awareness became, and the more physical pain he suffered. "Quirrell, my loyal servant, I allow you to go to Snape and tell him everything. He is also my loyal servant, and he will assist you." Quirrell prostrated himself on the ground in gratitude. "Yes, Master." The excited Quirrell did not notice that Voldemort's tone was uncertain when he said this. After finishing the astronomy class, Lin Xia returned to the common room with other little wizards. Because of the crowded situation, Lin Xia chose to wait there for a while. She looked up at the starry sky. The starry sky in this world was different from that in her previous life, and it was completely different from the astrological knowledge she had learned. Suddenly, a noisy sound came from far away, and she turned to look. Mikkel said loudly, "Ron, your levitation spell posture is not up to standard. Remember, it's a wave and a shake." As he spoke, he demonstrated the movements, one wave and then one shake. Ron followed and learned it several times, and felt that he was doing it right, but Mikkel always thought it was not working. Mikkel looked at Harry and said, "Harry, why don't you try it once?" Harry was called and felt a little flustered. He didn't think he did better than Ron. Wave and shake," Harry said as he performed the action. Mikkel praised, very good, your movements are very standard. It would be better if they were a little more standard. The height you raise the magic wand at is not right. It is best to keep the magic wand at a distance of 30 centimeters from the arm when waving it. Harry had to do it again, swing and shake again. Mickle turned to look at Ron again. Ron tried it a few times but couldn't do it anymore. He frowned and said, "It's enough if the levitation charm can be used. Why do we have to learn it so standardly? Our spell test is not just about the levitation charm." Mickle disagreed and said the levitation charm can be used in many places. As long as it is used properly, the effect is no less than Expelliarmus. Don't you think it's cool? Ron, it's cool, but you can't make us learn it all at once. If I learned it so quickly, my homework wouldn't always be at the bottom.
Megan frowned.
At least you must learn it before Halloween. I can guarantee that this spell is very important to you. As they passed, Hermione said, "Ron, Harry, Mickle." She raised her chin slightly and said, "If you want to learn the standard posture, I can teach you." When Ron thought of Hermione's academic excellence, he quickly shook his head. No thanks, Harry. Didn't you say you still needed to get something done in the common room? Let's go." Harry was confused and was taken away by Ron before he could say anything. Mikkel followed closely behind, without saying goodbye to them. Draco frowned. They were so ungraceful. They should have said goodbye. Lin Xia said calmly, "Draco, we can't put our standards on everyone and expect everyone to reach them. Education is a character that is strict with oneself, not a shackle imposed on others." Her eyes flickered slightly, and she heard an interesting time from their conversation. Must learn before Halloween? It seems that whatever you think about during the day, you dream about at night. While she was sleeping, the destiny compass in Lin Xia's mind turned slightly and stopped at the dream interpretation column. Lin Xia woke up from a sweet dream and found herself standing in a corridor of Hogwarts. The corridor was dim, lit by lamps hanging on the wall. Lin Xia could hear the sound of dripping water. Suddenly, she was startled, as if she smelled the sweet aroma of roasted pumpkin coming from above. The dream became more real, and she could even sense smells.
Da.
A burst of hurried footsteps was heard, and Lin Xia looked in the direction of the sound. Quirrell came out of the shadows, stood in the bright light, and quickly passed through the light. Half of his body was bright, and the other half was hidden in darkness. His face seemed to be divided into two halves, with a clear, gray dividing line between light and dark. He looked very anxious and walked quickly. Lin Xia followed him to a wall where hung an oil painting of a person with wandering eyes. Lin Xia watched him lift the oil painting, take out his magic wand, knock on a few bricks, and recite a spell. The wall suddenly opened backwards, and Qi Luo walked in. Only then did Lin Xia realize that the space inside the secret door was surprisingly large, even wider and taller than the classroom in the basement. And in the center, there was a giant monster imprisoned. Lin Xia's eyes flickered slightly, and she recognized that this giant monster was the one that Qi Luo bought in the narrow alley. Compared to what I had seen before, the troll looked much thinner, with the flesh on both sides of his cheeks sunken and his aura extremely weak. A few days later, he might see a dried corpse of a person who had starved to death. Quirrell covered his head in disbelief. "Oh no, I'm too late. You almost starved to death." No, you must not die. I have to let you out to attract other people's attention. I have even prepared your weapons." Quirrell quickly took out the troll's club and put it in the troll's hand, hoping that this would give it some strength. The giant monster gripped the club, only moved his body slightly, and his arm fell weakly again.
No, you must not die.
Quirrell gritted his teeth in hatred. If Snape and McGonagall hadn't been staring at me, I wouldn't have found the opportunity to see you now. He bit his finger and drew a special blood rune on the troll's back. Quirrell's face turned pale instantly, and the troll shook himself up, visibly recovering his strength, and opened his eyes. It can already stand up. Quirrell stared at the troll, a weird smile on his sick face. Go ahead and wreak havoc. Lin Xia suddenly woke up from her sleep. Her heart was beating faster, and she immediately took out a piece of white paper to record the information she had obtained in her dream. Sweet pumpkin smell, basement, sounds of water, eyeball paintings. Blood runes. She memorized this information deeply in her mind, rubbed her fingers on the end of the white paper, and whispered, "The flames are blazing." A flame suddenly ignited at the end of the white paper, and when it was about to burn herself, Lin Xia let go. In a short while, the white paper turned into ashes. Lin Xia blew it, and the ashes completely dissipated without a trace. She gently moved the knuckles of her fingers and heard a series of crisp clicking sounds. A lot of information connected in her mind, and a key point was about to emerge. Suddenly, Lin Xia's eyes lit up and she snapped her fingers. So, it's around Halloween? If I can find the troll during those days, I'm pretty confident I can deal with it. Lin Xia didn't know what she was thinking of and shook her head again. No, the time can't be so tight, in case the night is long and dreams are many. If there were no variables, she would like to time it and go find the troll a few days before Halloween to take advantage of the situation. But McElbain obviously knows something, and he will be an uncertain variable. Lin Xia knew very well that what one saw in dream interpretation was not static. The classification of the colleges that she had seen on the train at the beginning was very different from the actual divisions that she saw later. With Draco's intervention, the number of students who chose autonomous sorting was half of what was seen in the dream divination. The next morning, there was a one-session herbal medicine class. Professor Sprout heard the news that a young wizard from Gryffindor went to pick mushrooms on the edge of the Forbidden Forest and accidentally broke his bones. She felt a little guilty. If she hadn't revealed this information to the little wizard wouldn't have taken the risk. So in this class, Professor Sprout decided to take everyone to the edge of the Forbidden Forest to practice and personally explain to the little wizards what are harmless fungi and what are poisonous fungi. Under the guidance of the professor, the little wizards safely arrived at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. When they arrived, they found Hagrid standing under a tree, waving at them. The little wizard recognized this tall, strong, and cool man. It was he who led them into Hogwarts. Hagrid, long time no see, how are you doing? Hagrid, can you pick me up? I want to see farther. Hagrid, can you still set off the fireworks of the 4 major houses? Hagrid was very popular among the group of little wizards. He generously lifted the little wizard above his head, and the little wizard screamed with joy. Draco looked a little ashamed and whispered to Lin Xia, I met him in the wand shop before, and I said he was a servant. I found that my view was too shallow. He is a good man, and he doesn't mind dealing with us little wizards at all. Draco has a strong sense of self-esteem. He grew up in a wealthy family and has never been ignored. But he had been to the Muggle world with his mother and found that the adults there had little patience with children, even if they were their own children. Lin Xia said, So when Harry heard you say that, he was very unhappy, but you didn't notice it at all. Draco's face fell. No wonder I can never get close to him. Lin Xia smiled and said, If you correct yourself, he will notice that you have become different. Really? Draco asked incredulously. Lin Xia nodded. Really, if you treat others sincerely, others will treat you sincerely too. Little wizard, look here quickly. This is a 7-star mushroom. Professor Sprout asked everyone to gather around her. 7-star mushrooms are easy to identify. The umbrella is white. Pay attention to its umbrella handle, which has 7 black spots. It tastes delicious when used to make soup. It can also be used as a mild analgesic without any side effects. She pointed to another kind of mushroom next to the 7-star mushroom. This is the biting mushroom. Although its name is scary, it is also a very delicious mushroom. Its umbrella looks like a big mouth. When picking, remember to hold its umbrella stem and pull it out of the soil with force. If you touch its umbrella surface to pull it out, the biting mushroom will give you a hard bite. It has an amazing bite and there are small, soft-looking mushroom teeth inside. Professor Sprout said, as he demonstrated. The little wizards discovered that if they held the root of the biting mushroom and pulled it out, no matter how the mushroom struggled, it could not bite the little wizards. Professor Sprout put on dragon skin gloves and demonstrated to the little wizard the wrong way to pick the umbrella, which was to just grab the umbrella and pull it out. The biting mushroom immediately bit her hand and almost swallowed her entire palm. The young wizard was stunned and felt his hands starting to hurt. Professor Sprout used this hands-on teaching method to make the young wizard remember the biting mushroom thoroughly. While Professor Sprout was explaining the biting mushroom, Harry and the others quietly slipped to the place where the Devil's Vine was discovered. After arriving at that place, Harry and others found that the Devil Vine had been moved away. Hermione's voice came from behind, a little angry. You should pay attention to the class instead of skipping class to go somewhere else. This will cause us to lose points from the house. Ron curled his lips and said, You skipped classes to follow us, didn't you? Don't take your skipping classes for granted.
You.
Hermione stamped her feet in anger. Mickle came out to smooth things over. Hermione, you misunderstood. We didn't want to skip class. We just wanted to see if the Devil Vine was still there. What if other little wizards found it and got hurt by a mistake? Hermione shouted, You guys don't plan to tell the professor about the discovery of the Devil Vine. What will happen if you find it? Can you save others? Mikkel had a headache. Hermione was too upright at this time and seemed even more difficult to deal with than Harry and Ron. I'm not afraid of stupid people. I'm afraid of smart people being too principled. Harry lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking about, and suddenly said, The Devil Vine will not disappear for no reason. It must have been moved away by someone. He looked at Ron and said solemnly, Ron, we have to tell the professor about this. Ron was about to refuse, but then he remembered that the Devil Vines were gone, and he couldn't pick them even if he wanted to, so he might as well confront the professor. He shrugged and said, Okay, we'll go tell the professor right away. Mikkel frowned and opened his mouth to say something, but the other three didn't listen to him at all or take his opinion seriously. On the other side, Professor Sprout was still explaining the biting mushroom to everyone. The Gryffindor quartet walked up to the professor and told her about the Devil Vine. Professor Sprout was shocked when he heard this. Oh my God, are you okay? She quickly figured it all out. So, your broken bones were all caused by the Devil Vine? Harry and the others nodded. Professor Sprout asked hurriedly, How did you leave the Devil's Ivy? Hermione straightened her chest proudly. Professor, the book I read described the characteristics of the Devil's Vine. It is afraid of light and heat. I flashed a fluorescent light, and it stopped moving. Yes, you are really smart. Professor Sprout said with satisfaction, Gryffindor plus 10 points. Children, gather together. A little wizard just told me that he had discovered a Devil Vine. I will tell you about the habits of the Devil Vine so that you will know how to deal with it if you encounter it in the future. Professor Sprout taught the little wizards a spell on the spot fluorescent flashes. The first spell that the little wizard has come into contact with is the floating spell. The luminescent spell is much simpler than the levitation spell. Perhaps because he had been tortured by the levitation spell for a long time, the young wizard made rapid progress when he started practicing this spell. After a while, a sparkling spot appeared on the tip of everyone's magic wand, reflecting a dazzling light under the sunlight. Professor Sprout emphasized that although the Devil's Vine has a fatal weakness, it does not mean that it is not dangerous. On the contrary, it is a Class B dangerous magical plant. It can take advantage of the situation and strangle an adult wizard to death. When it strangles a person's neck, the wizard cannot speak or cast spells, and its weakness will no longer exist. Professor Sprout said seriously, So, when you encounter the Devil's Vine, it's best to run as far away as possible. The Devil's Vine is not good at camouflage. As long as you observe carefully, it is easy to find the difference between it and ordinary magic plants. Although they only had one herbology class, the little wizards were reluctant to leave after class, and there were still more than 2 hours before lunch. After all, they were operating on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and Lin Xia was worried that the little wizard would run around. It would be too dangerous if he ran into the Forbidden Forest. She suggested to Professor Sprout that they continue the class but make it more interesting and allow students to practice hands-on. Professor Sprout readily agreed and asked the little wizard if he would like to let her give him some private lessons and a practical class to help her pick biting mushrooms. She will reward the little wizards according to their achievements. The little wizard agreed excitedly. Among them, Ron was the most active and he would never shirk any responsibility for making money. Because he picked the mushrooms too quickly, Ron's movements were not standard. Several times, he picked the mushrooms right up against the umbrella, and was bitten hard by the fine and flexible teeth inside the mushrooms.
Ouch.
Every time this happened, he would scream, as if his hand was caught in a mousetrap. He screamed once when he was bitten, and once again when his hand was pulled out. Fortunately, Professor Sprout carried some white fresh grass with him. He dropped a few drops of juice on Ron's wound, and his wound healed quickly. When the group was disbanded, Ron earned a gold galleon through his hard work, the most among all the young wizards. At the same time, he was also bitten the most. It really proves the saying, the bolder the man, the more productive the land. At noon, students from the 4 major colleges were having lunch in the auditorium. Ron sat at the Gryffindor dining table, telling his story with great excitement. When he was excited, he even stretched out his hand to let the little wizard see the scar on his palm, which was a medal of glory. Harry looked at it several times, but still felt that Ron's hands had no scars at all. However, the little wizards who did not attend this class were all very immersed and listened with surprise. On the other side, at the Hufflepuff dining table, Lin Xia received a reply from her parents. In the letter, the parents said that they were very happy that Lin Xia had made some discoveries in the field of wand making. They also believed that the magnetic wand could change the habits of wizards in using wands and promote the convenience of using wands. They are searching for traces of the Eastern Dragon in the Amazon rainforest, pursuing the throbbing in the source of their bloodline. Her parents promised her that they would be back when she gave the press conference at Hogwarts. At the same time, the parents also wrote, "Sweetheart, what you want is a little unpopular and not easy to find in the British wizarding world. Fortunately, we are in the primeval forest, where there are many magical plants that have not been developed and picked. We can configure what you want for you." When Lin Xia saw this, she breathed a sigh of relief, and a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. If she could get those potions, she would be more confident in dealing with the troll. Draco waited for Lin Xia to finish reading the letter, then handed over another one. "My father wrote this and told me to give it to you." "A letter from Uncle Lucius?" Lin Xia took it curiously. When he opened the letter, he found that Uncle Lucius already knew that she had developed the magnetic wand. This was revealed to him by her parents, and he said that he would contact Ollivander to organize the press conference together. At the end of the letter, Lucius wrote, "I have long known that you have extraordinary talents, but I didn't expect you to be able to show them in your first year. If possible, I hope you can teach Draco more." There was a hint of thought in Lin Xia's eyes, which showed his extraordinary talent. Lucius obviously knew something, but like the professor, he was reluctant to reveal too much. TSK, she hated the Riddler. It's another weekend. Under the urging of the owl postman and the occasional meaningful glances from professors during class, Lin Xia frantically sped up her progress. On Friday night, the automatic quill pen wrote the last littles. Lin Xia also relaxed her body, lay down on the chair, and let out a long sigh. Finally finished all the papers. She originally thought that writing the paper would be a simple matter. After all, she had all the experimental data. Ollivander personally tested it for her, and she also invited another old friend to help test her magnetic wand. But when she actually started writing the paper, Lin Xia discovered that those complicated paper formats and reports were actually helping her to sort out the research process of the magnetic wand over and over again. The conjecture can be infinite, but the verification must be meticulous to every detail. After finishing the entire paper, Lin Xia suddenly realized that she now had the confidence to be called the mother of the magnetic wand. The moment she finished writing, she ran to the tower, called her owl, and sent the entire paper to Ollivander. Then she ran back to the golden wooden house, exercised for an hour while resisting sleepiness, and fell into a deep sleep again. Cultivation is a long process that accumulates day by day. No genius can become powerful without the accumulation of time. While she was practicing, she called a lark to remind Draco not to forget his daily homework. After having a partner to practice with, Lin Xia was happy to act as a reminder expert. We can't let her suffer alone, right? The next day, Saturday morning, the weather was just right during the day. Now it is October, and the weather is getting cooler, but the days at Hogwarts are still warm and bright. Only when night falls does one feel that it is deep autumn. Lin Xia and Draco came to Professor Sprout's office together. After several lessons of theoretical knowledge installation, the professor had said everything he needed to say, so he asked them to take a test. An hour later, the scores were changed on the spot, and both of them received full marks. Professor Sprout was very satisfied and praised. "You are one of the best Hufflepuffs I have ever seen." Draco said politely, "Professor, I prefer you to remove the one of." Professor Sprout said with a smile, "Then you have to work harder. Let's not talk about the long-term goal first, but try to reach Cedric's level first." Draco looked a little solemn. Although Cedric was only in the 3rd grade, he had to admit that he had an unparalleled talent in transfiguration. He glanced at Lin Xia. She might be able to surpass him. Professor Sprout put away the test papers and said, "Since you have all passed my test, you can officially help me today. Please help me pack up the devil vines first." The professor led them to a dark corner of the greenhouse and lifted the black cloth covering the plants, revealing a large pile of vibrant devil's ivy. When it suddenly saw the sunlight, the devil vine that had been showing its fangs and claws immediately lay down witheredly. Professor Sprout warned, "Count their roots carefully and divide hundreds of them into piles. When dividing, don't forget to keep your wand flashing fluorescent light." Lin Xia asked curiously, "Professor, are these devil vines the ones Harry and his friends found? If they don't see any other devil's vines on the edge of the forest, this is it." Professor Sprout replied, then sighed. "They are so unlucky. I just moved them out of the Forbidden Forest for one day, and they ran into them that day. No wonder I found that the roots of several devil vines were broken when I went to collect them at night." Lin Xia and Draco packed them up honestly. They didn't ask Professor Sprout why he wanted to separate the devil's vine. Since you are working, you must have the awareness of a worker. Don't ask questions that your boss doesn't tell you. In one morning, Lin Xia and Draco packed out about 30 piles of devil vines, each pile containing 100 devil vines. When Professor Sprout was inspecting the plants, he felt that 100 devil's vines were a bit too few, so he merged 3 piles into one. She stared at the pile of devil vines and thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, "If it were you, would you find it difficult or easy to pass a level made up of devil vines?" Draco and Lin Xia looked at each other, and Draco spoke first. "It depends on whether I can find out that it is the devil vine. If I find it quickly and respond in time, it won't be difficult." Lin Xia agreed. "I hold the same view as Draco." Professor Sprout seemed a little hesitant. Unless someone falls into the devil's ivy trap unexpectedly, the devil's ivy can catch them off guard. But I'm not sure whether the person who breaks through knows in advance that it is the devil's ivy. Lin Xia thought about it and suggested, "Professor, how about finding another way and adding another level?" Professor Sprout listened. Lin Xia said calmly, "For example, we hide the biting mushroom in the devil vine. When he drops the devil vine, we can find a way to add some soul-loving grass juice to him to anger the biting mushroom. The love grass can stimulate the biting mushrooms and make them crazy, but there is a solution, as Professor Sprout has already said in class." Professor Sprout didn't say whether to use it or not. He just asked Draco and Lin Xia to go back first. When Lin Xia asked to take some devil vines back for research, Professor Sprout generously gave her 100 plants and said, "If you don't have enough, you can ask me for more." As for Draco, he only got 30 plants, which was a small encouragement from the professor. Because of this, Draco felt looked down upon. But he did not look for the reasons from others, but from himself. After all, Lin Xia developed the magnetic wand at a young age, which gave people a shocking feeling. A student who does not know how to follow the trend is not a good student. So Draco followed Lin Xia again. When Lin Xia went to the library to study, he followed her to study. Lin Xia did research. Draco wanted to do research, but he wanted to do it with Lin Xia even more. It's not that he wanted to take part in the research, but he wanted to learn about Lin Xia's research experience and ideas. Draco expressed his thoughts, and Lin Xia looked at him in surprise. "No way, are there really people who work selflessly for free these days?" Lin Xia asked again, "Are you sure you want to help me with the research without asking for anything in return?" Draco nodded seriously and said, "Lin Xia, I feel a sense of urgency around you, and I hope to turn this sense of urgency into motivation. My father once said, when you feel lost, find a strong person and follow his footsteps. So, I decided to follow your footsteps again. Finally, he added, after careful consideration, I have found that learning from you is more useful than learning on my own. This is my experience since I was a child. Lin Xia couldn't help but laugh. This was really a reason that could not be refuted. Some people are suitable for self-study and constantly motivating themselves. Lin Xia thought for a while and said in a deep voice, my main research now is magic wands and magic potions. I have already developed a magnetic magic wand. I don't plan to start a new project at the moment. I will wait until the press conference for the magnetic magic wand is held. As for potions, I do need someone to help me. It just so happens that you have a good talent for potions. If you can help me, I would be more than happy. She has never been a lone ranger. The larger and more sophisticated the experiment, the more important it is to work in a team. Lin Xia has always been good at utilizing resources, and human resources are also a kind of resource. Lin Xia quickly found something Draco could do. How about this, you write to Uncle Lucius and ask if we can apply for a laboratory in Hogwarts. We'll call it a wand research laboratory, but we'll work on potion projects privately first. Without a lab, we can only do research in the common room, where security is not guaranteed, and we cannot occupy a place for a long time.
Draco nodded, okay.
He never liked asking his parents for help, as he always felt that it was like he had not grown up. But when Lin Xia asked him, it was different. And, if possible, I hope to designate a place as a laboratory. Draco asked curiously, where? Lin Xia took out a map and pointed to a place on the second floor. This is an abandoned teaching building, and when I passed by there, I thought it was very suitable to be a laboratory. Moreover, the second floor is on the same floor as our common room. It is also the floor where defense against the dark arts, transfiguration, and history of magic classes are held, making it convenient for us to get to class. There is also a school clinic on the second floor, which can be used to treat temporary wounds. Teachers are on duty on weekends. From a safety perspective, I think it is very suitable for us. There is an infirmary inside Hogwarts. It is not very large and can only accommodate 2 or 3 people at most. When they visited Harry, they went to the infirmary outside the castle. It is spacious and has a wide variety of medicines, so it is no problem to receive more than 12 wounded people a day. However, most of the injured people received there were usually accidents during flying lessons or accidents among players during Quidditch matches. Of course, the most important reason for choosing that place was that Lin Xia sensed that the magic power gathered in that empty classroom was huge, like a replica of the golden wooden house. It is called a replica because that classroom does not gather magic as quickly as the golden cabin, nor can it confine the gathered magic like the golden cabin. The empty classroom continued to emit magical power, which was noticed by Lin Xia, who happened to pass by. At that time, she was thinking that if she could get the right to use this empty classroom, she must find a way to imprison the escaped magic power and use it for her own benefit.
Okay.
Draco agreed. I'll write to my father. While Lin Xia was spending her busy weekend, she didn't know that the paper she sent to the professional magazine had reached the editor-in-chief as soon as possible. Editor-in-chief, the contributor Lin Xia that you asked me to follow has sent in his manuscript. In an office somewhere in London, Editor-in-chief Ron Kit raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard his assistant's reminder. His forehead was covered with wrinkles, and he wore silver-framed glasses. He looks like a gentle and elegant scholar with a look full of wisdom. In fact, he has extraordinary talents to be the reviewer and editor of a professional magazine in the wizarding world. Some small alchemy-related items in the wizarding world were his inventions. For example, the magic slide used in Hogwarts, the magic elevator jointly developed with Dumbledore, and the magic camera that was launched this year and has amazed many people. Farron nodded and said, "Bring her manuscript here. I'll review it now." Not knowing what he was thinking of, he smiled meaningfully. Maybe it's a good invention. Before her paper was sent over, I've already received letters from 3 old friends, all of whom are recommending Lin Xia. When Farron saw the topic of the paper, his already serious expression became even more serious. This invention. is incredible," he exclaimed after taking a quick look through it. Although the principle of the magnetic wand seems simple, Ron believes that this invention is greater than all the inventions he has studied. His inventions at most improved the lives of wizards. Lin Xia's invention, let alone the far-reaching effects, can also change the habit of using wands in the British wizarding world. Are there no poor people in the British wizarding world? Farron is sure that there are, and there are a lot of them. There are many graduates every year, and only those with excellent grades can get offers. Many people with average grades can only take the path of wilderness adventure. They may have rich experience in the wild, but that cannot cover up the fact that they are penniless. Magic is too convenient for wizards, which greatly reduces the manpower required for wizards. As a reviewer for a professional magazine, he has communicated with many experts and heard them say that the employment situation is becoming more difficult every year. If the production cost of a magnetic wand is really that low, it will definitely free up the wallets of a group of people and perhaps even break the existing pattern of wand usage. And poor people aren't the only ones who use magnetic wands. As a magic wand without attributes that can be used by anyone, even if its power is reduced by 50% when used, it is still enough to be used for some temporary emergencies. After all, the current situation is either you get your own custom-made wand, or if you get someone else's wand and it doesn't fit, you won't be able to exert 50% of its power, and it would be good if you can exert 10%. The more likely scenario is that the wand is damaged because it is not compatible. Farron immediately tested the magnetic wand, and there was a special experimental department in the office. Because the sample sent included 2 magnetic wands, Farron thought for a while and sent the other wand to the Ministry of Magic, along with some paper reports on magnetic wands. And attached a letter. "I hope the Ministry of Magic will send relevant specialists to conduct experimental tests on magnetic wands." It took only 2 days for Farron to verify the properties of the magnetic wand. Backed by 2 great wand-making masters, the magnetic wand is undoubtedly safe and reliable, and the experiment is just for the sake of procedure. He has verified it, and now he needs to wait for the test reply from the Ministry of Magic. Originally, Farron thought he would have to wait a month to 2 months, as the efficiency of the Ministry of Magic has always been very slow. But he didn't expect that within a week, he would receive a reply that he had passed the test. If the Ministry of Magic was this efficient every time, the wizard's favorability rating wouldn't be so low every year. Thinking so, Farron immediately sent the message to his 2 good friends who were teaching at Hogwarts. Lin Xia and Draco had just received a reply from Lucius. They had another busy weekend in the meantime. There has been no response to the laboratory he applied for, and he cannot do experiments for the time being. So Lin Xia is teaching Draco to practice in a box in the Hufflepuff common room. As for the devil vines collected through work-study programs, Draco gave his share to Lin Xia and temporarily kept them in Lin Xia's golden wooden house. The purple gold mysterious gang secret record is indeed a martial art recognized by the family as both quick to learn and powerful. Draco only practiced it for half a month before he broke into the bait-eating realm. Not only did the first stage of skin refining begin, but the magical qualifications also underwent some changes. However, the change was so slight that Draco himself didn't even notice it. Only Lin Xia, who was more sensitive to magic, vaguely sensed it. While Lin Xia was tutoring Draco, she was also thinking about the working principles of this technique. In the previous life, people in the family who practiced this technique all died young. The reason was that this technique stimulates people's potential and requires a large amount of energy. When the external energy intake is insufficient, it will turn into absorbing people's lifespan. The more lifespan you absorb, the more energy you provide to the technique. In other words, the more powerful the technique becomes, the shorter your lifespan will be. That's why she gave Draco the Dragon Nerve Potion to supplement the huge amount of energy needed for the technique. Lin Xia took the envelope and took a look at it. She was not surprised by the result. If power could really trample on the rules, Hogwarts would not have stood on this land for thousands of years. After all, in addition to the castle that can attract magical power, the Black Lake and the Forbidden Forest behind Hogwarts are both rich and powerful resources. But all these abundant resources belong to Hogwarts, not to any organization, including the school board. The school directors can only make some suggestions and can never affect the operation of Hogwarts. Lin Xia said, I sent the professional paper to the magazine last week. If everything goes well, the invention will be published in about a month or two, and the laboratory will be able to apply for it by then. Draco frowned. It's taking too long. Lin Xia shook her head. It's already very fast. This is a necessary process. Before that, she had to figure out how to hunt the troll. The auditorium suddenly became quiet, and Lin Xia seemed to be able to hear the nervous breathing of some young wizards. She looked up and saw Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout coming together, passing the Gryffindor table and finally stopping at the Hufflepuff first-year table. Before the professor could speak, some gossip reached her ears. I'm here to see Lin Xia again. Oh, she's really loved by the professor. Lin Xia didn't really do anything wrong, right? Why does the professor always come to her?
I don't even get this treatment.
The professor smiled at Lin Xia. There must be something good going on when you find her. The next second, Professor McGonagall's voice came with a hint of laughter. Lin Xia, come with me to the office. Professor Sprout coughed a few times, glanced at the other badgers, and emphasized, it's a good thing. Lin Xia followed the two professors and left, and the auditorium instantly exploded. Why does the professor favor Lin Xia so much? Did Lin Xia do something good? You don't know how well Lin Xia performed in the Transfiguration class. If you had the same talent as her, Professor McGonagall would be very kind to you.
Impossible.
Senior Cedric is also very good at Transfiguration, but he doesn't get this treatment. Hufflepuff is really going to rise. Not only has it snatched away Malfoy, but the outstanding Lin Xia is also in Hufflepuff. Because of what Professor Sprout said before leaving, the little wizard no longer speculated what happened to Lin Xia, but instead speculated what good thing had happened to Lin Xia. After all, Hogwarts had too few entertainment activities, and if something happened in a certain college, it would be publicized and known to everyone. Soon, even senior students knew that there was a junior girl in the first grade named Lin Xia who was very popular with the two professors. Mikkel had been staring at Draco, and when he saw Draco quickly finish his meal and leave the Great Hall, he turned to ask Hermione. Hermione, do you know what good things Lin Xia has done? Hearing this, Ron also looked over curiously. Yes, Hermione, you always go to the library with Lin Xia whenever you are free on weekends. Do you know something? Hermione frowned and emphasized. It's not that I followed Lin Xia to the library, it's that we made an appointment to read books in the library together. Also, it's not just me and Lin Xia. Draco is also going to the library. You should read with us so that you won't get bad grades in the final exams. Ron shrugged nonchalantly. Final exams are still a long way off, and school has only been open for over a month. Mikkel knocked on the table. Hermione, you haven't answered my question yet. Hermione didn't like Mikkel very much. She always felt that he was too purposeful in doing things, but she had no evidence. It was just a hunch. She said uncertainly, I don't know much either. I just know that she has been doing research related to wands and occasionally writes papers in the library. Harry was surprised. Thesis? Hearing these two words, a long string of densely packed words flashed through Harry's mind. He understood every word in it, but when they were put together, he didn't recognize any of them. Ron's eyes widened. Oh my God, I don't think I would be too surprised if she suddenly told me that she could graduate. A thesis is something only professors have to write. There were many different opinions in the auditorium, and the young wizards were all excited to express their views. Lin Xia, who was at the center of the discussion, followed the two professors to Professor McGonagall's office. Professor McGonagall handed her a letter, which was a reply from the reviewer and editor-in-chief of the professional magazine, Ron Kit. Lin Xia quickly glanced at it and saw that the Lin Xia they recommended had written an excellent thesis that had been verified by a professional organization and also passed the verification of the Ministry of Magic. If nothing unexpected happens, they will be able to see Lin Xia's paper published in the magazine Magical and Wonderful Inventions tomorrow. Lin Xia looked at the two professors in surprise. What is this? Professor McGonagall's serious expression turned into a smile. Congratulations. Your paper will be published tomorrow, and the entire wizarding world will know about your invention." Professor Sprout couldn't hide his excitement and said, "My child, this is the first time I have seen a Hufflepuff wizard achieve such an achievement in the first grade. I will apply for you as the outstanding first-year student as soon as possible. If nothing unexpected happens, you will be giving a report in the exhibition hall on the first floor of Hogwarts this weekend." She hugged Lin Xia gently. "Child, I'm proud of you." Lin Xia was a little confused. So fast, too fast. Happiness comes too suddenly. She originally thought that it would take at least a month to publish the paper. Not to mention the speed of magazine review. How come even the Ministry of Magic is so efficient? Is this still the Ministry of Magic that many people complain about its turtle speed? Suddenly, Lin Xia had an idea and asked tentatively, "Professors, do you know Editor-in-Chief Fei Luan?" Professor McGonagall said calmly, "He is in the same grade as us, and we have a pretty good relationship." Lin Xia, "Then you and the Ministry of Magic." Professor McGonagall seemed to have guessed Lin Xia's thoughts. She glanced at her and shook her head. "We are not so powerful that we can command the Ministry of Magic." After finishing the business, Professor McGonagall immediately sent the guest away. "Go back and have a good rest, and prepare for the speech lesson at the press conference. If there is anything you don't know, you can always consult us. It's Monday now, and there's still some time until the weekend, so there's plenty of time to prepare." Professor Sprout left with Lin Xia. Standing at the door of the Hufflepuff common room, the professor suddenly said, "Lin Xia, don't forget our headmaster." Lin Xia was stunned, and all the clues were connected at this moment. If there are two professors working on the magazine side, then it must be Headmaster Dumbledore working on the Ministry of Magic side. After all, their headmaster is also the Minister of Magic. Draco met Lin Xia in the common room, and the first thing Lin Xia said to him was, "Write to Uncle Lucius, and my matter will be settled." Draco was stunned for a moment, his lips slightly parted, and he waved his hands vigorously, unable to hide his excitement. "Lin Xia, I knew that nothing could stump you. Perhaps it was because of the professor's tacit approval, or perhaps the young wizards were keenly aware of something, but the rumors about Lin Xia did not dissipate over time, but instead intensified. Even senior students from the upper grades joined in the discussion. Among them, the Weasley twins even opened a special bet for Lin Xia, betting on when the good deeds done by Lin Xia would be revealed. The first tier, within 1 day, odds 120. The second tier, within 3 days, odds 110. The third tier, within 1 month, odds 1 minute and 1.5 seconds. Draco often buys items and information from the twin seniors, so he was the first to know that they had opened the market and specifically mentioned this matter to Lin Xia. Lin Xia's eyes flickered slightly, and she asked with interest, "How many gold galleons do you have?" Draco said excitedly, 100 gold galleons. "Why, you want to bet too?" Lin Xia felt that the Weasley twins had good business sense and had a good reputation among the younger students, except that they liked to bully their younger brother Ron. "Why not? This is free money for us. Tomorrow I will receive the manuscript sent to me by the magazine." Draco's eyes lit up and he was eager to try. "How much do you have?" "Let's bet on the first tier. The odds are high enough." Lin Xia thought for a moment and said, "Go ask the twins how much their bonus pool is now. We can't empty their bonus pool and leave them with negative assets. When it comes to making money, harmony is the most important thing. Everyone can make money and harmony brings wealth." Draco immediately ran to find out the news. But I don't know if it's because Draco, the old employer, is too close to Lin Xia. Everyone knows that he is Lin Xia's good friend, which makes the twins wary. Instead of telling Draco the amount of the prize pool, the twins came up with a whole new approach to cooperation. In the evening, Lin Xia heard the news brought by Draco, closed the book and smiled. "You said they want to cooperate with me and share the bonus pool together?" Draco nodded and said with some annoyance, "Later, when I said I wanted to place a bet, the twins refused to let me place one. They also said that if I kept pestering them, they wouldn't even accept bets from first-year students." Lin Xia asked leisurely, "Did they talk about the distribution ratio?" Draco, They get 50% of the money earned, and you get 50%. Lin Xia said decisively. They take 40%, we take 60%, and I'll give you 10% of it. I can't let you run errands for nothing. If they accept this proposal,
You can tell them about me.
Draco hesitated a little. Why don't you explain it again? You take 70%, and they are using your reputation to open a business. Lin Xia shook her head and said meaningfully, you have to make some money for them. Otherwise, how will they remember you next time something good happens? 4 or 6 is enough. Also, remind them that we don't accept large bets. This is just for fun. Don't let the students go bankrupt. If it goes too far, the school will definitely intervene. Draco, don't worry, they are very experienced. The minimum bet is 1 copper canute and the maximum is 1 silver sickle. Gold galleons are not accepted. That night, Draco reached an agreement with the twins on behalf of Lin Xia. Knowing that Lin Xia would be able to release the news tomorrow, the twins immediately raised the odds and announced that they would close the betting tonight. Ron heard the news and went to his brother to place a bet. In the evening, the entire Gryffindor common room was bustling with people. Not only the younger grades, but also the older grades gathered together to place bets and discuss Lin Xia's affairs. Ron squeezed in from the crowd and conservatively chose the 1-month slot. His brothers looked at each other and said nothing. Ron also pulled Harry over to place a bet, but Mikkel was unwilling to bet even a silver sickle. Hermione was different. She bet on all 3 levels, each costing 1 silver sickle, calling it the law of victory. Perhaps it was because Hermione's expression was too confident, coupled with her extraordinary aura of a top student. Ron followed suit and voted for the other 2. At night, in the Golden Wooden House, Lin Xia was practicing with full concentration. Before practicing, she once again boiled a piece of dragon's nerve as a resource for her practice. Originally, she thought that 10 pieces of dragon's nerves were enough to support her to break through the 3rd level of skin refining and enter the flesh refining level. But after taking it continuously, I found that the body's absorption of dragon's nerve was becoming less and less obvious. It's as if the body has developed a resistance and begins to resist the absorption of these supplements. Just like taking medicine, even if it is a supplement, if you take too much, the beneficial stimulation to the body will be reduced. Lin Xia twisted her body and performed various difficult and extreme movements in order to stimulate the potential of various organs and even cells. The body gradually became hot, and after a while, the heat quickly subsided and was far less lasting than before. An hour later, Lin Xia finished her practice, and the red spots on her body quickly faded away, returning to her normal state. Lin Xia lowered her head and stared at her arm, frowning slightly. You can't take it anymore.
You have to stop for a while.
Before that, you have to find a replacement. It was a pity that she felt she was already halfway through the 3rd stage of skin refining. If her cultivation resources can be replenished, she is confident that she will be able to make a breakthrough this month. The first class in the morning was potions. Hogwarts indeed expanded its teaching staff. Although the number of students in classes remained the same, students from all 4 major colleges attended classes, and they finally achieved the goal of 4 colleges under 1 classroom. The only thing that made the little badgers a little painful was that they had to take 2 potions classes in a row. Perhaps the school discovered that this year's freshmen were too bad at handling potions, so they increased the length of the potions class. Fortunately, Harry wasn't in this class. Unfortunately, Professor Snape still had a bad temper. When Harry was around, he only targeted Gryffindor. Now that Harry is gone, he is targeting all the colleges. Even Slytherin is within his surveillance range. The little wizard was learning the sobering potion at this time, which was the 2nd potion he learned after the scabies potion. The function of arousal agents is to avoid falling into a sleep state and to wake up from anesthesia or concussion. Perhaps you should go to the bathroom and check how much water is in your brain. You didn't remember any of the key points I emphasized over and over again. I told you many times to add 6 snake fangs to the mortar. 6. A young Slytherin wizard couldn't help but complain to his companions. I remember he only talked about the theory for 20 minutes and then kept asking us to practice. How could he have talked about it so many times? Snape's voice suddenly came from behind him. It seems that you are very dissatisfied with my teaching method. Why don't you stand on the podium and let all the students see your operation? This is an affirmative sentence, not a question. The student was so stiff that he dared not utter a word. Snape said slowly, "Why? Is this the nobility that Slytherin advocates? You don't even have the courage to challenge difficulties? Or do you think you are more stupid than those reckless lions, mediocre badgers, and eagles who can only talk with their mouths? Now, immediately, stand on the podium. I don't want to repeat it for the third time." Snape's voice was cold and low, like the muttering of a crawling snake, and the basement was already dark and damp, so the horror effect was maximized. The Slytherin student had to stand on the podium and make the sobering potion from scratch. This is a disaster. The bad news: no promotion. They made a mistake from the very first step, and 6 snake tusks were put into 7 with trembling hands. Is this all Slytherin is capable of? Deduct 10 points. Snape stared at the students and said coldly, "Go on, start from the beginning, and let me see how many mistakes you can make." Lin Xia was still in the same group with Neville. Under her calm guidance, Neville was no longer affected by the surrounding environment and concentrated on preparing the potion. But Snape obviously didn't want to let Lin Xia go, and deliberately used her as an example. "It seems that you all are paying attention to Lin Xia, the student who won the title of Excellent Student in her first year with great fanfare, but she is not a magic potion and cannot empathize with fools like you. If you really want her to save you, you might as well pray to Merlin every day, hoping that Merlin will make you smarter." Lin Xia. Snape changed the subject and called her name. Lin Xia had to stand up. "Professor." Snape stared at her coldly. "Why do you always let Neville Longbottom prepare the potion, and you stand on the podium and prepare it yourself for everyone to see? Let everyone see whether your title of Outstanding Student is just for show or it is worthy of the title." Lin Xia said calmly, "Okay, Professor. The preparation of the sobering agent is not difficult. First, add 6 snake teeth into the mortar, and then add 4 standard ingredients. The grinding cannot be done in these 2 steps. Then add 6 parts dried billywig needles to the crucible, light an alcohol burner, adjust to medium heat, and heat for 30 seconds. The step of heating over medium heat is the most common mistake. Little wizards often start heating the materials before adjusting the heat to medium." Lin Xia moved the alcohol lamp away first. "Wait until it burns more vigorously, measure it with a magic thermometer, and only move it under the crucible when it reaches the medium fire standard." As she moved, her hands were very steady, as if she didn't feel the scorching heat from the medium fire. Only then did Snape notice that Lin Xia was wearing a pair of gloves as thin as a cicada's wings. It was obvious that the gloves had the effect of isolating temperature. Grind ingredients in the mortar while heating, then divide the ground mixture into 4 parts and add them to the crucible one by one. When Lin Xia was making the potion, her movements were not very standard, not as dramatic as Draco's. Instead, she was relaxed and casual. When others prepare potions, it is like facing a formidable enemy. She felt as comfortable mixing potions as listening to music. Many complex details can be easily displayed through her movements. Perhaps influenced by her mentality, the little wizards felt that they could do it again. The sobering agent doesn't look that difficult. They can do it. In less than half an hour, Lin Xia prepared a sobering agent. Snape was keenly aware of the change in the atmosphere. He frowned slightly, but ultimately said nothing. After Lin Xia went down, another student at the podium also finished making the sobering agent and walked down tremblingly. He didn't dare look at Professor Snape, but fortunately the professor ignored him. After 2 tough classes, the little wizard did not rush out of the potion classroom immediately. Instead, he surrounded Lin Xia and asked in a chattering voice, "Lin Xia, what is an excellent student?" "Lin Xia, when did you get the honor of being an outstanding student?" Lin Xia was also confused about this. She had heard about outstanding students, and the professor said he would help her apply, but she didn't know anything more specific. Professor Snape stood on the podium and snorted coldly. "Why don't you leave the classroom? Do you want to stay and practice more?" The little wizards immediately ran away very fast. Lin Xia looked at Snape and nodded to him in thanks. Snape turned his head away and ignored her greeting. The little wizards came to the auditorium and found that it had become more beautiful today. The ribbons that were only used during holidays were also taken out by the school today. Even the bowls and plates on the dining table are as smooth as new. Because it was daytime, there were no candles, but there were many upside-down flowers floating in the air. Looking up, I saw flowers dotted like stars, pouring down in the sky. In the center of the auditorium, professors from the 3 major colleges had already arrived, which made the young wizards who came in to eat subconsciously lighten their steps. At the same time, they also found that the seniors who only came occasionally also came in large numbers, and it was obvious that they knew something. Just a moment after Lin Xia arrived, Snape also arrived and joined the professors' queue. Professor McGonagall then raised her arm, picked up a silver spoon, and tapped the glass. Ding dong! A clear and crisp sound echoed throughout the auditorium, attracting the attention of all students. Professor McGonagall said seriously, "The ceremony of awarding outstanding students will be held below. Students whose names are called, please come to the podium." Some of the little wizards had already realized something and looked at Lin Xia. The Gryffindor quartet quickly asked other students for information. When Ron learned the news, he immediately raised his head and chest with a bright smile. His friend, first grade, outstanding student. The award ceremony for outstanding students was not just for Lin Xia. Professor McGonagall started from the senior grade, which was the 7th grade. But the outstanding students from the 7th and 6th grades did not arrive. It was not until the 5th year that tall and beautiful wizards walked out from the academy dining table one after another. As the grades went by, the little wizard found that the number of places for outstanding students became fewer, and finally in the 1st grade first year, Hufflepuff, Lin Xia. Professor McGonagall said slowly, she created the magnetic wand with her outstanding wand talent, which changed the pattern of customized wands in the wizarding world, broke the lowest limit of wands, and is suitable for everyone. Therefore, she was awarded the title of an outstanding student at Hogwarts. The Hufflepuff Badgers clapped enthusiastically, feeling proud of themselves, and students from other houses followed suit. They just found out from seniors that in the first year, basically not many people can be awarded as outstanding students. If you can get it, it's rare. The deans of the 4 major colleges give badges to the outstanding students of their respective colleges. The badges are in the shape of a miniature Hogwarts castle. The moment she put it on, Lin Xia felt the function of this badge. It is not only a symbolic emblem, but also an excellent defensive alchemical item. The badge can automatically adjust the outside temperature to keep warm in winter and cool in summer. It also has the function of preventing dust and cleaning clothes, and can generate a defensive protective shield when necessary. The more magic power you input, the stronger the protective shield will be. Also, the badge will never be damaged while within Hogwarts. If it is accidentally damaged, it can be restored the next day. Once the badge is put on, it will automatically collect the wearer's aura and recognize the wearer as the master. Even if it is stolen, it cannot be used. No matter what method is used to hide or imprison the badge, it will appear next to the wearer the next day. It cannot be stolen, damaged, or contaminated by dust. This is definitely an alchemical artifact closely related to Hogwarts, and can also be called a rare object. After the award ceremony, the students seemed much more relaxed and happily enjoyed the sweet and delicious food. Professor McGonagall then said, "This Saturday, Lin Xia, an outstanding first-year student, will hold a magnetic wand launch event in the Hogwarts Great Hall. Interested students can go and listen." After this notice was issued, the professors from the 4 major colleges left. For the little wizards, they did not understand how powerful the magnetic wand was. They only knew that the professor's long list of comments was powerful. I didn't even know how honorable it was to hold a press conference in Hogwarts. But other seniors are well aware of the importance of this press conference. If Lin Xia was not an excellent student in the school and had not invented the magnetic wand, a device that could change the wand landscape in the wizarding world, it would be impossible for the professor to personally come out to notify everyone on her behalf. Some senior students wanted to talk to Lin Xia, but were stopped by Cedric. Cedric smiled and said, "If you are so curious, you can adjust your current tasks and go to the press conference on Saturday to show your support for our new Hufflepuff students." Cedric, your little badger is no ordinary girl. She was awarded the title of Outstanding Student in her first year. Even I envy the privileges the school has given her. A Slytherin senior stroked her top student badge and said with an elegant smile. In the award ceremony just now, Cedric also won the Outstanding Student Award. He paused for a moment and said, "But she is only a first-year student. It is difficult for her to do missions with us. She has no authority. TSK, he's just a freshman, and you're so alert? Are you scared or not?" Tampazich from Gryffindor started to sneer, which made Alice Gallia from Slytherin look a little embarrassed. "Tam, don't you envy the freshman's authority?" Both of them were fourth-year students, and Cedric was only a third-year student, so it was not appropriate for him to intervene in their quarrel. "Okay, stop talking. People who don't know might think that we, a group of excellent students, are arguing," said Wood from Gryffindor. While many 6th and 7th graders are busy doing tasks, 5th graders are already the tallest graders seen in the school. There were also students from the 6th and 7th grades participating in the Outstanding Student Award ceremony, but they were not present. This is not surprising. Completing school assignments is important, but there are some opportunities that cannot be provided in school. After Lin Xia was named an outstanding student, she felt a surge of hostility from the crowd. But when I put on the honor student badge, the malice disappeared. She thought about it and took off the badge, but still didn't feel the malice. It's a bit of a pity. She actually didn't mind other people causing trouble for her. She had been practicing Nine Heaven's mysterious young secret records, the Crucible, for a month, but she still didn't know what her level was. Voila! A flock of owls flew in from the high window, landed in groups beside their owners, and threw the letters, newspapers, and packages in their claws onto the dining table. Lin Xia was quick to move the black tea she had just ordered away. With a thump, a pile of heavy objects fell on her desk. With the mood of opening a blind box, Lin Xia opened the package and first saw 5 copies of Magical Wonderful Inventions magazines. Lin Xia took a look at the price. A copy of the magazine cost 10 silver sickles, which was not expensive, but definitely not cheap either. She handed a book to Draco, and seeing that Ron was very curious, Lin Xia also gave him a copy. Ron asked, "What are these magazines?" Draco replied, "Lin Xia's paper was published in this magazine. This was sent to her by the magazine, free of charge."
Wow.
Ron suddenly felt the magazine in his hand was very heavy. "This is not some hair perming, makeup, or beauty magazine that my mother likes to read, but a very valuable invention research magazine." He flipped it open and took a quick glance, feeling the fear dominated by the densely packed words. So scary. Ron didn't stay any longer and left holding the magazine tightly. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise from the crowd. A little wizard discovered that Lin Xia's name appeared in today's The Daily Prophet and The Quibbler. These 2 newspapers have a wide audience, and both published Lin Xia's invention. Lin Xia guessed that the Magical Wonderful Inventions magazine must have leaked the news in advance, so the newspaper printed her information overnight. Daily Prophet, a magical invention, a magical magnetic wand. When custom-made wands gradually become regular, will the era when everyone in the wizarding world can order wands that will be far away. Lin Xia, the magnetic wand she invented, will hold a press conference at Hogwarts on Saturday afternoon, and the Daily Prophet will continue to follow up on the report. The Quibbler, the magnetic wand, is a great invention. According to the public description of the professional magazine Magical Wonderful Inventions, the magnetic wand can be adapted to any wizard and can be used by any wizard, but the consequence is only a 50% reduction in power. This magical wand was invented by Lin Xia, a first-year student at Hogwarts. According to reliable sources, she has been rated as an outstanding student at Hogwarts. Let us applaud this little inventor and hope that she can go further and further in her research on magic wands and bring us more different surprises. The launch event for her magnetic wand will be held at 2 p.m. on Saturday, October 15th, in the Great Hall on the first floor of Hogwarts. The Quibbler will continue to bring you the latest reports on the little hero Lin Xia. In addition to these two major newspapers, Hermione said during the astronomy class in the evening that some small newspapers also published her news. For example, the Funny Daily, the Anecdotes Daily, the Outstanding Youth Daily. All published your news. Lin Xia remained unmoved and said calmly, "Although the magnetic wand can be used by all wizards, its power is not as strong as that of a customized wand. The 50% reduction in effect is a big flaw." Hermione said with great delight, "So, they are all paying attention to you. I hope you can continue to improve the magnetic wand." Lin Xia shook her head. "This is very difficult, almost impossible to do. I would rather open the database to other institutions for research and just collect a patent fee for the use of the knowledge." "Hi, Lin Xia. Can I take up a moment of your time?" A girl with waist-length blonde hair, light eyebrows, and wearing a pair of strange glasses walked over. Lin Xia was very skeptical whether these glasses could help one see things clearly. The strange girl put her wand behind her ear and wore carrot earrings. The wand was almost entangled with the carrot. She also wore a necklace made of butterbeer corks around her neck. This girl exudes a weird feeling. Lin Xia didn't sense her ill towards her and asked curiously, "Who are you?" "My name is Luna. I'm a first-year Ravenclaw and the daughter of the editor-in-chief of the Quibbler. I received a letter from my father at noon. He hopes that I can interview you and try to do it before everyone else," Luna said as she took off her cool glasses. Lin Xia looked into her silver-gray eyes for a while and asked, "You are very honest with me. Is that okay?" Luna also smiled, with a hint of intelligence in her eyes. "You are very smart. I can sense that you are smarter than most Ravenclaws. When talking to smart people, it is best to be frank. What benefits can I get from accepting your interview?" Luna said cunningly, "I don't have any money. If I were to offer a price, the Daily Prophet would definitely offer a higher price than the Quibbler, so I decided to start from another aspect." She paused, for example, "You can get my help." Luna's tone was so soft that it seemed like she was just mumbling, but her expression was serious. Lin Xia lowered her eyes and thought for a while, then asked, "Do you know the meaning of your name?" Luna tilted her head. Lin Xia accepted Luna's interview, but she didn't have a camera. So the next day Luna found Roger Kramer from Gryffindor, a thin little boy who was always walking around with a magic camera. He was from the Muggle world and wanted to take pictures to show to his parents who were also Muggles. He took a frontal interview photo of Lin Xia. Unexpectedly, the photos were taken very well, showing the photographer's quality. Lin Xia asked him a few questions and found out that his family ran a photo studio in the Muggle world, specializing in taking ID photos for people. No wonder his skills were so good. Interviewing students is very simple. Even if their photos will be published in newspapers, they don't need to dress up. Lin Xia's Hufflepuff house uniform is the best outfit. Luna and Lin Xia did not review the script in advance, and all the interviews were random. When Draco learned about this interview format, he was somewhat resistant and went to communicate with Luna on purpose. He believed that Lin Xia had the right to know the interview questions to avoid unexpected situations where she could not answer them. Luna firmly rejected Draco's request. "I saw a lot of white elves around Lin Xia, and people with elves have pure hearts. I will not ask questions about fire, or the elves will be the first to not let me go. They will burn me with spiritual fire, and I will be tortured day and night." Draco was puzzled by Luna's answer and felt that Ravenclaw's evaluation of her was very appropriate. "She's like a crazy girl." Lin Xia smiled lightly. "Don't worry. Luna is very sensible and won't ask me any excessive questions." Draco was puzzled. "How can you be so sure?" "Although I can't guess what the white elves surrounding me are referring to, I roughly know what she means by the spiritual fire. This is not a real fire, but a fire of the soul. If she really asked me an excessive question, the guilt in her heart would be enough to make her unable to sleep and eat, and torture her day and night." Draco. What is this advanced reading comprehension? 2 days later, Lin Xia came into contact with the staff of the Daily Prophet through the introduction of Professor Sprout and gave them an interview. This time, she received a generous reward of 50 gold galleons. It is said that the Daily Prophet had only planned to report on her press conference on Saturday, But unexpectedly, the Quibbler was so brave that it published an interview with Lin Xia on the third day, and the newspapers were sold out. People are very interested in Lin Xia, the little inventor. This resulted in the Daily Prophet receiving many complaint letters from readers. Readers could not imagine that the efficiency of the Daily Prophet, which claimed to be officially supported, was not as good as that of the folk newspaper The Quibbler. You know, in the minds of the loyal readers of the Daily Prophet, The Quibbler is just a second-rate newspaper that exaggerates. The Daily Prophet was under some pressure, so after Lin Xia took the opportunity twice, they raised the reward from 30 gold galleons to 50 gold galleons. Lin Xia felt that the remuneration could be even higher, but she no longer wanted to argue with the Daily Prophet. At the same time, because Lin Xia was very popular in school this week, not only the little wizards in the younger grades, but also the seniors were very interested in her. The young wizard was curious about her as a person and her academics, while the senior students were even more curious about her academics. All of a sudden, many wizards came to borrow the Magical Inventions magazine in Ron's hand. His brothers George and Fred smelled a business opportunity and asked Ron to sell the magazine to them for 1 gold galleon. They would copy Lin Xia's paper and sell it to interested students. A professional magazine costs 10 silver sickles, but they sell Lin Xia's paper for only 5 copper nuts. Ron's eyes lit up and he really wanted to sell it, but he barely retained some dignity. This magazine was given to him by Lin Xia. He didn't pay a penny for it. If he wanted to sell it, he should have asked Lin Xia for her opinion. Lin Xia was a little surprised when she heard Ron talking about this during class break. The twins really had a great business acumen and were good at seizing business opportunities. She asked Ron, "What about you? What do you think?" Ron said, "Honestly, I want to sell it." Lin Xia smiled and said, "Ron, if it's just the price of 1 gold galleon, then it's too cheap for your brothers. If you trust me, you can talk to them about profit sharing." "Share? Well, tell them that I don't care what price you set. I will charge 1 copper cart for every paper I sell. Otherwise, no deal." Hermione also agreed. There are many first-year students who want to read Lin Xia's thesis. Choosing the profit-sharing method is more promising. Ron was not good at arithmetic, but he thought the 2 smartest people said so he plucked up the courage to negotiate with his brothers. George and Fred thought that Ron was no longer their dearest brother, so they were only willing to buy him out for 1 gold galleon, but were unwilling to give 1 copper canute for each share sold. Ron gritted his teeth and said, "Then I won't sell it." George and Fred looked at each other, and the next second they both reached out their hands at the same time. "Okay, deal." Ron held out his 2 hands blankly and shook them. He still couldn't understand why the brothers, who were so confident and determined not to give it in the last second, could happily say the deal was done in the next second. The change of face is too fast. On Friday, the Daily Prophet finally published an interview with Lin Xia, an outstanding first-year student at Hogwarts, praised by professors from the 4 major colleges, possessing a keen ability to dig materials, the mother of magnetic wands. Many halos were superimposed on Lin Xia's head, and for a moment, the eyes of some people in the wizarding world also fell on her. The Malfoy family was prepared and had spread the word in advance that Lin Xia's family had a very deep friendship with the Malfoy family. Therefore, some malicious gazes only stayed on her for a short while and then disappeared. Time flies by, and it is Saturday morning. Professor Sprout specially gave 2 students a day off so that Lin Xia could prepare for the press conference well. Draco seemed a little anxious. He was struggling with whether to wear a uniform or a suit. Before he could think it over, Lucius and Narcissa, Lin Xia's parents Lin Rue and Xiali, had already arrived at Hogwarts in advance. They contacted the Hogwarts office on Monday and asked to attend the magnetic wand launch event held by Lin Xia on Saturday. It would be difficult for outsiders to enter Hogwarts if they had no connection with it. But when the office staff saw that they were from the Malfoy family and Lin Xia's parents, they quickly granted them passes. "I'm so proud of you, kid."
Xia liugje Lin Xia.
She was wearing a white dress with tender green jasmine flowers embroidered on the edge, and her body also exuded the fragrance of jasmine. Lin Xia leaned against her mother and took a deep breath. "That's the taste of peace of mind. Mom, Dad, are you leaving today?"
she asked.
Lin Rui shook his head. No, it's a rare trip to Hogwarts. Your mother and I will leave on Monday. We will stay in Hogsmeade for the next 2 days. I will take you to visit the village, by the way. Lin Xia nodded happily. Draco looked at Lucius and Narcissa eagerly. Lucius said nothing, but Narcissa couldn't help herself. She stroked Draco's cheek gently and frowned, noticing how much thinner her son had become. I'll go with your Aunt Charlie and take you around Hogsmeade Village. Draco's expression finally relaxed. Xiali asked, how is the press conference going? Do you need my help? Lin Xia shook her head. The professors have already arranged everything for me. My parents just need to sit in the audience and watch me explain. She thought for a moment and then said, but after the presentation, there will probably be a lot of reporters who want to interview me. I need you to help block them for me. Lin Rui stepped forward and hugged his daughter. As I should, I am proud of you too. When the two separated, a ring was quietly stuffed into Lin Xia's hand. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the Magnetic Wand Launch Conference officially began. This press conference is a report presentation. Lin Xia stood in the center of the auditorium with a calm expression. He first spent half an hour explaining his theory, and then spent an hour answering questions raised by others. Ollivander is the main questioner. He is very keen to bring up details that ordinary people have not explored, but these details are often very important. If Lin Xia cannot answer a question, the magnetic wand will still exist and will be proven to be feasible, but she will not necessarily become the first theoretical researcher. At least not until she answered that question. During the period when she was researching the problem, if someone else answered the question, they would be reaping the fruits of their labor and would not be able to use the intellectual property rights related to the magnetic wand. But such cases are rare, very rare. Generally, only the first researcher of the theory can solve all problems. The atmosphere of the entire press conference was very serious, which made the little wizard, who came to watch the fun, tremble a little. They felt that Lin Xia on the podium had a figure and expression that were exactly the same as Professor McGonagall. This is terrible. Is this the level of a first-year student's paper? In addition to Ollivander, other professional scholars involved in wand research also asked Lin Xia questions. The principle of the magnetic wand is not difficult. The magic magnetic field and magic power can form a resonance reaction, and the magic magnetic field is invisible, so few people notice this aspect. The magnetic field materializes the magic magnetic field in the form of iron through its iron-attracting properties. Once materialized, the magnetic field has the ability to influence reality, that is, it can resonate with magic. Magical magnetic field and iron are both indispensable, and some materials must be added as auxiliary processing. This auxiliary material is also a barrier to the production technology of magnetic wands. As soon as the principle of the magnetic wand was published, many wizards have conducted research on it, but it has not been cracked until now. Unless authorized by Lin Xia, other people don't know what else needs to be added besides iron and magic magnets to form a real resonance. Such a magnetic wand is a mature product that can be marketed. An hour and a half later, the field suddenly fell silent. Lin Xia waited for a while, but no one else stood up to ask, so she took the initiative to ask, "Are there any other questions?" Still silence. I don't know how long it was. It seemed like only a minute or two. Ollivander stood up and was the first to applaud. Others also stood up and applauded her. There was thunderous applause from the audience below the podium, and they all looked at Lin Xia with extremely passionate gazes. At this moment, Lin Xia is not just Lin Xia, but a young man who carries the hopes of countless people. The wizarding world is eager for talents and needs new blood. They expected Lin Xia to invent the magnetic wand, which was just the beginning. Ollivander said passionately, "Lin Xia, congratulations, you have passed the test of all of us. At this moment, everyone will call you the mother of the magnetic wand. You have conquered all of us here with your knowledge, and also made your voice heard in the academic and invention circles." Lin Xia's eyelids twitched slightly when she heard this. It was a bit exaggerated. Considering what she was going to do that night, she hoped that Ollivander would stop saying nice things to her, lest it backfire. Fortunately, Ollivander did not praise her any more afterwards. He just handed her an invitation letter from the Inventors Guild and told her that she could visit the guild during the winter vacation. He then touched her head and left. This time when he came to Hogwarts, Ollivander also had many old friends to meet. Click, click, click. Bright lights flashed by, and at this moment the media reporters wished that their magic cameras would use up all the magic power just to take enough photos. The magnetic wand is very good, but it is not very powerful after all, and it is not very impressive to promote it. But if they couldn't praise the magnetic wand, could they not praise Lin Xia, the little genius? The editors-in-chief of the Daily Prophet and the Quibbler both gave death orders to the reporters who came. Shoot Lin Xia as hard as you can. Seeing that Lin Xia was about to be surrounded by the media reporters, Lin Rue and Xiaoli used magic to protect her in time, stood in front of her and communicated with the media reporters with a smile. After coordination with her parents, Lin Xia accepted interviews with the Daily Prophet and the Quibbler. As for other media and newspapers, Lin Xia will not accept interviews individually, but will answer them all together. It not only gave enough face to the big newspapers, but also met the requests of other small newspapers, and everyone was happy. Time passed quickly, and it was night. Lin Xia finished the final interview and accompanied her parents to leave Hogwarts and head to Hogsmeade Village. Third-year students need their guardian's signature before they can go to Hogsmeade Village, but if the guardian takes the student there in person, that's another matter. The path outside the castle was winding, but Lin Rue and Xiaoli were in a good mood. Xiaoli's lips curled up into a smile, her black hair lazily falling down her face, revealing a soft arc. She looked at Lin Xia meaningfully. Tell me, you were so secretive and absent-minded the whole time, and you even specifically asked us not to travel with the Malfoy family at night. What are you trying to do? Seeing her mother noticed, Lin Xia raised her wand and cast an anti-eavesdropping spell before saying, I just had an idea. It's rare for my parents to come over, so I want you to cover for me. I need to go get something from somewhere. Xiaoli knew that Lin Xia was very smart when she was very young. Sometimes, Xiaoli even felt that she was communicating with someone of her own age. However, when you think about the fact that Lin Xia awakened the blood of the Eastern Dragon when he was born, the concentration of his blood is far beyond theirs, and it also awakened the secret skills hidden deep in his blood that have been waiting to be awakened and absorbed by someone. It is not surprising. Lin Rue and Xiaoli looked at each other. They respected their daughter's privacy and didn't ask her what she wanted. Lin Rue said, Okay, before you come back, we'll take you out for a stroll. Do you still remember how to contact me with the power of blood? Lin Xia smiled and said, Dad, that is the power rooted in my blood. How could I forget it? Charlie urged, Go quickly and come back quickly. When necessary, don't forget to use the things we gave you. The ring has a special shield, and Hogwarts can't detect it. Lin Xia took them to a place in Hogsmeade Village and seemed to pass by a wall inadvertently. The next second, Xiaoli held Lin Xia's hand and cast an invisibility spell on her, while Lin Rue snapped his fingers, and a puppet that looked exactly like Lin Xia appeared in the place where Lin Xia had originally stood. Eastern blood sorcerers are very good at casting spells without a wand. That is the magical power that comes from their blood, which is guided out through subtle movements. The power is no less than that of wizards using wands. Lin Xia quickly returned to the wall she had passed before and hit a certain brick in a specific circular pattern. The wall automatically stepped back, revealing a wide underground staircase. Lin Xia walked in, and the wall quickly returned to its original state. The wall was closed and Lin Xia fell into darkness. Lumos. A bright light appeared on the tip of her wand. In order to save magic power, Lin Xia did not illuminate a large area, but only 1 meter in front of him. She followed the scene she saw in the dream, and the route Coral took for about 20 minutes. A gray-brown wall appeared in front of me. The wall was very solid, as if it was a dead end. The floor suddenly expanded outwards, revealing a spacious underground staircase. Lin Xia continued to walk down, and the surroundings fell into darkness again. She keenly noticed that the darkness here was deeper than the road she had just walked. She had to increase the brightness of the lumos and hold her wand high in front of her. Lin Xia walked while counting the time silently in her mind. Darkness can devour all of a person's senses, making it impossible to feel the passage of time. After walking for 3 minutes, Lin Xia encountered a wall again. This time, she simply stretched out her hand, put it on the edge of the wall, and said softly, "Blood washes away glory." This sentence seemed to be a command. The wall opened automatically, and a beam of bright light came in from the gap, causing her to close her eyes subconsciously. After all the walls were opened, Lin Xia opened her eyes again and had already adapted to the brightness outside. Stepping out, she arrived at a secret passage on the 5th floor of Hogwarts, with a mirror not far away. Lin Xia was determined, and it worked. She was back at Hogwarts again. In the dream, the secret passage that Quirrell knew was the secret passage from Hogsmeade Village to the 5th floor of Hogwarts. Relying on the invisibility spell her father cast on her, she didn't walk on the moving stairs, but stood directly on the stairs, cast a Wingardium Leviosa on herself, and then jumped. Lin Xia was floating in the air, and the usually annoying moving stairs became a cute background. She even picked up the wand with interest and poked Peeves, who just happened to float past her. Peeves' eyes widened, and he quickly covered his arm, then turned around fiercely. "It must be that naughty little wizard who threw something at me. I'm going to teach him a lesson." The shrill voice was filled with anger. Lin Xia landed gracefully and quickly went to the basement. 3 minutes later, she successfully reached the basement, stood there for a while recalling her thoughts, and chose the middle aisle. Suddenly a voice came from not far away. Lin Xia immediately stopped, leaned against the wall, and slowed down his breathing. "Professor Snape, I keep hearing strange noises in the basement. I suspect there's a snake in the basement. I heard that the snake that Professor Quirrell kept disappeared. It must be that snake hiding in the empty room in the basement." Mikkel spoke excitedly to Professor Snape, not at all like the other Gryffindor students who were like mice seeing a cat when they saw Snape. Snape said slowly in his characteristically arrogant tone, "If there was a snake in the basement, it would have become a specimen in the potions classroom." Mikkel argued, "But Professor, when I came to class last week, I really heard a snake hissing and crawling. Not only me, but Ron also heard it." Snape suddenly stopped and looked down at Mikkel. "Since both of you heard it, why did only you come here?" Mikkel choked and whispered, "Professor, Ron is a little afraid of you." Snape looked at him coldly. "But Mr. Mikkel, I don't think you are afraid of me at all. You are just like that active lady who has been trying to attract my attention in class." "Mikkel, I'm a professor. As a student, shouldn't you show some respect to the professor? At least that showy lady won't be so rude in front of me." Snape interrupted what Mikkel was about to say. "Also, next time you hear a strange noise, remember to tell me right away, and remember which classroom it came from. The basement is so big, do I have to accompany you to search room by room?" Snape turned around and walked quickly down the aisle, criticizing mercilessly as he walked. "During the time I was talking nonsense to you, I might have failed to prepare a few bottles of precious potions. My time is far more valuable than your child's time playing house. Don't come to me if it's not certain in the future." Mikkel left the corridor with a grim look on his face. It turned out that it was not feasible to ask Snape to check the empty rooms in the basement to find out where the troll was hiding. After they all left, Lin Xia took a long, deep breath. "I almost couldn't hold it in just now." She stepped out of the shadows and thought about what Mikkel had said. If she remembered correctly, Mikkel always came to the classroom with Hermione, Ron, and Harry. Ron couldn't keep things to himself, and neither could Hermione. If they really heard the snake language, both of them would tell her and remind her to be careful. Lin Xia's eyes flickered slightly, and she suddenly turned to look at the oil painting hanging at the end of the corridor. There were 8 eyeballs dancing around in the painting. If the real purpose was to find the troll, then it all made sense. She walked to the oil painting and stared at it quietly for a while. A melodious bell sounded from above. It was 9:30 in the evening. Remind students not to walk outside and prohibit night outings. Lin Xia grasped the corner of the painting and rotated it clockwise to reveal the bricks behind it. She extended her wand, struck a specific brick, and chanted a spell. "Blood washes glory." The wall opened back automatically, and just as he had seen in his dream, the secret door was incredibly large. Lin Xia was about to push the door open when she was startled to see a big lock on it. The last time Qi Luo came here, there was no such lock. Lin Xia raised her eyebrows and pointed her wand at the lock. Open it with a ho-ho. With a clang, the lock opened automatically, and Lin Xia pushed the door and walked in. It has very long arms, long ears, an ugly nose, and a somewhat thin face. It sat there listlessly. Perhaps it was not hungry enough, and was not as weak as it appeared in the dream. The giant monster smelled a strange scent in the air, slowly raised his head, and looked at Lin Xia. Lin Xia saw a glimmer of light from it. That was the light of excitement from seeing prey. The giant monster slowly stood up, and when it stood up straight, it was 12 feet tall.
Utvalket towards herkulamsili, da.
With a clang, the anklet restricted it, and it could only walk 6 meters away from Lin Xia. The troll was unwilling, so he growled and stretched out his long arms. Its arms were very strong, and even though they were a little thin due to hunger, one could still see the blue veins pulsating slightly with its movements and the muscles covered by the blue veins. However, the arms finally stopped 2 meters away from Lin Xia. The giant monster seemed even more anxious, roared even louder, and stretched out its knuckles as hard as it could, trying to catch Lin Xia. But it was all in vain. Even if it stretched out its fingers, it couldn't reach Lin Xia. The troll kicked its anklet irritably. Without the control of drugs, it felt a little irritable but not as confused as before. Its not-so-bright brain finally came up with the idea that it could first tear off the things that bound it. At this time, Lin Xia also thought of a way to solve it. Although she really wanted to fight the giant monster to see how effective her modified martial arts were. But the troll was not as weak as she imagined, and it was also too huge, so Lin Xia reached into her small leather bag and rummaged around, and took out a ring. The internal space of the ring was expanded by the traceless extension spell, and Lin Xia took out a bottle of potion from it. To be precise, it was a bottle of poison. She took the antidote beforehand, then opened the potion and threw it next to the troll. Ding! The giant monster heard the sound, looked down, and wanted to bend down to pick it up. After a few seconds, the troll fell limply to the ground, foaming at the mouth, with the corners of his mouth twitching unconsciously. After another minute, the troll stopped moving and closed his eyes peacefully. A rusty bronze scale appeared in front of Lin Xia. Lin Xia observed it carefully. When summoned for the first time, bronze rust covered the entire scale. Not only has the bronze rust faded a lot now, but the complex old scenes also seem to have been restored a bit and become brighter. Lin Xia stared at one of the paintings intently, trying to see something from it. But after staring for several minutes, her eyes were sore, but she still couldn't see anything. Lin Xia shook her head. The balance of fate had not been repaired enough, and her strength was too weak to explore the mystery. Her eyes fell on the giant monster on the ground, scales of fate, sacrifice. Lin Xia chose to sacrifice herself completely. A force of attraction pulled the troll, and the troll did not struggle at all. The closer it got to the scales of fate, the more its body was reshaped by some force, causing it to shrink until it could be placed on the right end of the scales of fate. It was not until this moment that Lin Xia was sure that the giant monster was indeed dead, killed by the poison prepared by her parents for her. Lin Xia stood at the left end of the scale, without changing her expression, and the scale of fate began to slowly turn. The dead giant monster couldn't offer any resistance at all. The right end rose high, while the left end representing Lin Xia fell rapidly, forming an almost straight line. The scales of fate quickly made the judgment. The next second, the giant monster's body shattered and disintegrated into powder. After a few more seconds, not even a trace of dust was left. Lin Xia came down from the left end of the scale, and as soon as she stood firmly on the ground, she immediately felt a huge surge of energy and blood rushing towards her. Lin Xia's face changed slightly. He stood up straight, bent one leg backwards, and assumed the starting posture of 9 Heaven's mysterious Yang records, the Crucible. There are many ways to practice 9 Heaven's mysterious Yang records, the Crucible. You can practice by sitting in meditation or by adopting postures similar to yoga. Different methods of cultivation bring different results. The meditation method focuses on conditioning and inner concentration, while yoga postures activate the body's potential and promote the continuous evolution of cells in the body. Lin Xia spends 5 days in yoga to promote physical changes and growth, and 2 days in meditation to focus on conditioning her body. The surging heat swept in like a torrent and soon reached the limit that the body could withstand. Furnace. Lin Xia gritted his teeth and trapped this power, not letting it dissipate at all, turning it into a powerful nourishment in his body. What if he can't hold on? He has to hold on. Although this giant monster is weak, it is not so weak that it can't walk. She stayed true to herself, ignoring the changes in her body, and focused on changing her postures, allowing the heat in her body to circulate throughout her body over and over again. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. Lin Xia did not notice that her skin had cracked due to the continuous circulation of heat, and traces of blood were oozing out of her skin and falling down bit by bit. The scales of fate unfolded silently at this moment, placing her on one end. The blood flows into the balance, is absorbed by the balance, and then passes through the balance again to be fed back to Lin Xia. This cycle repeated itself for an unknown amount of time before Lin Xia felt his body growing larger and larger, with the meridians in his body widening a lot again. There seemed to be a slight sound coming from within the body, and the 3rd level of skin refining was broken through, officially entering the 1st stage of flesh refining. Lin Xia opened her eyes, and her amber pupils became brighter and more brilliant, with a hint of light gold flashing through them. She looked down and was stunned. She pulled lightly, and a layer of skin was torn off. The breakthrough in the 3rd level of skin refining allowed her to shed a layer of skin. The newborn skin is smooth and white, just like a baby's skin, with a pearly luster. Lin Xia raised her hand and pressed her arm hard, and she felt a resistance instantly. Her skin became more resilient and seemingly fragile, but ordinary swords could no longer break her surface defense. Her mind moved slightly, and she noticed the abnormality in the scales of fate. The scales of fate seemed to be more flexible than before, and the rust on the bronze had faded a little more imperceptibly. At the same time, the balance of fate also opened a new function: individual sacrifice. When faced with dead creatures or objects, sacrifices can be made individually, without the need for people or creatures to stand on the other side of the scale of fate. This makes sacrifices more convenient, while also reducing the damage to creatures standing on the scale. Lin Xia was lucky because she was the master of the scales, so when the scales of fate drew her power to weigh it with the sacrifice, it would not cause too much damage to her body. But other creatures are different. For example, the White Fairy. Every time a sacrifice is weighed, the White Fairy's power will be consumed. This power could be vitality, or it could be ability, potential, etc. Lin Xia didn't know what was consumed specifically. If Fairy Bai had not received feedback from the scales and made progress every time she made a sacrifice, Lin Xia would definitely not have let it do whatever it wanted. She jumped out of the scales of fate, leaving behind her shed skin, blood, and all kinds of filth on the scales. Sacrifice alone. Everything on the scale crumbled away bit by bit, and a gust of wind blew away gently, leaving no trace of dust. A trace of power came back from Lin Xia's body, but it was very weak. If she hadn't just made a breakthrough and was extremely sensitive to changes in energy, she wouldn't have noticed it. Just as he was about to put away the scales of fate, the scales suddenly shook and emitted bursts of green mist, which was mixed with a trace of purple mist representing a deadly poison. After a while, the mist dissipated and 2 objects remained on the scale: a green bracelet with circles of spikes on the outside, and a purple potion bottle. Lin Xia picked them up and felt something in her heart, understanding the purpose of these 2 items. Giant bracelet. After wearing it, you can briefly possess the power of a giant, but it is difficult to control. Mutated toxic essence. After the poison passed through the giant's body, it produced some indescribable changes that were difficult to control. Lin Xia put both items into her small leather bag, and the scales of fate turned into a shadow and fell into the tattoo on her wrist. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly stopped and turned to look at where the troll was. There was a pool of venom left over from the use of poison. Lin Xia thought for a moment, smiled, and said meaningfully, "Well, let's just treat it as a surprise for Qi Luo, who is coming later." Lin Xia's return went smoothly. There were no other little wizards walking in the corridor, and Hogwarts was quiet. She was not so unlucky as to meet Filch or Mrs. Norris, so she went to the first floor and shot herself a Wingardium Leviosa. The levitation spell was originally used to make objects float, but later, with Lin Xia's skillful use, it was changed to make objects slowly land in the air. Now, it is just returning to the starting point. She felt that something changed when she cast the spell, but she didn't have time to investigate further. Lin Xia's body slowly floated upwards like a light feather, passing the third floor on the way. She casually glanced at the corridor and found 3 Slytherin kids wandering around at night. They quietly ran to the third floor and tried to open the defense against the dark arts classroom. Lin Xia's eyes flickered slightly. It just so happened that she also knew these 3 Slytherins, the 3 who had made enemies with her. A student stood at the outermost corner, responsible for monitoring the corridor. He became a little impatient and turned to ask, "Are you done?" "Wait, we're almost there." The student who was trying to pry the door open was sweating profusely from nervousness. Suddenly, there was a sound of gasps behind him, and the companion standing next to him also gasped. You. The student who was trying to pry the door open was already very nervous, so he turned around and looked. "What are you doing, ah? Why is there a skull on his shoulder?"
Ah!
Screams rang out, and the students were so frightened that their legs went limp and they stumbled out. Lin Xia floated to the 5th floor at this time. She looked down and found that Filch had already come to the stairs to the 3rd floor, holding an oil lamp and panting. Through the secret passage on the 5th floor, Lin Xia left Hogwarts smoothly and arrived at Hogsmeade Village. When she walked out of the wall, Lin Rue and Xia Li were already waiting there, looking at her with smiles on their faces. Lin Xia held her mother's hand and said, "Mom, nothing happened during the time I was away, right?" Charlie blinked and said with a smile, "Yes, some senior students saw you and were very excited. They wanted to talk to you about the magnetic wand, but I stopped them." "Oh, those students wanted to take a picture with you, so I asked the puppet to take a picture with them." Xia Li took out the photo and showed it to her. Lin Xia looked from left to right and thought it was really herself. This photo is dynamic, not static, and her expression in it is very lifelike. Lin Xia said, "Dad's copy spell has become more and more perfect." Xia Li patted her shoulder gently. "That's also because of the skills you gave us. Otherwise, our strength would have declined as our bloodline was cut off." "Well, it's getting late. I can feel that your body has undergone many changes. I want to ask you many questions, but you need rest even more now." Lin Xia hugged her mother. A cunning look flashed across her eyes, and she whispered, "Mom, I want to sleep with you tonight." Lin Rue coughed heavily several times. Lin Xia's eyes turned. "Dad, can you practice with me tomorrow? Hogwarts is very safe. I haven't been active for a long time." Lin Rue agreed immediately. Only then did Lin Xia let go of her mother and went with them to the reserved residence with a smile. Her father always thought she was too young and refused to spar with her, so she had to resort to some tricks. Lin Xia was confident that she could surprise her father during sparring. The next morning, Lin Xia went for a morning run as usual, enjoying the scenery of Hogsmeade Village along the way. Like her parents also insist on jogging in the morning and run at the front. Hogsmeade is the only village in the UK that has no muggles at all. Because it is very close to Hogwarts, there are many students coming and going. But there are not only students here, but also many wizards coming and going, and its prosperity is no less than Diagon Alley. There were all kinds of shops on both sides of Central Avenue. Lin Xia saw dozens of them alone. Honeydukes, Davy's Bants, Screaming Shack, 3 Broomsticks, Pig's Head. When he returned from his morning run, Draco and his group were already standing outside their residence. Aunt Narcissa gave her a warm hug and said that she had already planned the route, where they would go shopping, and what she would buy for her and Draco. Uncle Lucius slowly raised his head. His elegant, long, light golden hair shone in the sunlight like banknotes. His gray eyes were cold when he looked at outsiders, but calm when he looked at Lin Xia. Congratulations, little inventor, mother of the magnetic wand. I came in a hurry yesterday and didn't give you a gift. I hope it's not too late to give you one now. Lin Xia raised her eyebrows. Of course, I'm looking forward to what gift Uncle Lucius will give me. Draco couldn't hide his excitement and said, Lin Xia, I also prepared a gift for you, but it won't be delivered until Monday. Aunt Narcissa said, Lin Xia, I won't give you a gift. I'll give you clothes instead. Aunt Narcissa always liked to buy her clothes, even if those clothes could not be worn in Hogwarts and could not be changed in size, so they would eventually be left unused. But she never gets tired of it. Aunt Narcissa couldn't wait to take Lin Xia shopping, but Lin Xia glanced at her father at this time. Lin Rue said, Wait a minute, I have something to tell Lin Xia. He took Lin Xia into the residential villa and to the practice room. This was the house they had booked a week in advance. There was a huge floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. You can enjoy most of Hogsmeade's scenery without leaving your home. Lin Rue was originally thinking that he had to delay for a few minutes to show how much he valued his daughter. But when Lin Xia changed into white training clothes and rushed towards him bravely, Lin Rue immediately put aside the idea of hiding his abilities.
Bang!
The two figures collided with each other and then quickly separated. Lin Xia moved her ankle as if nothing had happened, while Lin Rue stared at his arm thoughtfully. The force of the collision just now. Before he could figure out what was going on, Lin Xia launched a second attack on him. When fighting with his father, Lin Xia never thought about any tactics. We are not enemies, so why do we have to fight to the death? Her father was much stronger than she was, and possessed much more magical power. If the wizarding world can divide wizards into several levels, Lin Xia believes that even if parents are not the top ones, at the level of Dumbledore and Grindelwald, they are definitely the second group of masters below the top. Therefore, when she practiced with her father, it was more to verify what she had learned so that she could have a better idea of what level she was at.
Bang!
Another collision. Lin Xia did not retreat this time, but continued to attack, using the strength of her waist and abdomen to drive the core strength of her upper body, and made several consecutive elbow strikes, aiming at Lin Rue's neck. Lin Rue raised his hand and easily stopped her elbow. Lin Xia didn't care and started using whip kicks to hit his lower body.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Half an hour later, the battle ended with Lin Xia completely exhausted. Without even taking a breath, Lin Rue pointed out her shortcomings in the attack, very calmly. You started sparring with me when you were very young. At that time, I told you that your skills were very good, but the premise of a battle in which skills are to be compared is that you have to be strong to a certain degree before your skills will be useful. I still hold this view now. Lin Rue didn't know what he was thinking of. His expression relaxed slightly. But this time I can feel that your skills have improved again, which is rare. It can be imagined that you are still working hard in Hogwarts and have not slacked off. Besides that, I found that your strength has become much stronger, far beyond the level you entered school more than a month ago. He pointed out bluntly, Lin Xia, this growth is very abnormal. Have you done something strange again? When Lin Xia was young, in order to practice martial arts, he often did some whimsical things, causing his magic power to go wild. Lin Xia shook his head and confessed, Father, I had a sudden idea and modified the Nine Heavens' mysterious young secret record to make it more suitable for my practice, but at the same time, the difficulty of practice will also increase. This time, I will use the modified version to fight you. Lin Rue frowned slightly. You modified the technique yourself? Will it cause harm to you? Lin Xia shook her head again, no. She thought for a moment and explained, You can think of it this way. Both the original and modified exercises are in line with my bloodline. It is my bloodline that guides me to do this. For Eastern blood sorcerers, everything is guided by blood. The throbbing of blood, the hidden power rooted in blood gives hints, are all the best reasons. As expected, Lin Rue was no longer worried after hearing this, and just said, Just grasp it. Lin Xia asked curiously, So, Father, Do you think I can beat a giant monster? Lin Rui thought for a moment and shook his head. If it was the giant monster's heyday, there would be no fight. The giant monster's strength is several times greater than your current strength. But trolls are stupid creatures, and their movements are sluggish. With your ability, you can totally outsmart them and kill them. What if it's a weak giant monster, the kind that's been hungry for more than 10 days? Lin Rui said without hesitation. Then you can win in a fight. Although you are far inferior to me, don't underestimate yourself. The British wizarding world doesn't practice physical training very much. You are definitely the best in a fight with people of the same level. With your reaction ability, even if you fight against a third-year player and use all kinds of magic, you will probably win. For us warlocks, a strong physique can also nourish and enhance magic power. Lin Xia spent a day with her parents in Hogsmeade and returned to Hogwarts just before curfew on Sunday evening. I left with empty hands, and when I came back, my hands were so full that I couldn't even hold the gifts. Only after passing the security check at Hogwarts did Lin Xia put all the gifts into a small leather bag. Arriving at the Hufflepuff common room, Lin Xia found Ron, Hermione, and Harry were there too. When Ron saw Lin Xia, he immediately waved. Lin Xia, Lin Xia. Lin Xia asked curiously, Ron, why are you here? Draco came back with Lin Xia. Seeing the bright smile on his face, Draco guessed something. Ron, your twin brother finally gave you some money. Ron nodded vigorously. I asked them for it last week, and they said they were still selling it. I'll owe it to them first, and we'll talk about it after they've sold it all. Then I asked them for it this weekend, and they said that some of the stock had not been cleared out yet, so the price had to be slashed. I had to sell 3 copies before they could give me 1 copper canute. At that time I couldn't help myself, and said that if they continued like this, I would write to my mother and no one would get any galleons. Only then did George and Fred agree to settle the money with me. Ron received the money at noon, and he still remembered how George and Fred were sarcastic to him when they gave him the money. George, oh, our baby Ron, still a little brat who hasn't grown up and can't leave his mother. He actually wants to complain. Fred, baby Ron is still our little brother. We are willing to accept his imperfections and recognize that he is still a baby. So, how much money did you get? Draco asked the point. Ron coughed lightly, raised his head and said, I took a total of 3 gold galleons and 5 silver sickles from them, including the prize money I won from the bet. It was also the first time that Harry and Hermione heard him reveal the news. After Ron got the money, he kept it to himself and said he would wait until Lin Xia came back. After all, if Lin Xia hadn't given him the magazine, he wouldn't have earned this money. After the words were spoken, the cheers and applause that Ron had expected did not happen. He looked down and found that Hermione looked solemn with her brows tightly furrowed. Harry was in a daze, while Lin Xia and Draco were calm. Why are you reacting like this? Ron couldn't help asking. This is totally different from what he expected. Hermione muttered to herself. Wait, let me calculate first. I need a piece of draft paper. I always feel that the value of 3 gold galleons is wrong. 1 gold galleon is equal to 17 silver sickles, and 1 silver sickle is equal to 29 copper nuts, which means 1 gold galleon is equal to Lin Xia figured it out in her mind and took over the conversation. 1 gold galleon equals 493 copper nuts, and 3 gold galleons plus 5 silver sickles equals 1,624 copper nuts. I didn't separate the winnings from the bet, so I just mixed them all together. Hermione's eyes lit up. Yes, it's only 1,624 copper nuts. This number is far from right. She turned to look at Ron and said confidently, Ron, you've been fooled by your brother again. How could they only sell 1,624 copies? Almost every first-year wizard has one. The purchase volume of first-year students alone is enough to sell 1,624 copies. There are 1,800 first-year students in total. In addition, seniors from other grades also bought a lot. They definitely gave you less than 3 gold galleons. Ron's eyes widened, and soon his face turned red, and the hot air coming out of his nose was full of anger. I'm going to fight my brothers. At this moment, only these words echoed in Ron's mind. They definitely gave you 3 less galleons. They definitely gave you 3 less galleons. Lin Xia noticed Ron's abnormal mood and quickly drew out her wand to cast a spell on him. Freeze all. Ron was about to stand up when his body suddenly froze, unable to move, and his expression was frozen, looking a little distorted. Lin Xia took out a bottle of potion from her small leather bag and handed it to Harry. Harry, Ron is in a bad mood. I will remove the immobilization later, and you should give him the sobering potion immediately. Harry nodded blankly. Remove the immobilization. Ron's body was able to move again, and the anger accumulated in his heart, and he was still going to find trouble with his twin brother. Harry suddenly reacted and held him down tightly. Seeing that he couldn't hold him down by himself, Draco came over to help hold down Ron's arm. In the end, Hermione picked up the sobering potion, pinched Ron's mouth with her hands, and poured it all in.
Cough, cough.
Ron felt that his nostrils were also filled with water. It was very uncomfortable, but his mind was clearer than ever. All the things that I used to be upset about have now become clear to me, and I am in a very good mood. I even have the urge to study all night. Lin Xia then said, Ron, although we think your brother gave you less gold galleons, we don't know how many copies they sold. Hermione also explained at this time. Yes, Ron, don't be impulsive. Maybe the little wizards in the same dormitory are reading a paper together? She spoke quickly and added in a low voice, although I think this possibility is not high. Ron looked unhappy and said angrily, You said they lied to me, and you said they didn't lie to me. You have the final say on everything. What should I say? Draco frowned. Ron, calm down. The problem now is that we have no evidence. If you go looking for trouble with your brother, they might find all kinds of excuses and provide corresponding evidence, and then you will be in the wrong. Ron's expression changed, and he replied unhappily. Okay, then what should I do? Is this matter over? The atmosphere was a little quiet for a while, and Draco said at this time, How about this, Ron? You can read some business books when you have time. In fact, these problems can be solved as long as a contract is signed in advance. Ron twitched his lips, remembering the fear of being dominated by densely packed words. Look, read a book? Draco, don't worry, I won't let you read very profound books. Just read some simple ones. I don't expect you to be able to do business after reading this book. I just want you to be less likely to be cheated. Ron thought about it and felt sorry for the 3 gold galleons that were lost for no reason. The reluctance in his heart overwhelmed his fear of reading the book. He gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I'll read it. Draco immediately wrote several books for Ron. Hermione was quite interested and said she wanted to read some as a way to relax in her spare time. Her eyes lit up slightly, and she suggested, Ron, let's watch it together, so we can supervise each other. Ron was confused. He didn't want to read with Hermione. That was too scary. He immediately looked at Harry, who was looking at him with a confused expression. Harry, you watch with us. Harry wanted to refuse, but seeing Ron's pleading expression, he finally did not reject his friend's request. Lin Xia took the gift back to the golden wooden house, thinking back to the news she had just received. When Ron and the others were about to leave, Draco asked curiously, Where's Mikkel? Isn't he always with you? Ron's face wrinkled. He's a little strange. He suddenly said this weekend that he heard a hissing snake in the basement when he went to potions class, but I didn't hear it at all. Harry also said, I didn't hear it either. Ron. Then he wanted to drag us into the basement to look for snakes, and he wanted to report it to Snape, so that he could get rid of the snakes. His expression was as if he had eaten something disgusting. That Snape, he actually wants Snape to help. Is he crazy? Snape has always disliked Harry and tried his best to deduct points from Gryffindor. I must be crazy to accompany him to find Snape. Ron didn't know what he was thinking of and immediately looked at Harry. I'm sorry, I'm not blaming you. Harry took off his glasses awkwardly and wiped them with his sleeve. It's okay. I know Professor Snape has always disliked me. It's me who has implicated Gryffindor. The memories ended here, and a thoughtful look flashed across Lin Xia's eyes. It seems that we need to pay more attention to Michael's behavior in the future. Perhaps every abnormality of his involves a big event. After practicing 9 Heaven's mysterious Yong's secret records, the crucible for an hour as usual, Lin Xia discovered that the effect of Dragon's nerve was working on her again. It may be because the body is shedding its skin, which is similar to the effect of rebirth, and the previous drug resistance is metabolized and disappears. The absorption effect this time is a little stronger than the previous times, but it is still not as good as the effect at the beginning. This was normal. After she reached the second major stage of the food realm, refining the flesh, her body became stronger than before, and the energy she needed to absorb also increased accordingly. This time, Lin Xia felt that his body could still endure the training, so he continued to practice. When a feeling of fatigue filled her heart, she decisively stopped practicing. If you continue practicing, there is a high chance that you will make mistakes in your movements, causing damage to your body which will not be worth the effort. Lin Xia looked at the magic clock and only 10 minutes had passed. These 10 minutes of practice were more tiring than the previous hour of practice. She slowly adjusted her breathing and restored her strength in a meditation posture. It seems that the flesh refining stage is not like the skin refining stage, which can be practiced in a regular way. Instead, it requires constantly squeezing the body's potential and pushing the limits. After recovering, Lin Xia took out all the gifts from her small purse and opened them one by one. Aunt Narcissa bought her a bunch of beautiful little dresses, but there were so many that it would be a waste not to wear them. Lin Xia was considering whether to change into these clothes on the weekend. The gift from Uncle Lucius was a bear bracelet. My father said that Lucius prepared the materials and asked him to make it specially. At that time, he found that this was a women's bracelet and it was made into a bear shape, so he guessed that it was a gift for her. So, he added some of his own personal ideas into it, using some leftover scraps of rare materials. Therefore, after the bracelet was made, the defensive effect was much stronger than originally expected. This bear bracelet can not only generate a magic shield to resist physical attacks, but also prevent mental interference, which is no worse than Draco's protective ring. Lin Xia put on the teddy bear bracelet and then opened the gift her parents gave her. The gift her parents prepared for her was very special. It was something they found during their adventure in the Amazon rainforest. A very special egg. It is said to be special because this egg is very big, only slightly shorter than Lin Xia, and very fat, like a round, chubby boy. The color of the eggshell is a very simple green. The parents said that the egg only had a tiny bit of vitality left and could die at any time. Perhaps because the vitality is too weak, the green color of the eggshell is gradually covered with a layer of lifeless gray. The parents' original words were, "Although the vitality of this egg is weak and it may die at any time, we can feel that it contains very strong energy. If you are really short of energy, you can cook it and eat it." Lin Xia thought at that time, she is good at boiling bird eggs. When she was 6 years old, she often climbed trees to eat bird eggs. But she didn't expect that the egg her parents gave her was so big. Lin Xia decided to temporarily place the egg in the golden wooden house to see if there would be a chance to replenish the egg's lack of vitality in the future. It's not that this egg cannot be hatched, but first the vitality must be replenished, which means it needs the essence of life. Life essence is very rare and has a wide range of uses. It is difficult to obtain. Most people use it on themselves after obtaining it and rarely use it for other purposes. On Monday, the schedule changed again. Lin Xia only had classes in the afternoon, which were 2 consecutive classes on transfiguration. Unlike the poor potions class, the young wizards generally made good progress in the transfiguration class. For example, now most little wizards can make some changes to the tip of a matchstick, but some can make the tip as small as a needle, while others can make the tip bigger. But no matter what, deformation occurred after all. Sitting next to Lin Xia was Draco, who was already able to perfectly turn a matchstick into a silver needle and even give the silver needle some patterns. He was a little crazy and drew a tiny hot pot and various side dishes on the silver needle. On the other side of Lin Xia is Hermione, who also has a great talent for transfiguration. But she had too many books to read every day, and she wanted to make herself omnipotent, but she couldn't spend a lot of time focusing on one thing, so she could only turn the matchstick into an ordinary silver needle. She glanced at Draco, pouted in dissatisfaction, and waved her wand hard, but She couldn't make the silver needle change again. Professor McGonagall came over and keenly discovered that there was something mysterious in the silver needle that Draco had transformed. She nodded and said, "A more elaborate transformation. Plus 10 points for Hufflepuff." She looked at Hermione and nodded. "Nice transfiguration. Plus 5 points to Gryffindor." As for Lin Xia, Professor McGonagall would no longer give her any extra points so as to avoid causing too much harm to the other young wizards. "There is a stone on Lin Xia's table." Professor McGonagall asked her alone to turn the stone into a lifelike bird. Lin Xia is best at turning dead objects into badgers, but transfiguration requires proficiency, not mastery, so Professor McGonagall asked her to try multi-species transfiguration. She kept constructing the appearance of the bird in her mind, starting from the roughest outline, slowly filling in the skeleton bit by bit, then the outer feathers, claws, beak. With a gentle wave of her wand, the stone first stretched and stretched, shaping a stone bird embryo. The stone bird fluttered its wings, and its feathers continued to change. Gradually, the stone bird faded away from its petrification, and touches of color appeared on its body. Soon, a lifelike lark appeared in front of everyone. From the breakthrough of skin refining to meat refining, Lin Xia's magic talent did not seem to have changed significantly, but she could feel that she could hold more magic power. He had already cast spells very smoothly, and now he did it even more skillfully. He only needed to concentrate on waving the wand, as if he had forgotten the techniques. This is a precise ability to cast spells with the mind, and it is also an incomparable talent. This talent allows her to cast spells more conveniently and with higher accuracy, without having to worry about misses. But if you want to use more powerful spells, you still have to practice the wand-waving gestures and recite the spells regularly. On the table, the lark flapped its wings again and tried to fly. Under the gaze of the crowd, it fell down twice, and on the third time it finally flapped its wings and flew up, chirping and singing.
Wow.
The little badger watching nearby couldn't help but exclaimed. Last time, Lin Xia turned the silver needle into a little badger, and they thought that Lin Xia had a strong talent for transformation. This time, turning the stone into a bird was just another proof of the power of her transformation talent. Professor McGonagall looked at her in surprise. "Lin Xia, you are transforming even faster." Lin Xia didn't calculate the time and said uncertainly, "It seems to be a little fast." Professor McGonagall pointed out accurately, "It took you 20 minutes to transform last time, but it only took you 10 minutes this time. Your talent for transformation is gradually awakening. Many young wizards have talents, but some awaken quickly and some awaken slowly." At dinner in the Great Hall in the evening, Hermione squeezed over to eat with Lin Xia, and the badgers were all very friendly to her. Ron was originally eating with Harry, but Hermione wanted to discuss his future reading arrangements with him, so she forced Ron to come to the Hufflepuff table, otherwise he would not be able to get her guidance. Ron couldn't help but complain to Harry, "This is unreasonable. How could she do this? Does she think I value her study notes?" "Harry, then why don't we go over there?" Ron grumbled. "I have to admit, her reading notes are really impressive. I read them once and felt that all the key points were summarized." "Harry, so?" Ron grabbed Harry and asked for help. "Come with me, Harry." The two were eventually forced to join the Hufflepuff table. As for Mikkel, he has been busy recently and has not been seen at lunch or dinner. While just after dinner, a flock of owls flew in through the high windows. The ceiling of the hall was lit with candles, and a few stupid owls crashed into the candles. The seniors cast spells one after another to rescue the owls, otherwise they might have to add another dish today, candle-roasted owl. "Lin Xia, this is my gift to you." Several owls flew over clumsily, carrying something large in their beaks, and Draco quickly fed them some magic food. Lin Xia weighed the gift, and her expression paused slightly. "This weight, this texture, this familiar package outline. Draco, you're not going to give me a Nimbus 2000, are you?" Draco didn't notice that Lin Xia's expression was a little complicated. He said excitedly, yes, you actually guessed it right at once. "Lin Xia, let's ride on our flying brooms together on the weekend, and go to the Quidditch field to play a few laps. Lin Xia sighed silently in her heart. There was no doubt that Draco valued his friends so much that even he himself did not change to the new model of Nimbus 2000, but used the old model. But she was a little skeptical that Draco would become a straight man in the future. Which Iva saw that he really liked the flying broom. Lin Xia replied, "We'll see when the time comes. Good things come one after another." As they were about to leave the Great Hall, another owl flew in with a letter for Draco. Draco took the letter and glanced at it quickly. His eyes were bright, and he suppressed his excitement and said, "Lin Xia, my father said that the application for the laboratory has been approved." Lin Xia's expression changed slightly. "Which one?" "The one you wanted." Lin Xia felt relieved. She asked in surprise, "Did you really apply for it?" "I thought Uncle Lucius couldn't do it. As a school director, one does not actually have much say in the power structure of Hogwarts." Draco handed the letter to Lin Xia. Lin Xia took a quick look and then realized how this classroom was applied for. Ever since Lin Xia became an outstanding student at Hogwarts and was going to hold a press conference for the launch of the magnetic wand in the school, Uncle Lucius used his position as a school director to convene a board meeting to discuss the issue of funding for outstanding students in the school. Professors from the 4 major colleges of the university also attended this board meeting, which was held yesterday, Sunday. At the meeting, many benefits for outstanding students were determined. Especially for geniuses like Lin Xia who are young but extremely talented, they are still very valuable research talents and should be paid more attention. The Hogwarts Board of Directors and all professors decided to increase the monthly allowance for researchers to a higher level. As an excellent student, Lin Xia could receive 15 gold galleons every month, but now it has increased to 30 gold galleons. She can also get discounts on research materials purchased through the Hogwarts supply chain, etc. Uncle Lucius said in the letter that the school would provide her with a special study room, which would be assigned by Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House. Lin Xia understood. As her dean, she could make any assignments she wanted. In a good mood, she hurried to Professor McGonagall's office, intending to go to her own head of house once the conversation was over. In Professor McGonagall's office. As soon as Lin Xia came in, she saw Professor McGonagall using her magic wand to transform a cup into a big gray rat. The mouse was very lifelike, running around in her office and hiding in small corners. Suddenly, the mouse came directly towards her. Lin Xia couldn't dodge it and was about to pull out her wand when the mouse crashed into her feet. The next second, the big rat turned into a bright teacup again. Lin Xia picked up the teacup and walked to Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall asked her, "Did you learn anything from the transformation just now?" Lin Xia thought for a while. Transformation is not omnipotent. It will be lifted after a certain period of time. Professor McGonagall remained non-committal, something many young wizards knew. Lin Xia said slowly, "Also, deformation is easily disturbed. The more realistic it is, the more easily it is disturbed." Professor McGonagall smiled slightly. "You are very observant." Lin Xia said, "If the mouse hadn't touched me, it would have taken much longer than this short period of time to transform. Because you are a wizard, you have strong energy reactions, so transfiguration is more susceptible to interference. If you just touch an ordinary object, it can change for a day and a night. So in the wizarding world, if you want to achieve a long-term transformation, you must have deep magic power." After answering the question, Professor McGonagall didn't waste any time and went straight to the point, asking, "Lin Xia, do you know the journal Transfiguration today?" Transfiguration today. Lin Xia had a vague impression. My parents seem to like reading it very much. It's a very academic, professional journal about transfiguration. Professor McGonagall nodded. Many wizards will still subscribe to it after graduation. It contains the latest articles on transfiguration, and many wizards will join in the discussion. This journal has a great influence in the wizarding world. The British wizarding world is its headquarters and the place where the main issue is published. There are branches of Transfiguration today in the United States, Egypt, France, and other places. Lin Xia's expression changed slightly, and she asked tentatively, "So, Professor, do you want me to publish a paper in this journal?" Professor McGonagall was speechless for a moment, and then said tactfully, Lin Xia, we're not too old to do research yet. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to publish a paper on it. Lin Xia smiled embarrassedly. Professor McGonagall also smiled. But the reason I asked you to come here today is also related to this journal. I have always been a loyal reader of this journal. When I was young, I was fortunate enough to win the Most Promising Newcomer of the Year award issued by Transfiguration Today. Every year, I have the opportunity to recommend newcomers. She paused last time I used this spot on Cedric, and he almost won the Most Promising Newcomer award that year. This time I will use it on you. Lin Xia was somewhat flattered. Professor McGonagall, isn't this too hasty? My talent for transformation. Professor McGonagall interrupted her and said, Child, among this year's freshmen, no one has a transfiguration talent comparable to yours. If you don't get a place, others will be even less qualified. If you can win the Most Promising Newcomer of the Year award, you'll be rated higher within Hogwarts, which will be very helpful to you in the future. Come to my office during the evening study on Wednesdays and Fridays, and I will give you some special training. Her serious tone softened slightly. Also, go find your college professor quickly. She has something to tell you. I guess many of my book friends have already started their journey home during the spring festival. This morning, I took a taxi to the station for my uncle, and he posted some pictures for me. There were so many people. So, friends who are going home for the spring festival, please pay attention to safety and remember to catch the bus earlier to avoid wasting time. I am very happy that my work has been published. Every time I start a new book, I get nervous and worry about the data, but I'm very happy when it's on the shelves because it means that my hard work has paid off in some way. Although the results are not very encouraging, being able to be put on the shelves also represents a kind of growth. I would like to take this opportunity to talk to you about the original intention of opening the book. I have always liked to read Hogwarts fanfiction. I have had the idea of starting a book for several years. I also wrote the beginning of a story before, but because I was too busy with work, I didn't write it, let alone submit it. Now I can't find that story. This time I started writing fanfiction about HP by chance. After taking a break for a while, I wrote a book about daily love life, but my writing of daily life articles was so bad that I couldn't sign a contract after posting it directly. After writing 70,000 to 80,000 words, I finally couldn't persist. At this time, I started reading novels, including The Atlas of Heaven and Man, Becoming a God from a Water Monkey and Seeking Good Fortune, and Avoiding Evil, starting from the Tianxia Mansion. I love reading all three of these books, and I highly recommend them to everyone. Readers who have read Tianxia Mansion will probably have an impression that one of the golden fingers I wrote about fortune-telling, which is divided into the best fortune, the most auspicious fortune, the medium fortune, and the worst fortune, was inspired by this article. At that time, I thought it was so fun to draw lots, and then I searched for knowledge about divination. Finally, I set the cheat code for my heroine to the Destiny Compass, which includes almost all divination methods. Now that I think about it, this golden finger is really good, and there is still a lot of room for improvement, haha. Then let me tell you about my original intention of writing a novel with a female lead. The idea was really simple. I saw that QIDN.com was collecting stories with female protagonists, and my stories with male protagonists happened to be flops. I'm not very good at writing memes, and I don't have much feeling for urban stories, so I thought about writing an article about the female protagonist's upgrade. Therefore, this article was born out of passion and sadness over the failure to sign the contract in the previous article. Of course, this type of writing is classified as a niche article in the male-oriented section. When I chose to write a female-centered article, I was prepared to be met with a cold reception. I was extremely strong. However, the result was really unexpected. To be honest, I think this book is pretty good. Maybe my previous articles were too general, or maybe this is the charm of fanfiction. At least the increase in the number of collections of this article is the best among all the ones I have written. Unfortunately, I only got the first round of recommendations and failed to revive. Some readers even left messages saying they were worried that I would stop, and they didn't dare to subscribe. Actually, you don't have to worry about this because this is really the one that I've done the best. Zerangle, I have to say, I failed so badly, ha 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 ha. I started crying while laughing. I still wrote 1.7 million words for the last article, which failed so badly, so don't worry. I will write this one well. This is the first time I write fan fiction, the first time I write about upgrades, behind-the-scenes things, and wizards. Everything about this article is new to me, and I feel like I can totally keep writing for another year. But at the same time, I hope everyone can support me by subscribing. I hope it won't be so unpopular that I can't continue writing tea to the power of tea. At least give me 100 readers. This small request isn't too much, woohoo. It is very difficult to write niche articles, and I need your support even more. Every vote, recommendation, reward, and comment from you is a source of motivation for me. You are more important than you think. Here are a few tips on how to get the most out of your money. Sign in every day, and you can redeem a 20-point chapter card after a week. Welfare Center under the sign-in page. Watching an ad for more than 10 seconds can redeem subscription discount coupons. There are also various tasks to complete under the Welfare Center. You can earn 20 starting coins by experiencing the game for 10 minutes. There are many books on Chidian, completed, unfinished, and from various channels. It is really a matter of fate that you found this book of mine among so many books, clicked in to read it, and have been following it until now. I cherish meeting you very much, and I also know that the road of writing is very long. Some people will get on the bus, and some will get off. No matter what, I would like to thank all the friends who have accompanied Wenwen. Thank you for your support, which has allowed the book to grow to its current stage. It is my luck to meet you among millions of people. Finally, I wish you all good fortune, prosperity, success, and may all your dreams come true. P.S. Here are the rules for additional updates this month. My friend and I made the best estimate, and after deducting various churn rates, the first order would be around 117. Let's give it a try. When the average score reaches 200, one chapter will be added, and then it will start from 50. Every time it reaches 50, one chapter will be added, long-term validity. To celebrate the release, I will update 5 chapters today, which will be posted soon. There will also be extra chapters for monthly tickets, which will be settled monthly. For every 500 monthly tickets, one chapter will be added immediately. If you give a reward, each leader will get 5 more chapters, can be accumulated. After that, the daily update time will still be at noon, and all will be posted at once, with 6K words updated every day. If you see that I have posted 2 chapters, it is because I have adjusted it to 3K words per chapter. As for adding more chapters, I actually do it at my own whim. If the results are good, I will definitely write more, so everyone should understand, haha. Lin Xia left Professor McGonagall's office and prepared to take the magic elevator to the first floor, then leave Hogwarts and go to the greenhouse next door. Professor Sprout's office is near the greenhouse. While waiting for the elevator, another magic elevator came up and opened its doors. Professor Snape walked out with a stern face, and behind him, Professor Quirrell explained hurriedly. Professor Snape, I didn't do anything. I just wanted to remind the student that the talisman had fallen. I didn't want to hide it. Professor Snape paused, turned his head, and looked down at Quirrell. You should explain this matter to Professor McGonagall yourself. I am only responsible for supervising your behavior, not for judging your starting point. Professor Quirrell, if you really understand your situation, then you should behave yourself now instead of wandering around Hogwarts all day. Isn't it obvious to others that you have a problem? Professor Quirrell looked excited and stammered. No, I have no problem. Why should I hide? Snape frowned and took a step back. Professor Quirrell, you should get a new scarf. There's always a strange smell coming towards me. Did you go to the showroom before? Those trophies reek of money. Professor Quirrell's face flushed. I changed it yesterday. Lin Xia stood obediently aside, with her head lowered, not participating in the conversation between the two professors. Professor Snape glanced at her and ignored her. After the two professors left, Lin Xia took the elevator to the first floor. In the elevator, she used the soul imprint to let Fairy White find a time and quietly go to the trophy display room. In the greenhouse, Professor Sprout happily listened to WWN, Wizard Wireless Network, and played music. This style is a bit like death heavy metal. Who says that people who like to be farmers don't have the soil for the growth of free rock? At least Professor Sprout has an extremely wild side in his heart. Professor? Professor? Lin Xia called out several times before Professor Sprout came back to his senses from the music. She smiled and motioned Lin Xia to finish listening to the music first. A few minutes later, the music ended and Professor Sprout paused listening and poured Lin Xia a glass of grape juice. I saw you liked it last time, so you can take some back later. This is a drink made from the leaves of the grape tea tree. It tastes great, but it doesn't have any special effects. Lin Xia smiled and said, "Thank you, Professor." She seemed to have been collecting things all day. Professor Sprout, do you like the music just now? That's the new song released by the Weird Sisters this year. I'm a big fan of her. Oh, I really hope that during the holidays this year, I can grab a concert held by the Weird Sisters. She said regretfully, I've been trying for 5 consecutive years but have never won. But it's good this way. I can always look forward to meeting them next time. Lin Xia was true to her own thoughts. Professor, I prefer to listen to light music. Professor Sprout laughed. Kid, when you're older, you'll like them. Now, let's get down to business. I believe you have learned from other channels that Hogwarts has decided to give you a laboratory in order not to waste your research talent. This is a decision made by the board of directors and all professors. All students who are considered to be research talents will be able to get a laboratory in Hogwarts. I have secured some opportunities for you. According to Hogwarts standards, you must produce 1 experimental result a year to continue to enjoy the school's laboratory support. But you are still young. You deserve more personal space. You are different from those 5th and 6th graders, so you only need to produce 1 result every 2 years. Professor Sprout gave Lin Xia a lot of information about the resources and support that outstanding students can get at Hogwarts. This information should have been made available to her after she was awarded the honors degree last week. But she was busy with the more important magnetic wand launch at that time, so the professor waited until now to tell her. After learning about Hogwarts support for outstanding students, Lin Xia finally understood why so many students were flocking to the title of Hogwarts Outstanding Students. At the same time, we also know how difficult it is to be awarded as an excellent student in the 1st grade. The benefits enjoyed are completely different from those obtained in the 2nd grade and above. If we say that the benefits received by outstanding students in other grades are 1, then Lin Xia, who became an outstanding student in the 1st grade, can get benefits of 1.5. Don't underestimate that 0.5. If outstanding students from other grades want to improve their benefits by that 0.5, they must work hard to complete the tasks assigned by the school. Only after working for a year or 2 can you get promoted. Many outstanding students are treated as 1 until they graduate from Hogwarts. Professor Sprout emphasized, you can regard excellent students as a talent training program of the school. Believe me, the school's cultivation of you will gain much more than you will get by working hard outside. Every year, many graduates and outstanding students want to return to Hogwarts, but none of them are hired. Hogwarts can train many talents, but only the top talents can stay. Lin Xia asked curiously, then Professor Quirrell can come to Hogwarts to teach. Is he also very powerful? Professor Sprout gave an affirmative answer. At least his resume and interview performance were better than those of other applicants. She patted Lin Xia's shoulder and said with a smile, Child, don't worry too much. You can play for a year. When you are in the 2nd grade, we will study how to protect the benefits of outstanding students. It's not too late. You are still too young. I will give you the secret key later. You can use it to unlock the Hogwarts Outstanding Student Badge, and Hogwarts Talent Training Program and Hierarchy System will be open to you. You can gain a lot of profound knowledge from the badge, and you will also be exposed to many dangerous tasks. My advice to you is do it within your ability. Professor Sprout paused deliberately. As your dean, I don't recommend you to take on missions in your 1st year. Even if you apply, you will most likely not be accepted. She changed the subject and said, but I believe that you can invent a magnetic wand and have your own ideas, so just do whatever you want to do. Do everything within your ability and don't force yourself too much. By the way, which laboratory do you want? I heard from Lucius that you have a preference. The professor asked. Lin Xia immediately said the one she wanted and asked, Professor, do you know Uncle Lucius? Professor Sprout shook his head. I don't know him, but I have had some contact with him. He has bought many magical plants from me. He is an excellent potion master. Lin Xia asked again. Professor McGonagall has contacted me and said that she wants me to strive for the annual Most Promising Newcomer Award of today's Transfiguration. If I win the award, will it add points to my outstanding student grade? Professor Sprout was a little surprised and nodded. Of course there is, but I can't reveal the details until you can really get it. I didn't expect that she would choose you. It seems that I underestimated you. Not only do you have a talent for potions, but you also have a talent for transfiguration. Professor Sprout sighed regretfully, not knowing what he was thinking of. You should seize the opportunity. Mag doesn't recommend people easily. He will only recommend people who are sure to be successful. When Lin Xia was communicating with Professor Sprout, the white fairy jumped out of the golden wooden house with light steps and pressed the cat tag with the words safeguard engraved on it around her neck with her front paws. The paw print was placed, the cat paw was identified and unlocked, and the cat tag emitted a beam of orange light, shining on the white fairy. The white, silky fur gradually turned into orange after a few seconds, and the face shape was slightly modified, with a pointed chin, a bit like a wild ocelot. Transformed into a big orange, the white fairy quickly left the Hufflepuff common room and squatted quietly in front of the magic elevator. When no one was paying attention, it leaped up and pressed the button with its claws. An empty elevator slowly descended. It walked in leisurely, then jumped up at lightning speed and pressed the 4 button. After a while, it appeared on the 4th floor and came to the trophy display room. The trophy display room was actually open at this time. The corridor was brightly lit, but Filch was still holding the lamp. From time to time, he would place the oil lamp against his cheek, deliberately creating some shadows on his face, making his eyes stand out as if they would burst open at any moment. He said in a hoarse voice. The 3 Slytherin students curled their lips, very dissatisfied with Filch. If they hadn't been caught by Filch on their weekend night out, they would have been able to stay comfortably in the common room tonight, eating and discussing current events. The 3 students always felt that they were being tricked. The skull disappeared after Filch appeared. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? But who was playing tricks on them? That night, there were only 3 of them on the 3rd floor, and they did not find any students. A big orange fish jumped left and right and entered the prize display room lightly. It made no sound and the students didn't notice it. Instead, Filch, who was supervising outside, saw the orange cat jump in with his own eyes. His eyes rolled around stiffly, his throat opened slightly as if he wanted to say something, but for some reason, he ended up in silence. Filch pulled something out of his pocket and placed it on the ground. The white fairy soon found Quirrell's old scarf. To be honest, Chilo had hidden the scarf pretty well. He hid the scarf with a pile of rags. If someone didn't know him well, they wouldn't be able to tell the difference. The white fairy was quick-witted, and she picked up a long black scarf from a pile of rags, then jumped to the door. Meow, meow. Filch let out a soft cry. His expression was stiff, and he looked like he was not used to doing this kind of thing. The white fairy paused and noticed Filch waving at it and pointing at something at its feet. Those were a few pieces of white jerky. The white fairy meowed softly at him, turned her head proudly, and ran away without looking back. A smart cat won't be fooled by food given by a stranger. When Lin Xia returned to the golden wooden house, Fairy Bai had already taken a bath and was lying on a clean blanket, licking her wet hair. There was a black scarf on the table not far in front. Lin Xia first came to the white fairy and stroked its wet fur, drying spell. The next second, Fairy White's hair became fluffy and shiny, just like a beauty spa. Fairy Bai licked the palm of Lin Xia's hand with her tongue, and a series of fragments flashed through Lin Xia's mind. The 3 Slytherin brats who went out for a night out, cleaning the old trophy room. Filch gave them some white jerky. Lin Xia looked at the white fairy with interest and reached out to scratch its chin. The little white cat purred in comfort. I can't believe you're still a cute little cat. Lin Xia thought for a moment and said, Filch is the administrator of Hogwarts. He has the keys to many doors and is familiar with many secret passages in Hogwarts. And his wife, Mrs. Norris, has a very sensitive intuition about abnormal things. If she wants to deal with you, it will not do you any harm. But we have to find out first whether he has any ill will towards you. Lin Xia changed the subject and already had an idea. I'll buy you another necklace that can detect poison. Lin Xia fixed her eyes on the black scarf. As she walked into the cabin, her wrists were slightly warm, showing a different kind of enthusiasm than usual. This black scarf is very different from the previous ones. The Scales of Fate. A rusty bronze scale appeared in front of Lin Xia. Lin Xia glanced at the little white cat and, through the soul imprint, explained the pros and cons to it, letting it make its own choice. Fairy White stood on the left end of the Scale of Fate, without hesitation. It has felt the pain of its soul, and even its body being ripped away by some force on the Scales of Fate and placed somewhere to be weighed. But it can also be felt that it can gain certain benefits after each sacrifice. This benefit has a fatal attraction to it. There was a voice in its heart telling it that as long as there were a few more of these benefits, some good changes would happen to its body. Lin Xia placed the black scarf on the right end of the Scale of Fate, and the scale began to turn slowly, far less quickly than before, as if it was repeatedly weighing and weighing. Libra has its own set of judging criteria, which may be about strength, or it may be a comprehensive evaluation of potential, lifespan, rarity, etc. Although Lin Xia is the owner of the Scales of Fate, he doesn't know much about the scales. It should be because he is not strong enough, so he cannot know more. Finally, the balance tipped. End of the White Fairy did not suppress the right end of the scarf, but even rose a little bit. Lin Xia's eyes moved slightly, and she took out a strange object from her small leather bag, 2 fangs of the Basilisk. She placed the fang at the right end where the White Fairy was, and the Scales of Fate made another judgment. The right end of the scarf slowly rose up and past the left end a little. Lin Xia decisively launched a complete sacrifice. The black scarf quickly collapsed, and at the same time, a powerful force came back. Lin Xia was refreshed. This time, the return of gratitude was at least worth a month of hard training. When it came to the flesh refining stage, training was much slower than skin refining. 1 day of flesh refining required much more effort than 1 day of skin refining. Now I have saved a month of practice, which can be said to be a great bargain. Lin Xia looked down and saw the little white cat standing on the right end of the Scale of Fate was trembling all over, as if drastic changes had taken place inside its body. The White Fairy is actually losing her hair. It is common for cats to shed hair, but White Fairy's hair shedding is unusual. The hair falls off in large patches, and it soon becomes a bald, hairless cat. But in a flash, new hair grew out, and when it grew to the size of a short-haired cat, it stopped growing. Lin Xia discovered that the newly grown hair of the White Fairy was not as white as before, but rather silver-gray. At the same time, there is a small tuft of hair at the tip of its tail, which turns completely black. Fairy Bai jumped off the scale, circled around Lin Xia, and hugged her legs excitedly. Lin Xia squatted down, stroked its head, and looked at the 2 fangs at the left end of the scale. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she felt that the fangs had also undergone some subtle changes, but they were not very obvious. Lin Xia seemed to be thinking about something. Maybe it was because the Libra supplied most of the energy to her and Fairy Bai. She didn't know when she would be able to control the energy feedback that would determine the balance of fate. The balance shook at this moment, spewing out bursts of dense black mist, which lasted for a long time this time. After waiting for about a minute, the fog slowly dissipated. Lin Xia took out 2 memory crystals from her small leather bag and placed them together with the 3 on the scale. The 5 memory crystals resonated and slowly floated up. The dust particles in the air seemed to be distorted by some unknown force. Suddenly, the memory crystal emitted an unclear light in the air. An unknown whisper suddenly rang in Lin Xia's ears. It was a bit like snake language, but much more vague than snake language, like some kind of language used in ancient times. Or maybe it wasn't a language at all, just basic as sounds. The whispers kept circling in her ears, and Lin Xia suddenly felt annoyed. A sense of violence seemed to be accumulating in his chest, and his fingers were itching to move, wanting to vent something. Lin Xia's body felt slightly hot. Her body reacted faster than her brain, activating the defense mechanism and automatically running the Nine Heavens' mysterious Yang records, the furnace. The next moment, Lin Xia got rid of the state of listening to Wu Ming's mumbling, and his thoughts returned to normal. He looked at the memory crystal floating in the air with lingering fear. That was a close call. If her body didn't defend itself spontaneously, and she kept listening to that voice, she would probably gradually lose her mind. A word flashed through Lin Xia's mind: spiritual pollution. In her previous life at the end of the world, she had to fight pollutants every day. Ordinary low-level pollutants can be resisted by wearing protective clothing and not be bothered by their radiation. But it is different for high-level pollutants. Protective clothing is no longer useful, and one needs to use special spiritual tools or practice special skills to fight against them. The Nine Heavens' mysterious Yang secret records. The crucible passed down in her family can fight against pollution, so her family is considered a hereditary aristocracy in the end times. When Lin Xia was out on a mission, she encountered a high-level pollutant and was silently tricked, directly polluting her body at the spiritual level. At that time, everyone heard a nameless muttering, but because it was too faint, they thought it was a strange sound of wind. Lin Xia thought so too. In the end, she was the only one who survived the mission. Under the influence of the mumbling, other members went mad and committed suicide or attacked others. Only she, relying on the skills passed down by her family, was not affected by the whispers. Lin Xia took a deep look at the memory crystal. This level of mumbling was far more sinister than what she remembered. Can't take the risk. Without knowing how strong the family's skills were in resisting pollutants, Lin Xia would not take risks with her body. Mental pollution is very strange. It is said to be some kind of evil curse. Once infected, it may not break out immediately, but lurk in your body, turning you into a puppet at some point, like a reckless sacrifice, leaving behind a tragic and heroic farewell. Subconsciously, Lin Xia activated the complete sacrifice. The 5 memory crystals were originally made by the balance. Although they were strange objects, they were controlled by the balance. She watched expressionlessly as the memory crystal was surrounded by the mist gushing out of the scales. Then it shattered piece by piece until it completely disintegrated. A force came back to her, very weak, only comparable to her one day's practice. Lin Xia frowned. However, the next second, the scales of fate shook, spontaneously emitting a ray of light, forming a light curtain in the air. Lin Xia saw a young boy. He was very handsome and wore the Hogwarts school uniform with the Slytherin house emblem on it. Oh, and still a minor. The boy is very popular and is sought after wherever he goes. It can be seen here that he is having a great time at Hogwarts. But at the same time, the boy would often look out the window silently and would be in a daze when reading. Until one day, he found a magic that was said to grant immortality from the forbidden section of the library. Soul Split, using the tool to nourish the soul, how to transcend the Horcrux. He successfully entered the practice, discovered his talent, and learned the snake language. He found the secret room hidden in the bathroom and used his identity as the heir of Slytherin to release the Basilisk to start the bloodline cleansing and purify the school. Lin Xia was stunned for a moment. She knew who this person was. He had flashed across Myrtle's message fragments, and at that time she thought he was just an ordinary student. Unexpectedly, he was the culprit who killed Myrtle. At that time, Lin Xia was still wondering why only Myrtle died when the Basilisk could freely enter and leave Hogwarts for so many years. Now, it seems that the Basilisk was acting under orders from humans. She followed the light curtain and saw that the boy decided to stop because he was afraid that the school would be closed, and ordered the Basilisk not to come out. But in order to return to school one day and open the Chamber of Secrets again, he made a Horcrux with the diary as the carrier.
Ah.
The light curtain is silent, but the characters' expressions are vivid. Lin Xia looked at his hideous face, as if she could feel his pain. The Horcrux was completed, and the light curtain froze for a moment, as if it was moving forward quickly, and suddenly a picture appeared. A thin man wearing a wizard's hat stood in the front. The only part of his pale chin that was exposed was covered with a layer of fine and smooth scales. Behind him, a group of men in black knelt down before him. The next second, the light curtain disappeared, and Lin Xia looked at the scales of fate, and there was nothing inside. She frowned slightly, her mind constantly recalling the last scene, always feeling that something had been forgotten. It's better not to think about things that you can't think of. Lin Xia soon stopped worrying about it. At least through the creation of the Horcrux, she could be sure of one thing. Voldemort was quite handsome when he was young. Although she had grown up hearing the title of Mysterious Man and knew through the compass that Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort, she really didn't know what Voldemort looked like. Lin Xia sighed softly. It was obvious that the Horcrux was an evil magic. It had ruined such a handsome young man like this. What a sin. I originally thought that after the memory crystal was sacrificed, nothing would be left, but I didn't expect to see a version without the crazy mumbling entanglement from the Scales of Fate. Lin Xia also discovered another ability of the Scales of Destiny, the ability to fight against spiritual pollution. But when she put away the Scales of Fate, she found that the scales seemed much darker than before. Lin Xia looked a little solemn. Although the balance could block out the crazy mumbling, it was not without any damage. This ability should not be used too often in the future. The melodious sound of bells came from afar, and a feeling of fatigue surged in Lin Xia's heart. She came back at 8 o'clock in the evening. She had consumed too much energy here at the Balance of Destiny, and in a blink of an eye it was already 9:30. There were secret key permissions in her small leather bag waiting for her to activate. She hadn't done today's practice exercises, so Lin Xia thought for a while and decided to give herself a break. She received enough feedback from the Scales of Fate today, and it happened to be time for her to sleep. In order to practice, you must have a balance between tension and relaxation and combine work and rest so that you can persevere to the end. Soon, a slight breathing sound was heard in the room, as if it had some kind of rhythmic rhythm. On the other side, when Lin Xia fell asleep, Voldemort, who was hiding behind Quirrell's head, suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness. He felt as if he had lost something important. But what important things did he have? Voldemort tried hard to think of it, but he could not think of it. The Horcruxes he created were independent of each other and were unaware of each other's existence. Only when the soul of a Horcrux is resurrected can it obtain all the memories and know the whereabouts of other Horcruxes. Before, he used Quirrell and made some arrangements to split a little of his soul, causing his already weak spirit to become even weaker. Although splitting the soul was painful, he was very familiar with this pain and could even be said to be accustomed to it. Where did he put that piece of soul? Then, Voldemort felt more and more uneasy. He tried hard to recall but could not think of anything. I needed to restore my strength. Cold whispers lingered in Quirrell's ears. He was covered with several layers of quilts, but still felt very cold and shivered. Quirrell's face was very pale, with 2 big dark circles under his eyes. He sensed something in his sleep and murmured while trembling, "Yes, Master." Lin Xia woke up the next day, feeling refreshed. She felt the full power in her body. In addition to the initial feedback from the Libra, which allowed her to gain a month's worth of training progress, her body was also constantly adapting to the changes in her sleep. Lin Xia did some body warm-up and felt like when she woke up, she had gained about half a month's worth of training progress. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. This time, the return of the Scales of Fate was quite long-lasting. However, the black scarf that Fairy White brought back was also very unusual. Although Quirrell did not wear the scarf for a long time, it was stained with a strong scent of Voldemort. A hint of hesitation flashed across Lin Xia's eyes. Perhaps Voldemort had placed the scarf in the trophy display room on purpose for other uses. No matter what, it all eventually became nourishment for her practice. The white fairy stretched at her feet and meowed. Lin Xia stroked its head and said, "You need to cover up the color of your fur now, otherwise it won't make sense." Compared to her changes, Fairy Bai's changes are much greater. It's almost like changing the cat. The length and color of the white fairy's hair are completely different from before, and even the size of her body is changed, becoming smaller than before. She adjusted the white fairy's safeguardian cat tag so that the white fairy would have to change her appearance before going out. The transforming cat token she bought was specially customized and cost 100 gold galleons, which emptied Lin Xia's piggy bank by half. But it was money well spent. The white fairy can transform into 3 different images through the cat tag. When necessary, the cat tag can also generate a safeguard protection circle to protect its safety. With this cat card, Lin Xia felt at ease that the white fairy could walk around Hogwarts alone. Lin Xia first went outside the castle and ran a lap. Draco followed closely behind her, running after her. Behind him were his roommates Teray and Robin, as well as some Hufflepuff students and occasionally students from other houses. I don't know if it was because Lin Xia won the title of excellent student that stimulated other students, but at least in Hufflepuff, the learning atmosphere among students has become more intense. But no matter how hard the little badger studies, he will never become inward looking like an eagle. The overall atmosphere is still very relaxed and pleasant. As Teray and Robin ran, they gradually lost track of Draco and were being left further and further behind. Teray stopped, bent over and gasped, and touched Robin, who was also gasping for breath next to him. Do you feel that Draco's physical fitness seems to have improved? He used to be only slightly better than the two of us, but now he can barely keep up with Lin Xia. Robin also panted and replied, "It's okay. Draco is still within the normal range. Lin Xia is abnormal, but she is an excellent student among thousands, which is normal. Hogwarts hasn't had an outstanding student in the first year for decades. Over the past few decades, more than 10,000 little wizards have enrolled in school, so it is not an exaggeration to say that she is one in 10,000. After the morning run, everyone ran to the auditorium to eat a lot. Eating some high-quality protein foods after exercise will stimulate a significant increase in muscle protein, MPS. In other words, eat after exercise, convert into energy, train more energetically the next day, a virtuous cycle, and improved physical fitness. Lin Xia knew that many young wizards' bodies could not withstand intense training at once, so they had to do it gradually so that their bodies could withstand it. But she also didn't want to discourage the little wizard from striving for progress. Lin Xia was in a good mood as she had so many people chatting and laughing with her during her morning run. So she went to the kitchen, gave a recipe for a nourishing soup, and asked the house elves to deliver a bowl to each little wizard who went for a morning run today. If the little wizard refuses to drink it, he should tell her name and say that she prepared it for them, which will make their bodies less uncomfortable. The recipe is an ancient Chinese recipe, which requires ginseng and wolfberry to be soaked in water in a certain proportion. Ginseng has the effects of replenishing qi, nourishing blood, calming the nerves, and improving immunity, while wolfberry has the effects of nourishing yin and kidney, clearing away heat and detoxifying, nourishing the liver, and improving eyesight. The combination of the two can replenish qi and blood, nourish yin and kidney, improve immunity, etc. It has a good conditioning effect on people with weak bodies. That morning, not only the Hufflepuff students, but also all the students who went out for a walk had a cup of ginseng and wolfberry tea in their hands. No student was dissatisfied with Lin Xia. Instead, they felt that she was very generous and kind. Ron and Hermione did not get up early for a morning run and could only watch other little wizards drink. The two of them couldn't help but secretly make up their minds to get up early and go running tomorrow. The big class in the morning was Defense Against the Dark Arts. After more than a month of theoretical knowledge indoctrination, the young wizard roughly knows how to deal with vampires, witches, werewolves, etc., and how to provide first aid when injured by black magic. In this course, Professor Audie Havertz finally taught the little wizard his first spell, Disarming Charm, which I think is the most useful defense against the dark arts spell. It best represents the essence of defense against the dark arts, which is to disarm the enemy without causing harm to the opponent and end the battle in a relatively peaceful way. At the same time, the disarming spell is very practical and can be used to deal with enemies even in daily battles. Now, I'll ask a little wizard to come up and demonstrate. Every little wizard was excited and eager to try, and the classroom atmosphere was very good. She thought about it, waved her wand, and turned the podium into a toad. The young wizard immediately used various spells on the toad, but the toad dodged them all with great agility. Lin Xia observed the toad with interest. She had no interest in demonstration, and after transforming from blood refining to flesh refining, her magical talent improved again. Lin Xia had a hunch that even if it was a completely unfamiliar disarming spell, she would be able to use it in one go. Other wizards who want to improve their magical acumen have to practice day after day. From the casting action to the chanting, the power of the mind, etc., everything must be strict and precise. But she is different. She only needs to keep practicing, and her magical talent will improve naturally. With her talent, she can do things once that others need to do hundreds of times. This powerful improvement in talent allowed Lin Xia to spend more time on other things. For example, now, she is more interested in the transfiguration technique used by Professor Oddie. When Professor McGonagall uses transfiguration, she will write a program and let the transformed object act according to that program without intervening during the process. But Professor Oddie took a different approach. The toad she transformed was very smart. It should be impossible for it to dodge all the attacks from hundreds of little wizards. But the toad just dodged them all. It is obvious that Professor Oddie is controlling the toad behind the scenes. The toad, relying on his own strength, waged a guerrilla war against the little wizard. Not only can it dodge spells, it can also use various tricks to disrupt the little wizard's rhythm.
Quack.
The toad knocked over several water cups in succession, and the water scattered in the air. Time seemed to slow down, and each water droplet in the air was distinct. Crash! A cloud of water fell on the little wizard's head. No, my water glass. Who poured all the water on my clothes? Whoever hit me, make me stop. A little wizard accidentally fell into someone else's tarantella dance. His legs kept dancing and he couldn't stop at all, knocking other little wizards to the ground. In just a few rounds, a group of little wizards were severely toyed with by the toad. With his experience in raising toads, Neville had an idea and used toad feed to lure the frog over.
Quack.
The toad kept getting closer to the man and finally landed on the feed in his palm.
Wow.
The other little wizards couldn't help but applaud. Neville mustered up his courage and stood up, walked to the podium, and started to demonstrate to the professor. Professor Oddie's voice came slowly. The spell for the disarming spell is Expelliarmus. When using this spell, we must look at the other person firmly and not be afraid. In the corridor, professors from 4 colleges were patrolling. They observe how each professor teaches and rate the quality of their lectures. At this time, they were walking to the first-year defense against the dark arts classroom. Professor McGonagall observed the class for a while and nodded. Professor Oddie teaches the defense against the dark arts class very well. Since the introduction of the submission mailbox, many students have written to praise her. Professor Sprout said, "The courses are different, and every professor has a different way of teaching, which I shouldn't say much about, but..." She changed the subject and said, "Some Hufflepuff students are taught by Professor Quirrell. They have complained to me more than once that Professor Quirrell's classes are not easy to learn at all. They are boring and he speaks very slowly. It is better to read books and study on your own than to attend his classes." Professor Flitwick nodded seriously. The students of Ravenclaw also gave me the same feedback. They strongly requested not to take Professor Quirrell's class and take Professor Oddie's class instead. The other 3 professors looked at Professor Snape. Snape said expressionlessly, "Why are you looking at me? Do you think I will say something good about Quirrell?" He said with disgust, "Ever since he stuttered when talking to me on the first day of class, I have suggested to Professor McGonagall that Professor Quirrell be fired immediately to prevent him from harming the students." Professor McGonagall thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to Professor Quirrell's class now." Obviously, if Professor Quirrell doesn't perform well in this class, he will receive a resignation letter from Hogwarts asking him to go home during the midterm. However, to everyone's surprise, Quirrell performed quite well in this class. When facing students, he finally stopped stuttering. Although he still looked a little timid and didn't dare to look the students directly in the eye. But apart from not making eye contact with anyone, Coral also used a novel teaching method, projecting corresponding dark creatures to increase students' knowledge. The students taking this class were all confused, feeling that Professor Coral seemed like a different person. The teaching style is totally different from before. Professor McGonagall watched for more than 10 minutes, then said slowly, "Perhaps we can still give Professor Coral another chance. Isn't he doing well now?" Professor Sprout and Professor Flitwick looked at each other, but did not refute. As for Snape, he usually kept his opinions to himself. Once published, it means that Quirrell will be fired immediately. What Quirrell didn't know was that his determination to improve himself had prolonged his teaching career a little. Expelliarmus. I'll get rid of your weapons. Look at me, disarming you. At noon, students from the 4 major colleges gathered in the auditorium for lunch, and the little wizard happily played the spells he had just learned. Lin Xia was also practicing Expelliarmus. She hit the ground running in class and succeeded on her first try of using a spell. But she was not the only one. Hermione, Neville, Draco, and some students had all used it successfully. Everyone's spells were relatively weak, and they could only shake their wands slightly, so they couldn't be thrown out of the little wizard's hands. Lin Xia could make the little wizard's wand fly away, but she would have to invest more magic power, which was unnecessary. She only used a little magic to achieve the same effect as other young wizards, mixed with Professor Oddie's extra points for Hufflepuff, and began to do in-depth training on Expelliarmus. Lin Xia was eating while looking at the small puppet placed next to her. This puppet is made very delicately and can swing its body freely and flexibly. It holds a spear in its left hand and a shield in its right hand. Lin Xia didn't use the magic wand either, but just pointed at the spear in the puppet's left hand from time to time. Silent cast, Expelliarmus. First failure. Second failure. Hualala outside the window. Owls flew in groups, and the little wizard couldn't help but look up. Suddenly, something fell into Draco's mushroom soup, splashing some soup on his face, which scared him. Looking down, I saw a small iron spear slowly floating up from the soup. Lin Xia looked at him apologetically and handed him a tissue. Mistakes, mistakes. Draco shook his head. He knew that Lin Xia was training with a puppet, so he asked, "Did you succeed?" Lin Xia shook her head. "It's not considered a success.
I just used it by chance."
It will be considered a success when I can master it completely." Draco was about to say something when a letter fell on his head. There was a light golden snake-shaped letter mark on the joint of the envelope, which was the emblem of the Malfoy family. There are no classes in the afternoon. Lin Xia and Draco decided to go and take a look at the laboratory they had applied for. If possible, they will make preparations for the experiment today and start the project as soon as possible. They had been waiting for a long time for the laboratory to come down. The laboratory is located in another corridor on the second floor, on the left and right of the corridor where classes are held. The little wizard would rarely walk into this corridor unless he was lost. Lin Xia was also exploring Hogwarts via the movable staircase on the weekend, and was brought to this corridor by the movable staircase. It was then that she discovered the abnormality of this empty classroom. Using the key given by the professor to open it, Draco and Lin Xia walked in and couldn't help but exclaim, "This empty classroom is much larger than I imagined. It's as big as 4 football fields." Draco's serious expression revealed a hint of smile. This space must have been spelled with a traceless extension charm, otherwise it would be hard to explain why it looks like an ordinary classroom from the outside, but has such a large space inside. Not knowing what he was thinking of, he said, "I think we can open a zoo here." Lin Xia also smiled. "There is no need to open a zoo. That would be too troublesome, but I can set aside a special area to raise some magical creatures as our raw materials." "Raw material object?" Lin Xia reminded him. "You forgot, I applied for this lab under the name of magnetic wands, so the external statement is that I'm researching magic wands, but don't I have to prepare some animal hair to make magic wands?" Having said that, Lin Xia thought of the 3 methods of making a staff given in the Jiming Compass. Really, none of them require the hair of magical creatures, but rather magical plants. Draco cheered himself up and said, "I'll go take the measurements and make a plan now." Lin Xia said methodically, "Don't worry. What did your father say in the letter? You were absent-minded when you were eating. You were distracted when Teray and Robin talked to you. Draco let out a wry smile. I can't hide it from you.
Tell me what you think.
Maybe I can help you. The Malfoy family has helped her a lot, and coupled with the friendship between her parents, Lin Xia calls Lucius uncle sincerely. However, when facing Draco, who was born a month earlier than her, she couldn't call him brother. There's no way. I can't accept being the younger one. From childhood to adulthood, from the past to the present, she has always been the boss. Seeing this, Draco said directly, I received a letter from my father. The letter seemed to be just ordinary family matters, but my father used the family code. Code word? Lin Xia looked a little more serious. What happened to the Malfoys?
She asked.
Draco shook his head. The family is fine, but my father wants me to strive to become an excellent student as soon as possible, and if possible, seek your help when necessary. I could sense that he was in a hurry when he wrote the letter, and there were a few typos which was not elegant at all, which was very unusual. There's no problem in making him an excellent student. But there is a problem in making him an excellent student as quickly as possible. It's okay to let him seek Lin Xia's help. But there is definitely a problem if you use the wrong words in an anxious tone. In Draco's impression, his father was always unhurried and slow, and his manner of speaking was full of aristocratic cultivation. Before Draco truly admired Lin Xia, all his actions were imitations of his father. So this letter is very un-Lucius. Lin Xia asked, Did he reveal anything to you? Draco shook his head. No, that's why I'm a little anxious. Lin Xia thought for a while and said, Calm down first. If something really happens, your father will definitely tell you. Now that he hasn't come to you, it proves that things are not irreversible yet, and he can solve it. Her parents were exploring in the Amazon rainforest, and even if she wrote to ask, they were out of reach. So, all you can do now is to follow his requirements as much as possible and become an excellent student as quickly as possible. Lin Xia does not object to Draco becoming an excellent student. As her chosen partner, the better Draco was, the more he could help her. She was willing to give away even her martial arts skills and would not care about a place as an outstanding student. Besides, Hogwarts' system for cultivating outstanding students is not without loopholes. For example, the school stipulates that research talents must have one experimental result per year. However, the school did not require a certain level of achievement for the experimental results, such as whether they could be sold or whether they were an improvement over previous results. Also, the school does not require students to produce any research records and does not even require them to write papers. So, here comes the question. How do you know whether the experimental results were created by the students themselves or purchased from somewhere else? It's not like there aren't poor people in the wizarding world. It is not surprising that some wizards are obsessed with studying magic and spend all their money on it, which leads to them being unable to avoid disasters and having to sell the results of their experiments. Even in the process of selecting outstanding students at Hogwarts, there are many loopholes. If the ability to publish papers in professional journals is used as a criterion for selecting research talents, then if the paper is purchased by the student through other channels, it is not impossible for the student to publish it as the owner. After all, not every paper requires a press conference. All in all, there are too many loopholes to exploit. She believed that Hogwarts was not short of clever and scheming people. Draco was enlightened by Lin Xia and felt relieved. He immediately measured the area of the empty classroom and drew a floor plan. He plans to hand over the layout to professionals for design. As for construction, you can ask the professor for help when necessary. Draco was suddenly glad that he was sorted into Hufflepuff. The professors in their house were very easy to talk to and willing to help them. If it was Professor Snape, Draco shook his head and thought, forget it. On the other side, Lin Xia found a secret door in the empty classroom and went in to check. It was empty inside and was about half the size of an ordinary classroom. She asked Draco to keep watch for her, closed the door, and planned to activate the secret key here. The secret key is not in the shape of a key, but a black card. One side is blank, and on the other side there are silver stars and the moon, a golden sun, and many unknown celestial bodies flying around the sun and the moon. The activation ceremony was not complicated, and Professor Sprout gave her a small note. The handwriting on the note was very sloppy, as if the professor had written it casually. Align the Hogwarts Outstanding Student Badge to a certain position on the secret key card and embed it into it. The secret key will be automatically activated, and you can use the badge to browse related information. Lin Xia turned the card over, and she didn't see any uneven spots. Lin Xia embedded the badge in this place, just above the sun. There was a slight click sound. The secret key immediately floated in the air, projecting a light beam that scanned her. A few seconds later, lines of subtitles appeared before her eyes. Identity confirmed. Research talent Lin Xia Hogwarts Outstanding Student Badge confirmed. The text turned, the light screen changed, and Lin Xia saw the information about his identity. Seeker. Lin Xia level, 1.5 monthly allowance, 30 gold galleons, not claimed, has permissions, 20% off for primary materials and 10% off for intermediate materials every 2 months. You can receive a banned book within a limited range. Read online for 1 month. Every 6 months, you can receive a banned book within a limited range. Physical book reading. Reading time is 1 month. Apply for a laboratory, self-maintenance, construction fee. 1,000 gold galleons. Obligation. Produce. Experimental results once within 2 years. Lin Xia read word by word the subsidies she could get and the authority she had, and suddenly thought of the rights and obligations that Snape had given her. What a huge difference! When she saw the banned book, she was really surprised. She didn't expect Hogwarts to make such a decision. No matter how difficult the forbidden books are, they all represent advanced magic. Not every Hogwarts student has permission to read banned books. At least as a first-year student, Lin Xia had never heard of anyone being able to borrow banned books. She had dealt with the librarian, Miss Pants, many times before. Miss Pants was very strict about the restricted area. As long as you get close to the restricted books area, you'll be subject to her sharp gaze. Lin Xia's eyes flickered as she looked towards the Knowledge Seekers column. After clicking Knowledge Seeker, you can view the progress bar. The next level is Knower, and the promotion conditions are specified. When the level treatment is raised to 3, Knower can be unlocked. The benefits that those who know can get are not on the same level as those who seek knowledge. Lin Xia thought of the initial identity confirmation.
She was a research talent.
Does that mean that the benefits of combat talents are different from those of research talents? Lin Xia thought, if possible, see if she can get the benefits of combat talents as well and get 2 kinds of benefits. In addition to personal information, there are also task area, library area, and communication area on the light curtain. Lin Xia remembered the instructions of her dean and did not visit these 3 areas for the time being. She solved the things that needed to be solved at hand first. The premise of doing things within one's ability is to resist temptation. When a person cannot control his desires, he will be controlled by his desires. Lin Xia opened the door and walked out, opened the secret key in front of Draco, and asked, "Can you see the message?" Draco was confused. There's nothing. It seems to be open to certain people. It's really an interesting technology, or maybe it should be called magic. Lin Xia took out the Medal of Outstanding Student from the key card. Both were indispensable and had to be kept well. Medals cannot be stolen or damaged, but it doesn't say the same about key cards. Lin Xia said, "Let's do a set of drug experiments tonight. I've brought all the stuff with me." Draco saw her take out a laboratory table, test tubes, instruments from her small leather bag. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. "You moved the entire laboratory here, didn't you?" Lin Xia said as a matter of course. "Who made my bag have so much space?" Draco was speechless. He always felt that Lin Xia's small leather bag seemed to contain a world and contained everything. With Draco's help, Lin Xia's experiment progressed quickly. Based on the inspiration in her mind, Lin Xia believed that scabies potion could be combined with sulfur to create a new scabies potion with improved efficacy. But she has not been doing well in the integration step. She believes that sulfur can replace a raw material in the scabies medicine and change a certain step to add sulfur. After Draco joined, after careful analysis and research, as well as dozens of experiments, he concluded that sulfur could not replace any of the raw materials. Lin Xia, why do you have to replace me instead of joining me? Lin Xia, but scabies potion is already a mature product. Professor Snape is right. It's a classic and I don't think it could be made any better. So I wondered if we could simplify the manufacturing process a bit and replace one of the raw materials with sulfur. Draco shook his head. My family's potion factory has a special production line for scabies potion. I have been asking them to send in their experimental reports these days. The classics you mentioned actually have many imperfections. For example, when using it, the patient will experience a burning sensation, and after the scabies disappear, the area where the scabies once grew will still itch for several days, making people unable to resist scratching. He affirmed, classic does not mean good. Instead of improving the production process, it is better to start with improving the medicinal properties. If the effect cannot be enhanced, then improve the user experience. Lin Xia thought about it and agreed. I don't have any ideas at the moment. Why don't we try your ideas instead? This week, she had been spending every free daytime hour in the lab with Draco. During this period, Hermione came once. She was very interested in their experiments and felt that it could improve her proficiency in preparing potions, so she asked Lin Xia if she wanted help. Hermione said excitedly, if I can come to help, you don't have to give me any gold galleons. Lin Xia said she would think about it again and again. The main reason is that their laboratory has not been renovated yet, and everything is very simple and rough. 3 versions of the renovation drawings have been sent, and neither she nor Draco are very satisfied with them. Lin Xia plans to add more staff after the laboratory is completely built. She and Draco can handle it for now. During this time, she attended 2 transfiguration after-school sessions on Wednesday and Friday evenings. When Draco learned that she was receiving private tutoring from the professor, he was very envious, but he did not suggest stealing her knowledge. He knew that Lin Xia's talent for transformation was much stronger than his. Even if he really followed her quietly, he probably wouldn't understand what Professor McGonagall was saying. It would be better to just keep holding on to Cedric's thighs and take as much as you can. On the other side, Lin Xia was attending her second transformation tutorial. During the first tutorial, Professor McGonagall did not ask her to transform, but showed her some information. Who would have thought that Professor McGonagall showed her an animal observation documentary? Her original words were, if you want to transform into a creature, you must have a very good understanding of it, including its internal structure, living habits, laws of life and death, etc. I don't ask you to transform into a magical creature, but start with ordinary animals, and the first one to be transformed is a lion. The documentary consists of 6 episodes, each 1 hour long. Lin Xia watched the lion documentary for 2.5 hours that day, and there were still 3.5 episodes left to watch. Professor McGonagall asked her to finish watching all of them before Friday evening study. So this week in the laboratory, Draco was often busy preparing potions and conducting tests. Lin Xia, on the other hand, was holding a large bag of potato chips, drinking blackcurrant-flavored sparkling water, and watching the documentary with great interest. Professor McGonagall prepared a stone pillar, but no one knew how she moved it to the office. Let me see your achievements in the past few days. Try to turn the stone pillar into a lion. Lin Xia admired her simplicity and directness. The lion is a large, strong, and powerful cat, known as the king of the jungle. It can weigh up to 190 kilograms, is 2-3 meters long, and its tail is about 1 meter long. Lin Xia waved the magic wand, constantly recalling the appearance of the lion in her mind. The magic power in her body was drawn out by the magic wand and applied to the ordinary stone pier. The eyes are yellow, sharp, and alert, and the nose is broad with flared nostrils, which help it to catch the scent of prey when hunting. Lin Xia started with the lion's head, and soon the stone pier turned into a lion's head. When Professor McGonagall saw that Lin Xia had almost replicated a lion's head, she nodded slightly. The talent is indeed good, but if it is just to this extent, it is not enough. After the lion's head was transformed, Lin Xia did not continue to extend it outwards, but instead carefully carved it inwards. She fiddled with the lion's teeth and jaws. The lion has sharp teeth and strong jaws, which enable it to tear its prey apart easily. Its canine teeth are particularly developed and can easily bite through the skin and bones of its prey. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed across Professor McGonagall's eyes. As a professor of transfiguration, her skills in transfiguration are also very advanced, so she naturally knows that Lin Xia is working on it meticulously. At this point, the lion head that Lin Xia had transformed was already very lifelike and had met her expectations. However, Lin Xia did not stop there. She began to deform the lion's body. Lions have well-developed muscles, smooth body lines, a broad back, a full chest, and a tight abdomen. On the ground, the lion's head was being shaped by some unknown force and was changing again. Magical power continued to flow out of Lin Xia's body, and a lion's body appeared, followed by strong and powerful legs and sharp claws on its feet. The way Professor McGonagall looked at her changed slightly. To achieve this level of transformation, one needs not only talent, but also deep magical support. She remembered the badger that Lin Xia had transformed into before. It was only halfway through playing the music when it had to stop because it ran out of magic power. According to her previous magic power, transformation to this point was almost the limit. The larger the object, the more magic power it consumes to transform it. But Lin Xia didn't stop there. She continued to transform. This time, she conjured up a lion's tail. The lion's tail is long and powerful, with a tuft of hair at the end, which serves as a balance. When walking or running, the lion will swing its tail to keep its body stable. These are all details observed while watching the documentary. At this point, Mag was already very satisfied. Lin Xia was more talented in transformation than she imagined. At least first year, Cedric couldn't do this. Lin Xia's talent is even better than Cedric's. However, Lin Xia did not stop transforming. She continued and began to carefully carve the lion's hair. The lion's hair is thick and soft, usually golden or a light yellow. Lin Xia chose golden color to turn it into a male lion. Male lions have a mane around their necks, which is their most distinctive feature. At this point, Sherdun had completely changed, and a strong lion appeared in front of Professor McGonagall. Mag nodded with satisfaction. The transformation to the point of hair was totally beyond her expectations. She originally thought that it would take Lin Xia a month to reach this point. What she was actually more worried about was that the magic power in Lin Xia's body was not enough to support the lion's complete transformation. In just a few days, Lin Xia was able to transform into a complete lion. She still underestimated Lin Xia's talent. But Lin Xia still didn't stop. Professor McGonagall's expression was a little stiff, watching the lion first walk slowly and then run quickly in the house. Finally, the mighty lion rushed towards them from the door, leaping upward with its powerful front legs, and was about to jump onto them. Roar! The heat emanating from the lion and its angry roar echoed in my ears. Lin Xia withdrew the transformation at this time.
Bang!
A dull sound was heard, and a heavy stone pillar fell to the ground. Lin Xia looked at Professor McGonagall with a questioning look. Professor McGonagall was silent for a moment, then said calmly, "Well, it's okay." She turned her back to Lin Xia and let out a long breath, her expression showing uncontrollable excitement. Genius! A genius in transfiguration. Is Hogwarts finally going to welcome a genius in transfiguration? Even better than she was back then, perhaps Lin Xia's talent in transfiguration could even rival Dumbledore's. Although she transformed into a lion, Professor McGonagall did not let Lin Xia try to transform into a second large animal. She said seriously, "You did a good job, but it is far from enough. There are many details that need to be improved." Lin Xia nodded. "I also think I can do better. The local details are not handled well, especially the hair, which is a bit hasty and not realistic enough." Mag's expression paused. In fact, What she wanted to talk about was the lion's strength, not its appearance. To her, the lion already looked very lifelike. But it is also a good thing that students can correct their mistakes and learn on their own and recognize their shortcomings. Professor McGonagall said earnestly, "Yes, I think so too. In addition to refining the local details, you also have to consider the fighting power of the lion."
Combat effectiven?
Lin Xia asked curiously. Professor McGonagall, transfiguration is considered a powerful and profound magic because it gives objects combat power while transforming them. She pointed out mercilessly, "Your transformation is still a little bit fake, far from real. The real transfiguration, when you transform into a lion, can exert the fighting power that the king of the jungle should have. Simply put, her lion is still too weak." Mag said slowly. "Lin Xia, you have to know that transfiguration is not just a facade. It is a kind of magic that turns illusion into reality, and it can give the transformed object a real ability. Transfiguration has many directions, and the direction of object transformation includes anthropomorphism and anthropomorphism, which can reveal the truth and temporarily summon powerful abilities."
Summon?
Lin Xia keenly noticed the key words. Mag's mouth flashed a smile. "Summoning is a term I came up with. Imagine if you really summon a lion, can it be used as a fighting force immediately? It's just different from the summoning technique that everyone imagines. Ours is based on transfiguration. Through transformation, an object is shaped into another species that is needed." Lin Xia had an idea. "So, the object used to perform transfiguration is equivalent to the medium needed for summoning?" Her eyes became brighter and brighter, and she said quickly, "Use transfiguration as the activation condition, and use the object to be transformed as the medium. Finally, the transformation is successful, and the summoned object comes into this world through the medium." Professor McGonagall reminded her, "Don't forget, you also need deep magical powers. Just watching documentaries may not give you an intuitive understanding of the lion's power. Transfiguration is the ability to transform one object into another out of thin air. But in the process of shaping, one must strive for authenticity, which is a profound magic that is both illusory and contradictory." Fortunately, Professor McGonagall had already given her a solution to this problem. "I've told Hagrid that you can go to Hagrid's cabin this weekend. He'll prepare a real lion for you so you can observe and interact with it up close." Lin Xia nodded. "Thank you, Professor." When leaving, Lin Xia thought about it and decided to ask Professor McGonagall a question. Why are there two ways to read the books in The Secret Key? One is physical reading, and the other is virtual online reading. Professor McGonagall said, "The words in the wizarding world contain magic. Virtual online reading only allows you to understand the basic principles of the birth and use of magic. If you want to gain more in-depth knowledge, you must read it in person." She changed the subject and said, "But some magic books contain risks. While reading, the books will lure you to lose your mind, fall into the abyss, and be invaded by some unknown evil force. So when you apply to read physical banned books, Hogwarts has to make some corresponding preparations to prevent you from losing your mind." Lin Xia understood. No wonder the two collection times were different. Reading physical banned books can bring higher benefits, but also greater risks, and schools need to be prepared. Professor McGonagall didn't know what she was thinking of, and said seriously, "Lin Xia, you're still young, and you have invented the magnetic wand at such a young age. There will be more possibilities in the future. Although some knowledge is open to you, you will not gain any benefit from entering it now, and you may even lose yourself." Lin Xia heard her unfinished meaning and said, "Thank you, Professor. Professor Sprout also told me the same thing. Although I activated the secret key, I did not check the information in other areas." A glimmer of satisfaction flashed across Professor McGonagall's eyes. Those who can resist temptation will often succeed. She made it clear, when you can turn into a real lion, you can go to other areas. After leaving Professor McGonagall's office, Lin Xia did not go anywhere else, but returned to the Hufflepuff common room. The weather is getting colder. A roaring fire rose in the fireplace in the Hufflepuff common room, and the endless heat spread in all directions, dispelling the cold. A new batch of flowers have been planted in the lounge, but they are not flowers that are specifically resistant to low temperatures, but rather sunflowers, roses, cosmos, and peonies that only bloom in summer. Where magic exists, it is common for flowers to bloom out of season. The fluttering vines in the room have been replaced by scented vines, with pink and white trumpet-shaped flowers blooming among the leaves, swaying as people walk, and a faint floral fragrance wafting by. Lin Xia walked through the layers of fragrant vines and found Cedric and Draco. Cedric was leisurely drinking black tea and eating sea salt soda crackers with a book beside his legs. On the other hand, Draco had a fierce look on his face, staring straight at the round stone on the table, as if he was going to break the stone into pieces in the next second. Lin Xia asked, "What are you doing?" Cedric smiled and said, "Reading a book." Draco said gloomily, "My senior asked me to turn this stone into a needle. I don't know if it's because the two are too different. No matter how I construct it in my mind, the stone won't move at all." Lin Xia, Draco, you may have used the wrong method. Although transfiguration relies on construction, it is not entirely solved by construction. You still lack the bridge to communicate and transform the two. Cedric explained. In simple terms, she's saying you're not talented enough. Draco. He seemed to be constantly hit by Cedric today, and he wondered if the senior didn't want to teach him anymore. Lin Xia said, "If you can't practice anymore, don't practice anymore. Come on, I'll take you to practice." The so-called special training is naturally to guide Draco in his practice. The secret record of the Purple Gold Mysterious Gang is the family's most impressive cultivation method. Even if it is designed to reduce the difficulty of cultivation for quick success, it is not simple. Reducing the difficulty is only relative to those advanced skills. Compared with ordinary exercises, it is still difficult. Lin Xia was worried that Draco might make a mistake in his training and become possessed by accident, and by then it would be too late for her to save him. Once he has completely mastered the art, subsequent practice will be easy, and he will be able to correct his mistakes on his own. In a box in the lounge, Lin Xia adjusted Draco's postures in several ways and asked him to stick to them for 20 minutes before nodding and letting him pass. Draco fell to the ground panting, his whole body was hot, his hair was all wet, and his clothes were also soaked. But during the practice, the wet clothes were gradually dried by the high temperature emitted from the body, so he did not look too embarrassed. If Draco hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't have believed it. The human body temperature is raised sharply, but there is no side effect. Instead, it can positively stimulate the metabolism of cells in the body and continue to evolve. The secret cultivation method of the Oriental sorcerer is indeed powerful. Lin Xia casually cast an anti-eavesdropping spell and said, "Draco, your cultivation is generally on the right track. From now on, I will guide you once a month. Remember to practice every day. Aren't you very envious of my magical talent?" Part of my magical talent was improved through practice. Draco's eyes widened slightly, and he asked in disbelief, "Can your secret technique also improve magical talent?" Lin Xia raised her eyebrows. "Of course, Eastern sorcerers have very strong physiques. You don't think that a strong physique has nothing to do with magic, do you?" Draco shook his head. "I don't know. This is the first time I've come across this kind of knowledge." Lin Xia, that's why I urge you to practice every day. You can put your transfiguration tutorial on hold. From now on, read the ancient texts I gave you at night. This will help you understand the purple gold mysterious records. When your magical talent improves, transfiguration will not be difficult for you. Your biggest problem now is that you lack talent, which cannot be compensated by practice. There is also the issue of improving the scabies solution, which we still need to work on as it is related to whether you can be promoted to an outstanding student. Lin Xia suddenly remembered something important. "Oh, by the way, practicing the Purple Gold Mysterious Gang's secret record requires a variety of tonics. This way, the progress of practice can be accelerated without damaging the body. I'll make a list for you later." Lin Xia didn't ask Draco whether he could get those rare materials. In the British wizarding world, the 3 words Malfoy could already accomplish most things. It's just that her family is an outsider, and even if they have money, they don't have the corresponding connections. That's why my parents chose to cooperate with the Malfoy family. But Lin Xia's practice was rather private, and he didn't want to reveal too much to the Malfoy family, so he went to do it on his own. Draco nodded. Okay, the new drawings have been sent. I have a satisfactory one. Take a look. Lin Xia took the drawing. The newly sent drawings clearly divide the laboratory into several areas: animal breeding area, experimental area, exercise area, rest area, reading area. The functions are complete, the layout is reasonable, and additional safety facilities are added. Whether it is defending against external enemies or showing off internally, it has done a good job.